anything we're talking about and then asking a question about it? Why would you ask a question about something that doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about?
What do you mean it doesn't have anything to talk about? What the hell are you talking about, dude?
You showed a picture.
To do with Earth? The picture that I just
No, of course not. So you think that Earth sits under a table lamp? Is that what? Huh? So you think the Earth, dude? You think the Earth sits under a table lamp? That's what you think is going on?
Bro, it's just a picture, or you're taking it as if it's like very serious now. And first,
why would you? Yeah, no.
I'm wondering where the sun goes.
Wow, cop out. It's not serious. It's just a joke. It's just funny.
I'm not.
You have no argument.
No. I'm not saying it's a joke either. He was going off of it's a meme. Nah, because I need to calm this guy down because he seems like he's raging.
Is it not? Does it seem like I'm raging? Is my voice raged? I mean, it seems like you're a little upset since you're continuing to interrupt me. So relax.
No, I'm saying.
So you post a meme. Yeah, I'm questioning why you would post a meme and then ask us a question about it. Do you think that we believe in either one of those particular ideas you posted?
The question was in regards for Quantum Eraser, but I just went ahead and posted it. Or I told.
Okay. Well, yeah, he's not here. So are you under the impression? Oh, QE 54 minutes after the hour, before the hour, after the hour, I should say.
Okay.
They posted a really silly meme, and they're pretending that this is a serious question.
Meme? Who came up with the second grade retard?
I don't know who I'm talking to. Somebody who's raging.
What are you people retarded? You post Gagushi. Who posted this?
I posted it, but that's not from me. He doesn't have rules, so he sent it to me.
What the fuck is this?
Okay, can I finish?
Horse shit.
Okay, he doesn't have rules. He sent it to me. I posted it on chat. So talk to him.
Oh my God, is he retarded?
Yes, he is.
He's wondering where the sun goes.
I think he is.
All right, so let's just take this fucking flat Earth straw man, the goober day night up there on his globetard is moronic. So, what's the angular size, the diameter of the light? Roughly, would you say? Would you say it's nearly the size of the fucking idiot flat Earth in this depiction? It's not too much smaller. What kind of shit? This is retarded. Dude, get this fuck out of here. It's retarded.
Messi, he's talking to you. Are you going to answer him, Messi?
Seriously retarded, dude. I mean, you got to give me a break. Are you retarded?
Silence is tacit agreement.
Just concede. Tell him you are. Tell him you are. Then he can handle you with kid gloves.
I mean, did you guys belly laugh? How long ago? I'm sorry, it was 54.
Oh, I did.
Did you guys openly belly laugh at this shit?
I was trying to make sure that this was what he wanted to post. I was flabbergasted.
Holy shit, dude. You want me to explain this? You're fucking retarded.
I already did it. I told him a spotlight is a lot more bright than a tiny LED. He was very confused.
Messi and
Quantum, we need you to explain this one.
You want me to explain? You're retarded. That's my explanation.
Don't go there, man. Let's talk about it.
Talk about what? A damn second grade retard would come up with something better.
There was another guy in here.
Don't fucking overtalk me. Don't you fucking overtalk me after posting this fucking romper room horse shit to me. You kidding me?
Do you think the Earth is flat?
Shut the fuck up. Give me a break.
So can we talk about it, or are you just gonna rage right now?
Fucking
now I'm laughing.
Romper room second grade retard has a better talking about diagram than this shit.
He's an angry man-child.
Angry? This is fucking retarded. Who said that?
Yeah, we're laughing. This exuberance is laughter because it's such a joke.
Who said that? Are you looking at the same diagram I am? Who the fuck white knighted right now? Who was it?
Yeah, someone's a white knighting.
I'll shut him up. It's 6. Don't worry about him. It's just.
Oh, Mr. fucking retard himself. You get no. I'm not even gonna give this a moment more. You're fucking retarded. How about that? That's my explanation.
It's a stupid straw man.
So listen, I'm being serious. You made me laugh for a second, but how can you explain that? Like, let's
Explain
say
what?
the Earth spins, or is what these globe guys claim.
Bro.
Here's my explanation again. In total, you are retarded for posting that.
No, but I want to know your opinion.
Yeah.
You
My
can
opinion-
call me that. That's
My
okay.
opinion, no, that's demonstrated by what you showed me right here. You fucking retard.
Yeah, but I'm not a flat Earth expert, so I want to learn.
We're
Flat
giving
Earth
you an
expert.
assessment.
How that sun works. Is there like a light source in your
That
opinion?
sun
that just-
works.
So how is it that if
How
we
is
have
it
a flat
that-
Earth?
How is it that you're retarded? That's the end of that. So that's my explanation.
He
Second time.
maybe has fast.
Second time.
I don't think he heard your first comment though, because I think he might have been away from the keyboard.
Oh,
when
okay.
you were talking.
For
Yeah.
posting that diagram, you are a retard. That's my explanation.
I was talking about the angular size part.
I thought it was a good one.
Messi, are you a glober or are you on the fence or what?
I just don't believe in the moon landing.
What you don't? So you don't accept without evidence the moon landing? That's what you just said.
Yeah, but I do believe that the Earth is round.
Round and flat
I
aren't
haven't
mutually
been
exclusive.
sold on flat Earth.
Round and flat aren't mutually exclusive. You can have round and flat penny, LP, CD. You have to be more specific in your language.
That's a good start though. You already know the moon landing was fake, so
Well, I can cure you. I can cure you. I could sell you. Not really sell you, but expose you. How do you have Horizon on a Globetard?
how do you have what?
How do you have Horizon on a Globetard?
Messi, I think is talking to you.
Yep.
Tell us. I don't know. You tell me.
Yeah. According to the slope-intercept formula, y equals mx plus b, all horizontal lines which are derived from horizon have a rate of change of slope of 0. However, there's a problem because curvature is defined by the United States Naval Academy is the rate of change of slope of non-zero. So, how can we go out in reality, see horizons every fucking where, but yet be told by the fairy tale heliocentric ball-tard spinning space monkey religioners that there should be a rate of change of slope of non-zero along a tangent from our feet in every single direction?
Okay, but that still doesn't define that the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
I mean, you're just pointing out
Welcome
some
to Flat
examples.
Earth. Yeah, it really does. Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back, bathrooms on the left, DJ spinning requests. Smoke them if you got them. Have a nice day.
Because with these globe guys, I mean, there's like models of it, right? But with, I mean, I want to say
Really?
the flat Earth doesn't have like a true model.
Really? Let's see the globe model.
Just look at the one that you had in elementary school.
Look at the one I had in elementary. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's the globe model.
Counselor, post the globe model for everyone to see in the audience and in this room. Not what you conjured, what you think I saw in fucking elementary school.
The one you see in elementary school, that's not a model, that's furniture. Decoration.
Regardless of if it's furniture or not, that's the globe.
That's the globe.
Oh, the globe is
Is this a scientific model?
Look, unless a true flat earther can convince me otherwise.
Is that a scientific model?
Sure, it's scientific.
Okay, define a scientific model and let's see if it marries up to what
I'm not going to be able to answer that for you. You're going to go into too technical details of, oh, that won't work, that's not going to work.
No,
not everybody's an expert on the Earth.
No, I'm going to say what an actual scientific model is. That's what I'm going to do. That's exactly what I'm going to do. And then let's see if it marries up with your model you're going to show everyone.
I posted the model he's referring to.
Yeah, that's the model.
Okay, let's see if it marries up to the definition. Oh my God. Are you kidding me? That's not a fucking scientific model.
I assume because he said elementary school, right?
Let's see your map or so-called model from Quantum.
All maps are flat. Shut the fuck up.
So let me see yours. Let's see
10
yours.
minutes. Quid pro quo. Shit. No, you need to show the globe model. You said there were globe models. I asked you for a globe model. This is a fucking piece of horse shit that you buy at a fucking library for sales store.
Okay, so where's yours?
No, where's mine? That's not a fucking comeback, counselor.
It is because you're making fun of mine.
First of all, this isn't a scientific model. At 10 minutes after the hour, from Indiana University Chemistry Department, the important point that Becker introduced is that explanation of a natural phenomena, model or theory, must be testable by experimentation. In other words, once a model is proposed as an explanation of a phenomena, it can only be considered a scientific model, to what you said it was, if it could be objectively tested by experiment.
So is there a scientific model for flat Earth?
This is your scientific model that you posted for me right here.
There is.
You should be institutionalized. You should be institutionalized. Okay?
He's asking you for something Effie doesn't even have.
You should be institutionalized if you think this fucking belly laugher from the library is a scientific model.
Okay, so where's yours? I'm just asking you, and you can't provide me with that. I posted your piece of furniture,
model,
supposedly.
you fucking retard. Because I just explained to you why. There can't be a scientific model for the globe card or a flat Earth because it's a category error. It's not science at all. So you neither have a scientific model. Thank you.
Well, so what model are pilots using to get to their destination?
So what model do I have, right? What you do is you fucking start snorting coffee beans, dried coffee beans, and you chug it with Jack Daniels. Chase it right down. That's what you need to do. You're a fucking idiot.
What about the 2 sticks in the shadow? Is that not a test?
No, that's not an experiment. No.
Don't do these things.
That's not an experiment, no matter what.
Without consulting your doctor first.
Yeah, this is really fucking
Disclaimer.
stupid. And Eratosthenes, they have some problems. Eratosthenes, you know why? You know why that's a big problem? I mean, it has a number of fucking problems.
Please tell us, great one. Please tell us.
One. Oh, do we got the retard Rob Noxious in here, dumb fuck?
Stalker, yeah.
Yeah, the stalker's in here. Fucking retard. Shut your fucking mouth. I will tell you. I will show you. I will show you by the numbers.
Chewy, focus on Messi, bro.
Shut
He's giving you
up.
having a tough time
tell
against.
Me what to do. So we got Eratosthenes, right? We got a big problem because Eratosthenes, number one, is not an experiment. Number two, Eratosthenes requires parallel sun rays. Correct? Correct? Correct?
Yes.
Who are you talking to?
Chewy, that is correct.
Yes.
That's a problem, you see, because NASA, Rice University, and the Smithsonian, 1, 2, 3, right behind each other. Thanks a lot, Gagushi, for fucking interrupting my slideshow. So that's a problem because what happens? Does reality change with your arguments? Because for lunar or solar eclipses, I not only see parallel rays, I see convergent and divergent rays at the same fucking time. Who is backfeeding?
That's just someone trying to snort coffee beans and chase it down with Jack Daniels.
So we got a problem here. Do you see it, or do you need more explanation?
So Awaken made a good point as far as what the pilots are using.
What?
Like, what map are they using? What map is our pilots using?
Why are we going from topic to topic to topic? We'll wait for Awaken after I'm done with your dumbass.
Because nobody's responding to you.
Mr. Eratosthenes, what's the problem? You require parallel sun rays. However, we got a fucking contradiction here in reality with solar eclipses. These aren't fucking parallel. So before we go to fucking Awaken retards comment, can we please resolve this? For fuck's sake, you idiot morons that need the central line Adderall. Get the Adderall out, right? And start pushing that shit. I'm going to force you to do it. So reconcile this contradiction right fucking now.
Who was it that brought it up?
I did.
All right, yep. So that's for you, bro. Reconcile this, man. Square the circle.
I think he wants to talk to Messi, though.
So you got no response? You're at a loss?
Bye-bye Eratosthenes and bye-bye solar eclipses. They were already gone any fucking way. It's fairy tale pseudoscience to begin with. So Awaken, dumb fuck. I'm going to drag you around by your short hairs again. You think it's good? You think you keep doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result?
I just want to know what model pilots are using to get to their destinations.
Model? There is no scientific model. There is no model. Maps aren't fucking models, you moron. And how the fuck can you fly on a globetard? Pitch data. How can a pitch data be acquired on a globetard? Floor's
Wait,
yours.
you're saying a map is not a scientific model, though?
Yeah, you dumb fuck. That's a reification.
Does it represent the Earth, though?
That's a reification fallacy. Textbook.
But does it represent the Earth?
It's a reification fallacy. Textbook.
Is there a representation?
It's a reification fallacy when you say maps are fucking models, you moron. That's why they have different names. Look up reification in your alma mater wiki. It'll say maps is not the territory. Textbook reification fallacy, idiot. And how can you acquire pitch data on a globetard? Flight pitch data. Floor's yours.
I assume instruments, right? Gather that shit.
Yeah, some of that shit too. Define pitch. What is pitch in relation to?
The angle that the aircraft is moving.
The angle compared between what and what?
Horizon.
Yeah. How do you have
plane,
horizon
right?
on a globetard?
It appears that they're flying flat, right? But there's still some type of pitch that's happening according to the data that the plane's gathering at all times.
Horizontal
Bye-bye.
to the horizon.
It's all over. Turn out the lights, baby.
But they're still using some type of map, right?
Welcome to Flat Earth. Yeah, all maps are Flat Earth maps. All
So
of
you're
them.
saying it's a flat Earth map.
Yep,
There
every
is
single
actually a
map
flat
is
Earth map that they use.
That's
I don't know
I'm
if I
not only
believe that
saying
one,
it.
Fonto.
Who the fuck is over talking me? How is it when I fucking speak, somebody else is talking? Why in the fuck is that? Is your name fucking Quantum? Hello? Mr. Helper?
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead with what you're saying.
Holy shit. It's hard enough dealing with these second grade retards than to have somebody else come in and overtalk me. Don't you think? I guess not.
I love white knights. That's all I gotta say.
That's all I get. That's how they attempt to disrupt and obfuscate. That's what it is. Happens every fucking time I come in here. So, can you show us a globe map? Or do you want me to demonstrate that all maps are flat Earth maps? All of them. Every single last fucking one of them. I won't do it. I'll have a Navy SEAL do it for me.
Didn't you just say, like literally 5 minutes ago, you said there's no such thing as a flat Earth or a globe map, but now you're saying all maps are flat Earth maps.
I never said that. No, I didn't. There is no globe Earth maps, that's for sure. Show me one. Put it inside chat. We want to see globe Earth map.
It's literally what Gakushi posted. I mean, there's no other map.
The ball.
It's literally what Gagushi we got Mr. Gagushi posting shit, huh?
I can't post.
No, it's the one. That's the one I told you that he was referring to. The ball in the elementary.
I don't see any maps in here.
He's talking about the elementary
He's
school.
talking about
at 10 minutes after the hour. Do you think
this one right there.
At 10 minutes after the hour, you think that this quote-unquote scientific model belly laughing train wreck of a disaster is a fucking map? Really?
Look, man, that's what we've been told.
Really?
Now, whether you want to believe it or not is another story.
Believe it.
I don't believe the moon landing.
Well, show me on this map. Where's the legend at? Do you know maps have certain qualities? Right? Where's the legend on this fucking map? On your fairy tale fuckwit library globetard non-scientific model. You too, Awaken. Do you know what a fucking map is, you moron? Both of you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you?
Where's the model on here? Show me the show me the model. Holy fucking shit. Show me the legend.
Quantum.
Shut up and show me the legend. Shut up and show me the legend. Shut up and show me the legend on here right now.
Quantum, do you use Apple Maps?
Shut the fuck up. Show me the legend.
Do you use Apple Maps?
Show me the fucking
What legend do you want? Like north, south,
oh my
east, west,
God, you don't know what a fucking map is. Really? Shocking surprise. Globe-tard idiots. You know, map, legend, go ahead and look it up. Fucking idiots, man.
Dude, we know what a map legend is, but do you use Apple Maps? Do you have an iPhone?
Shut the fuck up. No.
You have an
I can't
iPhone.
stand Apple. I think you're communists.
So what do you use? Use Google?
I use your sister.
Ooh, fine. So you use a Google phone, you use an Android.
A Google phone?
You know,
any form of navigation.
Here we go. We'll get it from a Navy SEAL.
You know, on their maps, they go by the round
Get it from
Earth.
a Navy SEAL. See what
So
he
you're
has to
supporting
say.
the round Earth.
From itstactical.com. The Military Grid Reference System is a geographic coordinate system that comes from the Universal Transverse Mercator, UTM grid system, which is based on a flat world, not a sphere-tard. Show me a globe map!
Are you silent because you're looking for a globe map right now, or what's going on?
Nah, dude, they got shut up. That's what happened. They didn't have one, and so he just showed them that it's not a globetard, and they're shocked. They don't know how to retort. That's what happened. KO. You got knocked the fuck out.
You got knocked the fuck out!
Yo, can we get an unmute on Rob? He wants to talk. He wants to talk to Quantum.
Fuck Rob. He's already been debunked more times than your sister has. It's a never-ending carousel of Rob Dumbfuck getting his ass tore up.
He's got good points, though.
He got great points, really. Like what?
Why don't we unmute him and find out?
No, you great points. You said he's got great
Why
points.
don't you unmute him, buddy?
Name one, dumb fuck. Name one, dumb fuck. He's muted for cause.
It's
Name
your
one.
claim now.
Name one. Name one.
Name one what?
Oh my God, you can't even follow the conversation.
I just came back. I was gone for a
It's your
minute.
claim, retard. You said Rob's got many points. He's got a lot of great points. Name one. Now that I told you what you said, because you're too stupid to realize what you said 5 seconds ago. You fucking retard. So, name one of his points.
I'm not going to name for him, but unmute him and he'll tell you.
You've claimed he's got great points or some good points. In order to claim that, you would have to fucking know at least one. So name one. My God. Do you snack on paint chips from the 70s?
I'll tell you what, Six. If you want Rob unmuted, that's a problem. But that means I'm going to remove you from the room.
Fucking clown. Rob Noxious. He's dumber than my cat's litter box. He has no points. He has nothing. He's just bloviated just like all the rest of you dumb fucks. All you can do is projectile diarrhea vomit from the mouth. Inane horse shit that we've been tearing up for 10 fucking years. What's next, Katy Perry? You fucking glue sniffers?
You can't be there to geek off the street. You got to be handy with the steel, if you know what I mean.
There's somebody legit named Katy Perry in space in here.
Really?
Yeah, that's disinformed. He's one of our boys. Who else is on the docket right now? Looking through the chat. Usual suspects. I think Vitaly Z, isn't he a Glober? Truth Seeker's a concave earther. Oosh, you don't want to talk to that guy.
No, it's like a theistic evolutionist.
What's wrong with talking to a concave earther?
It's like a theistic evolutionist. We'll need a wire brush with our shower after we're done.
Oh, yeah.
Well, the thing with the concave is just make your own channel. Why not just do that? Why jump in the flat Earth channel? Why not just make
the truth's not popular. Because the truth's not popular. Because you guys all got psyoped, unfortunately. Hey, it is what it is. Hey,
don't worry about us.
Your sister got psyoped.
Listen, concave Earth has a model.
Your sister got psyoped. They don't have a model. You don't know what a model
Let's
is.
see that model.
You're a fucking
You guys will
retard.
never have a model.
They don't have a model. You don't have a model. You don't know what a model is. You're a fucking retard.
Yeah, that's what
But
it is.
he's got
That's
a
right.
model, he said.
Yeah, sure he does.
Can we see
Yeah,
it?
and fucking Penelope
You don't believe
Pitstop
in-
was Bruce Lee's grandfather.
Why don't you want to
What's
see
a
a
model?
model?
What's a
QE? Are you
model?
against models?
What's a model? Since I already went over this like 25 fucking times tonight already. So what's a model there, White Knight?
A representation of something.
Oh, that's Awakened.
He says he's got a concave
representation of something. Is that a scientific model? A runway model? A computer model?
What type of model is it, Awaken?
It's a concave model.
It's a concave model. You're a fucking retard, dude.
What an idiot.
Concaver. And these are AI concaver bots.
No, they're just low tier intellect. That's all.
Well, it's better than nothing, right?
Yeah. Logical fallacies are better than nothing, Awaken. Glue sniffer.
Wow, did you just say that, Awaken?
He does have a point.
A
Yeah, I do
logical
have a
fallacy.
point.
A logical fallacy is better than nothing.
I said that.
No, but I know he doesn't
Yeah,
understand.
that was
That's what... Okay.
That was Mr. Sensible. Mr. Sensible said he'd rather have a logical fallacy than nothing at all.
He did say that, right?
Kind of.
No. That was Timmy Osmond. Now, I'm not saying Sensible didn't say that, but Timmy Osmond was the first to say it.
Oh, that's right. I messed up. Mr. Sensible said that at best, at the very best, you've completely debunked the radius.
Yes. Yep. That, and I did have the best.
Were you talking about Timmy Clown?
Yeah, Timmy Clown. Logical fallacy is better than nothing. More or less what Awaken said.
Didn't Mr. Sensible also say that, yes, it is a hill of water?
Yeah, he said some really dumb shit.
I think that's Bob.
Pretty much the same shit that we hear from these glue sniffers every day. Same stuff, different person.
Yeah, they're like, Rob Noxious gets really good points. Okay, dude, point out one good point. What?
Well, let the man speak. I mean, why don't you mute him?
No, hold on. That's what you said. What? You lost the fucking. Yeah, you hold on, dude. You lost the fucking plot after he asked you what point was it that he had. You're like, what?
I can't think off the top of my head of any, but I know he's got some good arguments.
That's the point. So how can you make the claim that he's got a good point if off the top of your head you can't think of one?
Look at what he posted in chat.
I'm not looking at chat. I'm fucking eating lunch, dude. It's my break time.
Well, that's your problem, though.
Well,
no, what he posted in chat would be your argument.
Yeah, wait,
you would
hold on,
present
dude,
it
hold
in
on.
VC.
Hold on,
good argument.
Just relax, dude. Relax. When I asked if he had a point, or when QE asked if he had a point, you're like, yeah. So verbally, you could have said, this is the point. And instead, you're like, no, it's in chat. What the fuck? Just answer, goddammit. If you have the point in your mouth, say it.
Bro, like you just said, we're not all on our phones 24/7 or on a computer.
So then, why are you opening up your incoherent Cheeto hole?
Yeah, you made the claim, retard. It's your claim. Support your claim. He has a lot of good points, is what you said. I said name one. Do we have to go through this retarded second grade horseshit again to expose you again? I'll go ahead and do it. Fuck yeah. Messi, name one. Messi, your pants. Name one. That's what I thought. Shut the fuck up. Rob Noxious is more retarded than you are. He has no points. He can't even define a point. He's a glue sniffer. Okay? We good?
Man, this is pretty boring. You guys do this every night. This is it's tough.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty fun.
It is what it is.
This is
what a religion does to you after all.
That's really deep. We just expose you, dumb fucks, every fucking night because you're idiot retards.
Just QE manifesting demons online, making these cowards feel comfortable.
You repugnant fucking moron.
That's funny. He says he's here coming to listen to this thing every night.
Yeah.
What?
The thing with Rob is a conspiracy theorist. He thinks that flat earthers have lost their way, like into other conspiracies. You're like,
thanks, the United States Naval Academy came up with the slope-intercept formula. He's an abject retard.
That's why I've been trying to tell him that it isn't about a conspiracy theory. This is about
dumb fuck Rob thinks that because they said they're going back to the moon, everything's okay. Not just denying he's been here long enough to hear the second law of thermodynamics argument greater than 1,000 times, but he's so much of a dumb fuck. He's ate so many paint chips from the 70s that it doesn't fucking register in that caper-sized piece of horse shit he has between his ears. And not only that, argue with flat earthers about going to the moon, about the telemetry data, the fucking retard flat earthers in this room, by the way, wouldn't even say, well, what about the second law? Nope. Just follow dumb fuck Rob, flat earthers. Yeah, I marked you down. I know who you are.
He's also on the Katy Perry went to space bandwagon.
What's your thoughts on that, QE? On that whole Blue Origin?
Dude, shut up, Awaken. Why don't you? Sit your ass down. Nobody wants to talk to you about that shit. You guys are hanging on 24/7's jock, dude, every day. You know this is the best of the best. You ain't gonna get better
Oh,
than
we could
this.
leave. We could leave.
Yeah,
It's
you
season
can. You
10,
can
dude.
leave.
Sorry, Mickey. What you eating?
Little chicken and chips. Sorry about that.
That's all right. You're good. Yeah. My thoughts on that. I'm going to tell him my thoughts on the Katy Perry extravaganza. There's my thoughts. This is going to be a shocking surprise, right? It's a second law of thermodynamics violation.
Hey, QE, did you see the video I posted in the side chat of it? That's from X, but somebody they posted the live shot, and 3 minutes before the media was like, "Oh, and Jeff Bezos is going to open up the door now." Remember, this door is supposed to be airtight, locked in.
I got it. Stop. I seen it earlier today. Not that I need to see this. What can I say before I watch any videos? What would be my fucking silver dagger argument to all this?
I think you just said it. It violates the second law. But it's just interesting because what you should do is turn it on the Globers and be like, how do you feel that they open up the door from the inside before they even open the door
Why the
from the
fuck
outside?
would I do that, Apocryphon? Why would I do that?
Just to play with your
I wouldn't.
food?
I'd just say second law of thermodynamics, prosecution arrest.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, these guys, they don't.
Yeah, you don't need to deal with all that, Apoc. He's telling you that.
Isn't everything after that moot?
Yeah.
Or if you were Timmy Clown, it would be mute.
Yeah, play with the food. I'm just very interested. They don't get that. Not only are they going to get, well, first of all, they're not even going to know what the second law of thermodynamics is. So that's
not my problem.
But if you talk to them using their own paradigm, oh wait, so you think this is real? Well, look here's a video of them faking it, lying, and then I don't know. They still just have to hand wave that too, I guess. Interesting.
That violates the second law of thermodynamics too into the break, because if he had all that fur on, he would spontaneously combust.
So my mind is blown now.
I'm just messing, man. I just made some shit up.
That's like that joke. Oh, you get it? Explain it. And then the guy's all stuck. Wait, what? And they're buying it. And for you Globers that didn't see it, here you go. You just go watch it. Go cry about it. Go play some Katy Perry and cry that your space is fake. There you go.
Don't worry about it. It's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Just go after Apocryphon's fucking appeal over here. Don't worry about mine.
Yours is valid.
Not that the fucking door's made out of styrofoam or anything like that.
Oh, the funny thing is, they won't accept that because they don't think it's a second law of thermodynamics violation. They don't think that. They're like, no, it's perfectly fine. Gravity, yeah, blah. They're retarded. So you just got to point it okay, well, since you're not adherent to the truth and logic and reason, well, here's your guy just lying. Back that shit up now.
Gravity? What's gravity?
Exactly. They're idiots.
The conjuring of gravity violates the second law of thermodynamics directly.
Let's see. I got a question on that though.
Good.
So second law says heat always flows from hotter objects to colder objects,
That's
right?
That's one attribute of it. That's not what it says.
Okay, so can you show me what it says? Because I can't find it.
Can I show you what it says?
Or post what it says.
Hold up. One moment. All right, that should fucking pretty much do it right there. All right, we'll go over this. It's a good thing, but because you always hear the second law of thermodynamics, this, and that, and no one really ever explains it or goes into the ramifications of it. It's a fair point. That's why I'm here. So at 40 minutes after there, you might want to save this, Gagushi. Just a pro tip. So from what the fuck is the second law of thermodynamics? So from Chem Libre text, I got to sneeze. Goodness gracious, I nearly blew my fucking nostrils out. Where was I? 40 minutes after the hour, Chem Libre text. So if we put the two equations for the change in entropy of the universe together for both types of processes, we are left with the second law of thermodynamics. There she is. Nothing but this. Change in entropy of the universe equals a change in entropy of the system plus a change in entropy of the surroundings is greater than 0. Notice that I didn't say equal to because this is the wrong formula. They deliberately fucked this up. They're going to explain it to you right now. Where the change in entropy of the universe equals 0 for a truly reversible process and is greater than 0, this is the important part, for an irreversible process. In reality, however, truly reversible processes never happen. They just should have stopped there. But they fucked themselves. Or will take an infinitely long time to happen. Nope. Time is the enemy. Whoever wrote this dumb fuck, but I digress. So it is safe to say that all thermodynamic processes we encounter every day are irreversible. It's not safe to say they're in nature, they're irreversible, period. So that's the equation minus the equal sign underneath the greater than side by the 0. It's totally correct. In fact, you can reduce this down to Gibbs free energy, but I digress. So from Dr. Frank Lambert, a legend in the second law of thermodynamics, fucking legendary. He was changing, when I was at university back in the day, I heard of this guy. He was changing the definitions of entropy in all the physics and chemistry textbooks. He did too. After I got out, but he did. He eventually had them all change. He says, gas expansion into a vacuum. Did I say that again? Gas expansion into a vacuum. Mixing of ideal gases or liquids, diffusion, effusion, colligative effects, and osmosis. Each fundamentally involves an increase in fucking entropy. It's all over. It's all over. Chem Libre text again. Second law of thermodynamics can also be stated that all spontaneous processes produce an increase in the entropy of the universe. You've heard that from me before. From Lincoln Barnett, the universe, and Dr. Einstein. Listen to this closely. It has ramifications for what I just told you above about reversible processes. The universe is thus progressing toward an ultimate heat death, or as it is technically defined, a condition of maximum entropy. And there is no way of avoiding this destiny. For the fateful principle known as the second law of thermodynamics, which stands today as virtually the only pillar of classical physics, which it wasn't classical physics, it wasn't Newtonian, but I digress, left intact by the march of science, proclaims the fundamental processes of nature are irreversible. Nature moves only one way, glue sniffers. And finally, from Professor Malahovi, caustic. The second law of thermodynamics is universal and valid without exceptions. in closed and open systems, in equilibrium and non-equilibrium, in inanimate and animate systems, that is, in all space and time scales. Useful energy, non-equilibrium work potential is dissipated and heat and entropy and generated. That's it. So, high pressure flows to low pressure. Always. Remember, second law of thermodynamics is a natural law. Natural law. In nature, heat always flows from hot to cold. Always. High pressure to low pressure. Always. Get it?
Yeah.
I may rearrange these. These are not in order that I like them. The second law's got fucking tentacles that reach out and rip the fucking guts out of every atheist, evotard, globetard on Earth. And I'm here to proclaim it, example it, and demonstrate it. You just got knocked the fuck out! I'll be in the area all week. Have a nice day. Hmm.
I think this guy's countering your thing.
Huh? What? Huh?
He's arguing.
Pick up. I don't hear any arguments.
After all that was said, how much you want to bet he comes back tomorrow and reset?
I didn't hear that either.
Did you see that Rob Knox just said, as long as the gas mass and the number of particles.
Who cares?
So,
I don't do chat skanks.
Yeah, come on, Rob. And you're done.
Rob Noxious wouldn't know what the difference between the second law of thermodynamics and a chartreuse windsock.
He's also
he shouldn't.
Too.
No, yeah, he shouldn't even be in the chat because he's just saying this ignorant stuff, and it's just disgusting. It's vile. It's reprehensible.
Well, he shot himself. He shot himself in the face. He says it says nothing about a container, and then he talks about PV equals nRT, which requires a volume. Rob, you're killing yourself, bro.
He does. Just let him do it. He doesn't know he's too much of a fucking retard. He didn't hear Professor Lambert, the legend, because he's a dumb fuck. Where the fuck did I put that? Oh, I know where it is. Sorry, I'm talking to myself. I do have an inner voice.
Show of hand, who has inner monologue?
It's okay to talk to yourself, but it's not okay to argue with yourself. You don't want to argue.
Yeah, Rob is sort of arguing with himself. He's just in the chat. It's like, you try to have a little empathy. You try to help him out, but it's like, at some point you just gotta call it.
Help him out. The fuck?
Yeah, no, you call it. You sort of like, hey, keep playing the poker game.
You just call it. You just call it. And then,
exactly.
Say, frontal lobotomy. That's the only thing I think that could help.
Yeah, call it.
I called it. Oh, this is a much better order. I like it. Ooh, that's quite interesting. Let's put that. Let's add that one to the mix. Hello. There you go. Thank you. Fuck. Oh, that's great.
Yo, Rob, did you make one of those great points I mentioned to Quantum?
He doesn't have a
Holy
great
shit.
point. He's a fucking
Free at last. Free at last. Thank God.
free at
Almighty.
last, free at last for the dumb fuck of the century.
Yeah, Rob, is that a pretty solid take? What I said earlier? Are you just you're more into that you want people to talk about conspiracies, and you think that they're distracted by flat Earth and get back on the real things that are important?
Yeah, it's not a bad representation.
Can he
To a point.
define a conspiracy? What's a conspiracy, Rob?
I don't know. I'm not playing the Jeopardy question.
You don't even know what a conspiracy is, but you're you're a fucking dumb fuck.
You do the same thing every day.
You're a fucking dumb fuck. You're a fucking dumb fuck. You're a repugnant, reprobate retard, dude.
Cool. Have I called you anything
What's
yet?
a conspiracy theory?
Now, if I call him something, will I get?
What's a
will I get
conspiracy?
No, I think it can go back and forth if it's like
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mutual, right? Mutual, right?
Yeah, mutual.
Yeah, mutual, right? What's a conspiracy?
Not flat Earth.
Well, just say
Look
what it
at
is.
you.
Rob.
So you're telling us what it's not. So if I walk into a courtroom and the judge says, "Prove a banana," and I say it's not transmission fluid, will the bailiff just stand there, or will he throw me out down the courthouse steps by my fucking neck? What's a conspiracy, Rob Noxious dumb fuck?
Just say what it is. It's more than two people.
Shut up.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I don't understand. I just said flat Earth is not a conspiracy. That's what I'm saying.
What is
it?
conspiracy?
That is a great point, Rob.
You're a fucking retard too.
Thank you. When you remember when you call us retards,
You're
you know
a
we're
fucking
doing.
glue sniffer. You're the dumbest person in here. Shut your fucking mouth.
I know it burns. It burns.
Shut the fuck. It burns. What burns? You don't even know what a fucking conspiracy is. It'd be a fucking shock if you knew your own name, you glue sniffing idiot.
You know my name.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Get your dumb ass back over to Gamma Llama Shamma Gamma Band Ding Dong's fucking server that says you can only use formological fallacies with a suit and tie. You fucking idiot retard. Get the fuck out of here. Right now.
You're the one with
Shut
the
the
issue.
fuck up. Shut up.
Do I gotta leave, Crit?
Shut the fuck up.
No, you can stick around. How about what is like a conspiracy theory is a noun? What would be the verb of that?
Holy fucking shit. We got crit.
It's just a crew. It's a group of people that are looking to do something unlawful or harmful, and
Shut
everybody
the
knows
fuck
what conspiracy
up.
is, dude. It makes no sense.
Shut
You just
the
want to
fuck
talk about
up.
nothing.
Shut
That's what
up.
Exactly.
Shut up.
Yeah, that is
time to
actually
look
another
for it.
great point.
You see it, Crit. You see it, Crit.
You say
Yeah,
it, Crit. You say
well,
it, Crit.
Well, the thing I'm trying to go for here is that Rob doesn't get a lot of chance to talk, so give him some space to. Maybe he'll find his voice. It's not easy.
Give him some time to Google it. Let's rub his feet and give him some hot chocolate, Crit.
I think it's let's help.
Yeah,
show him a
of
welcome
course,
mat.
yeah. You know they have a word for that, Crit. Or a phrase for that. You know what it is?
Yeah, like being a good neighbor.
It's called terrorist sympathizing.
Now we're terrorists.
Just to let you know. So you say good neighbor, I say terrorist sympathizing. Who's right?
Yeah, you're in a call, bro. You're
Maybe
in a call.
there's probably a mix between the two. Like there's the middle. It's right in the middle somewhere.
Yeah. All right. I gotta go take care of chores. Go ahead and enable them some more.
Okay. So what would happen, Rob, if you could say that, okay, we're done with flat Earth. What would be next? What's step 2?
Stopping the government from taking over the world. Forming a one world government.
You think that's too late? Did that already happen?
I don't think anything's ever too late. You're never too late. You can always change something tomorrow. Nothing's ever eternal, set in stone. Nothing in your life. I don't know how old you are, but I know I'm 45. When I was 35, I did different shit. When I was 25, I did different shit. When I was 15, I did different shit. When I was 5, always doing different shit.
Rob, let's be honest though, that Katy Perry thing is fake. Yeah?
Again, I ask you, what part of it is? What do you mean it's fake? The whole thing?
Like she didn't go to space, yeah.
Okay, where did they go? When they shot up in that rocket? Where'd the rocket?
Who posted a video? Somebody just posted a video. Who was that?
I mean, I'll admit it's fake right now. If you could show me where they went and what they did and what's fake, I mean, it's a simple request.
I did one video, but I cannot talk. I'm driving now.
Somebody posted a video, man. What happened to it? Who posted it?
I posted a video that somebody else, they were pointing out that when it landed, okay, back from its little voyage there, its 12-minute voyage, that, think about this, okay? This is a space vessel that shot up into space, and they showed them locking it from the outside, but then the girl opened it from the inside, and they like quickly like, no, not yet type shit. Like, no, don't open it, not yet. So then, and you can see it clearly, it's fucking clear as day in the video. And then, after their fucking family arrives and whatever, the fucking, once the stage is set, then he goes up with the little fucking tool and acts like he opens it. Like, it's fucking staged, bro. Like, if you still think that wasn't staged, after you see it with your own fucking eyes, you might be a little too much indoctrinated into the bullshit. Now, did they go up? How do we know this? Like, dude, it's fucking... We don't know, bro, like, what
There's footage, though, no? Like, they went up, but whether they went to space or not...
No. Here's my point. Here's my point that I was just going to say, okay? The only footage that they show from inside the cabin when they're actually sitting down and getting ready to launch and actually on launch and then actually undoing their seatbelts and like the whole 12 minutes is missing, gone. You see them inside with like GoPros and shit. Where's that video at? Where is all this video that's supposed to be, available so that way we can see it? All they have released is that one fucking video that's on every news outlet, every fucking social media platform. It's that little montage they put together. You can find no other fucking video from there at all. It's a fucking put together package piece, no different than any other fucking TV broadcast, little package they're gonna do for like a commercial or like, a fucking trailer. Like, dude, it's obviously something that not what they're saying it is. Especially when that fucking chick opened up the door from the inside. It's supposed to be a pressurized fucking locked door, and the bitch opened it up, bro. Like, come on.
Well, it's not. On the ground, it's not pressurized anymore. I can explain the video.
What?
I can explain the video.
Oh, good. I'm so thankful we have you, Rob Noxious. Where the fuck would we be if we didn't have you? Go ahead, please tell us.
Let's hear it. Yeah.
What happened?
It's obvious. It's obvious that in that video, they've been there for a couple minutes. It wasn't a live feed or nothing. So obviously, people have already gathered there. And honestly, I hate to say it, it does look like they're doing some kind of Hollywood stage show to do some grand entrance reveal coming out of the ship, which I understand for Hollywood thing, but it definitely looks bad for you. Bad for what you guys are saying for sure. The door does open from the inside, and he does pretend to open it from the outside. Like I said, the only logical explanation that can be achieved by this is not space is fake, though. It's just that they're trying to make it look Hollywood. They're trying to do something to make it look some grand entrance, you know what I'm saying, so they can step out. They probably went over what's going to happen.
Okay. Yeah, but where did they go, Rob Noxious? Where do you think they went?
Well, that's why I asked Gucci. I mean, I personally think that they went 65 to 70 miles up like they said they did and took a look at the object.
No more than 62 miles.
Well, however far they went, I believe that's how far they went.
They
Why
claim
would
to
they lie?
have gone to the
Why?
thermosphere, right?
Well,
That-
I mean, think about it.
No
If they
more than
lied,
62 miles.
but if they lied about how far they went, why not say they went 1,000 miles? Why not say they went 10,000 miles? You know, I mean, why lie about it?
Right, but they went 62 miles up. What's that?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's pretty far. 62
So what happens
miles.
if you want to go higher
That's
than
like
62
jumping.
miles?
I mean, like I said, you want to call that space. I told you yesterday, you could jump up in the air 2 inches and you consider yourself being in space.
So what
Yeah, but
happens
just
if
think
you go
about
higher
think
than
about it like this
62
though.
miles? What happens then?
The highest point on Earth to the lowest point in the ocean is only like 10 miles.
7.8 miles, yeah, about there.
Yeah, it's crazy, dude. I mean, 65 miles. Like I said, yeah, it's not far. I mean, it really isn't.
Anything
That's
higher
not,
than
that's not even the coast of. That's not even the coast of Florida, man.
anything higher, like according to the paradigm, anything higher than 53 miles is considered the thermal sphere, where the temperatures are going to reach a very hot. The higher you go, obviously, it's going to be pretty hot, pretty damn hot. Matter of fact, it should be a temperature that probably would have melted that fucking little space vessel that they have there.
What?
Wait,
You're
is it the
saying,
opposite though?
you're saying the temperature.
What's a thermosphere, man?
Some bullshit paradigm that says
No,
it's
but
fucking
okay.
4,000
I'm making
Fahrenheit,
sure.
bro.
No, I thought the thermosphere was really cold. No,
No,
Yeah, it gets colder as
the
you go up.
opposite.
It
like
gets
negative
colder.
They're
one, like
supposed to be very
negative.
hot.
No, the heat only comes when you're doing re-entry because of
Yeah,
the
when you're
fucking
like going through
friction.
the atmosphere.
Yeah,
It's
because that's
causing
friction.
or some shit.
Yeah, yes, it's not nothing
Okay,
to do
so
with
think about it. Okay,
Yeah.
Rob Noxious. I want you to think about this very, very logically. We're gonna use our brain real quick, okay? You're saying that the thermosphere, it's 4,000 degrees because of the friction caused by something coming down through that layer of atmosphere. But do you realize that in your paradigm, they claim the reason why you can go in that area and not melt is because the molecules are so far spread thin. So using logic, Rob Noxious, how does thin layer of molecules cause friction compared to when you're going through a more dense area of molecules, which there would be more friction, yet when they get into that area, it's colder. Bro, you really got to start using your brain here.
Well, it's not only colder; it's also hotter. You could go from temperature from negative 86 to 1206, 1200 C.
How much sense does that make?
Yeah, depends if the sun's facing on you or not.
Never seen a yacht before.
Shaki lives.
Yeah. So, like I said, there's no standing temperature of 4,000 degrees in any of the spheres. So I don't know where you heard that. That's just wrong.
It's at the upper. At the upper, apparently, it's really hot, right? And then
Are
the
you
lower.
sure, bro? Are you sure the thermosphere doesn't get up to 4,000 degrees Fahrenheit? Are you sure about that?
Oh yeah, it was 1200 C.
So, no, I'm asking Rob Noxious. Are you sure about that? I just want to make sure he understands his own fucking lore.
He doesn't know his own paradigm.
So the second law, right, would basically essentially make all the gases go from Earth to space, right?
Say that one more time.
So based on the second law of thermodynamics, all the gases from the Earth would leave Earth and would go to space, right?
If it was a vacuum, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so what's the other thing with the heat thing that you can't leave the Earth? What was the other thing? I forgot.
Fermentation.
So what would happen if you try to leave the Earth? The second law of thermodynamics doesn't let your body escape it, or what?
Did someone just say fermentation?
I heard something like that. I'm confused there.
Dude, the ferment won't let you allowed to like go past it.
That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
Yeah, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, so the fermentation is when you make alcohol, you doofus.
No, the ferment around the earth that we are on.
You mean the firmament?
Yeah, the firmament. Yeah, same
and not
shit.
fermentation.
Oh.
Fermentation is when something goes alcoholic.
Yeah, but the firmament won't allow you to go through it.
Well, that's what keeps the gas in. I mean, the container or whatever.
It's actually the ice wall, bro, to be honest. But I'll get into that if you want me to.
Nah, I didn't even want to go there.
Yeah, they don't want you to go there. That's the thing. They don't want you to go past the ice wall.
So, Rob.
Ice wall.
Yeah, I thought I wasn't even going to go there.
Well, about let's put a pin in
But
that.
if you want to go,
bring it back for Speculation Sunday, and there could be multiple speculations there. Number one, who they are, and why they don't want you to do something, and the ice wall. There's like three speculations in one sentence.
All right, so I'm back. So apparently the thermosphere does have a wide range of temperatures. So you guys had to claim the 4,500 degree temperature, but that would be at the higher elevation of the thermosphere. You're talking maybe 300 miles up. They were only about, like you said, 63 miles. That would be the lower end range. If anything, it would be colder there, so the heat would be an issue. The lower thermosphere usually averages actually negative temperatures, like a negative 100, like a negative 140. So it would be cold they'd have to deal with. But that does make you wonder. You know what? I'm going to tell you the truth. You just maybe think of something, Apocryphon, that might be you guys are like this. I just make you wonder how those guys on the ISS, which are 200 and something miles up, how are those guys out there when it's supposed to be 4,500 degrees? Because they're at the upper part of the thermosphere, almost to the exosphere, where it's even hotter. So how are those guys? I do have to say that if those guys are floating around at thousands and thousands of degrees, doing that working on the station there, that's, I gotta say, that's pretty interesting.
It's called a heater. Fuck ya.
No, but I'm saying the place where the ISS is, according to all these data that I can find, says that the temperature is like 4,000 degrees up. So when those guys go out and they do their little spacewalks, they're walking in like 4,000 degrees.
Nah.
No, it's not that hot. Look it up. It
is. I just did, man. I just did.
No, where the space station's at. I think it's hot.
I know. No, the space station's even hotter almost because that goes to the exosphere. It's like 200 and something miles, and the stratosphere, or I'm sorry, the thermosphere can go to like 50 to like 311 miles. That's what it states on this list. So at 311 miles, the space station still ain't farther than that. So it's in this fucking thermosphere, and it's hot as fuck up there, especially when they're at in the ISS. So they don't look like they're baking in the ISS, and I'm pretty sure they don't have air conditioning. So I'm just saying, I mean, you gotta be fair. That's a pretty good point.
I'm glad you listened, and I hope your little, the little hamsters are like running faster. Like, oh shit, we're onto something.
No, it's not about hazards. It's about evidence provided. But I also provided evidence that said that Katy Perry didn't have to deal with those. Can you at least recognize that?
She looked good on camera, bro. They even did a get ready with me while I go to space fucking routine.
Yeah,
bro.
but I'm saying at 63 miles, that wouldn't put her in the danger zone for heat temperatures in the thermosphere. Although she reached the thermosphere, it reached the bottom of the thermosphere. So it was relatively actually cold. That's the word cold more than heat.
Well, it does increase the higher you go, but it's anywhere from 3,000 to 4,500 degrees. So you think about this. If they're saying from the 53-mile line, right, from that point, anything from there up to 353 miles, I think, somewhere between there, or whatever it is, 115, whatever it is, like in between there, it's the lowest is 3,000, the highest is 4,500. So they
Yeah,
were in
it varies.
temperatures.
We agreed on that. It varies, but I'm just saying they only went 63 miles. The one guy, the other guy in here, you think he's a flat earther, said it himself. They went 63 miles.
Yeah, which means
And that's
even if
that's
at
lower.
the
That's a lower
coolest,
end. That's a very low end.
yes, yes.
140
Which
How
means
would
that
you even know? How would you even know they went 63 miles?
Well, I'm just saying that's what
probably their gauge said that or something.
Because, no, I mean, from your point of view, they went up in the air and came back down 11 minutes later. How do you know they did anything at all? They were weightless for a little bit? That's it?
No, they have video. Probably have all kinds of video.
Yeah, they were weightless for like 11 minutes, I think it was. Maybe less.
Yeah, but anyways, I mean, the whole thing about this, yeah, whatever. So yeah, it's hot up there, but and it's not like you said. It doesn't get hotter as you go up necessarily. Think of it as like a layer cake. Like it can be hot on ground level here. It could be like 100 degrees, 130 something degrees Fahrenheit. And then you can go up, it'll be a negative 100 degrees. If you go even higher, it'll be 500 degrees and 1,004 degrees. It's like a layer cake. It doesn't just get hot as you go. It gets cold first.
Well, anyway, you can believe in space if you want to.
I want to go there so bad, man.
Yeah, I don't want to go to Narnia, but like, it doesn't exist, does it?
I don't think Rob is closed-minded. I just think that Rob is gonna lose a lot of friends and family members, and he's afraid.
What are you talking about? My friends and family know I'm crazy, dude.
Well, I mean, no, I'm saying if you become a flat earther, let's say, right? I think you're
They would never believe me. They would never believe me. They would never believe me, bro. No one would believe me.
Because you said stuff about being anti-flat Earth, so if you switch, they wouldn't know what to do.
Well, no, I don't really have that type of relationship with people. I mean, I have a couple buddies like mostly just all family oriented. Yeah, they would be laughing at me. Well, first of all, they just know that I wouldn't be serious because it would never work, man. I just can't be fake. You know what I'm saying? Like, it wouldn't work.
Yeah. Wow.
They think I'm crazy for coming on here and arguing with people on the internet. I said, what else am I going to do?
Why is it crazy? That's what all the engineers, think about this, scientists, engineers, spend thousands of hours, millions of dollars to bring a product to market that you can reach out and talk to people with different opinions.
Oh, yeah. Hey, don't bother me, man. I was yelling at people in World of Warcraft and Ventrilo, dude, since like 2004, bro. So,
see, but Rob, listen. But the goal should be some level of understanding. That's the part where they don't get it.
I gave up on people a long time ago. I'm too old for this shit. But I gave up. People are going to be people, man. You can't change people, dude. People have to make their own choices, dude.
Yeah, they got to make their own. But the thing is that they should understand something before they disagree with it. And they really don't give a shit. They'll disagree just because they got some sort of moral superiority.
No, see, I used to agree with that, man. But like then I would work with people and you show them how to do something, and they just wouldn't do it like that way. They just thought they had a different way of doing it. It was better, or somehow they woke up and they were been doing Windows inside 20 years, and they just knew how to do it. It was the craziest situation ever, dude. It was just
Maybe they realized you're an idiot and they weren't going to trust what you said.
Exactly, I know. That's what I'm saying, dude. I wasn't even the boss.
Yeah, you're a globetard, and you said that level was a curve, so they were like, "I'm out."
Yeah, that's it. Well, that's why. Yeah, I brought my banana level. I bought a banana level for work and shit. The guy said, "What the fuck is this?" I said, "It's a banana level." If I was a curve things.
Yeah, exactly why they didn't trust you. Everything's easily explainable, dude.
Yeah, everything is.
It really is.
Well, I'm 45 and I don't have everything figured out. So if you do, you're like fucking Yoda, bro.
Well, you act like you have things figured out in chat. You do that a lot.
Does anyone here think water curves?
I got it figured out. This is what you do. You document the downfall, spend some time doing some things you enjoy with some people you tolerate. That's the full story. That's the best you got.
That would be a good story.
I can prove water curves.
If you can figure that out and know that, hey, this is already it's all over, but they're crying. And you just got a little bit of time left before someone gets crazy, and they push that button. That's it.
No, listen, man. I've always been an instigator, dude. It's just started, dude. So it's this whole Discord thing and Flat Earth and Global. So
I was more of an instigator than Quantum Rubber. Bro,
Hey, I'm not going to instigate anything. You're not really instigating. We're just looking at you and we're like,
well, yeah, I can be normal too.
Just why don't you sit back, like, sort of be normal for a minute and, like, let us tell you about how the Earth is measured flat.
Hey guys,
how is the Earth measured flat?
Just real quick, I'm drawing a blank and I need your guys' help. What is it called? And I don't know why the hell I can't freaking remember this word. What's it called when there's like something that you have like permission, you're special, and like let's say classified? Is it called you have preview or purview or what's that called?
Purview?
Providence.
No, it's like no. It's like
so not Providence, but
no, it's
having
like
special access to information.
You need like a certain security level.
It's Purview.
No, you need like
Purview.
Purvey? Is that what it is?
It's first off, it's
Yes,
privy.
purvey.
You're privy. No, you're privy to information.
Oh, yeah, Privy. I'm sorry, Privy. Right.
Yeah, because it's like privilege. Like yeah. No, he's talking about. It's like there's a word like when you have access to like classified data. And I literally can't think of it right now either, and it's gonna bother me.
It's bugging the shit out of me. I'm like,
just look up
what did you say,
ChatGPT. You can do this. I've done this before. You can just look up ChatGPT words that are
and purview.
It might have different connotations depending on like legal framework or like top secret framework.
How do you spell pervy? And I can't even.
It's PERVY.
PERVY. Like someone's pervy, like a pervert.
No, the word that we were saying was privy. PRIVY.
That is it. PRIVY. Is that the way you spell it?
Yep.
That sounds like it.
That's it.
Yes, preview. Yes, preview to classified intelligence during the operation. Okay, cool. I couldn't fucking remember that word. It was bugging the shit on me. Okay, preview.
Privy, but yeah.
Yeah, because they make us introduce so many other like sort of terminologies to escape like censorship that then it's like we start forgetting what the actual terms mean, like are meaning. This is the absurd nature of sort of censorship because somebody has a feeling about a word.
Purview is like the scope or range, right? So like within an
it's within like your knowledge, within your purview.
Right.
Yeah.
I can prove curved water, guys.
Yeah, just hold a water bottle. There's a bunch of curved water in there.
Prove curved surface of water at rest.
Yeah,
is curved.
Have you ever had a water bottle
at rest at curved? The surface of water at rest at curved. Okay, prove.
Yeah, I can prove it right now.
Ever had a water
surface of water at rest. You're gonna prove that it curves. Do that.
100%. You guys ready? There's a lake called Lake Erie.
You know what at rest means, right?
Yeah, you can measure it at rest from one end to the other, and it'll be sea level.
Like no introduction of energy.
Never. That's never possible. Yeah, there's always some energy.
Yeah,
the energy is there. No introduction of any new energy.
That's the sun's always new energy. The sun, like what?
Oh wow! It's interesting how you made that appeal.
Hold on, are you moving the goalpost now to say that water doesn't curve only when it's not only at rest?
Yeah, no, boiling water. The surface of boiling water is not flat. Like, okay, I'm saying the surface of water at rest doesn't curve.
Can you prove that?
Yeah.
Go on.
Look at it, bro. Come on, man.
Will you look at it?
So how do you measure the Earth to be flat? What do you use? What tool?
Smoke Demon uses smoke demonology to decipher that flat water is curved. Tell us more.
Wait, I totally just asked the question.
He's a bootleg Scientologist.
I actually think that the Earth is shaped like a nigger. If you were to really ask me.
There's curve there, so you're debunked, and you're also gone from the entire server, you piece of garbage.
Whoa! Why, man? Why? You're overreacting so much,
Get
pal.
this guy out of here. Get him out of here right
Power
now.
tripper! What a power tripper! What a power!
Get this piece of garbage out of here right now.
That's some good little, good round of triggerings there.
You guys get those guys. It's hilarious, man. Well,
No,
it's not funny, but
it's not just Rob. Join other channels. They'll if you look in the mod log, they're going right down the list, right down the channel. You'll see them go from one to the next, to the next, to the next.
I got you.
Yeah,
so just when you have,
And
when you have a big
not
server,
funny. It's precisely not funny. It's pathetic and moronic. It doesn't even matter.
Yeah,
like
there's no
the
need for
ultimate belief. It's just like what are you doing, you disgusting piece of garbage? It's like nobody wants you in their club.
No, I agree. There's no room for that shit. Really, you're just kind of ignorant. But it is what it is. People are stupid. But I just can't believe the amount of people you guys get that do that. Like I said, I have to check the other channels out. But I feel bad for you guys. People always fucking do that shit.
I don't know why they don't create their own server, right? Give it a clickbait name, right? And then wait for people to join and then go nuts, right? It's like you probably get to do it a lot more than I don't know. It's weird. I guess then they get the satisfaction
Timbo,
of being muted and booted.
No, Timbo, they do that in the other parts. That's what's so frustrating because everything else is politics, some sort of feelings. Here, feelings, no one cares. Like this isn't a feelings topic, so they crumble.
Huh?
They crash out objectively.
That's how you see it, man.
Yeah, it's a full crash out. This topic triggers them into some really spectacular displays of wow. Like really? Because they really can't even take responsibility for what their own actions. They're like, I see a flat earth channel. They just crack.
Yeah, they get their Mountain Dew Code Red and their bag of chips and shit, their headset.
Yeah, they don't even know what the terms mean. So they come here, they don't know what flat, they don't know that flat means true and just. They don't know that. They don't know shit.
True and just. I didn't know it meant that either. True and just and shit.
Well, there you go. That's why it is important that rooms like this do exist.
Like it goes to the epistemology of the why someone knows something and where it comes from.
Yeah, everybody's a true, just earther.
Hey, Crit, you ever had Pete Shea here?
Yeah, he's a big member of the server. He's got his own religious channel. Oh wait, no, I'm talking. Oh, the wrong guy. The other Pete.
Pete Shea, the dodo.
Yeah,
Aristarchus.
not that guy. No, the other Pete. We get. Shit, I'm the one.
We get the Globetard Peter.
No, fuck, I'm the one. It's a Pete something too. The one who used to drop trowel and just moon the camera on Google Hangouts.
That sounds like Pete Shea.
Ew, gross.
Was that Pete Shea?
that was it. I don't think so.
Pete, yeah, he definitely does that.
P Mars.
P Mars. That's the clown.
Yeah, he's on this server. He's got his own guest channel.
Well, that's what's crazy. I guess he got over his whole addiction for 5 years, and he's just back after 5 years. He disappeared for 4 years, whatever, 5 ultimately from the whole scene, and he's just barely trickling his way back here. And it's like, dude, tell me your story. What the hell were you doing for the 5 years that you've been gone, bro? But he always leaves when I ask him that question. Because I've been seeing what's his name? Timmy Osmond was trickling onto the YouTube what is it? The Ballbusters with QE on Saturday. He dropped in there like 3 times saying, "Oh, is there proof of flat Earth yet?" And where everybody's like, there's like 20 people in chat that are like, "Oh, level, horizontal, you know, various things, elevation angle." And then he just didn't say anything, disappeared, right? And then 3 times, that just happened 3 times, thrice.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, Timmy, he's the globe-tard savior.
Where has Pete been around? Last I heard, like he does these things where he disappears. Like he sends a really coded message where you're kind of concerned. Like what did?
Oh, he's always around. No, I don't know if he's banned.
He's an older dude, so I always do worry. And like I hear him, he'll post some music every once in a while.
He ain't that old. He's like 50-something.
Well, depending on who.
Yeah, that was 10 years ago, dude.
Yeah.
No, Pete Shea's like 52 or something like that. 53 years old. He looks old. The loon from Limerick. I talk to him every day.
Well, anyway, so yeah, he's good. As long as he's doing good, I want to make sure he's doing good. I love the guy.
He lives with his mom, dude.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, he's doing all right.
He's taking care of his. I mean, I hope his mom is doing good.
No, he's not taking care of nobody. He's a busker. He makes no money. He has no job.
What the dude? What? So you know him? Like, what's going on, dude? This is some weird animosity you have over this guy.
Well, no, he's my friend. I listen to him play music, but yeah, no, you have this. I don't know what you know about him, but yeah, he's a busker. He doesn't have a job. He's disabled. He got 1 leg. Drinks piss.
He's got 1 leg and drinks piss.
Yeah. I mean, these are all truthful. I'm not making things up. This is really real.
There was a astronaut that did that. One of the just recently disabled, like I guess, guy missing a leg went up to the ISS, and he must have drank piss when he was up there.
Yeah, all astronauts do that. They do the last part of that. No, but it's just I didn't know you had 1 leg. It's like no, I didn't know. Yeah, that's why he has a good. He does some good music. He has the Aerostar. He has some sort of out there stuff. He's a fun, interesting guy. Yeah, just make sure he's doing good. Jeez, you told me all this stuff. It's like damn, and you're his friend, and with friends like you, who needs enemies, right?
Oh, I'm his best friend, dude.
Yeah. I'm sure you are. Seem like one.
Shit. He'll get on camera and shit in the VC2 over in the other place. He'll play music with him and Johnny B. Drunk Johnny B, the boat captain.
And no, I mean, I guess if they're not here, like I don't know,
Yeah,
dude. Like,
so they play music together, and then Pete will fucking take his leg and shit and put it on his head, take his shirt off and shit, get all crazy.
That's horrible, and you're not gonna protect them. You're not gonna be, hey, that's sort of messed up. Like,
no, weird people don't bother me, dude. I like weird people.
It's just a joke. It's just they're just having fun. Like he's having a good time. They're taking care of him, right?
Whatever
So there's
he said.
nothing. So you've brought up nothing bad, other than like the times they put his leg on his head as a hat.
Oh yeah,
Like, and it's like,
oh yeah, nothing negative. I like the guy.
they take care of him. Ultimately, he's doing what he wants to do. Where's the prop, dude? How does this make for a globe-tard Earth? Like, get to the fucking facts, the points of the matter.
The points are Pete's
Yeah, there's a lot of globe-tards that are manipulated and being the Scientology religion. Yeah, no shit. Like, I mean, dude.
No,
yeah, Scientology exists, dude.
Scientology. You're talking about Scientology.
Yeah, yeah. Well, That's the Globetard religion. Scientology exists. You're talking about this guy. He's like, oh, he happens to be a flat earther, but he likes to go party as an old man. He's a one-legged man, and you're saying all these things about
Well,
him.
no,
Like,
he
he's
doesn't.
fine. He's doing okay. He's doing great.
Yeah. No, he don't go to parties.
He's doing what he wants to do. Where's your
stays-
problem? Where's your argument for the Globetard?
No, I have no problem with him. Like I said, he's a flat earther. He's Aristarchus.
All right. Yeah, there we go.
Tree of life.
I mean, he has his own version of flat Earth. It's not like it's pretty unique.
Yeah, it is very unique. Yep, absolutely.
My own Idaho.
No, he's really just a moon map guy. You know?
No,
He's just a moon map guy.
No, he's really a tree of life that we're on. Like, there, down below is like a tree, and we're inside the branches.
Oh, he's a Gnostic.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. Dude.
There's a lot of Globetards that are Gnostics, a lot of flat earthers that are Gnostics.
He's
There's a lot of
the Avatar.
it's whatever. Like, is there an argument for the flat Earth there? I don't know. Maybe if you dig deep, there probably is. Right? But ultimately, I don't need any of that because horizontal is flat.
He's like the Mox long lost uncle.
I know. I'm trying to carry you away from like talking about this individual like he's a bad. I was backing him up because it doesn't matter. Demon, don't Demon. Well, as long if you're gonna say like Aristarchus, he's a cool guy, then go ahead.
All right, man. All right, we'll drop.
It's senseless. It's needless. I mean, and it is what you told me. I don't know. Now I feel like not. I need to check in on him. You know what I mean? But maybe that's what you wanted.
Yeah, shoot him a DM. We'll appreciate it, man. Shoot him a DM. We'll appreciate it.
Yeah, real Christian.
And I think he's Catholic, actually.
No, not him. Just my actions would be real Christian.
Yeah, however you do it, man.
Well, we do things, don't we? I'm just joking. You know, I'm not trying to cause a problem.
I'm just watching Weekend at Bernie's. That shit's hilarious.
Is that a concaver or glober argument? You gotta spell it out to me because I can't tell the difference between globetards and concavers anymore. I'm just kidding. Like, if you're a concaver and you don't want to like come out or whatever, like I'm there for you, bro. Send me a DM.
You guys ever get like any virtual reality earthers?
Yeah.
Simulation
awesome.
theory. It's been a while, but simulation theory was a pretty big thing. I mean, a little while back.
I deal with them all the time. Have you ever heard of Awake Souls?
No,
Those are some good guys. Those are flat Earth simulationists. So they'll actually explain a lot to you, and you're gonna have to agree with them a whole lot. And that's what I think is most amusing. That's it? Or just Rob Noxious? You're just relegated to asking questions? Relegated?
Yeah, my uncles know up and down. They know what up in is and down is. See, because you can't lift weights on a globe and like lifting them up and down. You'd be lifting them at an angle and shit, and it wouldn't be cool. It just wouldn't work out right.
Yeah, I don't have any globetard ancestors. I can confirm that.
I mean, you'd have to be tilted on a hill and lift your weights. You know what I mean, Rob? It makes you extra strong in your left or right bicep. That's kind of like holding them up on the side of the hill. You know, fight all that gravity.
I've measured my bar from one end to the other. Just found the curves.
Did you do it on the side of the hill? Can you place your bench on the side of a big hill diagonally, and then lift weights on it?
Yes.
Incline bench.
No, that's called decline. That's called decline.
It's still
No, you're gonna lay down on your damn back.
Yeah, it's called decline.
You're gonna be tilted.
Well, it depends on the directionality of the slope.
No, it's not what this is called. Cut it out.
I'll do
And
it.
your bench is going to be the same. Your bench is going to have the same size legs everywhere, so it's not going to be an incline like that. But you're going to be tilted to the right or left, so your body is going to want to roll to the right or the left down the hill. But gravity should never allow that. Ever. Gravity should never let you get under.
It doesn't.
Well, that's a really good question for you, Rob Noxious, because it's actually an incline press or a D press and D press bench press will never be a bench press because we have defined them specifically. So an incline and a decline bench press, those are defined, and they're specifically not a bench press, a standard bench flat bench press. Because we start at the standard. We start at the flat earth measurement.
They're pressing movements, dude.
Rob can only make one arm
pressing's
strong.
fine. Your inclination is the question.
There's incline and there's flat and there's decline. You can go to like an incline of like 30 to a decline.
So we can't actually know if it's an incline or decline. We can know that, can't we?
Yeah, you can know it. You can measure.
We knew it and we measured it. Yeah.
You can do it on the hill.
So it's over for you. We know if it's an incline or a decline because your pectoral, you got a pigeon chest, son.
Yeah, for sure, dude.
He's got one really strong arm.
Yeah.
It's big as his whole body.
When you want to go on camera, we'll go on camera.
There's a TikTok guy that's doing that. It's so crazy.
Yeah. Shouldn't say things like that unless you're willing to put up, dude. I'm just saying.
Okay, put up in the Rob Noxious. Put up right now.
Okay, there. I'll share my screen. Let's share our screen. We'll go.
All right, so you're gonna have a level. So you take a level, and then and then I'll do a level. Demok will do a level. We'll have Crit do a level, and then we'll all decide if they're all the same level.
I'm talking about your bird chest, bro.
I do an incline press.
Okay.
Bitch.
Well, let's go on camera and see who looks better.
I got wide shoulders, bitch. I do incline, motherfucker. You're the one doing decline. You don't even know what it is. You don't even know what decline is, pigeon chest boy.
Okay. Like I said, you can talk all you want unless you're gonna go on camera. I think you should just be quiet.
Okay, like what do you want me to send you a picture of my boob?
Yeah, you're saying you're all.
That's what you want. That'll settle this argument. You understand what level means?
You're saying you're all jacked.
You are a fool. But I do think that this is the best way to actually do it. Yes,
you want to set it.
A lot of decline pigeon chests come in here.
Yeah, decline's a good one.
I think they know what flat is, you know.
Right.
And people that do the flat chest, they had a more spread out pectoral muscular build. But this isn't an athletic. We're not talking about your technique for doing, building your pecs, right? We're talking about, is your bench flat or is it incline or decline? So you've said it's decline. You lose, loser. I'm just kidding. Hopefully you're a winner, but you're just losing in this argument.
Rob's a good kid. He just got a hold of the wrong bottle of Adderall.
What is he, a concaver?
He's a who knows whater because he can't prove shitter.
He's a concaver.
He's a hoper and a dreamer and a unicorn glober. Science, it always proves and demonstrates everything that changes that it can't prove because science always changes. And science never settles. It can never prove itself to be correct at any point because it's never settled itself to be settled for itself to figure itself out. Because science is an ever-changing thing. Globe science.
Yeah, science is meaningless to you, Rob Noxious. You think Earth is a banana or a donut, whatever the hell kind of
Or folds
absurd thing
around.
that you believe is a nihilist.
It folds itself like Play-Doh balls. It just starts like shaping itself and shit.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, that's what
Time
the
and space
universe is. It's
gravity
just
Play-Doh.
folding potatoes like into like super, that's why you can, there's an easy French fry method, or then you could do like the French method where it's very finely sliced and then they do it in this spiral bouquet. It's your skill issue, Rob. Nothing else. There's the differentiation that 24/7 flat Earth is simply your skill issue. That's it.
Well, there's a hole. There's a big hole where they all meet up called the Devil's Butte, and they jump down in the Devil's Butte with their NASA suit, and they reap the fruit.
Oh well, like when Katy Perry landed in the little Amazon shuttle, and then the Amazon delivery shuttle, and it was like, yeah, you can have Katy Perry delivered to your door in less than 60 seconds when you download her new album.
Or Eminem. We have computer
Or
AI
Skittles
Eminem.
taste the rainbow. You can't
AI.
actually taste the rainbow.
Yeah, but hold on. They're gonna sell you AI look-alike any person you want. It's gonna be like a little AI robot with the face or look-alike of that
Oh
person.
yeah, they're gonna do a lot of that stuff. I mean, they already do it in Fortnite. You can just go play Fortnite, download whatever character. It's a free game, but it costs you a lot of money, and that money is time, and mostly your soul.
You just contradicted yourself. It's not a free game if it costs lots of money.
Who
What you just said.
Fortnite is a free game.
And it costs lots of
money. The game is never free. And so the contradiction was not mine, it was an internal critique. And you are right.
It's kind of an idiocracy, right? How they say you're gonna get a good deal on this car. You know damn well you ain't getting a good deal. Nah,
What was it?
tell them, hey, I want
Good
8
deal
house
on the
calls
scarf?
ticket price, and I'll pay you this much cash right now, and I'll walk out with the car. That's the only way you're getting a good deal is if you make the fucking deal.
I thought it was because Brondo is what plants crave.
But no, that's the weird thing about all these games. They'll put it out there. The genius thing is you could put them all out there free, maybe $1. Stuff to gain or earn stuff is so hard in the game that to buy it is so easy. All the kids that do stupidly or goofily or somehow get a hold of some money and buy it with credit. All the other kids get jealous and lose the battle and can't do shit. So they have to do the same thing. You got to fight fire with fire. So you got to find out, either be really good at the game and get your stuff, or even though it was a free game. You still have to purchase things out of the game. That's the fucking craziest.
Well, that's crazy that you're equating gotcha games to life itself and in this society. And isn't
That's
that
how
the
everything
interesting
is.
aspect of what you're talking about? Yes, it's true.
The electric bill, the gas bill, when you go to buy a car, a washer, a dry. Back in the day, like you're supposed to be able to go to a person and be like, "Hey, Tom,
Gotcha
hey,
game.
Bill,
Why do
hold
I
on,
need to pay for water when I can
hold on a
collect it
second.
on my own? Oh,
No,
well,
hold on.
that's illegal.
No, hold on. You're supposed to be able to go to your buddy Tom and be like, how much you want for that thing you make right there? And you'd be like, well, I'm selling him for this or giving him for this thing. You know, either this that's worth that amount that I think in my mind for barter or cash or whatever gold or, you know, whatever the fuck they think is the thing that's worth something. And you give them the amount that you guys agree on. You don't like at a department store where they have like little dudes making 8 million of these a day and Bob didn't just make one every day and put his hard earned fucking like come on now. Like why how in the fuck would any of
Well,
these
it goes
people
before that, before you, I have some tangible value that I give to Bitcoin, right? It's the same way. It's like I committed a morally wrong thing when I went 10 miles over the speed limit, and it was increasingly more immoral the minute I went over 25 miles an hour. So 26, that just a little bit bad. If you're going 50, that's immoral. So now we're equating these subjective sort of feelings of like of values of like what do you think is okay? I think it's okay to go 10 miles over the speed limit, right? But does that make me better than a drunk driver? A drunk driver is arrested. He just had a little buzz, happened to be one and not 0.008, right? It was 0.01. And so there's some morally ambiguous, like there's some Tom Cruise in the background saying, oh, in the future you would commit some sort of crime that would be detrimental to society because you would take a life, right? Ultimately, but it's like I just went 10 miles over the speed limit. So why would there be a more harsh penalty for something other than the other? What about a harsh penalty for you didn't have your seatbelt on and you were going 10 miles under the speed limit? Well, you can get pulled over for that.
Over and under.
Yeah, I think that was getting a little too. Let's try to get back on topic. I know we went a little bit,
Put a sock in it.
Thank you. Too.
Okay, so who's got something? I know Rob. Come on, dude. Let's go.
I've seen a boat go over the horizon.
Christopher Colombo said the same thing, and he was dead wrong.
Did he say he saw the globe go over the horizon?
I saw a boat going over the horizon.
Some people say windmills.
More original.
My mama said windmills through the globe. You wouldn't believe me if I told you, but I can prove Earth curve.
globe is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get.
Yeah, all of a sudden it's flat.
Even Bubba knew the Earth wasn't flat. When I was running, I met these people who said the Earth was flat. Some years later, come find out, a man named Will Duffy, he proved them people wrong.
How'd he do that?
He took them to Antarctica. He showed them 24 hours, son.
So just going to Antarctica, that proves the Earth is not a flat?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay, can you walk me through this? I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued how going someplace because there's no guns, or what was the deal?
Mama said 24-hour sun does, 24-hour sun does.
Yeah, and that's your flat Earth. That's your 24-hour sun not setting on your flat Earth.
Do it, Crick. Come on, say it. A, the sun doesn't set on a flat Earth. B, the sun does set on a flat Earth. Say it, please.
You got what's number C? What's letter C?
I don't remember what C is. That's why I'm saying.
C is I'm coping. Cope.
Yeah, there you go, dude. There you go, dude. It's fucking hilarious.
So which one is it? A, on the flat Earth, the sun sets. B, on the flat Earth, the sun doesn't set. Or C, coping.
I'm going with D, globe Earth.
Have you seen those questions where they say flat earthers need to explain like 50 fucking things, like boats going over the horizon, sunsets, eclipses, like everything, literally everything in the world, except for the surface of the Earth. There's not one question in there about the actual surface of the Earth. It's everything other than. And you ask them, well, can you explain this stuff? And they just go right down the list. Globe, 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 globe. I'm like, well, wouldn't your globe have to have curvature? Where's that at?
I hear you, man. It's a lot of information, dude. Like you said, it's a lot of shit, man. A lot of shit to take in. I just have one question. Like, let's say you wanted to learn about this. You really wanted to know as much as you could know. Like, where'd you go to learn this?
To learn what?
The shape of the planet we're on? Or, I'm sorry, the shape of the Earth?
Is flat and round, are those shapes?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, is there any way to like find out the truth?
Yeah, what would be a way? What would be one way to parse out the two different conceptual ideas? Well, how would you do that?
I would think one good way would be to educate yourself. So where would you go get an education?
No, I mean, what would be one way of knowing for sure between the two? Absolutely, like this one or that one.
Well, it'd be honestly for me, it'd be for me and you to hop on a rocket and we both go as high as we can go and see
that
what
can't
we
be
see.
done. That's not going to be done.
That sucks. I guess we're at an impasse.
It's not an impasse. What's one way of knowing for sure? Because you've got people who've gone up high in like Augusta Picard. He said it's flat. You've got Neil deGrasse Tyson. It's flat. It's flat all the way up to the ISS. So no one's been to space in over 50 years. So how would you be able to do it? We missed the boat. That ship sailed. The ticket to space is over with. The space age is done. Okay, so now we can't do anything with that. So what's another way? What's one feature that is 100% guaranteed on the Globetard, and one feature that's absolutely guaranteed on the flat Earth? And then if that feature isn't 100% in play, then you know there's a contradiction.
Yeah, I'm of the belief that the only thing that will prove it 100% is seeing it from far. We have all the other stuff. You guys know more stuff than most people about all the evidence. You guys use it to prove flat Earth.
Well, that's the thing. There's a way of parsing it out.
And everything from Canigoo to the laser test, all this, dude. Rob Skiba, all that stuff. Chicago skyline. It's endless. But within each of those is just proof of the globe. If you break it down, it just proves the globe. I think that's why Jurgen got so. He just finally realized it's everything he does. He always ends up proving the globe.
Well, I've said he's in the cog disc right now. So in what I just said, like one thing, 100%. He's out there saying, well, on a Globetard, the sky works, but the ground doesn't. On the flat Earth, the ground works, but the sky doesn't. And he's not sure how to handle that. And people are like, why the fuck are you talking about the sky at all?
Yeah, it's crazy. It just seems like every time he sets out to prove the flat Earth, he proves the globe.
I think Jaren says the Earth is a globe now.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, he does. No, he does. He does. He does.
Where you guys got a current clip of that?
Yeah, it was recently.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Whatever. I mean, it is what it is. I had no allegiance to the guy. I mean, I'm sure it's harder than most people think for him to do that. You think it's easy? Sure. He's got 160,000 subscribers to worry about. It ain't easy for him. He's got real skin in the game.
So Will Duffy spent like $250,000 and got all these people and this big trip, and they were on TV and everything. And for all that was going to end the flat Earth debate, they got maybe one guy just kind of maybe change his mind a little bit. After all that, oh, guys.
Well, see
what a great effort.
Well, Daz, when you think about it like that, but think about it like this: not only did he get Jern, but Jern has 160,000 subscribers. So people who watch him might be thinking differently. People like Bro Sanchez, he's got 150,000 subscribers. He doesn't do any more flat Earth content. Witsit had 30,000. He doesn't do any more content. And there's a couple other ones. When you add them all up, it's about 500,000 people who don't get any flat Earth content anymore because their providers are gone. So yeah,
but that's the
what
thing.
you just said was so stupid.
You missed it that Flat Earth has moved off YouTube because they censored it on YouTube. It went on to other platforms, which is why you saw the explosion of Flat Earth after they censored it. Like, it was already going up, and people were like, why did The Guardian do back-to-back hit pieces against Flat Earth? And you saw the 2018 boom. And then it kind of died out. It was about to fizzle out, and then 2020 happened, and they're like, hey, we got to censor shit. We got to go out there and attack.
I'm only talking about the ones that were affected by that.
Yeah, dude, didn't I send you all the articles about the Flat Earth is like the fourth largest?
Man, I smacked Bro Sanchez on paraplegic.
Rob, you're just full of fucking shit so bad on so many levels. First of all,
they'd be laughing their asses off at you there. I'm watching.
Paraplegic.
The most important question.
You're full of crap, Rob. You know you're full of crap.
But you watch it with Japanese.
I could be, man. You know.
Well, first of all, summon their subs is stupid because there's overlap. So that's just dumb.
I know, but I'm just putting it out.
And if you're actually paying attention to Witsit, he hasn't been streaming anything, and because he's having personal issues.
I know what was going on, but I'm saying he wasn't streaming even before that, dude. I'm just pointing out that they have a lot of people who were watching them for Flat Earth content, and they're not there no more. It's just a simple visual representation of it.
Whoa. That was MD Mackle. He needs to be flushed.
That was not me, bro.
Yeah, that was you.
Yeah, it was. I was watching it the whole time.
Good try, though. Good try to lie.
I was gonna say fix your mic, but then you lied about it, so you deserve to be banned.
What was my? Well, I didn't.
3 or 4 sentences in a row that are just completely different from English subtitles. I think the Japanese, most of the time, they say shit.
It can happen if someone has a little mic burst. It's okay. Just don't do it again.
Put more weight on it.
Yeah, that wasn't it. So, Rob, you want to tell us how that list you came up with proves is globe evidence? Because I didn't hear a single fucking thing that was globe evidence.
Oh shit, it's Indio. Oh, what's up, man? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, bro.
Yeah, so which one of those, you made this list, right? You said Kanegu, you said Rob Skiba. I don't know how it names globe evidence. So how's Kanegu globe evidence?
The Skigu, what is this? I'm sorry, Skigu. This Skiba, Chicago skyline. Sorry.
Yeah, he filmed the Chicago skyline sailed across.
Yeah, I was just going through a whole bunch of.
How is that globe evidence?
Well, I'm trying to get to that, Indy. The simple fact is, like I said, I was pointing out that all the flat Earth things you guys do, they prove globe Earth. Like, which one you want to?
Yeah, I'm asking you how right now.
Okay, Kanegu. Let's pull it up. Pull up Kanegu because you see exactly how far you should see.
Okay, that's Cap. How far is the horizon supposed to be away? From Kanegu, how far is the horizon supposed to be away?
Bring up the thing.
He's going to bring up.
Look, dude, you said it matches the globe. You should actually know what it's supposed to be, right?
Yeah, I don't have the fucking time finder in.
Yeah, so the horizon doesn't match at all because you shouldn't even see the other shore. The horizon should be the horizon should be water. And the reason you can't see the bottom of the mountains is, guess what? In between Kanegu, or the shoreline, and the far Alps, is another set of mountains that are 1,800 feet high, 1,800 meters high. Sorry. So you don't know what you're talking about. You're talking out your ass. So the mountains that are maybe it is 1,800 feet. They're something like 100 miles closer to the camera. So it's a linear perspective, right? So when you're half the distance, you're twice the size. So they're half the distance. Well, a little more than half the distance.
It's been debunked. I watched it be debunked, and I have the damn.
Yeah, okay. It's been debunked. It's not a debunk, dude. That's just Ipsy Dixit. That's just Ipsy Dixit nonsense.
Yeah, I agree. That's not the way you argue.
Yeah, so it hasn't been debunked at all.
I'm trying to find it right now. I'm trying to find the fucking thing I have.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, Dave McKeegan. Yeah, just post it or whatever. So the horizon is not even remotely in the correct place.
According to who?
According to the globe math.
You use globe math? Why don't you use flat earth math?
What are you talking about? Flat earth math for what?
Why are you using globe math?
For the horizon distance?
What is it on the flat earth math?
The horizon's apparent on a flat earth.
Well, I'm sure it is, but what's the measurements?
The horizon distance has no measurement. Can't be calculated.
Impossible, huh?
Well, yeah, because the horizon's apparent.
Okay.
Is it not?
I don't know. I was wondering if you could measure.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Of course. Yeah. Here we go. Where you throw your own shit under the bus.
I'm not throwing anything. I was asked for a measurement. He said it's impossible. It's a pretty bold statement.
Listen, there's no calculation that can predict the distance to the horizon. In reality.
Says who?
Says me. Right now.
That's fine. That's as long as you claim it.
Okay, so give me a horizon distance calculation for the globe, and then we'll find. I challenge you to find any single one where it's accurately predicted. Any one. The horizon distance, a single fucking image.
Every single one
just
predicted accurately. Every single one.
That's a goddamn lie, dude. So the black swan is an accurate prediction, where the horizon's 10 times too far.
The black swan is globe proof.
In what way is that a globe proof?
You're seeing exactly what you would see, obstructed by the curvature of the earth.
There's nothing obstructed in the black swan. What are you talking about?
I'm taking into account for refraction. It is though. That's the whole
taking into account for refraction. Oh, we forgot to do that. How do we do that again, Rob Noxious? How do we account for refraction? Yeah, that's what I thought. You're just babbling bullshit, dude. Saying magic catchphrases. I'll just say my magic catchphrase. You didn't account for refraction. Okay, sorry. Account for it for us. Give us the value.
The value of what?
The value of the refraction we're supposed to account for. Do the accounting for me.
Here, Rob.
I'll give you $5. Account for refraction for us. I'll give you $5. Do the calculation.
You'd see on your balltard, dude. You wouldn't see the shit. Freaking crude, freaking.
Oh, see, no, but actually, that's actually
it'd be blocking shit at 3 miles, dude. Or actually, it'd be 1.2.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? That's a great picture that you posted because that is what we laugh at. That you guys believe what the curve looks like. You guys think the curve looks like that. That's how fucking funny you guys are.
No, that's what you think.
Clearly exaggerated, you hard.
No, that's what you guys think it looks like. You should be like a big mountain of water in the middle of it. You're so funny.
Why are you this dishonest? Really? Why? What is wrong with you?
I'm not being dishonest with you.
Yeah, you are, and you know it.
Because stalkers are dishonest. That's a trait of theirs.
Yeah, that's dishonesty. I'm not a stalker. I'm not stalking anybody because I like to hang out.
So I'm going to give you a 127-mile picture of San Jacinto, where the horizon's supposed to be 15 miles away, and it's 20. And then what are you going to say then? And it's in infrared. So you can't even bitch about refraction. What are you going to say then? You can't show me a single horizon distance
I'm waiting for the picture.
Image where it's correct, dude. Not a single one.
Every one of those things I've seen, man. We've always debunked it, took it apart.
Yeah, nonsense, dude. You can't even say how it was taken apart or what exactly was done or anything.
Well, I don't know what picture we're talking about. You have the picture in chat? I'm trying to find it.
Well, you know about the Canagoo picture. You didn't know that horizon distance is too far. Okay, so we're going to walk you through your dishonest ass step by step. So Canagoo's peak is 9,134 feet above sea level. The horizon distance is 117 miles away. In the closest part of the shore from there, on the other side, is 127 miles. So the horizon is 10 miles at least too far.
Hold on. You're missing. Hold on, man. Okay, let's go through it together. You're missing one last measurement. You know what it is?
Well, what's that?
The height of the
9,134 feet. I already said
Hold on. I wasn't done, dude. You don't even know what I was going to say, dude. You're so apt to get in, dude. Just chill. The height of the observer who took the picture.
Yeah, 9,134 feet.
Yeah, and he was shooting across to a mountain that was how high? 9,000 something feet?
I think the tallest mountain on the other side is 12,000.
The person who took the picture.
That's not the point. You're trying to deflect from the horizon distance.
No, I'm not. The person who took the picture of Mount Canagoo was not taking the picture from Mount Canagoo, you idiot.
There's more than one.
I know. I'm saying the guy who took the picture was like fucking 8,000 feet in the air, dude. Look it up. He took a picture of a mountain that was like 10,000 feet in the air. You fucking simpleton.
Okay, which image?
The fucking Canagoo one. You don't want to bring it up in chat. You haven't brought up one thing.
Oh, hold on. I'll put it right in the chat.
Now I'll do the math. If you're 8,000 feet up and you're looking at something that's 10,000 feet,
dude, I've done all these years ago. Believe me, I've done the math already.
You've never done a math in your life.
You're a stooge, Rob.
This one? This one you talking about? That one? Is that the one? Is that the one?
No, I don't look at the one I've seen. Hold on, I'll try to find the one. I've been trying to find it.
Yeah, hold on. I got that too. Don't you worry about it, dude. This one?
Those are some cool looking blobs.
This one?
Are those mountains or clouds?
Those are mountains. Those are the French Alps, dude.
Yeah, Rich, dude, you broke your word too many times. You're gone, man. I told you this. You have to be in VC to use TC.
What is this?
Yeah, it's too late.
I think I'm just on time.
Yeah, tight.
So instead of 9,134, it's 9,272. This is taken from Peak Finestral. The first one's taken from the top of Canagoo. And the horizon distance is 117 miles away. So that water that you see touching the shore, you shouldn't see that, dude.
Why not?
Because the horizon starts to end in the water. The view distance.
Oh, here you go. This guy, I'll post something in chat. This guy knows a lot of shit about Glober.
Who, Indio? Oh yeah, no, Dave McKeegan. I think he knows a little bit about the globe.
He's a retard. I already told you who you were going to go find, didn't I?
But he's been in Antarctica. Have you?
I've made love to a woman. Have you?
At least twice. At least twice.
At least twice. Jesus Christ, dude.
What does that mean, Rob? You have 2 kids?
Yeah, obviously.
How much GHB did you have to put in her drink?
None.
You gave her the Bill Cosby special?
None. Like you guys, she can't resist.
Jesus, Indio. Ugh.
Like you guys, she can't resist me.
Yeah. I'm like fucking got some crazy pudding pop.
Another
going on.
trait of a stalker, he thinks that we are like, we like him or something.
You love me, Flatsy Clown.
See, this is another trait of a stalker. That's why they stalk people that don't want them around and feel harassed by them.
You realize that not everyone's in this room for you, Flatsy, right?
Oh,
Doesn't matter. You're still a stalker.
What? I think that's the first time I've ever spoken to you. Well, to be fair, you know.
Oh, my bad. I thought you were wrong.
No.
Yeah. Don't.
Oh, you're a stalker too, Rich Evans. Oh my God.
No, I'm not. Who are you?
I'm here because
hold
I'm.
on. Flatsy,
Sorry, go ahead.
you can't tell people stalking is a major crime, a felony. Okay, you can't accuse people. Yeah, well, it depends on your jurisdiction.
Yeah,
So,
we're thinking the United States, right?
Yeah, in the United States, I'm pretty sure
probably a misdemeanor.
No, it's misdemeanor.
Oh, there is felony stalking.
Yeah.
Interesting.
She meant groupie. She didn't mean that. She meant.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, I'm definitely a flat earth groupie.
It's all good.
Yeah, it's like lower stalking.
We know.
You don't want groupies around? If you don't want groupies, then.
No offense taken. It's just a joke. I get it. I hope so.
Rob's obviously a flat earth groupie as well. We can both leave if you want.
Yeah, I dig it, man. Yeah, I dig it. Fucking with people, shit, having fun. It's cool.
You like having these conversations. You like hanging around these guys.
I do. I don't know why.
Getting a groupie. Get in a group with them. You like getting in a group with them? Then you're a groupie. That's what the ancient Greeks, how they defined groupie. So
relax, Sitch. They're very passionate, man. That's all I can say. Very passionate people.
I would say in the least. Yeah, so how about that? First all-woman crew on Blue Origin. Momentous occasion all around.
I wonder if they scissored.
Okay, Hoth, you posted that meme before. You gotta actually.
So there you go, Rob. See that yellow circle? That's the horizon distance from the top of Peak Finestral. Now, explain to me why you see the far shore. Please. When the horizon should end in the Gulf of Lyon. That's where the horizon should be. In the water.
I don't know, Indio. That looks like a cartoon to me.
Oh, yeah. Can't defend your nonsense. You're just a trash human. You know that, right? We know that. You're a trash human.
Well,
you're gonna recant your claim that the horizon always matches the distance? The globe distance? You gonna recant that?
You're not looking at the horizon, you're looking at the mountain.
There is no horizon in the image, doofus. But there should be, because the horizon should be water.
No, it's because it's behind the mountain.
It's behind the mountain.
Yeah.
Well, if it is, welcome to flat Earth, dude. You know how far away those mountains are, Rob? Can you guess?
Yeah, dude, I had all the shit fucking on a thing. I was trying to find the shit.
275 miles.
Yep. And I've been in certain places. I've been in places in America where you can see farther than that.
Okay. As soon as my mod shit comes back, you're getting banned for lying.
Any day now.
Yeah, it's like 15 minutes.
Well, what? Okay. What is the?
Hey, why did you lose your mods, Dio?
Because my Boston accent betrayed me. Apparently, I can't say the N word correctly.
Yeah,
and because Charlie's a snitch.
If you couldn't tell, I can't tell you how to say it. So.
And because Charlie's a snitch. And it's ironic. He snitches on me for saying the N-word, but has never snitched on any other person that's come in here and said the N-word. Even though it happens.
I thought I was around a lot.
It happens.
Maybe I've
happens
been banned a lot. I haven't heard
it
recently.
It happens not.
Oh,
dude,
take responsibility
say it 9 times a day, dude. Pardon me?
Take responsibility for your own actions.
I mean, honestly. You knew I knew why you got banned. Or not banned, but lost your mods. But when the admins do it, I mean.
Well, no, it's not taking responsibility for my own actions. I'm not avoiding responsibility.
You're not, but you should.
I tried to say, well, I'm not going to try and say it now. I tried to say it with an A, but I'm from Boston and it comes out with an R. Sorry.
We'll go pack your cast someone else.
Yeah, see, that's the problem. Apparently, extenuating circumstances didn't matter.
Yeah, I just call people flirts. So.
All right, well, I'm going to take off before I get banned, so I'll see you guys tomorrow.
I'm still going to ban you.
Yeah, don't say it.
Well, hold on. Rob.
I'm not going to forget.
Well, okay, what's the contention? Maybe there's some misunderstanding. What? Okay, I missed it because I was doing something else.
Oh, he lied. He said he can see farther. There's places in America that he's been to where you can see farther than 275 miles. Just a blatant lie. I think the longest one recorded in North America is like to Mount Denali, and that's like 175 miles or something.
I thought the Rayleigh coefficient said that we should see like 300.
It's 297 kilometers, and that's at sea level, though. See, so you are paying attention.
Do we have?
So now I'm even more irritated.
I'm paying attention, yet you still ban me from your home server.
Because like your selective memory.
I remember things that.
Which means you're dishonest, right? So if you can remember the Rayleigh coefficient, extinction coefficient, but you can't remember the horizon distance or who debunked Mount Canigou or anything else, like it's really funny.
Before. Not nearly as much as I discussed the Rayleigh coefficient and why light what makes air opaque at a certain distance, as is claimed by some.
Why it's not claimed by what? Like who? The National Weather Service?
No, like AI.
Like the National Weather Service?
No, like AI talked about it a lot.
No, yeah, the National Weather Service.
That
shit comes from the National Weather Service.
When I'm watching the weather, they definitely don't talk about a 300 kilometer.
No, that's the maximum theoretical visibility at sea level. Based upon
under certain conditions.
The Rayleigh model.
So under other conditions, you might be able to see further?
No, less far.
I don't know what that
says. In the cleanest possible atmosphere at sea level, you should be able to see.
Yeah, but when you're looking through,
but that's also
when
a
you're
model.
looking through
Are you listening?
Gradient.
That's also a model.
I understand.
The model.
But
Okay,
when you're
so
looking upwards through a gradient, there's less stuff for you to look through, right?
well, yeah, if you're looking straight up, obviously.
Yeah. So the objects that we see in the night sky, they can be further away than 300 kilometers.
Sure.
Yeah.
What's your point?
Great. Oh, I'm just glad that we got that far.
What's the difference in brightness between the sun at noon and the sun near the horizon?
I got to ask you something, Indio.
Yeah, what's the difference in brightness with the sun at noon and the sun at the horizon? How much dimmer does it get?
Significantly.
23,000 times. You know that, did you know that a solar filter only cuts the brightness 10,000 times? So looking at the sun at the horizon, which you guys say you should use a solar filter. No, the horizon, the air itself cuts more than the solar filter would.
I didn't bring up solar filters. If there's someone else,
I'm just saying, it's just such a
talking to them.
These are just specious arguments.
But if you look into the side chat, someone posted a screenshot of something I said, and there's a typo in it as well, which is a little bit infuriating. But he's talking about a video I posted, and if I say that the horizon is horizontal and below the level plane being established by the theodolite is what I should have said. That's not good, right? Like the horizon's horizontal, but it's still below the level plane made by the theodolite. That's kind of like a meme on them, right? The horizon is below the level plane. Exactly. The second screen cap you got makes a lot more sense, lots. Because if the horizon is below the level plane...
Okay, those things are mutually exclusive ideas.
Huh?
Those things are mutually exclusive.
Which things?
Level plane and horizon are not the same thing.
Why wouldn't the horizon be a level, like show you a level plane if that's like across water, right?
Okay. Well, if you're on top of a mountain, right? The level plane is your eye level.
Of course, I'm talking about.
Obviously, your horizon is an eye level on top of a mountain because your head is higher than the ground.
Yeah, I'm talking about being at eye level when you're standing at the beach, right? And you look out at the horizon. Why does it appear that the water drops below the level plane created by your eyes?
No, it doesn't. You're just making that up, dude.
Well, there's an observation made by a very close friend of mine. No, I'm joking. He's not a close friend of mine. I just like him.
That's cap, dude.
No, it's by Jesse. You know Jesse.
Jesse the compulsive liar.
I don't know that one. I know Jesse the Path of Light.
Yeah, Jesse the compulsive liar.
Well,
no, dude is a proven compulsive liar, dude. Proven. It's not even debatable at this point.
You know, it was really this was a very bad part of the conversation I had earlier today in this room. It's sorry, not today. Man,
do you want me to prove he's a liar? I got all the screenshots,
I don't.
Dude. I can prove 100%
Did your parents ever tell you Santa existed?
No, actually, no, they didn't. I didn't grow up that way.
Well, to some people, their parents give them a little white lie like Santa exists, and saying that someone has lied in the past isn't necessarily the best indicator as to whether they're lying to you in the future, and it relies on a lot more contextual cues in order to.
It's what he lies about.
Work that through.
It's what he lies about that's important.
He acts like
I'd rather just address
I'll give you an example. Go on his YouTube channel. He does a test with a gyroscope. Watch the gyroscope.
I was talking about his observation with the theodolite.
Dude, shut up. I'm going to give you a bunch, dude. So he has a gyroscope.
Why don't we talk about the one I've seen?
Yeah, the one you've seen.
Yeah.
I can talk about the theodolite one, the one with the ship and the graph.
No.
You want to talk about that one?
That's not the one I'm speaking to. Do you want me to?
Oh, so there's one he's not lying about. Which one is that?
I just wanted to talk about this one. He could be lying in this video, and if you can show that he is, then I will concede it. But The idea here is that I know about one of these videos, and the others I'm not familiar with. Why do we not talk about the video?
Which one? Which one is it? Which one is it? I've seen a bunch of videos. Which one is it?
Yeah.
The thing is, hold on. Let me make sure. Did you listen to his words or did you watch the video?
Both.
Okay, so you watched what he was doing and the words coming out of his mouth at the same time, and they matched each other.
No, because it was doing like voice over the video.
Yeah, he does voiceovers in a bunch of videos, and what the words coming out of his mouth don't match what's in the video.
Okay.
Yeah, you weren't paying close attention, were you? You might want to go back and watch it again. Might want to go back and watch it again, dude.
I'm just trying to find that one video to confirm, because then you can.
Well, I'll just give you one where he takes the theodolite and he says, "Look, it's frickin' dead center, lined up to frickin' this number on the tape measure," and it's not. He says, "Oh, the fucking gyroscope is processing this fast," and it's not. So you have to pay attention to him, because the words he's saying, if you just listen to his words, you actually have to watch what he's doing and see if it actually matches his fucking words. Listen, I've been on this topic for a long time. There's no other person that's ever happened with where the words they're saying don't match what they're actually doing in the video.
Well, I don't think that's true.
That is 100% true. 100%.
I don't agree with you.
That they're misnarrating their own experiment while they're showing it.
Yeah, I don't think it would be the only time. I think this is where
it's not an experiment. It's where you shut up.
Mm-hmm.
Well, his own. Okay, he's misnarrating his own parlor trick. How about that?
I don't want to be the only glue sniffing person in the room. So
let's see it.
You don't want to be the only glue sniffer.
Yeah,
too late.
He is. Let's see it. Why should there be a question? Let's watch it. I've known a lot of people do that same shit to Indio. You're right.
Dude, you got to pay attention, man. Like if you just listen to their words and they're just like half watching a video, you'll get fooled.
Yep. They'll say the exact opposite of what's fucking happening. I've noticed that a lot. Right? And glue sniffing fucking globe heads fall for it every time because they're fucking retards.
Well, the thing is that they want to. It's easy to lie to someone who wants to believe you.
Yes, correct.
So that's the thing. They already are going in wanting to believe it. So they just do.
Yeah. So they know that their target audience is dumb fucks, their subscribers. So they can say and show anything they want. Like fucking Katz used to do this shit. He used to pull up, like, he'd talk about the second law of thermodynamics. He'd pull up, like, a definition from Reddit or something for, like, 2 seconds.
From Reddit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like 2 seconds and shit. And then delete, go to the next frame, still talking about it. I'd stop there and say, wait a second. I already compromised his ass so many times. Fucking moron. But a lot of other globetards, because they're abject retards, caught on to the fucking game and do the same shit. I've been seeing it. That's quite prophetic. You said that, Indio. I've been noticed that a lot lately. Not lately, for the past 4 or 5 years.
Yeah. Well, I mean, most of Jesse's videos are like 3 or 4 years old. So, like, the first time he ever said, I did this, watch this. And because I might have never caught it, but I caught it in his very first video. And then after that, like, anything he sends me, it's like, now I got to, like, analyze it with a fine-tooth comb. And then I just found it in other videos. Okay, watch this one. Okay. I've even gone on his channel and, like, just pick a random video. Okay, it doesn't match what he's saying. It's like Jesse Path of Light is the biggest snake.
Path of Light? Is that who you're talking about?
Yes.
We went for 2 hours in FED about 7-8 months ago, where this fucking idiot doesn't know what a fucking scientific hypothesis was. 2 hours jackhammering this moron. These fucking surveyors are abject retards. Jesse the Klutz Kozlowski, path of light, drain the main vein surveyor. These guys are fucking retards at a fundamental level. Get one in here. Get one in here and I'll fucking show you. I will fucking show you in spades.
Yeah, none of those guys. Well, I mean, Jesse Path to Light's not an actual surveyor. He's like a pretend surveyor. He went on eBay and bought a bunch of broken theodolites and.
Who's that Larry dumbfuck? The shoe in the box dumbass over at Land of Misfit Toys? That's Larry. Right?
I don't think I've ever met him. He was supposed to come in here. I think the guy's some other guy that was from X. He came in here, tried to bait us, got cooked, and then he was like, well, I'm going to bring in my friend who's a surveyor. And then apparently he might have shown up like later that night after I was gone, but then he's never been back. And I think it's that guy, Larry, the one you're talking about. I've never run into him, but that would be nice. I'd like to get a surveyor in here. It's just one big effort in affirming the consequent. I'll just ask him one question. If you're measuring a globe, what's the reference ellipsoid for? What do you need that for? Because you're just measuring the globe. What would you need that for?
Hey, Kiwi, I got a question for you.
Who spoke?
Your best friend.
Oh, boy.
Do you mind if I ask it? Genuinely curious. Are you a Christian, Kiwi?
What the fuck does that matter?
I'm just curious.
Why, are you trying to convert him?
Maybe. Was it Indio responding? And I thought it was Kiwi before.
Yeah, he's silent or something, or muted. Is he even still in here?
Mm-hmm. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe he had to get up or something.
Maybe he joined the military again. Who knows?
These guys always have an ulterior motive for asking that fucking question.
I swear that would be the end of it.
Yeah,
I swear. I want to know. I wouldn't. It's not about attacking him for it.
We don't care what you say here. We know you lie also. So we know. I know for a fact that you have an ulterior motive, and you'll lie about it. Yeah.
Of course he is.
I'm not here to lie. I'm here to discuss the topic. And it is an off-topic question. And if QE said he refused to answer it, I'm not going to press him on it. And if he answered, I wouldn't hold it against him. It was out of general curiosity that I inquired.
From the videos he's made, yeah, it makes it perfectly clear he is. Yes.
I really wish I could get a concession out of him, but not that I don't love you, Oblivion.
How come some of you people are stupid as fuck, dude? How? I don't get it, dude.
The failing education systems?
No, so like this dummy, Kurt's Worst Nightmare, just posted this thing in the chat with these water levels, right? With the red dye. This doesn't mean anything unless those water levels are centered in the center of the fucking image.
I don't see how that has anything to do with it.
It does, dude. Yes, because if you shift the camera up or down, the way it appears to line up will change.
No, but he's only moved it left or right to show both files.
It's not centered in the first place. So it just looks even. It's not actually even.
Oh, do you think that it's not actually a water level?
No, it's not. Oh, God, dude.
I just don't understand how it can be one tube
Okay.
with red
I
water.
wish the video was still around. Let me see if I can find it. This was demonstrated by a photographer that this is just trick fucking bullshit, dude.
Makes a whole lot of sense to me.
It makes sense because you're dumb.
Yeah, like the one big Mongo post where it has the red water and you show the two parts of the tube side by side. That's exactly what he did.
Because you're dumb.
Yeah, that's a great joke.
Yeah, well, he's
Huey,
right.
did you hear my question before?
I'm sorry you had to take off for a couple minutes.
Oh, no worries. Honest, genuinely curious question. Do you associate yourself as a Christian or believe in the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ at all?
Of course, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I wanted to know.
See this? See this? Look in the text. Look in the chat. See the red X? See the red X?
I do see a red X.
Want to know what direction is the camera pointed?
Towards the water.
What direction is the camera pointed? You can tell from the red X. Know exactly where the camera's pointed. Where the lines intersect.
Yeah, to say towards the water is still not incorrect.
Okay, it's not lined up with these. And even in this video, when you see he moves around, you can see that their apparent level shifts. This is a camera trick.
Well, that's why I'm glad
you'd have to be a retard.
No, that's why I'm glad he got a theodolite, right?
Yeah, theodolite. Use it beyond spec. Yeah, use it beyond spec, way beyond. You use it at like 100 times beyond spec.
Really?
Yeah, really.
That's interesting.
So when they publish it and they say, hey, this is only good for 1,500 meters, and you use it for, 150,000 meters, that's okay?
The level's level.
You can't level something for 150 meters, dude, 150 kilometers, dude. The bubble level in the theodolite meters. Do you think the bubble level that's inside of a theodolite can find level for 150 kilometers?
Well, I think the main point.
Yeah, answer the question. Answer the question.
Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe it wouldn't be fine enough.
Obviously not.
But the point of the video being that he was showing an equal distance between that level plane created by the theodolite and the horizon.
It's not a level plane. You're assuming that there's a level plane. You can't find level for that far. Okay? So, like, in reality, right, they make 6-inch level.
No, but if you look, he observed around him in a 360 degree.
Why do they make a bunch of different size levels, dude?
Because people have different size shelves to make. When he's looking around in the 360, right, with the theodolite, and it was set to being level, right? In terms of
not
rotating around. No, but when it's rotating around one axis, right, and the distance between the measurement bar on the theodolite and the horizon is the same, but it's not this. They're not overlapping. like a horizon that came up to eye level would, there's a bit of a problem. It looks a bit like drop.
Looks a bit like drop. Well, first of all, you have the obvious problem that the horizon's not even physical in the first place. So you have that problem. So what's he even measuring?
But if you see it, right?
Oh,
you can see things that, you can see things that aren't there, right?
What are you talking about? You can see things that aren't there.
Yeah, you can look in the desert and think you're looking at water, but there's no water there, right?
No, I would never think I was looking at water in the desert. You're talking about a mirage?
Know that it's a mirage, but it looks like water, right?
No, it just looks like a reflection of the sky.
Which is what color usually?
Sky's blue. That doesn't mean it looks like water.
What color is water?
In the sky. Well, I mean, depends. Depends where you're at.
Yeah.
The point is that the horizon's apparent.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so what's he measuring?
He's measuring the distance between the level plane and where the water appears.
In the optical illusion called the horizon?
Yeah.
Right. What's that tell us?
It tells us that the horizon doesn't come all the way up to eye level from the observer.
It could never come all the way up to eye level because you're above it. It could only ever be at eye level if your face was on the ground.
Yeah,
but that doesn't mean that you can resolve.
Right?
The thing is, that doesn't mean you can resolve the difference between your eye level and the horizon. Okay?
Right, but even by your own logic, out of 1 foot observer height, you'd be able to see 1 foot on the other side of the water, correct? Depending on the size of the gap.
What do you mean 1 foot? No. Dude, not if the horizon's 2 miles away.
Well, now you're just...
now imagine you took a ruler.
You're conceding the curve.
No, you're an idiot. Conceding the curve. In what way did I just concede the curve?
Well, that's not.
In what way did I just concede the curve?
In the fact that...
In what way did I just concede the curve?
If you say that you don't... If you say that you don't see 1 foot of the shore, 1 foot off the shore, at 1 foot observer height, on a flat earth where water's level at rest, then... you've given up.
It's not resolvable, dude.
Not necessarily.
No, it's not.
What are you talking about?
Okay,
but you just call it not resolvable, which is a cop out as to say you can't see it, but you're not actually specifying the reason you can't
resolve
see it because of any distance, because of light.
Rich. If it's unresolvable, you can't see it. That's how that works.
Oh, I'm aware, and this is the cop out, right? That I'm just
check this out. So check this out. Let's use it. Use an example. 6 foot observer, normal human. We stick a 6 foot light pole on the horizon. There's a light on the bottom. There's a light on the top. Now, when I look out on this on a flat Earth, what do I see? Do I see a light on the top and on the bottom that's 6 feet tall from 3 miles away?
Do you have anything that can zoom in?
Answer my question, dude. Zoom is irrelevant. Zoom does not increase resolvability of an instrument.
Absolutely.
So try again.
If you zoom in on something,
why is it a different formula then?
To resolve
why is it a different formula?
Before be able to resolve.
Then why don't they make telescopes with longer focal lengths? Why do they make them wider?
That's a good question. I'm not sure.
Because what I just said is factual. What you said is just bullshit.
Well, they make them wider and longer, right? Like,
no, they don't. Focal length is irrelevant, dude.
Well, then if it's irrelevant, then that doesn't really matter, right? Like, you're just talking about the size of a lens of something to zoom in.
No, okay.
The fact that you can zoom in is what I'm speaking to.
Yeah, you can zoom into what, a blur?
No, but if you're still able to make, it doesn't matter if making the lens bigger means that you're able to see further and resolve it. That's perfectly fine.
No, you don't see further, dude. No one sees further.
What I mean by see further is that things that you wouldn't normally be able to resolve with your eye are able to be resolved.
Not by zooming.
Yeah.
No. All you're doing with zooming is blowing up the image. Now I'll give you an analogy with the computer.
Yeah, so blowing up the image means that you can see things that you didn't previously see.
No,
trivial.
You can quote on see. No, you can perceive things, not see things. perceive things you couldn't previously see. It's the same
that
visual.
One of the most inane
no. I'm going to give you the
distinctions I've ever heard.
No, it's not a semantic distinction. Let's say I have a 512 by 512 image. 512 pixels by 512 pixels. Now I go into a program and I go, I'm going to make this 10,000 by 10,000 pixels. Am I going to see more than in the other image? In the smaller image? Is there more visual information in the larger image because I added pixels? Because zooming is just rescaling. That's why it's 2 times zoom, 2 times, make the image 2 times bigger. But it's the same visual information. You're just blowing it up. So you're taking a... So I look out, right?
Larger,
so I look out, why are you interrupting me? Why are you interrupting me? Why are you interrupting me? Why are you interrupting me, dude?
I'm making sure we're on the same path.
No, if you look out, and I look out, and there's a ship out there in the ocean, and I'm at 1 time zoom, and I can see the whole ship, and I go, okay, 2 times zoom. Now I see half the ship, but I took that half the ship, and I made it take up the whole frame. 4 times zoom. I took a fourth of the ship and I blew it up and made it see the whole frame. It's the same visual information. You did not zoom it. You did not see any more detail than you already did. You're just looking at a smaller portion of it and stretching the image. Okay? This is why magnification, focal length, they're all different formulas.
One of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
You could say it's dumb all you want.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Magnifying things is just making the image of a smaller place blown up bigger. It's like,
that's right. With the same visual.
That's what magnification is.
With the same visual.
But it doesn't change anything about the fact that you can see more detail when you do that. Like, obviously, you see more detail when you do that.
It's the same visual information. The same thing.
Whatever that means, you're still able to determine more fine things.
What do you mean, whatever that means? It's the same visual information.
It's just nonsense, Indio.
Okay, it's the same. Let's go back to my scenario. Okay, I have a light pole out on the horizon. I have a light pole on the horizon. At the top of the light pole, the pole is 6 feet tall. The top of the light pole is a light. At the bottom is a light. I look out. It's 3 miles away. And because of the angle resolution of my optic is 0.02 degrees, I only see 1 light out there. Now I can zoom in all.
You gotta make a diagram.
Listen. I can zoom in all.
Make a diagram. I don't know.
I can zoom in. Stop interrupting me, dude. You're really pissing me off, dude. When you're interrupting. Okay, so I can zoom in.
Huh?
It's gonna kick in any second now. So. Oh, it might actually be on now. Hold on.
Nope. No, you don't have them yet.
Well, regardless, you can zoom in all day on an object that's not resolvable, and you can't see it. Do you know how we know this?
Oh, when you say not resolvable, do you mean behind the curve? Because then I would agree.
No, that's not what I mean at all.
Yeah, well,
okay.
Then I guess we don't agree.
In this scenario I just said, we have a pole that's out there on the horizon, and the lights are separated.
What do you mean on the horizon? You said it's not a physical place earlier.
In your globe tard. Okay, so
you said it's not a physical place earlier. So why are you saying that there's something on it?
It said the horizon's apparent.
You should argue for good faith.
Okay, dude. I'm gonna ask someone to ban you if you keep it up.
Oh.
Yeah. So you're gonna let me finish, or you're gonna be banned. This is your only fucking warning. Okay.
You've warned me like 3 times. Yeah.
So the separation between the lights. Why can't you see the separation between the lights, no matter how much you zoom?
I don't know that that's the case. You'll have to demonstrate.
It is the case. Oh, Sirius B. Sirius, the stars. You know it's more than 1 star, right?
Can you demonstrate how with Sirius, the binary system, it looks like 1 only when you zoom in?
It looks like no. When they could listen, they spent centuries. They always thought it was 1 star,
and then they zoomed in.
No, they made a wider diameter telescope.
Does not allow for higher resolutions? when it zoomed in.
Well, it increased the diffraction. It increased the diffraction limitation on the telescope by increasing the diameter of it. But they increase zoom, and it doesn't do anything.
Well, they would have to have enough zoom to see Sirius, right?
No, dude, you're a retard. Zoom and magnification has nothing to do with it.
So you're saying if you have a telescope that doesn't zoom whatsoever,
zoom doesn't matter. Telescopes are not variable zoom. You stupid fuck.
No, I'm just. Well, you're saying it doesn't matter how far it zooms, as long as it's wide, it can resolve it.
The angular resolution of an optical device depends on the diameter of the optical device, the diameter of the lens. Okay.
Right. So as long as the diameter is enough, but that it doesn't zoom in on the star, you think it will.
The zoom doesn't matter. If
that's
you can't
hilarious.
resolve it, that's the way it is. Sorry.
That's hilarious.
Ask ChatGPT if you don't believe me, or ask Gemini or fucking Grok or whatever.
Show me. I'd love to see this no.
I'll post that from NASA that says the most important equation in astronomy.
Well, no. Go to the one that shows a telescope with a zoom.
What's that going to do?
Well, you're saying that they only make it wider so that it can resolve these things better.
Yes, that's right.
And zoom has nothing to do with it.
Nothing to do with it. You cannot increase the zoom power.
Cite that source.
The formula itself. The very fact that they tried to see split. It's called splitting stars. Okay.
It's called find the source of what you're saying.
Why do I have to listen? I don't have to find the source of shit, dude. You're the one saying that
you tap out.
You're the ones.
He couldn't find the source. So
you're trying to reverse the burden of proof, dude.
Sounded like a glue sniffer to me.
Nah, you're trying to reverse the burden of proof because you're cooked. And you know what?
You have the burden. You make the claim.
This is where Rich postures and plays pretend, just like he always does.
You made the claim.
This is where you
Zoom has nothing to do with what telescopes do, Bo.
No, that's a straw man. Like I said, this is where you posture and play games.
So telescopes do zoom.
Yeah, they do zoom. And it don't make things that are... Yeah, that's right. And it don't make things that are unresolvable, no matter how much you zoom.
Well, unfortunately, you're just absolutely incorrect because with strong enough magnification, we are able to see into what appears to be a black part of the space, and we zoom in further and further, and we're able to find dozens of star systems. So you're just demonstrably false there, Indio.
That's nonsense, dude.
Yeah, I don't expect you to own a telescope.
That's nonsense. So telescopes So why would they say the largest telescope in the world is the widest telescope in the world? And then they'll say it's the one that's fucking... What is focal length? Do you know what that is?
I love this red herring. It's a good.
Yeah, what's focal length? The focal length is the magnification. What's focal length, dude? Do you want me to post it for me? Yeah. So the focal length is how much the optical device will magnify. That determines it. Why don't we just make giant telescopes that are like 2 miles long and have this crazy long focal length and we can see fucking back into time, dude?
Because having a wide range of vision is also beneficial.
What does that mean?
What does having a wide range of vision mean?
Yeah, what does that mean in the context of what I'm talking about, magnification?
Open your eyes really wide. And
what does that mean in the context of what I'm talking about?
So the wider the receptors as opposed to making them longer, right?
What does that mean in the context of what I'm talking about? You didn't answer my question. Why don't we just make a longer focal length telescope? Why don't we just do that?
Because if we want to see a dime on the moon, we might want to do that, but I doubt we really want to go.
If we want to see a dime on the moon, this dude. So
if you wanted that much detail, you would do a longer focal length, right? You agree?
No, you wouldn't. You'd make a wider telescope. I'm asking you, why don't we do what you say?
Then cite that source.
So, according to you, we can just increase magnification to see more shit. That's cap, dude. It's a bullshit. You're an idiot.
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
Sure.
Yeah. Keep doing that.
Yeah, dude. You're cooked, dude. You don't know anything. You're just talking shit. You don't know shit.
It's all started from Jesse's observation with the theology,
What observation?
right? And how the horizon was lower than his flat plane at eye level.
Yeah, you haven't established that. You haven't established any level, dude, at all.
I've been level-headed this whole time. I wasn't mean to you.
No. Listen, the instrument he's using can't find a level to that distance.
No, but the idea is, if you watch the video,
idea,
actually,
we're not going with ideas.
If you actually watch the video,
I don't care about the video. The instrument isn't doing what he thinks it's doing.
When he does a circular motion and shows the horizon at a similar distance,
that's fine,
below the flat plane of the observer.
That's fine.
And then he tilts it so that the horizon is on that level, and then he spins around and shows
what horizon. What horizon? You can't have horizon.
The horizon you can only get on a globe.
You can't have horizons on a globe.
Oh, so now the horizon's physical again. Is that it, Rich?
When did I say that?
You can't have horizon.
You said the horizon that can only exist on a globe, dude.
Yeah. That doesn't mean that it exists.
So there's no. Hold on. Can there be a horizon on a flat Earth? Rich, can there be a horizon on a flat Earth?
I mean, depends how much your parents drop you.
Yes or no?
It could be.
Can there be a horizon on a flat Earth? Is it possible?
It could be. I don't know. I have nothing to go off with the flat Earth.
So what's the horizon?
Oh no.
The horizon is the apparent meeting of the sky and the ground.
Yeah.
So if there's no horizon, then it's all ground or all sky. Which one is the flat Earth? Is it all ground or all sky? Retard.
That's a non sequitur.
No, because if there's a dividing line between the ground and the sky, that means you see both.
If you sleep face down, the flat Earth is all ground. If you sleep on your back, it's all
You're
sky.
a fucking moron, dude.
Yeah, you cooked. Because I just showed that you don't even think at the kindergarten level, dude. Not even the level of kindergarten.
Yeah. Can I jump in?
Oh yeah, go for it. Rip them apart.
I think you need a break. How do you have a horizon on a globe-tard? How do you have a horizon on a globe-tard?
By the apparent meeting of the ground in the
apparent meeting of the ground. That doesn't work because according to the slope-intercept formula, y equals mx plus b, all horizontal lines which are derived from horizon have a rate of change of slope of 0.
What's the argument that is derived from horizon?
Unfortunately, the argument's not done yet. Unfortunately,
well, I've already have an issue with it, so that's unfortunate for you.
Unfortunately for your dumbass, it's your ass. United States Naval Academy defines curvature as the rate of change of slope of non-zero sunshine.
What is the argument?
That is the argument.
What's the argument? That horizon
that is the argument, Rich Evans.
No. When you make a premise as part of an argument, you have to be able to justify the premise within the argument.
You're fucking done right here.
That's why I have you at 33%.
That's why you keep talking through it, because it's your dumbass. As simple as a fucking horizon. You're gonna have to debunk the fucking rate of change of slope right now.
No, because you have a faulty premise.
No, it's not fault. What's faulty?
I tried to explain it to you, but you wouldn't listen.
You can't explain it. The rate of change of slope, the slope-intercept formula, you have to debunk the slope-intercept formula. Good luck. It's your ass. Welcome to Flat Earth, dumb fuck.
Y equals mx plus a.
Y equals mx plus b, you dumb fuck. Well, you could put a in there.
He's Canadian.
It doesn't really fucking matter. Y equals mx plus b, dumb fuck. Yeah, keep talking.
Well,
right?
I mean,
how are you going to reconcile that, dumb fuck? United States Naval Academy defines the fucking rate of change of slope of non-zero for curvature. You can't have a rate of change of slope of 0 anywhere on your globe-tard.
And did the United States Navy put this in a peer-reviewed journal?
peer-reviewed journal. You did that. You think the rate of change of slope of 0 and the rate of change of slope of non-zero needs to be in a peer-reviewed journal?
I'll take that as
Welcome to Flat Earth, you dumb fuck.
I mean, I've spent enough time here to be a part
Peer
of it.
review.
You
What's
don't have
peer
to
review
welcome
mean?
me.
Let's do this.
It's
Even
like
though
if,
fucking
if
peer
it's like if
review is,
you
what's
and
peer
Into the
review?
Break sat
What's
down
peer review,
and
dumb fuck?
discussed your ideas
What's
and
peer
actually
review,
were
dumb
critical
fuck?
against each
What's
other.
peer
were
review,
critical
dumb
thinking
fuck?
Instead of just
What's
patting
peer
each other
review?
on the back.
Yeah, you keep fucking vomiting right that diarrhea through your mic.
Yeah, when you ask
because
someone
it's
for a
your
question for what
fucking
they
ass.
define something as, and
What
then they give you an
is
answer,
peer review,
you
dumb
can't
fuck?
be mad.
What
I
is
gave you
peer
an
review,
answer.
dumb fuck?
I said
What is
peer
peer review?
Peer review is when you and Indio sit down and trade
Yeah,
ideas
no, that's not
and
it,
then get
bitch.
critical with each other
Hey,
and say
bitch.
that certain
Hey,
things
special
don't
bitch.
make sense.
Yeah, it's fucking, but you're done. Bye-bye, lard ass. You're done.
No, I'm glad you're not.
Yeah, you are. Yep.
Yeah, I'm glad you're not a
Yeah,
moderator
you're
here.
done.
You have no power.
You're done.
You have no power.
Shut the
Indio.
fuck up. Yeah, I can't get through the argument because you'll fucking interrupt it because it's your dumb ass, you retard.
Well, I already pointed out the issue with the argument.
Oh, what's the issue?
The issue was that I asked for the justification that horizon or every horizontal line is derived, or the horizon
Yeah,
has
every
to be derived from the horizontal
is derived
line.
from horizon. Yep.
Yeah, what's
You
the
asked
argument for
for
that?
justification. You asked for it, right? Okay, dumb fuck. You fucking retard, man. You don't even know what you're asking for. But that's okay. I got you covered. I got it right here. Slope-a-dope. I just slope-a-doped your dumb ass. Easy as that. That's how easy it is, ladies and gentlemen.
Who muted me?
No one muted you. 1 second.
No, it was server
I'm getting
muted.
it for you. I'm getting it for you, you dumb fuck.
No, unless they step
Yeah,
up
no,
and admit the fact that they muted me,
it's done.
I'm
You're
gonna
done.
leave
You're fucking done.
because
Slope-a-dope.
I
I
don't
got it
do
right here for you,
any
dumb
kind
fuck.
of common decency for people.
Right fucking now. You're
Why?
fucking toast. Right there, baby. Say goodnight. That's the time of your death. Death notice, 14 minutes after the hour, dumb fuck. Read it and weep.
Oh, in geometry, so in Euclidean.
Yeah, in fucking geometry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so in Euclidean space,
That's
not in
right.
reality.
In
Thank you.
geometry. That's right, dumb fuck.
Yeah, not in reality. Thank you.
In geometry, not in reality.
Correct. In Euclidean space,
That's
not
rich
in reality.
coming from you, you dumb bitch.
Mhm.
Yep. It's your fucking ass. There it is. In geometry, a horizontal line is one that runs from left to right across the page. Where does it come from? Fucking horizon, and I got a picture of it right there, you dumbass.
Well, that doesn't mean that it's saying that it's derived from it.
Bye-bye,
That's
dumb
so
fuck.
funny, man.
Bye-bye. Yeah, you're done. That's easy. Let's go one more. What is your best scientific
That's what your
evidence
sister said
for
last
your
night.
globe? What is your best scientific evidence for the globe?
I dreamed about it in my mind.
Hey, Mr. Black Swan, you see how he shut up real quick? You see that?
Got him, dude. Fucking slapped his cheeks.
Come on. What's your bestest scientific evidence for your globe since I fried your ass as with the horizon and the slope intercept formula? That was easy. Yoo-hoo. Did he fucking leave? Yes, he did. He boot scooted.
No, sorry. My girlfriend heard me say your sister joke,
Girlfriend.
and I had to explain it to her.
Girlfriend, what's his
'Cause-
name?
Like, I'd give out the name of my girlfriend to you over.
Yeah, what's his name? You
What?
fucking clown. What's the bestest
Oh, no.
scientific evidence?
I know you just said clown
what's your
quantum
best
eraser. I know you want to say
scientific
another word.
evidence
Say
for
the
your
other word.
globe?
Say
You're
the other
fucking
word.
done anyway.
His name
This
is
the icing
Lizard.
on the cake.
Lizard,
dumb fuck.
lizardly.
Say the other word. Be honest,
You're just a
Quantum.
dumb fuck, man.
Don't
You're
mince
just
your
a
words.
dumb fuck, dude. Put your girlfriend on.
Why
What's
would I
his
do
name?
that?
What's his name? Bubba?
I think.
Come on, Bubba. Come on. Save his ass.
Put the lizard part of your brain on.
She did talk on VC.
Dude, I love this channel, dude.
Yeah, you love it because you fucking got your ass reamed with the slope intercept formula. Did you
Is that what
debunk
you
that
love,
yet?
Did
you
I don't know that everyone loves that.
Did you debunk that yet?
The slope intercept formula.
That's correct.
I don't think his lizard brain can handle that sort of computation.
It's as easy as that.
Don't be
and
jealous
gentlemen.
just because I'm a superior lizard person.
It's as easy as you're superior. You're superior. Dumb fuck.
As a lizard person.
He said he's a lizard brain.
You fucking retard.
I'm literally a lizard person.
You're fucking
Obviously
retard.
superior to
He's a
monkey.
lizard brain. He
Thanks.
can't
Into the
decide
break.
if one
Shut
is one
the
and
fuck
two.
up. Into the break. I don't need your fucking help. Shut the fuck up.
By the way, Fry calls me out. He says Rich doesn't have a girlfriend. He's a virgin.
Hey, Rich,
yeah, this
Rich.
is the Imagine Dragons
Hey,
fan.
Rich,
Okay,
Rich,
this guy
Rich.
likes Imagine Dragons. He's calling me a virgin.
Rich, dumb
Come
fuck.
on.
Let's make it full circle. Let's sacrifice your science acumen. All right? Since your Globetard
No, I'm not going to engage with you because you're extremely bad.
your Globetard just crashed and burned with the itty bitty horizon, you fucking retard. So, what is your
No,
best
into the break,
scientific
you're still
evidence?
giving more
You
help
won't
than
even
QE
let me
is.
talk. Fucking put him on mute.
No,
You fucking retard. You
you
dumb
can cry
fuck.
about it.
Shut the fuck up.
Everyone wants to
Cry
hear me
about
talk
it.
more than they want to hear
Crying
you
about
talk,
your
QE.
dumbass.
Hey, let's have
Fucking
a map
science
yet?
acumen, you fucking retard. Shut him the fuck up.
Nah,
Mods.
I don't think they will.
Shut up. You won't answer the question. You won't fucking listen to it because it's your dumb ass. Right?
No, because I already dealt with your argument. We need to go through that again.
Deal with
Like,
anything, you fucking idiot.
I pointed out how
You
flawed
pointed
your
out
argument
what?
is.
How stupid it is. How the slope
No,
intercept
I said how
formula is
flawed.
stupid, you fucking retard.
Flawed.
Let's show how the slope intercept formula is stupid, you dumb fuck. Every
I wouldn't
junior
call
high
your
school
argument
graduate's
stupid
laughing
because
at
it would
you,
align it with
dumbass.
you, and that's just
You're
rude.
dumbass, right? Junior high school level. They're all laughing at you, you fucking retard.
Why are you hanging out with grade one people?
Retard.
Why are you hanging out with people
Yeah.
in their first grade?
In the first grade?
And why? Yeah, you're saying they're all laughing at me.
Why am I hanging out with? Yeah, in junior high
Yeah,
school.
how would you know if they're? Oh,
Yes, you
yeah,
dumb
okay.
fuck.
Well, you still
Go
shouldn't
ahead,
be hanging out
fucking
with
stab
people in
away,
high
you
school.
Dumb fuck globetard. Go ahead and stab away. Throw some shit at the wall. I'll still rip your ass to pieces.
Well, I mean,
Pieces.
You never know.
Like
you don't
I
know.
just
you
did.
asked me about my
Like I
boyfriend.
just did. Yeah. So the next question.
I eat pieces of shit like
So
you
the
for
next
breakfast.
question. Well, it's about 20 minutes late. Good job.
You eat pieces of shit for breakfast.
That's what he said. So, Rich and Bubba, what is your best scientific evidence for your globe?
The observations of it, of course. I mean, the
What
preponderance
is
of
your
evidence.
best scientific evidence for your globe?
Oh, geez, that's a hard question. They're all so good.
They're all so good. Shut them up.
Yeah.
You just sacrificed your science acumen, son. You know why? Because natural science and the scientific method only adjudicate natural cause and effect relationships. It has nothing whatsoever to do with shapes. You should have said QE. That is a malformed question, but you didn't. You sacrificed your below third grade science acumen on the second grade retard altar. Hey, Bubba,
It
did you hear that?
has to be one of the stupidest parts
Did
of
you
your
hear that,
script.
Bubba?
It has to be one of the stupidest parts
Bubba.
of your script.
Bubba, did you just hear that? He has
QE, you're
no
hot micing. You're trying to talk to your
fucking
boyfriend,
science
but you're trying
acumen
like you're unmuted.
whatsoever, you fucking.
QE, you're hot micing.
No, it's a
Yeah,
trick.
you're hot
It's a trick
micing.
that was played on you. You thought that geometry was subject to the scientific method. You lose. You are a full-on
This is why you're F
retard.
tier. This is why you're F tier. ETB.
F tier. Why are you still talking? Go back to Gem Panda. You know what your server really is? The land
what?
of misfit toys. That's where you need to go.
The land of misfit toys.
Yep, that's his server.
You'd be lucky if you were let around
That's
the land
that's
of
your over.
misfit toys.
Earth Awakenings is more your speed. Why don't you head on over there? Dumb fuck. You just collapsed your globetard and sacrificed your science.
There's like 3 people in that. Why would I go to that server?
It would have been in less than 15 seconds without interruptions.
Why would I go there if there's only 3 people in there?
Only 2 people. There's more than 2
3
people over there. 3.
There's a lot more people in this room. There's 41 people in here.
That's
Why would I go to a server with 3 people in it?
Yeah, only 3. That's above your IQ. Fucking retard.
Now say it again. No one heard it.
You're a fucking retard, dude.
Say it again. No one heard it.
Hey.
No, everybody heard it. Why did you lie?
There's 3.
He's falling and they can't get up.
You're lying.
Even worse, everyone agrees with
it. It was real to me, damn it.
You're jumping categories. That's the problem with you people. You jump categories.
Categories?
Yeah.
You jumped the dumb fuck.
Well, I mean, you guys banned me from your debate server. So I have to go to Earth Awakening. I got nowhere else I can go.
Sharks is not you, Richie, in there, like, not even able to turn on the frickin' jukebox. You lose, Richie.
Bye-bye, lard ass.
You got to go to the land of misfit toys.
Yeah.
Well, that's good for them.
You guys can't handle me, so you got to send me off to people who can actually handle the argument.
My cat's litter box can handle your dumbass. You just haven't you been keeping up on current events?
Yeah, QE's got a GoFundMe for a smart litter box. So the litter box is actually smarter than you, the Globetard.
Ooh, that's rough.
Yeah, some people were trying to get a GoFundMe up for Antarctica, and it's like, well, we'll just get a litter box that's intelligent, and then that would be better than Globetard. And so we would just prove QE right.
Goodness gracious, son.
Yeah, it does go that way.
Yeah, that was pretty quick. Don't worry. Don't fret none. You got somebody else dumber than you are in here. The dumb fuck Daza. He's popped in here. Fucking idiot moron.
Well, there's a globe Daza and there's a flat Earth Daza. What's up with that? Why do always the globe tards always at the top of the flat Earther's name?
Into the break. Daza.
It was a question.
Daza. Which gravity are you talking about, dude? Which one? You're going to scientifically validate for everyone here. Let's go down this path. Which gravity are you talking about, dumb fuck? Yoo-hoo, Daza. Dumber than Rich Evans. Oh, Daza. Come on. We need scientific validation for your gravity.
Why do you never try to... Have you ever reached out to any of the actual globe proponents?
Why do I never...
You ever thought about debating, Dave McKeegan, Craig?
Dave McKeegan won't... Dave McKeegan won't debate.
Rich Evans... Did he say Dave McKeegan?
Yes, he did.
Yeah, why don't you guys actually try to engage with these people that are held in high respect?
Dave Twangles McKeegan is below Shamalama Gamba Panda Ding Dong, which I destroyed the first. I think it was the third day.
Calling them a ridiculous name really makes it sound like you won.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up.
Well, it's funny.
Nah, it's debatable.
Shut up. We're on.
It is
NASA.
funny.
No, it's like Trump.
Unless you want to.
Yeah,
Shut
Malama,
the fuck
ding
up.
dong.
You can't recover. Shut the fuck up.
Well, look at that curve in chat.
Shut the fuck up.
Fucking
Okay.
sweet
Shut
curve
the
of
fuck
the
up.
horizon.
Shut
Dude, you're
up.
a moron.
Oh, I love that curve.
So, Rich, why is it
curve?
You know
on
the
your
table
sister.
that this thing is on is curved too, right?
I like my woman like I like the earth. Curve.
That's completely irrelevant. Does the table make the horizon?
Wait
Is the
a second.
horizon laying on the table?
Wait, what horizon?
Dude, are you stupid? They squish the entire image.
Yeah,
And
when
all
you
this-
squish an image that has lines in it, if lines are
What the
straight,
fuck
they'll
are you
remain
still
straight,
speaking
and
for?
then if they're curved, they'll remain curved.
Then why did this table curve?
Holy fucking shit.
Yeah, because
If
the
you're-
table is slightly curved based on the weight of the pipes.
Dio, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah.
Why the fuck
No,
you
shut up.
giving
There's
him a
adults having a
lifeline?
conversation. Shush, shush,
He's
cutie.
fucking done.
Shush, 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 shush.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, you fucking retard. You were already compromised fucking 10 minutes ago. You can't recover.
That's your claim.
Shut the fuck up.
That's your belief.
Shut
You
the
don't know
fuck
that.
up. Shut the fuck up. What the fuck, man?
What's your...
You giving this fucking retard a lifeline?
No, see, this is what people
Shut
who
the
actually want to
fuck up.
discuss the
Shut
topic do.
up.
They
Shut
don't
up.
just cry
Shut
like a little
up.
baby.
Shut up. You're already
This is
compromised, you
beautiful.
dumb fuck. Your science acumen
Oh,
and geometry
Kiwi, your
acumen
tears
is
are
below
sweet.
third grade. Shut your fucking mouth. Fucking mods. What the fuck?
Yeah, you sacrificed your science at the retard second grade.
Why is he allowed to
Dewey,
speak?
check it out. Check out
took
what I
my
actually
mod pot
posted. Check out what I
of me.
posted in the chat. I posted this. This is their Bob and Alice paradox that they have. They think they're seeing this bubble, this hump, this
Oh
in
my
front of
God.
them.
I'm
Yeah, look.
gone.
So they have a continuous. This is their Bob and Alice paradox, and I made a meme for them. This every time I bring this argument up, I bring up Bob and Alice paradox, and you would be the best to actually talk us and walk us through this.
Well, let's
I can, but
The fuck does that have to do with anything? Bob and Alice is about quantum mechanics.
well, also it works laterally. If you're trying to compress an image and pretend like the lenses don't exist or whatever, it brings into question this Bob and Alice paradox, and that's why it's like so they're looking forward and it's completely flat. But if you compress it, oh, it's a hump. So then now, if you looked like you're looking northwest, south, northeast, west, south, right? All cardinal directions. Now you're seeing a lot of humps. And so that's what Mr. Stool Samples, whatever this guy that said that the radius value at best is over. This is his argument. He compressed this image. He brought it down to it somehow having some curvature in it. And so it's like, okay, look in all directions. They always want to look in one direction to make this
Doesn't even
singular
matter, dude.
argument. You see what do you see what I'm
Yeah, I
arguing?
understand what you're saying, but the whole premise
well, I'm done.
is based upon that straight lines won't get curved when you rescale the image horizontally is wrong because you can just go snap a photograph of a ruler and compress the image.
Oh,
and
dude.
it will,
No,
and
no,
it
no.
will
That's
do,
not my
and
argument.
it will-
That's not the argument at all.
I know that's not your argument, but it's like the premise that all this is based on is wrong.
Well, do you know the
you
Bob
heard
and
Rick
Alice
say-
paradox? Do you know what the Bob and Alice
Is that
paradox
into the
is?
break? Yeah, that's. I knew it was you, dude. Why are you still on that false premise?
See? It's
Okay.
important that you know what the Bob and
you-
Alice paradox is.
What was Rich Evans' premise that straight lines won't curve when compressed horizontally in an image? That premise is false. Wrong. Can demonstrate it wrong.
Wait, isn't that true though?
No, it's not true.
That's the fact. That is the fact.
Look, go on Google, type in straight edge, go pick an image of your choice, paste it into Paint, and then compress it horizontally, and you'll see it curve, warp, do all sorts of shit.
Yeah, and exactly that's the point. Is that they have this claim where they think they have this 3.14 perfect geometry, and it doesn't exist.
They don't understand how a computer program rescales horizontally. They just don't understand how it does it.
Well, that's why I like to talk about. Let's talk about an airplane. So we can like measure a desk, and you can say, "Oh, a desk is like it's flat, like to you," but then like ultimately to the greater context, it's still flat when we fly airplanes across oceans with horizontal heads-up display. You know, with the altimeter, which is also known as the horizon indicator, it does indicate horizontal, which just so happens to correspond with this geometric principle used to build bridges that is horizontal parallel to the horizon.
Sound like Woofy, just for a little bit there.
Look, there's a
Oh,
three straight
Roger,
edge.
hey, how much should we pay to go to Antarctica instead of just looking at the heads-up display on the way there? On the way there, bro. On the way there, bro.
You think
Let's
they're
go
gonna let
on the
me in the
way
cockpit?
there. Sounds good to me.
All right. I doubt they're gonna let me do that.
All right, you're right when you said all right. Exactly correct.
Time for a break into the break. You're out for the day, mate. I'm not listening to that shit.
All right. So then we can take Rich off mute then, or what?
Yeah, why not? It's better to listen to than into the break. At the
Whatever
moment.
answer crit and use it for whatever you need it to.
Well, that doesn't work because I didn't ask you anything to begin with.
You just have to. You should unmute, Rich.
I was talking to T-Dog.
Well, you didn't address it to him, so it was to the room.
Yeah. Well, he was like, "Hey, I'm going to mute into the break." I'm like, "Well, sure. Let's unmute Rich." And he's like, "Yeah." See, the thing when you use any answer you need for any purpose you need it for is when somebody asks you a question, you give them an answer. They tell you the answer was not an answer. You didn't answer, and they said your answer was X. It was
Well, use
wrong.
that for whatever you need
It
it
was
for.
stupid. It was something. They say, "Hey, I see your answer, and I adjudicate your answer as both not an answer and a stupid answer and a wrong answer and a whatever answer." So at that point, they've got a contradiction. Therefore, use their own answer. That way, they can't say,
Mm-hmm. Sorry, are you finished? Sounded like you were leading up to something. Demok, are you there? Damn. I was gonna ask him.
Okay, I'm back. I disconnected. I don't know, do you get the idea now? The framework for why you tell someone to use their own answer?
I have no idea what the fuck anything you say means, Crit.
Okay, so I'm not sure how much came through because I disconnected. If somebody asks you a question and you give them an answer, then they ask you again and you give them an answer. Then they ask again. And they tell you, not only have you not answered, but they take your answer and say your answer was a stupid answer, a whatever answer, a wrong answer, some kind of adjective answer.
Yeah, your answer does not make sense, therefore it's wrong. That makes sense.
So then you tell them at that point, you think I didn't answer and my answer didn't make any sense. Therefore, use any answer you need. Because at this point, it's troubleshooting. Will you even be able to use your own answer for your own question? Are you even able to do that? Because that's
it depends on the question,
problem,
right?
The problem is they've got an answer they can't use, and they are scared to admit it, or they'll face a contradiction in their worldview. Like one of them could be, I'm asking this person a question, and they don't. I know they don't have an answer. Then they're getting the answer, and now they're like, fuck, because their only proof was this person wouldn't be able to answer, and then they got an answer, and now they're like, damn. I guess.
Hey, Trinity, you're hot miking. We can hear the news in the background.
So, gentlemen,
Crit, is that you?
This is Roger. How you doing?
No, sorry, Roger. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Crit, the thing that Crit's Worst Nightmare just posted, is that you?
Use any answer you need.
Okay. You go ahead, Roger.
For any purpose you need it for. Then drive on to the point which you think you're going to make, which will be.
Go ahead, Roger.
No point whatsoever. You've got no point.
All you, Roger.
Okay. I was going to ask, I heard gravity mentioned when I first walked into the room. I was wondering who was having that conversation. I have no idea where it was going.
Yeah, I think John Mayer popped in for a moment, but that's all I heard. So,
yeah.
well, if a QE's looking for any good globetard questions, why when a density tower, as they are referred, is brought into zero gravity, do they all of the different materials in the density tower start to intermix, and doesn't make a whole lot of sense unless they initially had a downward bias.
Yeah, where is zero gravity? Where do we find that?
On a vomit comet.
So there's no gravity on a vomit comet.
At some point,
fall, dude. Yeah, that's what that is. That's all it is. Free fall. Everything's trying to equalize. Yeah.
Yeah, it's in free fall, dude. There's still gravity going on. Right, just because if the plane was transparent, you would see that you're falling. You're not in zero gravity.
No, but like you feel weightless, correct? When you're falling?
No.
You don't feel weightless when you're falling.
No, you're falling at exactly the same rate as the plane is.
Do you feel weightless at that moment that you're falling at the exact same rate the plane is?
No.
You feel weightless. No, you feel like you're falling.
Feel
Yeah,
weightless.
and then to fall means to feel weightless, right?
No.
If you
tell you
say
what.
so.
Yeah.
Stop the plane really quick, and you'll see how much you
No.
weigh. All right.
This is
Yeah,
just
weightless would be like if you're in water and you've got perfect buoyancy.
No, I sink in water, so that's definitely not weightless.
You're not perfectly buoyant in that vomit comment.
You feel the same.
Well, if you watch videos of people in the plane, it looks like they're buoyant in the water, but the water is the air. Isn't that weird?
Tell you something. Look at their hair and then compare the ISS hair.
Oh God, we're not going to hairspray.
It's not even remotely close.
Yeah.
So here's another thing.
Yeah, so
in one of these zero G planes, helium balloons fall to the floor of the plane. Why is that?
You know what you guys could really do well is if you have the same person in the ISS as in the vomit comet, because then you could actually point out the differences between equal kinds of hair. Because when you point at two different people's hair acting differently, it's not a very good critique.
Dude, it's more than I got 2 whole videos about it. 2 whole videos.
No doubt. I'm surprised you don't have 10.
Comparison. It's obvious. It's obvious. You can just watch it and see.
Regardless, hair is not a very good understanding of what's going on. Whereas a density tower, why does the density tower, when in free fall, why does it go all wacky and not stay?
Because all of it's in free fall, dude.
So the cause of separation is not the density. Then it's the acceleration it's exposed to. Then, right?
What does that mean?
So we can take the density tower and we can accelerate it in any direction, and the layering of the stuff in the density tower will be in the direction of the acceleration. And
do you think that? Okay, how about this? We take a density tower, we stick it in a fucking cannon, and we shoot it. You think it's gonna stay fucking separated? Of course not, dude.
The minute it leaves the cannon,
you guys are just being silly.
That sounds like
we're gonna shoot it straight up, dude. Doesn't matter.
The minute it leaves
when
the
it's
cannon,
being accelerated, it gets mixed
towards the ground.
When it gets accelerated, it gets mixed. Okay, it's real simple. It's not complicated.
Are you saying that if you put a density tower in a car and put it down the highway, that it would mix together?
Yeah.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I'm sure about that. Go try it.
What? You're sure, but I'm the one who has to try it?
Yeah, because you're not sure. That's why he's telling you to try it. And you're just.
I have to peer review your statement.
So he's sure, but you're not sure.
I'm pretty sure Indio should provide some evidence for his claim.
He's sure, but you're not sure. Let's put it that way. Now, what's your rebuttal?
So I'm trying to understand how he's sure. Does he have some kind of cause and effect relationship?
The burden he shifted the burden onto you. Now you gotta have to go test it out.
Thank you, Alpha. That's the one thing I might ever agree with you on is that he did shift the burden from himself to me when he should have the burden.
Yeah, but you made the claim, right? And so he says, "I've already done it, and it worked." So now,
so he made the claim.
But what's your retort? What's your retort, though? Are you going to go and check it out or no?
Check what out? He hasn't presented anything.
You just made this guy. So what are you arguing? If he didn't present anything?
You know those trees that are near your home?
Don't go off.
There's a unicorn there. There's a unicorn there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Go play your guitar, dude.
Check it out. Go check it out.
Go play your guitar.
Go check it out.
This room isn't for you, Rich. Go
check it out.
Go play your guitar. This room is not for you. I've already told you many times. Why do you have to talk to me as
a guitarist, huh?
You're not equipped.
Daza, if you want to continue with the density tower, I would appreciate it. They obviously don't want me to talk about it.
No, not you. Let's talk to somebody else who can have a conversation. You're just not the guy.
I say, Rich, go take a helium balloon and put it in a helicopter and get higher in it. See if it goes to the ground.
No, he's not one to have a conversation in this room. He can't.
I've been inside a helium balloon, inside a helicopter, inside a hot air balloon.
And I asked you why does the helium balloon fall to the floor in a 0G plane?
That's interesting, isn't it?
See, answer the question. Why did you? It's interesting. Well, you don't know why. Do you?
Oh, in a zero-G plane?
In a zero-G plane. So
wow. Can I see that? Can I see that, please? Can you show me the balloon doing that?
Yeah.
Because you don't have you don't have the evidence of the density tower changing in a car.
Oh
so
God, dude,
we can go for this one.
Yeah, it does it in a car too. You got a helium balloon.
I said accelerating. Accelerating.
Same thing.
Yeah, but I mean, if you move it across a table, that's technically an acceleration, and that doesn't mean the density tower will change.
If you can do it in a car as well. You got a helium balloon in a car, and as you accelerate, it actually goes forward instead of back. It's been proven already.
Alpha.
Flipcord is you get off my dick, bro.
Dude, seriously, man, you just need to go play your guitar or something. Just get out of this room. Or at least play guitar and just mute yourself, because you're not ready to have a conversation.
Dude, he
never
plays
are.
Dude, that dude plays banjos, man.
What's wrong with the banjo, India?
Whatever he plays.
Long-legged woman, where you been all my life? My life, yeah, it's you, man, redneck.
Is there such thing as a zero-G plane? What are you talking about, man?
What the heck, guys?
Hey, Flatsy. How you doing?
I play guitar. I'm a redneck. What the heck?
We got the stalker Flatsy in here for stalking me.
Flatsy, are you stalking Rich?
No, Flatsy, you're not a redneck. You're a
weird,
hillbilly.
dude. Why are you doing that?
Hillbilly.
Not like a redneck from like Deliverance playing the guitar.
You know, battling banjos.
That was a banjo.
Yeah, I got those tiny beady eyes.
Well, no, I want to know who's the one that's sending, like, spamming DMs to Flatsy. The person just presented themselves, and we just sort of went along with it like it's a joke, but it's not a joke.
Yeah, we know it's you.
Hey, you sick fuck that's
we know it's
sending
you.
Flatsy some weirdo fucking messages for no reason. We can send them all of us, everybody else, but you're targeting the woman? Come on. What's up with you, bro?
Yeah, what's up, ITV?
What's up with you, bro? Why are you spamming her?
I've not sent Flatsy.
That's not you, but that's your constituent. I know Rich. You're the good.
You know we don't all get in meetings.
No, but there's a weirdo that actually is doing that.
Yeah, and there's a weirdo who sends people.
Can't we call them out and be like, "Hey, stop being weirdo. Just make formal arguments and then present them in the voice chat."
Yeah, but there's a weirdo who sends science articles every morning to people, right? Like, either people are going to do what people are going to do.
Well, that's cool. If you send me a science argument in the morning,
main idea is twofold. The main idea there is twofold. Number one, the claim that flat earthers are nothing but entertainment. That's it. They only provide entertainment value. So let's switch it up.
That's not true, Crit.
They
also provide misinformation.
It may be true.
Yeah, so let's switch it up.
No, they also provide misinformation. They can't just be for comedy and entertainment.
Where are you coming with that from?
So let's switch it up and present Globe and see what happens to their idea of entertainment. And the other one is that number two is that they are looking for something to trigger over. So like flat earthers are like misinformation. It bugs you. They're doing something that has nothing to do with you. So
that's a straw man. I never said flat earthers are misinformation.
Yeah, so here's
I said they
offering you something other than flat earth to think about. Like, here's some Globe news inside the Globe worldview. Do you even care? And no, you don't. You care in about just someone sending you the news. That's more triggering than some of these news articles. Right? People, it's interesting too because you make it.
Yeah, but I don't understand what the difference is between that and someone sending a message to Flatsy saying, "Hello."
Flatsy doesn't unwanted contact.
She doesn't need to be a
like. Why would you just go and attack? It's like you just sending me a message. I don't know who you are. You're just saying hello. I'm like, oh, and I just say hi. How's it going? Like, and then you're a complete globetard. And it's like that's the problem. Is that I'm just talking about an objective fact of reality. Yeah, horizontal is perpendicular, to vertical.
I'm just saying. Flatsy is very quick to pull the stalking card.
Oh, Rich, there it is in the chat. Okay, so now you can go kick rocks.
Yeah, go kick rocks, dude, man. We don't need that kind of stuff, dude.
Those are helium balloons around the floor.
Yeah, go get them off the war.
It's like you're just giving him rainbow sprinkles, and he's just like throwing them up in the air, and it's like, woo! And it's like, yeah, he will go through the effort of vacuuming up again, so that he has enough to throw up in the air again.
Why do you think they're on the floor, Indio?
Oh, it ain't because the air is moving to the other side of the plane. Because
I didn't ask you why they're not.
Because the plane is hermetically sealed, so that can't be it.
I'm not asking you what it's not.
Oh, I don't care what it is. It doesn't matter. It ruins your entire premise, dude.
And to say there isn't a
It's a bit weird to post it and not care.
It's a lie. Yeah, there's no such thing as a zero.
I don't give a fuck what you think about my mental state is. Why do they go? Because when they first go into before they go into 0G, their balloons are floating. But then when the plane's diving, they go to the floor. How would that work, dude?
Yeah, that's
that
really
means it
interesting.
wants to fall faster than the plane, even though it's got helium in it.
It's very interesting. You're not wrong. Where you're wrong is not wanting to further investigate and understand.
Yeah, how you gonna explain it with your gravity explanations, dude?
I don't know. I got to look into it. I have to investigate.
All right, then why do you bring up an argument that you have no knowledge to go further in?
It doesn't necessarily follow that I have no knowledge of it if I have to investigate a particular
You're
portion.
stymied in this point. You're stymied, so you should just bow out and say, you know what, it's a good point. My argument is invalid now, so I must step away from the argument. That's what you should do right now.
Okay.
Yeah. Do
okay. How big is the world, Alpha?
Do that.
How big is the world, Alpha? Should you stymie yourself and back yourself out of the conversation and admit that you don't know?
Dude, don't get your undies in a twist just because you got shellacked on this point that you thought you were going to win on.
Well, I just shellacked you on another one, so I mean, we're 1-1.
Dude, you're high as fuck right now.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, so? I'm still wrecking you.
He's wrecking you. Okay.
The only thing you wrecked is your damn underwear, which probably you fucking haven't washed in a week, dude.
Why are you thinking about my underwear, bro?
Well, it's because it's the only thing you're doing in here. You ain't shellacking no points. You're not equipped to you never are to have an argument.
Pause. Hard pause.
Hey, pass. Get the fuck out of here, dude.
They're probably in a condition where you can't actually call them underwear anymore.
Sorry excuse for a debater, man. Get out of here.
I've always called them britches.
Let Daza come in here and do something, man. He's more well equipped than you. Fucking,
I call him shit sculptures.
I don't doubt that. Daza's extremely intelligent and very good at presenting his points.
Yeah, that's because you can't tell the difference. That's what I find amusing about you guys.
You admitted you don't care why the balloons fell in the plane.
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant to flat Earth.
It's an interesting fact that requires it's good to look into.
It's irrelevant to flat Earth.
If it's irrelevant, then why did you bring it up?
It fucks up your argument.
Because you brought up.
And how can it be irrelevant?
No, it's irrelevant to flat Earth. It's called refuting your nonsense.
Yeah, everything is irrelevant to a position that doesn't exist.
Oh, yeah.
Now the position doesn't exist. And what are you here debating? Your imagination?
Dumbass. He's so stupid, dude.
I'm debating people who don't have a position. It's a bit different.
Are you?
No, we have a position. Earth is flat.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay. Earth is flat.
Weren't you incredulous at the horizon?
All of these different continents that we have, do you have any kind of understanding of the orientation and position of these continents?
Relative to what?
I'll take that as a no.
No, I'm asking you relative to what? The orientation relative to what?
Relative to each other.
We don't know their orientation relative to each other. We only know their orientation.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have a position whatsoever.
Do you, dickhead?
Flights occur daily between continents. Obviously, we have an understanding of the orientation between these continents. And
I thought you meant the body of the continent,
like plotting them on a globe So I'm sorry, guys, but
No,
if
listen,
you have
you don't.
one or two flat Earth pilots under your belt, but the rest are
all you're
slopers.
proving is you're ignorant. The coordinate systems that airplanes fly by don't use the Earth.
Uh-huh.
So Rich, tell me this. Rich, tell me how to find my latitude and longitude without the sky. I want to use just the Earth. Just the Earth, nothing else.
You can take any.
Just the question, dumbass.
You can
Answer
take
the
any
question.
monument and then
I'm gonna
then
mute
find
you.
out what the
I'm gonna
latitude
mute you.
and
Rich,
longitude.
answer the question.
I want to go from New York City's latitude, longitude, Paris's latitude and longitude. I don't want to use the sky at all. How do I find Paris?
Well, wait. That's
No,
that's a
no,
question.
Shut the fuck up.
Indigo's got a point. Let him go.
Who's that fucking chirper in the background?
I think it's Indio.
All right, Roger is gonna get fucking muted. You're gonna answer the goddamn question, Rich.
Because latitude and longitude are derived from utilizing the moving sky to have a stationary point on the ground. Interesting.
Rich, think about this.
Yeah, that's not an answer.
Point B.
No, I never claimed that you could get Latin long without using the sky.
And how do you know the orientation? Then how do you know the orientation of the continents?
Because they've been derived and shown on numerous maps that you guys claim are flat Earth maps, but then never say are flat Earth maps.
No, we say all maps are flat.
Except that a globe counts as a map.
Okay, so your problem
is a globe a map?
No, a physical globe is not a map.
Well, you're just wrong based on the definition.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, so you can navigate with a globe.
The necessity of a map does not mean that you can.
Can you navigate with a globe?
Or
Can you navigate with a globe?
You can have a map of Middle Earth, right? So you
Answer the question,
be able to navigate Middle Earth.
Pretty much. Middle Earth is more of a fucking map than a globe is.
Just answer him when he asks you a question. Don't fucking jump to it. This is how he gets away from you, Indio. He doesn't answer your questions. He just fucking runs away. Every time you ask him something, he fucking goes to another topic because he knows he doesn't have the answer. Just fucking answer the question. If you're going to have the discussion, have it. Fucking answer his questions, bro.
Yeah, Glitch.
Having a discussion doesn't mean answering.
No, listen, Glitch. It's okay to be wrong. It's fine. You can be wrong. You're never going to be right 100% of the time. What you can do with it.
Dude, he's wrong almost 100% of the time, though.
Or you can say you don't know. You can always say you don't know the answer, right? Take the honest way out.
Well, he can't do that because he thinks lack of knowledge is a moral failing.
No, he actually does know the fucking answer. He just don't want to say it.
Yep. I won't mute him because I do want him to respond to him, but he's fucking. Every time you ask him and he doesn't know the answer, or he's just being like he doesn't want to give it to you, he'll just fucking go to another point, and then he'll never answer the first question you ask him. And then he'll ask his question. I hate that shit.
Well, the reason, let me just say before you unmute him, the reason he don't want to say it is because this is a shtick. He wants to pretend the globe has this and the globe has that, and the flat Earth don't have that. But when you ask him a question and try to probe whether the globe actually has that thing he's claiming flat Earth does, you'll find out he don't have it either. You don't know the orientation of the continents? Well, do you? Yeah, of course we know. Well, how do you know? We have maps. Well, what are those maps? What are those maps based on? Latitude and longitude. Well, what are those? How do you find those on Earth? I don't fucking know. It's same bullshit, dude.
Yep.
Now, clarifying question here, right? Latitude and longitude, they're based off our measurement between the North Star, Sun, and Moon, right? It's nothing. It's relative to the sky. It's not relative to the Earth, right?
Exactly. It's just it's based on the celestial equator. And if Amish was in here, he's even looked at old books from the 1700s where things like the equator and like Tropic of Capricorn, Tropic of Cancer, they said that back then they would say that they're under them. They would never refer to the ground as, oh, I'm standing on the equator. They would say I'm under the equator.
What's interesting too is like if you follow a eastern or western heading, it corkscrews, and you eventually will wind up at spinning into the equator or spinning away from it.
It's just annoying, man. I'm listening to him, and it's like he's not going to get away from every point just because he wants to keep talking. Like, he's going to have to at least answer that he doesn't know. And he's got a big problem with that because, according to Crit, he can never say he doesn't know in his worldview. Yeah?
Because they see ignorance as like a moral failing. It's like it's a moral choice to be ignorant. So if you ask him a question that he should know and he doesn't know it, it's a tantamount to him saying that he's a bad person, which he can't do because he fancies himself better than you. He's a better, cleaner, more moral person. So it gets him in this catch-22 where he's unable to respond, so he's got to play little fuck games.
Yep.
Now, if I'm correct, right, as far as Earth-based navigation methods are, I think there's like two, right? There's the magnetic navigation, which just follows the magnetic poles of the Earth, which is basically a compass. And then there's like internal navigation, which is like the accelerometers and gyroscopes that track movement from a known starting point. But I think there's errors with that over time and stuff, so it's kind of weird.
No, you've got Dead Reckoning. There's lots of other different ways to land nav.
Yeah, Dead Reckoning, and here's interesting. And your thing about magnetic navigation, that works to a degree. It kind of depends on where you are on Earth. It doesn't work everywhere because you have this thing called magnetic declination. And it's a common misconception that people think the compass points towards the pole. It's true in some places, but it's not true in every place. So it does this thing, magnetic declination. A compass aligns with the magnetic field, and that don't always point north-south. It points north-south like where we are, right, Europe and in North America, but like it's not like that everywhere else. So that being said, Dead Reckoning is only supposed to work for 300 miles on a globe because it uses planar triangles. But people have Dead Reckoned, the longest reference I found was 2,000 miles. So there was apparently in the late 1800s or late 1800s, there was a dust storm off the coast of Africa that completely covered the Atlantic Ocean to the point where it was like a thin red dust. That's how they described it. And they couldn't see the sky or even the horizon. So imagine this red dust fog where you couldn't see anything. The HMS Britain navigated by Dead Reckoning 2,000 miles. And they obviously can't use celestial navigation because they can't see the fucking sky, right? So this should be impossible on a globe with planar triangles because the globe is supposed to use spherical triangles. So if they would have tried to sail using planar triangles on a quote-unquote globe, they would have ended up pricking like 900 miles off.
Hey, do you guys, have you ever studied like the way mariners used to travel a long time ago, Indio, with the rum line method?
Oh, yeah, a little bit.
Also known as loxodrome, where they would use like the compass and a straight line.
Oh, yeah, they use the rum line. Yeah, they do like I'm a little familiar with it. I seen a kind of a presentation on it, on how to do it. They still use that.
Yeah.
I mean, if you do celestial navigation, you can still use that method. It's not like it went out of style. Well, it went out of style, but not out of accuracy.
Well, and that's the other thing too. It's like you can get from point A to point B, and it might not be as efficient as maybe another method, but this one would get you to where you wanted to get to. Nevertheless.
Yeah, and in the South Pacific, they like Carolingian Islanders, the Filipinos, right? They navigated all over the place, right? Samoans. They didn't think it was a globe. They didn't have compasses. They didn't have any of that shit. Right? And they seemed to manage.
Yeah, this method was done, a long time ago, and they didn't need a globe for this, which these clowns think that that's what's absolutely necessary to travel. It's like this type of information was it's available to anybody that wants to look into it, but it predates a lot of the other navigational methods over the oceans. So That's interesting, right?
Yeah, there's a whole and like the Spanish. McGill brought all this up. So the Portuguese and Spanish used like Portland charts. So you would have a chart, and basically you'd have a port, and they just like, okay, take this heading out of the port and just try to go straight, and you'll end up at this other port, right? So like, but those are all straight lines. There weren't no curved lines or anything like that. And so like, and that was considered to be the most accurate method. It was as long as you can keep your heading, right?
Yep.
And if you know the sky, right? So you know that like, hey, if 4 hours go by, you know, the Big Dipper will be in front of me. In another 4 hours, this other star will be in front of me. So I know if I can keep if I can kind of keep the bolt aligned with the stars that should be in front of me, I'm going in a straight line, right? So, and this is how they would basically navigate from, you know, one point to another.
Without using a globe like these clowns.
Yeah, no globe. No fucking globe involved at all.
But I think that's the most important part. Like, a lot of these guys were like, well, they didn't know how to travel unless the globe was involved. Like, they didn't need a globe, dude. So if that's the case, they were traveling the Earth just like they would on a flat Earth. Like, it's a straight line, it's a straight shot, you know, like, no need for the globe.
And Amish talks about this all the time. They didn't even work out how to do celestial navigation, like with a sextant, even remotely accurately, until they published like American Practical Navigator. And it took that dude like 30 years to even make that shit, right? Because like they used it, right? But they like the nautical almanacs, they had all the same stuff. It just wasn't really that accurate until this dude, I don't know what he did exactly to make it more accurate. I know he one of the main things he did was, you know, you do a lot more measurements, right? Instead of just like taking one sighting and then just sailing off, you take a lot of sightings and you keep correcting your position. Then they also got better clocks, so they knew like how far west they were and shit like that. So
they even used the sunstone, which you could use even though it was a cloudy day. So even if you couldn't see the sun, that sunstone, like the Vikings, I think were one of the ones that used that. But, you know, there's probably other people that use this sunstone that help them find out the position of the sun so they can navigate while, you know, it was cloudy and whatnot. So,
can you imagine like one of these GPS kids being shipped back to like 400 years ago? They wouldn't even like make it down the road.
Yeah.
I think the Sunstone was before the astrolabe. It's along the same lines, isn't it?
Yeah. It's supposedly was used by the Vikings because they found a bunch of them. So it's like a birefringent crystal, and when you look through it, like because like it'll only let polarized light through. So like you can detect the sun even through a cloudy sky. It'll be brighter part in the sky because you're getting more polarized light by looking into the direction of the sun. So you could tell the direction the sun was at.
Yeah.
So, guys, I have a question, guys.
I'll go.
So is the Earth flat or not?
Obviously. Where the fuck have you been?
You point me to some conclusive theoretical proof or experiment, please.
That's theoretical.
That's that anti-flat earther right there, man.
How would it be theoretical?
He's been in here heaps of times. This dude.
Anything that just backs up.
No, well, you're presupposing that it would have to be theoretical in the first place. Like, why is it a theory?
No, either theoretical or experimental.
No, that's a false dichotomy, dude.
What is he doing?
Okay, so
experiment to prove shapes.
So you're trying to use natural science to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe?
Okay, so check this out. Let's say I have a room. I want to know what the shape of the room's floor is. Is it square? Is it rectangle? Is it circle? Triangle? What experiment do I do?
I don't know. You tell me.
Yeah, you're gonna play stupid now, right? You know,
No,
you
really,
guys literally make flat earthers with your stupid answers, man.
Wait. I'm just asking.
Wait. He's like,
I'm just asking questions. Okay, Joe
Whatever
Rogan.
conclusively proves that the Earth is flat. That's it. I just want to understand your point of view.
FUD, help us out, bro.
My point of view is, I want to give my point of view. What you see is what you get. The Earth is flat because it looks flat. Now, if you have evidence to the contrary, we'd be more than happy to see it.
That would also mean that.
So try and convince me that the Earth looks flat because it's actually curved. Convince me.
That would mean.
Convince me. No, convince me, dude. Convince me the Earth looks flat because it's actually curved.
Yeah. So that would also mean that there are no mirages in the desert. Is that correct?
Guy is smoking.
Do you know what the mirage in the desert?
Hey, hold on.
Yeah, we know what a mirage is. Yeah.
That would also mean there are no mirages, right? Like it's actually.
How does that logically follow from what I said, idiot?
Hey, Indio, I'm gonna unmute Glitch Evans because I'm gonna take off. So I mean, you can talk to him if you want.
No, I don't unmute him, dude. I don't have mod power right now.
Okay,
Yeah.
what? Fuck happened?
Oh, because I said the N word, so it's supposed to kick back in. I don't know, probably like in 30 minutes or something. It's whatever Heretics time is, so it's 11:47 Heretics time. So.
All right. Well, I'll leave Glitch muted, and then the other guy.
Well, Jedi's in here. He can freaking smack people around. So.
All right. Well, I'll leave Glitch. Fuck, I'll leave him muted then.
That was easy.
I totally missed Indio saying the N word.
Make executions. Well, I'll unmute him. You were talking to him. He's a waste of time, but I'm just it's up to you.
I know he is, dude. Just dishonest as usual.
You tell me.
I'm just asking what makes you conclusively.
Don't listen. Don't ever try to build a house if you can't figure out how to measure a floor.
I've built multiple houses actually.
Oh, you have? So you can tell me how to figure out if my floor is square, right?
That's why I'm asking, because I'm kind of interested.
No, I'm asking you, dude.
You're so adamant. Do you have any conclusive proof?
Yeah, I just gave it to you.
But that would mean that mirages don't exist. There's water in the desert.
Yeah, that's a claim. Why would it mean that mirages don't exist?
Where the fuck did that come from?
Why would it mean that?
Because you're saying that what you see is what is conclusive proof, right? So if you see the Earth,
No. That's a general. So a mirage would be a special case. The exception don't prove the rule, dude.
All right, but there's also other illusions in the world, right?
Okay. So it's a pretty persistent
natural illusions,
illusion.
not even like something put together, just a natural illusion.
Let me get this straight. Your argument is you don't have proof of the flat Earth because illusions exist. So what's your argument? The Earth's a globe because flat Earth is an illusion?
I'm just requesting for one. That's it.
Yeah, I gave it to you.
No, that's not proof, bro.
Yeah, it is proof.
It's not proof. It's not proof. You can look it up. You don't believe me.
How is it? Yes, I'm well aware that mirages exist. But you have to show that viewing the Earth as flat is a mirage, dude. You don't just say it could be something. It could be I'm on fucking drugs, dude, when I look out at the fucking water. Right? Yeah, it could be lots of things, dude. Could be I'm freaking spun around in a fucking circle. I fucking took a bunch of ayahuasca. I got poisoned at the fucking McDonald's or something. Yeah, that could be a bunch of shit. It would be a bunch of. It would be a hell of a collective delusion that the Earth looks flat to every goddamn human being that's ever lived. We're all poisoned.
Yep. Got some bad drugs, man.
Can does not mean is. Okay. There's no evidence to the contrary, dude. It's really simple. Now, you're more than welcome to try to convince me that the flat Earth actually is an optical illusion with actual evidence of this optical illusion.
So you don't have proof to convince others, so you want others to convince you? If you sell me a product, how can you convince me it's not poisonous? Or it is poisonous?
I'll take it first.
We're not trying to convince anybody.
Why are you here?
Just to give people some information, talk about it. Think about
But
it.
if you don't know if that information is conclusively true or not,
Water's level. Airplanes fly flat.
right? So
Oceans are flat for the most part. There's no bendy
Dude,
water.
I do know it's conclusively true. You reject it as conclusively true because you doubt whether reality.
I don't reject
real.
it.
No, you doubt whether reality's real.
I'm just requesting you if you can.
Yeah, you
convince
doubt
me
whether
with
reality's
some
real.
really conclusive.
Convince me that that's actually real, dude. I looked out, I saw the ocean was flat, dude. Please convince me that that's real. Because if I was in a desert, I could have saw something that looked like something that wasn't there. So I have to doubt all my sensory experiences. Retardation. Go with that. See how far that gets you. You don't actually believe what you're saying, though.
So do you think air exists?
That's the funny thing. You don't believe what you're saying.
It doesn't say.
Does air exist? Yes.
Okay, can you please tell me why you think air exists?
Because when I move my hand around, I can feel myself pushing it.
Okay, but you can't see it.
So what? It's not the only sense I possess.
So it could be something else.
Oh boy, this.
What do you mean something else? What do you mean something else? Like what?
This guy's a fucking brain in a jar.
He's trying to associate. Oh, you can't see curvature, but you
What
can't
if?
see air either. So therefore,
What
air
if?
may not exist.
You're a brain in a
What if
jar.
when you move your hand, right?
What does
your hand?
what does yellow taste like?
Never eaten a crayon, man.
Doubt it. I'm sure you've eaten fucking plenty of paste.
Crayon muncher. What the hell?
Look,
Look,
why
all
you
I'm trying to ask it.
why are you
All I'm
conflating
trying to
senses?
ask is. All I'm trying to ask is, if you can't provide it,
I did.
can't convince others.
No, I
Why you
did.
guys
No,
here?
I'm not trying to convince you.
If there's
And now
free
you're
beer,
trying to
can you please let
gaslight.
me know?
Yeah, no, you're just trying to gaslight, dude. So it's kind of funny.
Free beer, nice barbecue. Please
No,
let me know.
so
I'd like some.
Brain in a jar.
I'm not asking for anybody's bleeding charity.
look, man, if you can't convince me reality's real, I'm not going to believe in reality.
Okay, think about it this way. If
No, I don't have to
So
think
I-
about it.
think
I
about it
don't have
this
to
way, the world is sufficiently flat for you to believe and live without causing harm to yourself.
What?
What the
Think about it
fuck?
this way.
What the hell? Why did these
So how far
Glovers
can you
always
see?
start with-
How far
why
can
do
you
these
see?
Glovers, shut up.
Depends on
Why
the
do these
weather.
Glovers, shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
Why do these
maximum.
Why do these Glovers always start
Depends on
with
the weather,
Please,
dude.
I'm
imagine
trying to have a
this?
conversation, man. Relax. I'm just theoretically
Then
like,
shut up and
just
let him
get a
talk.
number.
Then he's talking. Go
How far
ahead,
can
man.
you see?
Not you. Go ahead, man.
That's their lookout.
I already answered your question. Why are you asking the same question twice?
Just theoretically. Just take a number. 20
Theoretically.
miles?
Been here long ago, and you can
Well, I
tell
mean,
I said so.
it depends on the weather condition. Depends on the meteorological conditions, dude.
Okay, fair enough. Let's
It's been
assume a number
reported
50 miles.
300 miles, dude.
Okay, let's assume 300 miles. Okay?
Here we go again with the fucking Zoom. Zoom, Zoom, dude, retard.
Oh, we're on
retard.
Discord, not Zoom.
No, retard. Zoom, magnification. Is that what you're talking
So
about,
that's fine.
magnification?
You can see 300
Okay,
miles.
magnification don't matter.
No, we're just taking
Okay,
it
because
simple.
you guys are stupid, and you think magnification is the determining factor of whether you can see something. It's not magnification. It's resolving power. They're two different fucking things, okay? The one that lets you, quote unquote, see farther is resolution, okay? Because the further away things are, the smaller they appear, right? They subtend a smaller visual angle.
Fair enough. All I'm asking is theoretically, how far can you see? You said 300 miles. Let's go with that.
Who the fuck's watching a video?
Trinity, you're hot micing.
Your own business, young man.
Trinity.
Trinity.
bullets. Because
Trinity,
I'm not taking
dude.
any input on my private affairs. There are no private affairs, Simeon. And I'll tell you other things.
Asleep at the helm.
Shit, man.
Off scene.
Mute that fucking retard.
Well,
Okay.
thank you.
According to the Rayleigh model of the air, right? You should only be able to see 297 kilometers of sea level, but we can see farther than that. So depends on the meteorological conditions.
Let's go
So
with
in the
300 miles.
So in the Southern Ocean, where there's very low humidity and very dry air, it's been reported that you can see mountains 300 miles away.
Okay, so let's go with 300
you
miles.
tell me. Yeah, you tell me. What mountain? How tall would a mountain have to be 300 miles away from sea level to see it?
I don't know, but I was just
It would
trying to
have to
work
be. It
through
would
your
have to
logic.
be. It would have to be 9.75 miles tall. What's the tallest mountain on Earth? How tall is that?
I don't know.
5.24 miles tall.
Right.
Yes, you got a problem.
So what I'm trying to just say is that let's take a number for 300 miles, right? So you walk those 300 miles, and you see there's another flat plate, right?
And I would walk 300 miles and I would...
Exactly.
100
And then how would you determine? How would you determine?
300 miles on a flat plate, but
How
then
would you
find
determine
another
it's
flat
curved?
plate.
Yeah. So
That's
how would you
300
determine?
miles.
How would you determine if it's not sufficiently flat?
How would you determine if it's curved?
Why? What's with the qualifying word sufficiently?
My point is
What's with the weasel words? What's with the weasel word sufficiently that you?
My point
snuck
is
in
you
there?
don't.
No,
you don't
dude.
necessarily-
What do you mean sufficiently? Sufficiently for what?
Yeah, sufficiently for you to do your walking safely and reliably.
What does that mean? No, you said sufficiently flat. Okay, sufficiently flat for what, dude?
Sufficiently for you to live life, walk around.
Someone mute this fucking retard, dude. I can't take the sophistry anymore.
It's pretty. Yeah.
There's no sophistry. I'm just trying to point out the meaning of the word here.
And it's
Why are you getting so angry?
That's the problem
Because you're a scumbag.
Your sophistry is weak, bro. You need to pick up your game. Step it up.
Right. What I'm trying to say is things can be sufficiently another thing for you, but that not be the real.
Yeah,
that not maybe their real nature or their real.
You're the one who added the word sufficiently flat. I didn't say that. You said that. I'm asking what you mean by that. Because that's.
I just told you.
Oh, what does it mean? Sufficiently flat. Sufficiently flat for what?
Sufficiently flat for you to walk around it. On it. Sorry.
What does that mean?
Yeah, you're not saying anything, dude.
For example, you make a road, and it doesn't have to be a Formula One level quality of road, but it's sufficiently good, it's of sufficient quality for you to live your life.
You're not a sophist. That has nothing to do with sufficiently flat, dude. Sufficiently flat. What did you mean by that?
I just told you.
Enough to walk around.
So roads can't go uphill or downhill.
People climb mountains, so even a mountainous terrain is sufficiently flat to walk around.
Sufficiently,
dude.
Yeah,
you are a retard of epic proportions, dude.
No, it is sufficiently flat for you to not fall. For you to be, climbing it.
Holy crap!
Stop!
He sounds like a glue sniffing pretender clown.
What if it's sufficiently flat, but then you have a gorge at 300 feet on both sides?
Dude mainlined the model glue, man. He mainlined it. He didn't even freaking sniff it. He just freaking was like, I'm going to inject this shit.
Right.
See, the point is your position is very weak here, right? You will not be able to convince anyone.
Yeah, I'll just say your position is weak without any basis whatsoever.
Yeah.
Fucking manga.
While you bring up a weak point.
Did you practice your victory speech in the mirror before you came in here?
That's
hilarious. It's not about one-upping. I'm just trying to understand your logic.
No,
yeah,
I gave it to you.
I woke up. Look what happened yesterday.
I gave it to you.
I lost.
It would be irrational.
Part of my brain.
It would be irrational.
Part of my brain, and I forgot the.
Well,
I forgot the shape of the earth.
Stop
mainlining. You never knew the shape of the earth. Okay, so it would be irrational to see the Earth is flat and conclude it's not without evidence. That would be irrational. It would be delusional by definition.
Yeah, Indio, please remind me. Hey,
it would be
Indio.
delusional by definition to see something and say that's not really that thing.
Didn't they do a study on that? With
Are you going to argue with me? I dare you to argue against that. Dare you? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought, dude. That's what I thought.
What I'm trying to say is, illusions
I don't care what you're trying to say, dude. Delusions can be
illusion
useful.
is not the actual reality.
No, I said delusion. I didn't say illusion. I said delusion.
For example, the Discord you're using right now, it's actually a form of illusion.
Oh my god.
Oh, fuck. It's going.
Rain in a jar.
Are you 100% sure of that?
Yeah.
It's a form of illusion. It's just electrons coming together.
Are you sure? Are you 100%?
Discord is electrons coming together. Jesus Christ. Did they date for a while? Did one electron buy the other electron flowers? Like, are they gonna have baby electrons?
No idea, didn't tell me.
Yeah, are you
Electrons
sure
are
you're on
fake,
Discord
bros.
right now? Are you sure you're on Discord?
So, can you see electricity?
Are you sure
Yeah, you
you're
can.
on Discord?
Yes,
right now?
electricity is real, but electrons aren't.
So how can you see electricity in your house?
Change the subject.
Come over
Hey,
to my house
Indio.
and meet my taser.
Hey, Indio, you remember earlier you told him how what was that observation over X distance and how tall is the highest mountain? Didn't he just wave right past that and just?
Oh yeah, dude, he ran so far from that, man.
Yeah, exactly. Let's rewind a little bit and hold him to that shit.
Look, why can't we see 300 miles at sea level when we're only supposed to see, like, maybe fucking 10 miles?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'll give you a reason. It's not a ball.
It's not a globe.
You have to have a
What
geometric
is it?
horizon on a globe, correctly? What I'm saying? It had to have a geometric.
It's not a globe,
horizon.
that's for sure.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Good luck with
Not
that
a
guy.
globe.
Look, I just want to know the basis. I just want to know the basis. Are you saying to yourself, well, the Earth looks flat and it doesn't feel like it's moving, but I don't believe that, and it's actually not flat and is moving?
You're delusional.
And we can't see electricity.
Yeah, shotgun.
And when you go outside and you look up and you see the sky and go, oh, that might not really be the sky. That might be something else.
Yeah, I think he's one of those.
Yep.
He's not absolutely sure that there's an objective reality.
It could be the sun. I don't know. It's hot. I don't know. It burns my eyes. It could be. I don't know.
The better question is, if you're delusional like that, which is fine, it's your business, why are you trying to convince us to be delusional like you?
Yeah. Good question.
So they're these so-called black fat cables in front of my house on pole, right? And people say that if I plug that into my house in a particular manner, my ceiling fans and my Discord will work. And I did that and it worked, right? And then I asked them how did it work, and they say there's something called electricity flowing through it.
Yep.
And I looked at it and they said,
no, they don't. They told you. They misinformed you. Electricity does not. Yeah, but electricity does not flow in a wire. That's a freaking myth.
Right.
It flows on the
what
outside.
What I'm trying to say is.
So I got the
told me
wrong
that,
information. And they told you wrong.
And then I looked at it and I said, I can't see anything flowing. So you're wrong.
Yeah, that's because that's not how it works.
So how does it work?
Not like that.
Then how?
Who cares anyway?
What's that got to do with the shape of the Earth, man?
It's pretty important. They're charging me money for that cable.
Hey, shut up. Because he got smashed on seeing the mountain from 300 miles away. So now he's got to go into something stupid that no one's got any answers for because no one can know that.
Isn't that a red herring?
No one knows how that cable works.
Well, I know how it works.
Please enlighten me.
Who cares?
Because they're charging me money for it.
Oh, good.
Yeah, that's
I
because you're
bet
dumb.
fucking-
They should charge them double, man.
There's a
Yeah.
guy named Tesla. He came up with it. He didn't write any of this shit down. He just built the fucking generators to produce the electricity, spinning magnets.
It doesn't even matter. Listen, just from a philosophical point of view, we cannot know how it works at all and be able to make it work.
That's right. That's why I brought up Tesla. He just made it work, man. You know, he didn't have a lot of. He didn't write
You think the Wright brothers knew how fucking aerodynamics worked when they made the airplane?
Nope. Oh, they're trying to figure it out, man. There's trial and error, man. Trial and error. It's called freaking R&D, man. Research and development. Check it out. Don't believe me. Shit works, man. Fucking, I can blow enough fire on sand and I can make glass, dude. Fuck, no shit.
But it doesn't even matter because you think everything's a hallucination anyway. So.
Fuck.
No, look, I just told you I lost my cerebellum yesterday in an accident, so there's a bit of issues there. I'm just trying to ask you that. I'm just trying to request you if you could please explain me what's happening in this cable, this big fat black cable.
Yeah, I can tell you won't understand.
Yeah.
Dude, I don't
He's
want
done. He's a fucking idiot.
He's not an idiot. He's just being a total fucking Matrix cock. Fuck. Come on, dude.
Yeah.
Hell out of here. You're not a realist. You never built nothing in your life. You don't know shit. Shut up.
These people are
He's
fucking
like
insufferable.
one of these dudes that want to be plugged back into the Matrix.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Real life sucks. Plug me back in. Yeah, give me some steak.
The steak is so good. Yeah, it's so good.
You don't want to be someone important. Maybe an actor.
Musician. Yeah, dude, if you're that far removed from reality, is that what they're teaching in school these days? Is to get kids to think like this? For fuck's sake, I hope not, man.
Hey, he said he lost the cerebellum. He lost the cerebellum. We're expected to believe him, so therefore,
You can't
he's brain
lose
damaged.
something you never had.
What's a cerebellum? What the fuck is that?
Part of his brain. He's retarded.
Part of your brain?
damage.
Okay. He was in an accident. Okay. I don't believe him for fucking 1 second saying that shit.
I believe it. Shit, why not? Let's just go with it.
I'm not buying it.
You can't lose something you never had.
Oh, hey. Hey, what's upside down? Anybody?
Me.
Oh.
I got one for you. What's right side up? Here's a better one.
Me.
I'm sideways, man. I'm totally sideways. I don't know about you guys. I'm kind of on the side of the globe.
Well, I must be sideways too because we're around about 180 degrees from each other.
Yeah. We're kind of sideways, really. Great movie about wine. I like wine. Anyway, I'm drinking some wine right now. How nice.
Sounds good. Red?
Red, of course. Always red. Never white.
Yeah.
Never.
No. White makes you crazy.
Yeah, white's like a woman. Let the women drink the white wine, man.
That's why they're crazy.
That's why they're
good for
crazy.
cooking.
Man.
White wine's good for cooking.
It's good for what?
Cooking.
Oh yes. A nice a white wine vinegar. Excellent for cooking and making
butter sauce.
Making some butter sauce or some good Béarnaise sauce. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Gotta have it. That's all.
Edward Béarnaise sauce.
Edward Béarnaise sauce on everything.
Propaganda sauce.
Oh man. Well, they took his propaganda techniques to a whole new level, man. And we get Mongos like that coming in here, man. Well, what if it's not real, man? Oh fuck. Oh yeah. What did they feed you in school, bro? Like anything, Come on.
Is there anybody left?
They fed me those frozen square pizzas. Yummy.
Oh, that was it.
Anyone at all?
I don't know. Man.
You can unmute. You can unmute that guy if you want. Jedi. I just kind of.
There's some really weird names in the.
Turned him off.
Why is Crit owes me tax money? That's a weird name. and Katy Perry in space.
I think that's
Who are
I
these
think
Mongols?
Crit owes me tax money is Crit's worst nightmare. That guy. I
No,
think he's got a.
it's
got a
Pat,
hard
man.
on.
It was
Oh, is it?
from a globe earther. He completely melted down on Crit and said that he was mad at flat earthers because Crit sucks up his tax money.
Oh, that guy's an idiot. Yeah.
Wow.
Well,
Okay.
you can unmute. Is Rich Evans still in here? I don't know whether you want to
Oh
talk
yeah,
to him.
he's
G'day.
still shit talking in the chat. He's still shit talking.
Hey man, it's late night, man.
Up to you, mate.
It's up to you guys. I'm
What the fuck? It's first thing in the fucking morning.
I don't think it's worth listening to.
Yeah, I was going to hang up.
good to see you, AJ.
Oh,
Have a good
thanks,
night,
mate.
man.
How's
bless you.
How's our buddy Skinny doing? You all right?
Yeah, he's doing all right. I spoke to him a couple of days ago.
All right, cool.
Couple of days, guys.
Gotta check in on him. See how you guys are doing.
Yeah, he's doing all right. He's trying to find somewhere to move to or something.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, cool. He'll be back. He'll be
back.
He loves jumping Glober's shit, man. That guy got into that so heavy, so hard, so fast. It was impressive to watch, man. That guy loved the passion. Yeah, great guy. Just like y'all upside downers. I get it. You guys are great. Well, there's a couple upside down Globers living over there, but fuck those Mongos.
Yeah, they're not so great.
Yeah,
we got people like Dogs of Gods and
oh god,
upside down Australian.
Yeah,
Arlo, he's another numpty.
Mm. Yeah, there's a few.
Yeah, that Wolfie character piece. That guy's a real piece of work. Hey, airplanes fly flat, man. I checked it out, Wolfie. Oh no, you fly it flat, but it's really curvy. Okay.
Oh, there's Crit's worst nightmare.
Yeah. Which one's that?
And that's Crit's worst nightmare.
Oh, okay. Flying an airplane upside down on a ball. That's crazy, bro. Okay.
We've had a few. We've had a few new Globers coming in here with their Katy Perry rocket, but
Katy Perry rocket. I like the name.
I only seen it this morning, and down the side of the rocket they've got printed new sheep. So it must be the rocket launch must be for all the new sheep to come along and believe that their hero Katy Perry made it to space.
Yeah, got to send a pop star, you know. Like,
okay. Is Katy Perry relevant? I mean, she's relevant. She was big, but she hasn't had a hit in like 10, 12 years or something. I don't know.
Oh, they still love her. They go spastic for her, yeah. Oh, they're off their head.
Hey, did you watch the whole thing? Did you see the door open on the hatch?
The door opening. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's bad, dude.
Oh, it's so good, man. The door opening before they open the door. I mean,
they said that Elon Musk had to take a special tool to open the door. There was not Elon, fucking Jeff Bezos.
Bezos, right? Yeah,
he had to take a special tool to open the door to let them out. There was no other way out. And then while they're waiting for him to go over with the tool, someone opens the door from the inside. They tell him to shut it quickly, and they close it. And then he goes up with the tool and opens it afterwards.
All right, I want you guys to hit the Globers with that one and say, hey man, what's up with this? Just if anybody wants to defend that, which I don't think they will. I think
they only went 60 miles up anyway. So
yeah, they spent a couple of minutes up there apparently, but
11 minute ride. Come on, man. I've been on roller coasters
5 chicks
longer. Fuck's sake, man. Come on.
We got 5 chicks that went in a dick rocket to space.
Yeah.
with New sheep on the door.
Dick Rocket. The Dick Rocket. Yeah, it does look exactly like a dick, man. I mean, of all rockets I've ever seen in my entire life, that one takes the dick. I'm serious.
You know what I learned about that little escapade today? Turn that mission patch upside down. It looks almost like you know who.
Yeah, I saw that last night. We were going over that last night. Yeah, that was.
But I don't even think you have to turn it upside down. I think it's actually on the suit upside down already.
Yeah, there's something to it, man. It's definitely whatever. You know, it's that symbolism kind of.
Dude, even normies are calling bullshit on that.
Even normies
because of the door. The door thing, dude.
They're like, wait, what's up with? Hey, Indio, man.
You didn't see the door thing?
Dude, I saw the door thing this morning, man. When I got up, it was Taboo Conspiracy, man. He dropped it. It was great, but
but on X, even normies are posting that shit and saying space is fake and gay, dude. It was all over the internet the other day.
You know, have you heard of Peggy Hall, the Healthy American?
No.
Channel. She's been around.
I've heard of her.
She's been around since 2020. She kind of busted out, got let go from her teaching job at the college, and she started a YouTube saying, "Hey, man, this Coco thing's a bunch of bullshit. Fucking tell them no. They can't fire you." And she would put together all the paperwork and everything you needed to file to fucking deal with these fucking cucks, you know, at the school or your work or wherever. She had all the religious exemptions. She was like really on top of it, man. And anyway, she had David Weiss on yesterday, bro.
Working David.
We've got 187,000 subscribers, and dude, I read through all the comments on the video, like 97% of them were like, "Yeah, it's flat, you dumbasses." Yeah, it was all 100% flat, man. The chat was bumping. It's all flat. It's flat. So yeah, flat Earth's fucking kind of bumping. That's all I'm saying. I got to witness it a little bit yesterday. Anyway, yeah, that Bezos thing, people seeing that. Oh my goodness. He opened the door with some special tool. He had to get the special ladder, you know, and he fell down. Did you see him fall down? There he is falling down. It looked like a bounce house. I saw like 100 comments about it looks like a fucking bounce house. Yeah. Anyway,
I'm gonna have to watch it.
It's hilarious.
Bit of comic relief, you know.
Maybe, yeah. I didn't watch the whole thing, man. I just watched like people that put together like, here, look at this, look at that. And the door thing was one of them that I caught this morning with Taboo Conspiracy. Shout out to Ben. You know, he always gets the good stuff, man. That guy gets the good stuff, man.
Well, long story short, the door opened already from inside.
Yeah, it was already open.
And then it shut.
Opened it real quick.
They special tool and all that bullshit to open it from the outside.
And they closed it real quick, and then he came up with the ladder, and then yeah, what a fucking shit show. They got to be doing that.
What makes look, man. Well, what bothers me is like this guy's like one of the richest people in the world. This is the best he can do. Are you serious? They're fucking trolling us, dude. It's like
they gotta be trolling, man. There's no other way. They gotta be wanting to wake people up or trying to wake people up, like or something, man. They're doing it on purpose.
I said this years ago, like
years ago. You said it.
Like it's like almost like a litmus test. It's like how stupid of shit can we put out there and they still believe it, right? And there's going to be people that believe it no matter what they show.
Spray, the toilet on the ISS. Let's keep going down the list, man. There's probably 1,000. But
dinosaurs, electrons,
rovers on Mars.
You know, they say separating the wheat from the chaff. The thing is, are the people that realize it's fake, are they wheat or chaff? Like, which one?
I don't know, man. That's a good question.
Are they going to call us, man? Like anyone that calls this shit fake, man, they're going to get a bull on the back of the head.
Well, that's good. Yeah, that's definitely coming. That's censorship at its finest, right there, man. When they whip you in the ass.
Not to crazy change the subject, but I've never heard. Have you ever heard that the Chernobyl disaster was actually a CIA op. You ever heard that before? That the CIA actually did it.
A couple videos where I didn't hear about CIA did it, but apparently, man, you can still live there.
So I heard this. I heard it from a. He just mentioned it in passing, as if everybody knew it already. He's a Russian citizen now, but he was like he's an American citizen. He was in the U.S. military as like an intelligence agent, and like because he had a Russian background, obviously they put him, to deal with the Soviet Union back in the day, because he could speak the language, he could blend in, all that shit, right? So part of the stuff he did, he was like stationed in Georgia, not the state of Georgia, the freaking country.
Yeah,
and like in this video, like he's talking about the war or whatever. But he said this Chernobyl was caused by the CIA. Like they did it. Like they sabotaged the nuclear power plant. Because if anybody remembers right, like they say the Soviet Union, like that was the end of the Soviet Union when Chernobyl happened.
Right.
That's when all their shit really fell apart. It's just very strange.
Yeah, it was like 3 or 4 years later. It just
it's like within 2 years because Gorbachev was the president of the USSR, and like it helped them get rid of who was the president of Ukraine at the time, who was like a hard line, like a 90-year-old freaking head of the Communist Party. So he was around when like Lenin was around. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they like
cool
had to figure out a way to like remove the old guard communists to make the way for Gorbachev. So like they kept doing like getting them caught up in scandals, and so like the guy that ran the USSR energy program, which was the nuclear power part, he was in there since like Brezhnev, which is like way the fuck back, right? So this dude's been in like running this shit, bro. Like so, like I guess from what I can make out, the thesis was this was a CIA op to get the old guard communists out by making it a scandal. So everybody's like, oh my God, like the elite, you know what I mean? The elite, they're not taking care of us. They're poisoning us with fucking radiation. We need new people, right? And these new people will be more amenable to the West and all that shit. Which kind of turns out, that's how it kind of turned out.
That's kind of how it turned out. All those East German citizens were like, fuck yeah, let's go to West Germany. And I remember them hopping the fence and like getting all excited. And
because they have like the largest nuclear power plants like in the world. Even now, Russia is building nuclear power plants for other countries and shit. So had to put an end to that crap, right?
Oh yeah.
Anyway, enough of geopolitics. I just wondering if anybody heard the CIA. I'm gonna look into it more. I sent the dude a message like, bro, I want to hear more about this.
Yeah,
that'd be very interesting. And then like trying to find stuff on it. I found a CIA presentation, right? Yeah. So it's like it was like a week after Chernobyl, right? And they made a tape, and dude, just like fucking clued me in on some shit. They made a tape, right, that they showed like all the top government officials, and it was like about the Chernobyl, about what's happening in the Soviet Union. Like, we got to know what's happening in the Soviet Union, blah blah blah. So like, it's a tape the CIA made. This is our top intel. And they send it to like, the Secretary of Defense, all the cabinet members, right? All the need to know people.
Right.
They all get this tape. And the tape was like a fucking the tape is like a news report. I'll actually post a link to it. And the funny thing is, almost everything they said a week after turned out to be what happened. And how would they know? Because that shit happened in Ukraine. Like, how would they know all that shit? It's just very strange, man.
They got spies, man. That's how they know.
I think if you were working at a nuclear power plant in the Soviet Union, I don't think you were going to sneak into that.
Yeah, you never know, man. I mean, it is possible, James Bond movie, but in reality, yeah, you might not be sneaking in, bro. Yeah, unless you flipped, you could have been a double agent. You could flip, and as long as you got a deal, hopefully you got a good deal. I don't know, man. They make deals. Those Mongos make deals, man.
Here, I'll post a video in the chat. So I can very bizarre video, man. When you watch it, it's like,
I'll check it out, man.
It's like a couple minutes long.
I'm gonna go check it out. All right, let me.
This wasn't a briefing given to Reagan. The title's crap, but it was a briefing given to all the need to know people in the U.S. government.
Right.
So here's the funny thing. What
nuclear accident at Chernobyl was produced in the Directorate of Intelligence.
Made me realize. Hold on a second. I got this playing in the background. It made me realize something, that people in the government, right, that are high up, I always wonder, like, why do they believe such stupid things? And then they go on TV and they say shit which is, like, provably wrong. And like, they're probably being given information by the CIA. They're being told things like, say 9/11, for instance. Oh, the CIA gives them a presentation. Here's what really happened. This isn't what's on the TV. This is what's really happened. And what they think had really happened is a bunch of bullshit. Right? So that, like, the government, the upper echelon of political officials, they're being manipulated by the CIA with what they think is true information, but they're actually the ones getting psyoped.
Yeah.
And then they're making policy based upon
makes sense.
A bunch of lies they heard, right? So fucked up. I don't know. It's got to stew on my brain for a while. I hope this dude answers me and tells me where he got the information from. The CIA did that shit. Any globe defenders?
I don't think there is, man. Let's roll through. What do we got here, man? Somebody wants to defend the globe?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I do not care.
You don't care?
Okay.
Why
press
not?
Press the red button, and you can go if you want.
See yourself out, man. What the fuck you doing here if you don't care? What the fuck?
You don't care? So if your mom or your dad came up to you and said, "Hey, I'm a flat earther," you wouldn't care?
That's such a stupid fucking premise, but okay.
What's stupid about it? What was the stupid premise? What are you talking about?
So, like, if this imaginary thing that would never fucking happen were to happen, would you care that? If the sky fell and my dog got fucking kicked and then it shit on my fucking PC, maybe I don't care.
You don't care, but you're so emotional. Amazing. I can tell by how much you don't care, by how butthurt you are.
Yes, you totally do.
I don't care.
Yeah. So what's imaginary about?
I've already tuned this out.
Yeah. Oh, I come in here to be edge guard. I don't care what you're saying.
Don't cut yourself on that.
I want to be. I want to be anywhere but here. But I'm still here.
Yeah. Again, don't cut yourself on that edge, buddy.
Yeah, what a great comeback. My goodness. Hey, why the fuck you here, man, is the question. Can you answer that one, bro? That'd be cool. That'd be real cool.
Yeah, I should actually ask yourself that question because weren't you guys technically E-refugees because your server got fucking nuked? Yeah, womp womp to that 6,000 population you lost.
Well, we had 50,000.
What are you talking about?
We've still got the server.
Womp womp. That's the second server. Your original one got fucking hijacked.
It was 50,000 and it got nuked and it got hijacked. You're right. It was called
womp womp. It was a Minecraft server. It turned into a Minecraft server. Fucking womp womp, bitch.
You need to relax, Linda. You need to relax and take a breath, Linda. Like you're fucking spiraling already.
Yeah, but what's the point though? Like what are you saying? Like who cares? What?
I don't speak to people seeking asylum in this dog shit server.
Oh, we still have our server, dumb fuck. It's got 29,000 people on it. What are you talking about?
Is that why you're in here?
Well, no,
because we want to talk to dumb cunts like you.
We're also on X, TikTok, fucking Facebook. So we're on lots of platforms.
Yeah, you're
We're
just
also on the religion, politics, and religion.
You're just hijacking the server just like your server.
No, we're just so large we can hijack lots of servers.
One second. I just want to ask you a question. You said,
does that bother you that like flat Earth grows? Does that bother you?
Hey, Indio, man, we're number one in this fucking server.
It doesn't bother me that you guys want a subject that entertains you. I get that. I don't have a problem with that.
Second. Just be quiet for a second, right? So you said, did you say it was imaginary? What's imaginary about it? Because the only thing that you're imagining is a globe.
Wait, what are you talking about? What schizo rant is this?
You don't remember saying imaginary?
I remember like saying like imaginary population, but sure.
If I may, if I was listening correctly and understanding, he was implying his parents claiming they're flat earthers is an imaginary situation that would unfold. That's what he was implying.
Okay. No, I was saying like bad thing happening based on a premise that doesn't exist. Like you're
that's what he meant.
Yeah, like
what's the premise?
The premise is like, I don't know, like what was it again? Like, oh, you become something, then your parents freak out about it and start like bitching at you or something like that. What
no
a
one
fucking
said that.
dumbass analogy.
You don't even know what I said.
It was
dumbass thing. You don't even know what I said. You don't even know what I said.
It was dumb, and I pushed it out of my brain to save my brain.
Yeah, more like you. Was if your parents
okay, if it's so simple, if it was
still not give a shit. That's what was asked of you, Linda.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. The other barking dogs were talking. You might say
no. Actually, no one was. You're
hearing what I said. The question posed to you was because you said I don't really give a fuck. The first 2 seconds you were in here, the question posed to you was, so then if one of your parents or both your parents came up to you and said, we're flat earthers, you still wouldn't care? And then you went off on your fucking tangent. Oh, an imaginary situation's going to happen and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, fuck you, Linda.
You've been crying since you got in here.
No shit. Not one.
If you want a literal answer to that, my answer would still be I don't give a shit.
Yeah, but you really do. And we can tell.
This is called an operation.
Emotion doesn't like mean investment.
This guy don't know shit about
they clearly clearly groomed you.
The very fact that you can have, the very fact you're having an emotional response to something you don't care about says it all.
Dog, you literally have emotional responses about subjects and words that you don't care about all the time.
Apathy doesn't have emotional
screaming
responses.
Like a banshee. And hear about people that don't agree with you all the time. And you don't care to believe their subjects and what they say. You don't. But you stay here and fucking screech like a banshee all the time.
Because they're factually wrong and they're dumb as you.
So you do care.
Apathy. Who said I don't care?
Hypocrite. By your own logic.
What do you mean a hypocrite? What do you say? What do you trying to straw man me? Why are you straw manning me? Why are you straw manning me, dude?
Hold on. I'm not straw manning. You'd have to prove that.
Okay, what was
very incapable of doing so.
What was my claim, dude? By my own logic, what am I being hypocrite about?
You literally said earlier, well, you clearly care because you're getting upset and emotional about it.
Yeah, that's true.
And I'm saying, well, hey, here's a bunch of people who fucking say shit that you don't agree with nor value all the time, yet you screech at them all the fucking time. Sounds like you actually do. By your own logic, you're a fucking hypocrite.
Why am I a hypocrite?
You said earlier you don't care.
No, you said you don't care. Dude.
You also said you don't care. Oh my god,
a couple times.
Like God,
dude, I did not say I don't care. Why would I be here if I don't care?
You don't care about what other people who disagree with you have to fucking say is what I was trying to get at, and you said so previously as well.
I did not say that at all.
That's
we
a
record
lie.
this fire shit.
That's a lie, bro.
Go ahead, show me the fucking vlog then if you fucking record it. Or sorry, VOD. My bad.
You knew about all the other server, but you don't know that we've been streaming for fucking like 5 years straight.
Oh no, I know you do. That's what you refugees do all the time.
Now you know we do, but you called it a vlog. You don't know what you're talking about, do you? You just say a great shit.
Speaking, all right. It doesn't mean I don't know.
How come everything you say is
manipulative? Again, you're just trying to put down because you don't.
It's called exposing you.
Something that you commonly do. Commonly do for someone who doesn't care about
exposing you. It's called exposing you.
Very weird. Very weird.
Yeah. Oh, did the Democrats teach you to say that?
Yeah, Magca's bad. All right, sorry.
Weird.
All right, I don't care about everything
You
that you
do
fucking care about. My
because
fucking bad.
apathy is the opposite of emotion, and you have emotion.
Maybe
not
one day when you get your original server back, you might fuck off.
Look, that wasn't. Listen, if you knew anything, nobody that was. Yeah, if you knew
I don't even give a fuck if the Earth is flat or not. I don't care about that. I don't even care if that's your cup of tea. That's fine by me. But
why are we going this monologue?
You're a fucking parasite about it.
You ought to just mute his dumb ass.
Why are we going this dude monologue?
Yeah, it's my way or the highway shit. Oh, so you're a bigot now. Got it.
Let's put you in charge instead. A dumb fuck that can't even talk straight.
Yeah, it's my way or the highway, and you're ableist too. So you hate gays and you're an ableist. Got it.
I don't even know it. I don't even know what the hell that means.
You're gay.
Awesome. I gotta be something I don't even know what it means.
Typical.
Just because you don't know it doesn't mean you can't be it. The fuck.
Oh, okay, sure.
Yeah, read a book, Mister. I know everything. Smart guy.
I've read lots of books, and speaking of smart guys, Trinity, your shit's open. So what you didn't know is that nobody.
Trinity.
So the person that started the other server.
Thank you.
Let's get kicking out.
Fuck.
Okay, so what you didn't know? You said we lost the server. No, we didn't. Person that started that server, owned that server, his name was Stockzilla. He was never around. We didn't control the server. We couldn't change channels. We couldn't add channels. We couldn't delete channels. We couldn't change permissions. So you don't know what you're talking about.
So why did it end up be turning into a Minecraft server then?
Because
Explain that.
the server got hijacked from him.
So it was hijacked, but
from someone that wasn't around. That's why it got hijacked. That's how it works.
But it was hijacked.
But who cares anyway?
It was listen, everybody, all the mods, everybody, nobody could change or do anything to that server.
With me. You're just trying to make excuses.
No, stop interrupting me. Stop interrupting me. Nobody.
Roadblocks to
Stop interrupting me.
Cares about.
Stop interrupting me. Yeah, I'm just exposing you as a fool. Okay, Stockzilla owned this server. He's the only one that could change or do anything on that server. The rest of us were just members. Okay? Nobody lost the server but him. And what happened? The moment Human Sheeple took over, we started a new server. And within 6 months, we surpassed that server with members. So what do you think about that?
I think
that server no longer exists.
That
server no longer exists. What do you think about that?
I think that doesn't change a single fucking thing of what I just said or originally said either.
Yeah,
you just
nothing you said means anything.
You just said, hey, here's a bunch of excuses and roadblock reasons for why shit happened.
Yeah, that's a convenient way not to address the thing I said.
You're not arguing that it did or didn't happen. You're just saying it did.
No, I'm saying it's irrelevant. It doesn't mean anything. That's what I'm saying.
Like, Doug, you're just making more excuses, but okay.
Oh, yeah. That's what you say, so you don't have to address anything I said. It's a little bitch out. You're being a bitch.
Bitch out.
So, if you don't want to address anything of substance another person say, you just, your argument's just stupid. It's just stupid because it is. You sound like a child.
What's he even like, who cares? What's he even saying?
Man.
It doesn't even matter.
I don't know. This Mongo's trolling, man.
He thought he was going to
all he said is,
something.
Yeah, all he said is, your old server doesn't exist. Yeah, and?
Yeah, we know. We had 32,000 people before we got people to sit down to like 8,000.
And say, okay, and after freaking the fuck out and screeching like a banshee for another 2 minutes.
Who's screeching?
I mean, to be fair, it wasn't you. It was mainly fucking Indio. Dude, you got to pick a better name. That dickwad.
Like, nobody cares about your opinion. You have all these commentaries about shit. Nobody
care enough to comment on them.
No, I'm just saying you're wasting your breath because you're the dumbest fuck in this room.
He's wasting your ass, and you don't even know it. Everyone hearing knows it.
All right, so you came into our house.
Yes.
Yeah, shut the
Tell us how much he doesn't care for 30 minutes.
Yes, I'll come into your house, shit on your floor, and then scream at you. Deal with it.
What the fuck?
No worries.
Ashoka,
You can,
why you say that?
You can fuck off then.
Yeah, fuck off this guy, dude.
Fuck this guy. Our old server's gone, therefore Globe. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Get that fucking Mongo out of here, man.
No,
Fuck
old
that.
server gone. Therefore, I don't care. I'm edgelord.
Yeah, I don't care, but I'm coming into your space and I'm going to tell you how it is, Mongos.
I'm gonna scream and hoot and holler to tell you how much I don't care. I don't care, Dad. I don't care.
Why do we? You know, he's a little. He's juvenile, man. He's juvenile. He doesn't know what
Dutch. Are you there?
reality is.
Yes.
Oh,
Single mother behavior is all I'm gonna say.
What's your position on the topic?
What is the main topic?
What's the name of the room?
Get lost?
No. Explain it to me.
Did you just trip
explain it
over
to me?
and fall in?
Make it simple. No. I mean, if Earth is flat,
yeah,
I don't know what to believe and not believe. I think
that's a you problem, not us.
I know, but I'm talking about my problem. That's what I think. You know.
So if Earth is flat, then you don't know what to believe.
Yes.
Okay, let's look at it then. So Earth measures to be flat, Earth is experienced as flat, and Earth is practically used as flat. Now, prove that it's a globe, and then we can talk further. Because at the moment, you don't know what to think, because these three statements that I just made are true. Okay, got your tongue?
Hey, Timbo, I can ask you a question?
Yeah, you can answer mine first.
That'd be cool. Answer his first.
I don't know what to say. Not really.
Okay. Go ahead then. Go ahead with your non sequitur question.
How you deal with this in your life?
Well, you just go through life as you normally would. You go through everyday life experiences.
How do you deal with it, bro? I like that question. It's a good question, actually.
Do you think? I got a question for you. Do you think if you woke up in the morning and you discovered that the Earth was flat, that things would change?
Yeah.
How?
Because if you live your entire life believing something and it's not true.
Yeah, but it doesn't change the outcome whether you believe it or not.
It doesn't change the reality. It changes your path of view.
Is still the same. So whatever you believe is still the same. Is still going to be the same tomorrow if you wake up believing something else.
When the reality doesn't change, you just change your path of view.
Exactly. The reality doesn't change. So reality is that we go outside and the Earth presents itself as
it's
flat.
like a black opal.
It measures, it measures as flat, and it's practically used as flat.
For me, life and reality is like a black opal. But we are everybody seeing color in it. Yeah, we are seeing everybody from the different position.
Keep your mouth shut when somebody else is fucking talking.
But
Did the middle of his sentence interrupt the beginning of yours, Linda? What the fuck is going on here?
Okay.
So what would you present to us that the Earth was curved?
I don't know. I think it will be normal for me. I always believe the Earth is
not what I asked.
round.
I just asked you to present something, but that's okay. If you don't want to do it, that's fine, man. No one's going to force you to do it.
Let me ask you a question there, Dutch. If nobody told you the Earth was round, would you have figured it out on your own?
I'm 80% sure I wouldn't care.
What do you mean you wouldn't care? What do you mean you wouldn't care?
I mean, I have my own ideas about something else.
You're a walking contradiction. You just asked Timbo, like, how would his life change? And now you're like, I wouldn't care. Like,
no. I wouldn't care because I have something else to do first.
Yeah, that's why your life wouldn't change, dude.
Kinda.
Nobody wakes up in the morning and be like, I'm gonna brush my teeth today because there's a globe. And if I fucking
I do it, man. I do
it. That's funny.
Let's hear his idea of something else.
Yeah, well, but you never really answered. Would you have figured it out yourself if nobody told you?
I think maybe.
Maybe?
If I have money.
No.
How?
No. How? We want to know how. Like you wake up,
Look,
you got billions of dollars, you walk out your door, and you're like, I want to determine what the shape of the Earth is. What are you going to go do?
For example, you have to think about analogies. Like, how big is the Earth? It's really big,
You're going to
right?
do an analogy?
Yeah, you have to first start thinking about it because you don't know anything, right?
Yeah, you do. You do know something.
You get told.
But you don't know.
Yeah, but you do know something. You know what it looks like now, right? Before you do anything. How does it look now? Like when you start, right? When you started, hey, it presents itself this way. And now you're going to try to search to see if it's some other way.
Go, glue sniffing pretender clown.
Are you really trying to find the truth? You're just trying to come up with an excuse why reality is not real.
No, I mean, I'm just curious.
You've never thought about it, have you?
Not really. I think I'm more about something like guns, for example.
Guns?
Yeah, it's my favorite thing in life.
Okay.
Dude, you're even a country that can have guns?
Not right now, but I have one.
Come to America.
Yeah, I want to
all the guns you want.
guns. I want to manufacture. I want to make guns, but legally, like FFL license and all these stuff. And I want to make my life about guns.
Okay. It's kind of weird.
I have a pretty cool gun collection. If any flirper wants to come check it out, I can give you my address.
Weird. It's really not weird. If it's a dream, awesome.
Lots of guns.
Ought to go to good.
It is pretty cool.
America.
A manufacturing gun?
It's a pretty expensive hobby too.
I've never heard anybody say, "Hey, I want to grow up and be a machinist." Like, I've never heard somebody say that because that's what manufacturing guns is, dude. You're basically a machinist.
I love machines.
No, I said machinist.
Machinist, not machine.
No, I've never heard anyone say they want to grow up and be a flat earther.
No, that's because they don't.
It's not a profession.
Usually happens pretty.
Actually kind of funny.
I never heard anyone say I want to grow up and make false equivalence analogies.
Can you guys remind me what flat earthers invented again? Have they ever contributed any invention or engineering?
Invented?
Yeah. We invented eclipse predictions.
Like, what is a flat earther?
We invented. Listen. We invented eclipse predictions.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, right.
We got aeroplanes as well, boats, astronomy.
Yeah, flat earthers invented
everything that Archimedes invented. Literally everything.
Guys, and what about the sextants and the astrolabe?
What about everything the Chinese invented? Every single Chinese invention was invention by a flat earther.
I think you're being a little liberal with that term.
Which term? Chinese?
No, the other one.
Dude, flat earthers invented.
The Chinese are flat earthers into the 20th century. That means every single Chinese invention into the 20th century was a flat earther invention.
What?
Worldwide navigation was invented by flat earthers with the sextants and astrolabes.
I don't think it was.
Yeah, that's because you don't think.
Fair enough.
Well, they used to sail all around the world very accurately for thousands of years before the globe Earth idea came along.
Hey, cheeky breaky.
Yeah.
What's your best proof of the globe?
I don't have any. I even said fair enough, right? I submitted.
Is there a moderator in here? Oh wait, never mind.
Sometimes we go uppity up up and downity down down, side to side too.
Cheeky breaky. Why do you believe you live on a ball?
Maybe it's a donut.
You'd have to have evidence either way, wouldn't you?
Will be dope.
Yeah, cheeky.
Oh wait, are you talking to me?
What's your fucking evidence that the Earth is round, you retard?
I don't have any evidence. I've never seen the Earth is round. Look, dude, I'm here to learn. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a donut. I'm telling you.
Wait, hold on. Why are raindrops round? If water only
are they round?
Are they? I don't know. What's the shape of a drop? What's the shape of a dewdrop?
I don't know. Your claim. Show us that they're round.
Look, if someone said draw a raindrop, you wouldn't draw a round fucking circle, dude.
Well, it's definitely not. It's definitely not flat though.
Ugh.
It is when it hits.
Raindrops are pear shaped.
Yeah, but not if it's like sitting on a leaf, right? It's like it's an oblique spheroid.
You moron.
Yeah, the shape water takes on a surface depends on whether the surface is hydrophilic or hydrophobic.
Yeah, but you guys say that water has to like rest at a flat, right? It always settles flat.
Yeah, large bodies of water at rest, not raindrops.
Oh wait, shit.
Is a raindrop a large body of water? Is a drop of water on the leaf a large body of water? No.
You can joke it.
Let's do the low IQ hour.
That's every hour. That's every hour in this channel.
I think
because we have an endless parade of globe cards.
It's glue sniffing hour. My favorite hour.
Explain to me why eclipses form like round shadows. Can you explain why they're round?
You need to explain that, dude.
What's a round shadow? What's a round shadow?
What's a round shadow? A shadow.
What causes a round shadow? Where's the round shadow?
So if there's like granted, I'm not going to claim to be an expert like astronomer, but from my understanding, right, if there's like I don't remember if it's like the solar or lunar eclipse, the eclipse where the shadow reflects on the surface of the moon. What is that one? Which one? That's
shadow that one, reflects, right? Or the shadow is on?
It casts. Right, a shadow is cast on the moon, right, when the Earth is between the sun and the moon, right? And that shadow
that would be lunar then, wouldn't it?
Okay, so it's a lunar eclipse, right? So why is it that the shadow cast by the Earth onto the moon is?
How do you know it's a shadow?
What about when it's in the center of the moon? Is it curved then?
When what's the center?
When the shadow line, so called, is at the center point of the moon, is it curved then?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Meridian.
You don't understand any of those words that I used?
No, I understand the words. I don't understand the phenomena. You're saying you're talking about a lunar eclipse still?
Is all those words you put them together into a sentence?
Are you talking about something? I get that part. Are you still talking about a lunar eclipse?
Yeah.
So you're saying when they're perfectly aligned, what's the issue?
So think about the shadow line being at the center of the moon. Is that line still curved?
Yeah, I think if you take like multiple images, right? Like if you take
You're not answering the question, are you?
I'm trying to answer
you know what you mean. Like say, imagine you drew a line down the center of the moon. In the shadow, there's so-called shadows moving across the surface of the moon. What happens when it hits the center line? Is it still curved?
I don't know.
Because the moon's supposed to be round, right?
Hold on, I'm looking for an. I mean, I think it's slightly curved, right? I mean, shouldn't it be?
You guys don't even know your own claims.
No, we do. Hold on, I'm going to post an infographic. Maybe this will be helpful for our conversation.
Okay, let's just cut to the chase. Okay.
Well, using Occam's razor, you might think the Earth is round, looking at the shadow on the moon, right?
See, that's what I'm talking about, right?
Why? Occam's razor has been empirically proven to be not true.
Why would you? Why would you? Why would you even think it's a shadow? Does it look like a shadow to you?
Well, do you
When was
think?
the last time you seen it? When was the last time you saw a red fucking shadow, bro?
Reasonably looking at the shadow on the moon itself, I mean, it doesn't look like
what fucking shadow?
Really, it doesn't make sense that the
what
moon
shadow?
would just turn its
what
light
shadow?
off.
What
The shadow, on the moon from
bro?
the eclipse.
You don't even know if it's a shadow or not.
He's asking you for the evidence of a shadow, and you're saying because it's a shadow. Like, come on, dude.
Okay, the dark coloration on the moon. We'll just.
What
call
about
it
the
that.
red coloration?
Now you're switching topic.
No, it's just look in the chat, dude. So this eclipse shadow turns red. Why is that? Shadow's red.
Isn't it like some?
Well, now I have to look that up. That's completely.
I think it's a
different.
light. Yeah,
It has to do with something with the Earth's atmosphere.
You're
Does it
shifting the
now?
goalposts. You're shifting goalposts.
No. You're we're pointing out you're cherry picking. Okay, and there's another problem that you're whistling past the graveyard on. The fact that the moon's supposed to be a ball and it's supposed to be a curved surface. That means the shadow's going to conform to that curved surface.
Listen, I'm going to be honest.
It's like a shadow being cast upon a set of steps, right? Is going to appear jagged because steps are jagged, right? It could be like the handrail. Say you had a handrail next to a set of steps, and the sun is casting the shadow of the handrail. Handrail's straight, but when it's cast on the stairs, it looks like a jagged line. So if the moon is a sphere and the Earth's shadow is round being cast upon it, it won't be round anymore when it hits the moon because the moon is a curved surface.
Yeah, honestly, like thanks to how badly I've been treated on this server and like the disingenuity of like your guys' rhetoric, I'm probably gonna go to a flat Earth meetup and I may or may not. I may or may not
change the subject because you have to.
I may or may not bring bear mace.
Yeah, nobody cares.
And fart spray. And possibly anthrax.
Dude is literally confessing to terrorism.
That was a joke. That was not true. I don't believe in terrorism.
Yeah, you're gonna address the issue of.
You're denying the fucking shape of the shadow that's cast on the moon, right?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm saying
you have to deny it. You have to deny it.
I am agreeing with you. It's round, but you're not agreeing that it shouldn't be.
Well, it's arc. It's not round.
It shouldn't be round. Should not be.
Yeah, it should be an S. Actually,
you also don't acknowledge. Hold on, there's another one that I always bring up.
No, I did acknowledge it was round. Now acknowledge that when you said I didn't acknowledge it, that you were full of shit.
So then, how do you explain the roundness? Right, the Earth would have to be round too, right?
Dude, you need to explain the roundness because it should not be round. Are you not understanding?
Why shouldn't it be round?
Because the moon is supposed to be a sphere.
How is it not a sphere?
He didn't listen.
The moon is supposed to be a sphere. When a shadow... Did you listen to the part about the shadow conforms to the surface? The only way that a round Earth sphere would cast a round shadow would be onto a plane.
Yep, that's not true.
It is true.
That is true.
It's not true.
Nuh-uh, it's not a refutation, dude.
Have you ever tried putting a shadow of a sphere onto another sphere? Have you ever tried it?
I could try.
I like the handrail on the stairs. The shadow of the handrail on the stairs. Is that straight?
Yeah.
Or does it go all ziggy-zaggy and follow the fucking contour of the stairs? It is the fucking same.
No, it's not the same. It's not the same. Spheres are, right? The depth is...
so when a shadow is cast on the sphere, the shadow doesn't follow the contour of the fucking sphere.
Are you saying that a sphere cannot cast a circular shadow onto another sphere?
Oh my god!
There's no way
you're dumb.
All right, if you had a flat shadow, a straight shadow, and you projected it onto a sphere, what would happen to the line, the straight line?
Cheeky, you have a fucking PhD in physics. Why
Hey, shut the fuck up! You don't have a PhD in anything. Suck my balls.
Answer the question. If you have a straight line and you transfer that shadow of the straight line onto a sphere,
well, it depends on the angle, right?
It
depends on the angle. Oh fuck!
Exactly.
Actually, no, you might actually have a point, but
yeah. So this evidence of a curved shadow on the moon being the shadow of the Earth is not evidence that the Earth is a sphere. Would you agree with that?
Perhaps in isolation, right? But if you add that to, so for example, here's another one that I like to use, right? When you take long exposure images of the sky from both the equator and the poles, right? What you'll notice is that when you're taking, if you look straight, right? If you look like perpendicularly.
Yeah, you've got 2 rotation points. Yep. Yeah.
So it's like, the long exposure shots at the equator are like straight lines, right? Whereas the ones in the, the closer you get to the poles, they are just like very small circles, right? And that is a phenomenon that could only occur on a spherical Earth.
Incorrect.
Right? That's 100% correct. There's no way to explain the lines being straight at one point and then small circles at the ends, at the poles, right? There's no other...
What do you mean by explain then? Turn it into an argument. Go ahead. Go. Formulate an argument with that.
They're also not straight. Any what direction you're looking in. They also don't form circles either. That's also wrong.
Yeah,
they only appear as circles. No, they don't.
Tiny circles.
They
right?
don't. They appear that way. That's because some stars trails overlap other star trails. So they appear as circles, but they're not actually circles.
Yeah.
Are they?
Because in long exposure, you're not doing a 24-hour long exposure, so it doesn't create a circle. It just looks like that because you got long exposure and then you're using the Star Trail app.
Yeah, in the star, like one star goes into the star trail with another star.
Yeah.
And it'll look like a circle. But to make a full circle, you would need a 24-hour time lapse, right? To complete the circle. But guess what? On the globe model, that wouldn't actually be a circle. It would end up being a spiral. Because you got precession of the seasons, right? So, yeah, you would make a big spiral. It wouldn't meet up to the same place until after like 365.25 days or some shit. You have a big spiral graph across the sky.
Huh? Yeah, didn't someone also? Didn't someone also? There's multiple videos of people like flying circumnavigating the world, right? Like, so, I mean, like, there's like such a
nice segue.
But it's just like, yeah, I mean, like, listen, I'll give it to you. Right? You guys are like good.
Wait, so let's go back. Wait,
you're very good at this like esoteric flat Earth language.
So wait,
right?
you got 2 arguments, right?
It's your language that you don't even understand. Like we're quoting listen, we're doing an internal critique of your worldview. Okay, you're saying it's esoteric flat Earth language. All you're telling us is that you don't understand your own belief system.
No, I understand this. I understand the beliefs, right? I'm not as practiced in like the astronomical
in your own belief system
lexicon, right? But like I know,
but you believe it.
And why do you believe it? I know enough about physics, and I know enough about geometry.
You know how to repeat.
Oh boy.
You know,
the thing, but there's another cop out that you guys, right? You never actually take
physics. If you know physics, then you could like lay some equations down, right?
Yeah, lay it down.
Well, yeah. So I could, for example, hit you with like Kepler's laws, right? So like so explain to me how. Explain to me.
No, this is your argument. This is your argument. So
where did he get his laws from?
You need to say something. Not for us to explain, it's for you to explain.
Right. You said Kepler's laws. Where do you go have stuff orbiting around balls in a lab for Kepler's laws? You got your pool table handy? What are you talking about? Kepler's law for what?
Right, but so you see, that's exactly what you guys do. Is you guys just deny
we're asking you for proof.
Deny on his face. You deny it on his face. Hang on, just 1 second. Just go ahead with your argument. Then you were going to use Kepler's law in your argument. Go ahead.
Right. So okay. So like for example, right? If planets move in an elliptical orbit, right? Explain to me how gravity, right? Like I'm not that good at explaining it, but like there's no world, right? There's no world in which Kepler's laws would work if they were just flat disks, right? Like planets and gravity
listen, bro.
depend on spherical celestial bodies.
Yeah, but listen to what you said.
Okay, hold on a second. Kepler's laws, orbital elements, is a kinematic model. There's no dynamics. There's no gravity in it. It's only the time and the period and shit like that. Okay? The inverse square law comes out as a geometric consequence, but the model itself, the planetary laws, it's not a dynamic model. But you have no idea what I'm talking about because you didn't actually take any physics. You're just full of shit.
Yeah,
you know the difference between a kinematic and a dynamic model?
If you're simply measuring the paths, right? You're
not measuring the paths.
You're measuring the paths.
How would they measure that? You think they're measuring the positions of the orbit?
No, they're measuring like the period of what? Of the observation of the planets.
From where?
Well, from Earth, obviously.
Yeah, and what does that look like? Does it look like elliptical orbits?
No, it looks like things flashing in and out of existence.
Okay. Can you use another model to do the same thing? To make the same predictions? The answer is yes. There's two other ones.
Yeah.
So you got epicycles, and you got the Tycho Brahe model, in which the Earth and Moon orbit the Sun and Moon orbit the Earth, but the planets orbit the Sun. That also works. There's also problems with Kepler's model too, where it doesn't work for Mars and shit. So you just think a lot of things, and it's not your fault because you're taught bullshit, dude. You were taught half truths and lies. Not lies, really, just half truths.
But what are you offering? Like, what model?
There's no empirical evidence of an elliptical orbit.
Yeah, we're not looking for crazy explanations like you. The explanation could fucking be anything you want, banana sauce, apple cakes. But here's what you need: a demonstration of the body of orbit.
Come in here, dude.
Yeah, but you need a demonstration of the orbital mechanics that you're speaking of, right?
Look, dude. This is really simple though. A full orbit has never been observed by any human being ever.
Yeah, no under the earth and no in front, ever. No in back, ever.
You understand? Like you have Kepler's laws based upon something that's never been observed.
Are you guys trying to tell me that Obama wasn't born in Kenya? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, you better.
Can you give me a break?
Yeah. Blow up the conversation. That's what you got to do. You guys are all the same, dude.
It just doesn't make sense, dude. There's no how.
Don't make sense because I was taught like 6th grade shit, and I still believe it. So
a story in your head doesn't make sense. That's good.
Man, you want to hear something crazy, man? You know what they taught us in grade 7? They taught us that there was like a North Pole, like actual continent ice cap.
Cool.
Just like the southern one.
Look, it's an ice wall.
When an actual continent.
No, nobody. I don't know who taught you that, but they're
It was literally in the atlases in Canada.
Weird.
When I was in school,
Canada's
they
retarded.
taught us that there was going to be another ice age.
Cool.
Like now. And then 10 years later, it became global warming.
Yeah, it was 2010, wasn't it?
It was like in the late 70s, early 80s. Said there was a coming
they
ice
said
age.
in the year 2000 that it was going to be.
Why are meteors flat discs? Right? Wouldn't meteors be flat?
What?
Look,
That'd be awesome.
Idiot.
Don't get brazen with me.
Look, what you've done, okay? What you've done is you've taken a flat Earth, turned it into a disc, stuck it in the solar system. That's not what we think at all. So you've taken your own worldview and just swapped out a disc for a planet.
So
nobody believes that shit. Nobody believes that shit.
So
you don't have a
model.
All you're saying is
you don't have a model, dude.
All you're saying is that you can't.
You don't have a model.
You have an excuse and a cartoon on paper and a cartoon on screen. Without a computer screen, you don't have a globe model.
Can I ask a question?
You don't have a globe model. You see how we were just talking about like Kepler's laws and all that shit? None of those are models of an object. Those are all models of phenomenon. Okay? So we have models for phenomenon. There's no flat Earth model. There's no globe Earth model.
Yeah,
That's
but
a category error.
But if you have like 1,000 models of a phenomena that tend to indicate a certain, right? That tend to.
If you have a lot of ifs.
Yeah, a lot of ifs. You don't have 1,000 models of phenomenon. And I'll give you a perfect example. Here's the sunrise. When the sun rises or the sun sets. Where the sun is in the sky.
The sun, the sphere, right? The spherical sun.
Yeah, and you already. Oh God!
Hello, Egypt, sun disk.
The sun is so big; it's way bigger than the Earth. It's got to be horizontal, right?
You can't tell if the sun's. Look, you can't tell if the sun's spherical from Earth, dude. So sorry.
But it's at the very least a circle.
Yes, we call it a disk of the sun. Yes, that appears as a circle. Yes, that's irrelevant. Okay, we want to know where the sun is in the sky. Shut up. Okay?
Shut up.
We want to know where the sun is in the sky. You probably think they use a globe to predict that, but they don't. You probably think they use a globe to predict eclipses, but they don't.
Why don't we play basketball?
So here's my question. Here's my question, right?
Now Cheeky wants to talk.
Well, I do have a question, right? So let's say that the Earth is flat, right? It's a saucer, right? Or whatever.
No, nobody thinks that. No.
Stop.
No straw man allowed. No straw man.
I'm asking
because nobody believes that.
That's okay, whatever. I don't know what you believe, but I want you to fucking answer
Why
my
don't you
question.
ask then?
Okay, I'm going to.
Sex offender.
Hey, just like okay. Don't interrupt me when I'm trying to make my point. It'll go a lot quicker. Okay, so it's flat. Okay, there is no other. It does. There's no curvature to it. Right? There's nothing on the backside of it. Okay. Let me finish. Don't be mean. Okay.
No, I like what you said so far.
So it's flat. And then the sun is also flat. Okay.
Why does the sun have to be flat? Why do you have to add that in?
That's what was just said. That's what was just said.
Finish.
I agreed when you said
that is okay, dude. I have to be like. I'm just gonna continue. So that's what was said, right? It was said because somebody said it was a sphere, and somebody said no, it's not a sphere. Or why does it have to be a sphere? So my question is, what would be the odds, right? What would be the odds that the sun, being a flat surface, would be facing the exact same direction down upon a flat Earth? What would be the odds of that?
Huh, interesting. What are the odds of the sun disk facing down on the flat Earth disk?
Stop, man. Say it again properly.
I did. I said. Well, I mean, it took me like 1,000 fucking minutes to do it because
I think he's asking me. He's like, no.
I'm asking a question.
What would be the consequence of both the sun disk face?
Shut the fuck up. Go ahead.
I'm asking anybody the question.
Yeah, make your question correct. Like, make it a
What do
question.
you mean by correct? It's still the question is the question.
Okay,
is
make
question.
sense of it. Say it again without being interrupted.
Both the Earth and the Sun are flat, correct? Okay, or what have you? Somebody said that it was, right? So, what would be the odds? What would be the odds that in space that these two large objects are facing directly at each other?
No such thing as space.
Okay, then I don't know. Then I don't know. I don't know. Okay, I guess that just brings up another question. What are we in then?
Why are our skulls round? Why aren't our skulls
space around us?
What are the odds that a ball would have a flat surface? What are those?
That's the problem. They don't have to answer any questions.
Yeah,
because
but
it has nothing to do with
that's
flat
a
Earth.
pretty fundamental question, though, to be asking in this conversation.
What is our environment? Where does this flat Earth exist?
I don't know. Go outside of it and see.
That's not. You can't sit
close
in
system,
space.
So I think your only hope of doing
and
that
then
is
just be like, go outside and look. It's like I don't know. Okay, I don't know what I'm looking at this point.
You're not allowed to go out and measure it either.
How would I measure it?
You have.
I have no frame of reference. You're not giving me one.
We don't need to give you a replacement. All we need to do is falsify your claim.
You don't have a frame of reference at all, period. The Earth is your frame of reference. That's it. That's all you've got.
It. You don't go anywhere else.
Hold on. He doesn't have a frame of reference, but he has a frame of reference?
I don't know.
But what's his frame of reference? He has one frame of reference, right?
Well, okay, then he has a frame of reference.
Okay.
Do I have a frame of reference? Because my favorite reference is apparently wrong.
What you're saying is you don't have a frame of reference for a globe, but you have a frame of reference for a flat Earth. There is no globe outside, dude. You can look and look and look and look and look. So, you're not going to find one.
Question.
You're not going to find. Well, hold on. You're not going to find anything qualitative outside that indicates to you that the Earth is a globe ever, no matter how hard you look.
There's no space, right?
Outer space vacuum.
So there's a vacuum. So there is space.
No, there is no outer space vacuum.
Okay, so then what do we exist in?
That's a metaphysical question.
It's a very real question because we exist. Right?
It's a metaphysical question.
No, it is a metaphysical, technically physics question. Secondly, it also is a real question. If he's asking on what do we live inside of? We live inside a container system. We are in a pressurized system, aka within a container.
If I ask you, what's the universe inside of? Does that question make sense to you?
No.
I'm asking the other guy.
No, but space,
what's the universe inside? No, what's that space inside of?
I don't know. But everything that I'm taught is wrong, right? So
I don't know.
So it's up to you to teach me what is the correct answer to it.
Okay, the correct answer to outer space is because the second law of thermodynamics exists and you're breathing gas pressure, there can't possibly be gas pressure inside of a vacuum without a barrier. And we know this, like I said, from the second law of thermodynamics. It's a necessary condition, right? For gas pressure, right?
So I'm told
there must be Y, a container.
Right. So what I'm told is that there's a large concentration of gas in our atmosphere that that retain oxygen and other gases.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why doesn't it fuck off into the vacuum?
Well, I'm assuming that it's very dense, right? I don't know. That's what I'm taught, right? So
Does anyone
they teach me that I exist in a place called space, right? I'm not a physicist. I'm not a rocket scientist. I'm not a scientist in any way, shape, or form. Okay, I'm just a fucking dude on the internet. Okay.
Yeah, that's obvious.
So if that's well, so are you at this point because you're not like enlightening me on my question, right? So you're clearly not a scientist. So if that is wrong, what is the correct answer to that?
Well, she already gave you the answer.
Scientist.
No, you didn't.
No, but I wouldn't go asking a scientist.
Wait.
This isn't a question for scientists. You're in the wrong category, bro.
All right. So nobody here's a scientist.
Yeah, it's not for scientists to know. It's not a scientific question.
What?
It's a geometric question. Is the Earth a globe? That would be geometry.
And what is it? What is questions is not science. A natural science question. Natural science is for how and why questions.
I can't tell if I'm Never mind. I don't know where to go from here, but I appreciate you guys. No, I got nothing. I got nothing left.
You fucked me.
I appreciate it though.
Do you understand what we're talking about? So Earth.
No fucking clue.
Hang on. So Earth is claimed to be an open system, right? Because they claim to have gone to the moon, right? So that was outside of the Earth's atmosphere. Now, in order to have atmosphere in the world, atmo in the first place, gas pressure requires a container, right? You can't have a container if you've been to the moon. If it's an open system, then the gas pressure would fuck off into the available space, the vacuum. Right?
Violently and aggressively and very fast, to be fair as well.
Exactly.
Like you can recreate this with a small vacuum chamber, right? You can make a small vacuum chamber and you'll see the same process, and it's going to happen repeatedly, infinite amount of times. So what does that tell you? Low pressure next to high pressure is going to equalize violently in all directions and very rapidly, always.
Yeah, you can't demonstrate the other. You can't demonstrate gas containing gas or gravity containing gas,
and
because gas goes in all directions, so not down.
Yep.
Are you there? Still there, Cheeky Breaky?
Yeah.
Did you get any of that?
Not really. I'm going to be honest with you, bud.
Okay.
I'm kind of retarded.
Maybe I'll just stop talking to you then.
Okay.
Oh.
I think that's like a cop-out, honestly, to not understand something that, honestly, children understand when you talk to them like this.
Yeah, like essentially he's asking where is Earth, right? Where is it?
Well,
maybe that's an unanswerable question. Maybe that's not an answerable question, because what if Earth is the place where things are?
Yep.
Okay,
but we don't know, right? We can't tell you for certain.
But somebody does
we
have an
haven't gone to the extremities. We don't know, right? So we don't give you a claim about it because we actually aren't afraid to say, hey, we don't know. We currently don't understand it. We might know in the future. We might never know, right? While Scientology or scientism doesn't do that. It says, oh, this doesn't work. Well, let's add something to it to make it work.
Well, please don't equate Scientology with the others.
Real.
Make it work, bro.
Yeah, what's the difference?
Make it work.
Well, Scientology is a cult that gives you money to think that you extend to another planet after you die.
So, you know that Jack Parsons, the guy that started Jet Propulsion Laboratories, was a buddy of L. Ron Hubbard, and they hung out together and did sex magic in the fucking desert together.
Okay, so then we agree that Scientology is dumb.
Yes.
Yeah.
But doesn't it still use and propagate
but they thought but they thought that rockets were inseminating fucking space. And that is currently the NASA program.
Dumb. Yeah, it's dumb.
Yeah, so NASA's dumb.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, we all agree. NASA's dumb,
Scientology with other stuff. I mean,
heliocentrism is a cult.
Dumb is dumb, but like, let's just agree that there could be something else.
Let's just agree.
Yeah,
let's all agree.
The most likely thing is they're just telling modern star stories that are just different from the ones in the past, and everybody always thinks they're right. Like they think they're right now. Oh, the ones we tell about the stars, we're right, and those other guys, they were stupid, but we're the right ones. And in 100 years, they're gonna be calling all our guys stupid, and that they're right. And in another 1,000 years, it'll be the same thing. And this is going to happen forever and ever because there's no way to actually prove any claim about the stars whatsoever. It's impossible to prove it.
Zero.
Well, let me ask you
impossible.
Well, let me ask you a quick question. It sounds like you agree that there could be a possibility of a spherical object somewhere.
Could be possible, potentially, maybe, kind of, sorta. Yeah.
Why does that matter?
No. It was not about whether or not it matters. I was just asking if it could be possible.
Is that possible? What about banana shapes? Is that possible?
No, it's not possible.
When you say that it's possible there's a spherical object somewhere, do you mean the Earth?
No, I'm not talking about the Earth.
He was referring to like other stars.
You mean the shit in the sky, like planets?
Well, yeah. I mean, like, could there theoretically be a sphere anywhere?
Yeah, there could be
in the above the firmament.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Doesn't mean anything.
A few different ancient cultures believed we were inside of one. Pretty much, that was the way they imagined us.
Yeah, everything was nested spheres. Yeah, it was just everything was like a nested spheres. Spheres nested within spheres, nested within spheres.
Yeah, well, the Greeks thought that the sphere was the most perfect shape, so they based all of their understandings around spheres because that was what they wanted.
Sounds like a religion to me.
Yep.
Well, I'm not a huge religion guy. I just
well, do you believe in the
I mean, I don't know much about this subject.
Do you believe in a globe? Do you believe you live on a globe?
I think what was force fed me in school makes sense because
okay, then you're in a religion.
No. Hold on. I think it makes sense because it was taught to me. But
because
I have not. But I have never done any experiments myself, so I don't know.
Well, you're in a religion because that's the only option.
No, I don't. I've never done any experiments, so I do not know.
By definition, you're in a religion.
No.
But what do you mean? What do you mean by makes sense?
I have never done any experiments, so I do not know.
It makes sense because it's the only option he's ever been given. That's why it makes sense.
Right, yeah. I'm
admitting that I do not know.
He's agreeing with you, Timbo. He's agreeing. He's in it. Yeah. He's being religious about it.
Yeah.
He doesn't know. Look, he's never done any quote experiments. Right?
Yeah. Yeah. It makes sense because it's made for children. But that's not the point. The point is, it's like you're like, I don't know that much about it. Take our word for it. Nobody does. We have parades of people that come in here, person after person after person. People that have been involved debating this topic for a year. Astrophysicists, PhDs in physics, you name it. You guys all come in here, and you have about the same level.
I'm not trying to globe you guys. I'm not trying to globe you guys.
No. What I'm telling you is, you shouldn't feel bad about not knowing anything because you're in the same boat as everybody else. They all just believe it because everybody else just believes it.
One of the most interesting things I've come across recently is the three-body problem. So if all these scientists are so smart, how have they not solved the three-body problem?
It's a waste of time.
Well, no. It's not a waste of time. It's the fact that they've tried so hard to solve this three-body problem and they can't.
They don't have any bodies to solve.
And it doesn't
I'm not sure if you understand what I'm trying to say.
There are some solutions to the three-body problem,
but they're very very like they're so like you have to fit it into this model, and those models disagree with each other. But the fact that it's so hard to solve the three-body problem kind of leads to the conclusion that these scientists aren't all they claim to be, right?
You think nature solved it?
I don't know why you think I'm disagreeing with you, Andy.
No, I'm asking you, do you think nature solved it?
Why do I think You're assuming I think something solved. What?
But being so defensive.
Do you think nature solved the 3-body problem?
I don't think anything solved it, dude.
Okay, so
I'm saying that the 3-body problem lends a lot of credence to flat Earth.
No, it doesn't.
Well,
okay, fine.
Remotely. So my point is, if you have 3 bodies and orbits and gravity and all that thing, nature wouldn't have any problem solving it, and it would just happen, right? In nature, the nature doesn't need mathematics to do all this stuff. The mathematics are our construct, and you're correct that the inability to quote unquote solve nature shows the limitations of what we are capable of doing.
Right. Yeah.
It also shows or it could also just show the limitations of mathematics itself, because mathematics does have limits, a lot of them.
Right. Yeah. That's my point of the fallibility of science.
Well, they're trying to solve something that they don't even observe to happen anyway. So what the fuck?
Did the conversation end?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess so.
3-body problem solved it all.
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Why is nobody talking?
We were waiting for you.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So, what is this? What is it? So, what are you guys talking? What were you guys talking about?
Do you know what room you're in?
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think about?
What are we supposed to talk about? What?
What do you think about that topic?
I'm not sure. Flat
Not
Earth.
sure. Not sure where you think you live.
Oh, we're talking about flat Earth.
Yeah. Oh, did you just trip up and fall in and didn't know where you were? Get lost in the corridor or something?
I don't know, man. But do you believe in flat Earth?
It's not a belief. It's observation and reality. Yeah.
Oh, so you do think that
My turn
we
now.
live on a flat Earth?
So you ask a question and then I ask a question.
Oh, you want to ask me a question?
Yeah, that's how it normally goes, isn't it?
Yeah, sure. Why not? What's your question?
Do you have any evidence Earth is a globe?
Well, I mean, you can ask the astronauts. They've been to outer space. They've taken pictures.
I'm asking you though.
Yes. Well, my evidence is that astronauts have traveled to outer space. They took pictures of the Earth, and it shows that the Earth is a globe.
How do you verify that?
Well, how am I supposed to verify that? I mean,
I don't know.
Well, let me ask you then. How do you prove that those?
There you go.
No, how do you prove that those photos are fake?
You can't prove a negative.
Well, why can't you?
It's not our job to.
Yeah,
it's not anyone's job to.
Your claim is that astronauts proved that the Earth was a globe, and we're just asking how you verified that. It shouldn't be that hard. Like, if you know that is the case, then you should be able to verify that where they have been and how they took the photos, and if the photos are real. Like,
well, I wasn't there.
Yeah.
I know
exactly. So by your standard, you believe in Bigfoot, right? By your standards, by your own standards, you believe in Bigfoot. There's photos.
Well, why don't you guys show me evidences of flat Earth? What's your proof?
Just go outside and have a look.
What?
Water. I would say water.
Go outside. Go outside and have a look. Yeah, have a look at a lake.
Yep, a lake, the ocean. Go ahead.
That shit's curved in a motherfucker.
So you're telling me that when you look at the ocean, you think that it's flat based on your own observation?
Well, you can measure. You can also measure it too, but it's the Earth's practically used as flat. It looks flat.
Okay.
It's observed as flat. Everything that's only on a flat surface, but nothing that's exclusive to a sphere. So, in order for you to tell us that to go against our reality, you'd have to have something that's exclusive to a sphere that can't happen on a flat plane.
Well, let's try one thing. Where are you from? You're from the United Kingdom or the United States?
I'm from Australia, mate.
Oh, you're from that can't work because I'm from Asia. Well, look, what I'm trying to prove here is that if there's anyone from America now, it's probably nighttime. But if you're from Australia, it's probably
afternoon.
Daytime. Yeah, it's afternoon. So why is this the case? If it's flat Earth, shouldn't it be afternoon?
Well, aren't you making an assumption? What are you making an assumption about the sun?
Well, why don't you tell me about it? Why is this the case? If we're living on a flat Earth, then
let's get one thing. All right, let's get this clear. All right, Earth is not a disk in space, and the sun is not 93 million miles away and 1 million times bigger than the Earth.
Oh, so what is your assumption about the sun?
I don't make assumptions. That's your job. I will make an assumption that the sun goes overhead, east to west, and when it's at its highest point during the day, that is midday for everyone.
Oh, that's midday for everyone.
Yep. So midday when it's over you at its highest point, that's midday for you. When it's over me at its highest point, that's midday for me. Because that's what we observe, right? You observe the sun going over your head during the day.
Well. Let's try one thing. What do you think is at the end of the Earth, since you believe that we live on a flat Earth? What is at the end of the Earth?
Okay, so if I present to you a flat surface and you can't see the edges, does that mean it's not flat?
Well,
because that would be your logic. I'm just following your logic, right? Because no one's seen the edges, then it can't be flat. That's what you're saying.
I'm not saying that, but what do you think is there at the edges?
I don't make assumptions. That's not my job. That's why we ended up in this silly sphere idea, because everyone made assumptions.
I could destroy the whole flat Earth logic in about 10 seconds if you want me to.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up and sit down, Twong. We're talking to someone else. We're not talking to you.
All right, yeah, I'll sit down.
Sit down.
I want to listen.
Put your mic on mute.
I want to listen to that. Try it.
No, we don't want to listen to that.
No.
Why? Why not?
Because we want to talk
Because he's
to
a useless
people, right?
He's useless.
Yeah. We want to talk to you, and we want to find out why you think you live on a sphere. And so far, you haven't really said anything, which is kind of telling. It's the same as everyone. Everyone comes in and thinks, "Oh, just hang on. I'm nearly finished, man." Everyone comes in and they think, "Oh, flat earthers are dumb. They don't know what they're talking about." And then when the questions are turned back around on you guys, we find out that everyone else is ignorant to their own claims.
Well, let me ask you this then. Well, do you believe, or do you consider it true that there are space agencies like NASA and they send astronauts to outer space?
I don't know about outer space, but they certainly do something with rockets. I don't know where they're going. You can't prove where they're going.
Okay. So you do believe that there are astronauts in outer space right now?
I just said I don't know about outer space.
You don't know about outer space?
No.
Then, if that's the case, then I guess you're more ignorant than I am. So why should I trust
an
ignorant person?
Ignorant, you don't know anything.
Okay, I'll ask you, what's outer space?
What is outer space? Come on. I'm going to assume that you're
start? Where does it start? Because you're calling me ignorant. I want to know if you know where it starts, what it is, and what it's claimed to be. Go ahead.
You want me to explain outer space?
Yes, where does it start?
It's a vacuum, and there are planets in it.
It's not a vacuum. There's no such thing as a vacuum. There you go, showing your ignorance. Where does it start? Your non-vacuum. Where is it?
Okay, why don't you tell me what is outer space?
You tell me. You're the one that claimed outer space, and you claimed I was ignorant. You're showing your ignorance because you don't know anything about it. You claimed it was a vacuum. It's not a vacuum. You don't know where it is, so you can't claim that I'm ignorant. You're the ignorant one. You're showing it again. Where does it start?
What is outer space according to you?
There you go again, asking me your claim.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're just. I'm pretty sure you don't believe in.
How do you know there's something? How do you know there's something called outer space with astronauts in it? How do you know this?
Who's that?
Indio. I want to know how you know this.
How do I know that there's outer space? Because there are literally photos of it. Astronauts took photos of it.
Photos of outer space.
And I learned it from science.
No, you're just saying. No, all you're telling me is somebody said X, Y, Z, and you believe them. That's all you're saying. You don't know any of that's true.
Why would it be false? Do you have any? Do you have any evidences? Why would it be false?
Why is Santa Claus false?
Why is that? I'm not sure.
Pictures.
Because there's
proof of that. Pictures of Santa. They can't all be fake, right?
Come on, man. You're using this.
What do you think? There's some giant conspiracy of parents all lying to their kids all over the world? That's too big of a conspiracy. Surely someone would have told by now. This is your logic, dude. This is your logic. This is your logic.
Look, you're literally using Discord, and if you want to use the internet, I think that you need to connect it with some satellite out there in outer space.
Yeah, you thought wrong.
Yes.
What?
So
you thought wrong, dude. The internet doesn't work by satellites, clown.
Really?
Yeah, really.
How does it work?
Cables.
Oh, you literally use wired cables?
Well, I'm using Wi-Fi right now, but that's at my house. But it comes into my house through a cable, and then that cable goes up to a microwave dish, which connects to another microwave dish, which connects to another cable, and that cable goes to level 3 communications on Binney Street in Cambridge, and that goes on the trunk line to New York and Maine and all over the place, and all that's fiber optic cables, and those fiber optic cables cross the Atlantic Ocean. Yeah, they're cables.
See,
you know what's
you
funny?
don't even know your own claim. You're ignorant.
What's funny?
I can't even tell. I can't even tell if I'm talking to an AI or a real human.
Yeah,
just look it up. Yeah, just look it up. Just look up undersea cables. It's easy. Just do some research while you're learning something.
Like, it would have took 2 seconds instead of you just being ignorant, thinking fucking the internet works by satellites. Dumbest fucking thing ever.
He just left. Or idiots.
Dude, but the condescension, that's the funny part.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
How come they're always the most condescending 3 seconds before they say the stupidest thing?
But it's always Indians, too. Always Indians.
I know, that's a kind of weird trend, too.
Yeah, seen as that documentary the other day said that on average, they're the dumbest country in the world.
Oh, you watched that?
That guy was not an Indian.
Yeah, he was.
No fucking way he was.
Yeah, he was. I know. I can pick accents from fucking miles away, mate.
Bro, I'm from fucking India, dude.
That's one of my 6
Maybe it was a transplant. He might have been an Indian transplant.
Bruh.
Did you know that,
in UK?
Did you know that statistic, Fry?
What statistic? Oh, Indians are the
lowest IQ.
dumbest people. I don't know. I have no idea.
You should know. They're your kin.
Well,
you still believe the Earth is ball?
Oh yeah. Unfortunate. What can I say?
You're in a religion, dude.
Yeah. Why? Why would you?
What's going on, chat?
Hey, what's happening?
Are we cooking or what?
We've only got fry at the moment, so you want to do some frying again?
Yeah, we can fry. Yeah. Damn, man. That it? What about Naturalisto truck?
Yeah,
we just cooked somebody, but he left.
Oh shit.
Couldn't take the heat. Jumped out of the frying pan.
Out of the frying pan into the fire. Golly. We got concavers here?
I'm not sure, man. I don't even know what that. Don't even know what that is anymore because no one will tell me.
Timbo, your voice sounds different tonight. Is your balls drop or something? No, I'm just kidding. Okay.
I don't have any headphones on, so.
Oh, you got the sexy mic tonight, huh?
I'm just speaking into my iPhone, man. It's a bit of mic.
Good. Yeah, it sounds good. Don't tell AI you have an iPhone, though. Yeah, you got the sexy mic tonight, Timbo. Love it. Nice, man.
Oh, my.
Oh.
Shit, dude. I thought you were T-Dub.
Oh, shit. Shots fired.
But then again, one can ever differentiate you.
Yeah. That's all right. Don't worry. It's okay, Baguette Boy. Don't worry about
it. Oh, shit. Well, at least I'm one person. You're two.
We are cooking tonight.
Cooking each other.
Nice, man. All right, so what's next? I've got a few minutes. I'm driving to another spot. Gonna go meet up with a 304, and then night's over. This is like my fucking. I'm going on so many dates this week, bro. What the fuck?
Like a serial datist.
Bro, this is like my fucking 4th date of the week, bro.
What the?
Hey, man, listen, man. I'm on a hot streak right now, dude.
Yeah, don't make it too hot. As in, it burns when you pee, man. Don't not too.
Dude. Hey, man. I'm pretty responsible, you know what I'm saying? I keep the strap with me, if you know what I'm saying. I keep that thing on me. Anyway.
Yeah, man, you're freaking out there in California. You better.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Well, at least we all know that you've found the most optimal way to burn through your cash. Good job.
Man. Oh, shit.
So you going 50-50?
Fuck no, dude. Honestly, I'm,
Let her pay, yeah?
Hey, man, she's gotta earn the, the providing, the provision. But,
So she's paying?
They're different girls, dude. It's like different dates. Some of them buy their own shit, but, if she's good, then I'll take care of it.
So every night this week you've been on a different date with a different girl?
So Friday, yeah, was that last night? Going out tonight. I have another one on Thursday. Oh, dude, we're cooking, dude. We're cooking, bro.
Oh,
they know how much of a misogynist you are?
That's what's so funny about it. They have no idea. I'm a flat earther, sexist, racist, misogynist, bro.
No, it's impossible for you to be racist, mate.
Oh, man.
You can't be racist to white people or black people. You got a problem, man.
Oh, man.
Misogyny.
Misogyny, exactly.
All right, let's have a look down the list. We've got Alpha.
Yeah, let's go through the list.
APOC. We've got Bloods Thicker. I think he's a Bev guy. We've got Creation Bear. Welcome. He's live.
Let's go. We're live. You're live.
Dazza, the Flat Earth Dazza. We've got Democ. Donkey Kong. I haven't seen him for a while.
Yeah, DK, what up?
Dr. Jordan B. Peterson. Elbow. We've got Fallen Friends. I think he's another Bev. Flatman Can from the land of Canada. Fry from the land of India. Grisp, my homie from Melbourne. Inside Secret, that would be Concave Earth. Into the break, he's muted. I'm going to unmute him.
Oh, shit.
Yep. There you go, into the break.
Thank you, brother. Thank you so much.
We've got Irish, who I don't
You passed the human test and you're not a concaver.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Alright, shares one server. Irish, are you there?
Irish. Well in, lad.
Next to him, we have the world famous Jedi. We've got Julius J, the homie from 24/7. Heretic, yeah. I don't know who the hell that guy is. Migo Wigo. We got Mick Baguette Boy. Newt.
Oh, shit.
Over fences, we got Quiet Noobs. Q. Resolve. Shabazz. Open your mic, Shabazz, and tell us how to pronounce that.
W.
He looks like he's mates with some of our boys. So.
All right.
You got T-Dub, Tim Dub, Naturalisto, and Truck and Aethergrass at the bottom. Truck, are you there, Truck? TB wants to talk to you.
Facts.
He's nice. He doesn't bite. Or maybe he does when he goes on these dates.
Trucks have CBs.
Back of the neck.
Yeah, I'll be biting something, boy.
Yeah, and that's unrelatable. That's unrelatable to this globetard that's presenting this argument to you. They don't get it. The shoulders of giants that they're standing on, the society has progressed to the point to where we're standing here to be able to have this conversation, right? They just want to forget all that. They think they're we're so progressive by trying to forget the foundation of logic that everything's built on. So.
Shout out to the call out. Good call out tonight, Kangaroo guy.
The Naturalisto sounds like someone that should know what he's talking about, right?
Naturalisto, you are up. Naturalisto,
be
you are up.
like a natural, what do they call those guys? Maestro, like a natural maestro, yeah? Like someone who coordinates nature.
And
Naturalismo.
Remember that song?
Well, it's like where he takes the nature, but he puts a little mustache coral, like a little curly Q to the end of the mustache. So it's like the mustache manly, but then you put the curly, the coral to it, then it's like now you're doing too much. Now it's not natural. Anyways, just there is a danger in over grooming your facial hair. Just talking to my boy CB.
My shit's not overgroomed.
Don't overgroom it, but don't undergroom it either. So it's a fine line.
Bro, I'm always fly, bro. I'm always fly, bro. Dude, I got so many.
That's what I like to hear, my brother.
Yeah, bro. Tonight, probably more compliments I've had all week. Everyone's like, "Oh my god, I love your outfit!" Like, yeah, you're goddamn right, you do.
Did you have like a flat Earth like emblem on your chest? Like you need a big gold chain with a flat. We should do a GoFundMe to get you a big gold chain with a flat Earth disc. Like
that would be fucking bullshit.
We should do that. Like we should do that. Like I mean, you could put out like one piece of music and then we could call it like GoFundMe for the album. But let's like I mean, how these GoFundMes are working nowadays, and it's like definitely it's like flat earthers won't be schemed into it. You know what I mean? But it's like it seems like people are just willing to give a lot of money to any. I mean, make sure it's on TikTok, right? Like, just they want to see it for 15 seconds. They're like, "Yeah, here's a couple $15. You'll be rich in no time."
A couple of $15.
Couple.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
He knows his maths.
Yeah. Sorry, CB.
No, but CB, I want to see you get with a good woman who like respects you and you respect her.
Dude,
most
I
importantly.
think I found one, dude. I'm going on a date with her tomorrow morning. I think she's
do that.
Why didn't you?
That sounds good.
Why didn't you cancel this one and wait for that one?
Wait, what? No, hell no. What?
Wait, so you just want to have a little fun, but you got the serious one on hold for tomorrow?
Yeah, well, dude, the serious one has been going really well, bro. Like, yeah.
So why do you need to go on another one then?
What do you mean, bro? What do you mean?
What do you mean?
Bro, I'm trying to get this roster going. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but if you get a roster, then there's no chance of getting the right one.
At the end of the roster, you're supposed to be the coach, like the supreme daddy, right? But you're not going to find that if you're looking for a bunch of running backs and you're looking for a good pass receiver.
Then what you do is you take a little bit of each of them, and then you create this perfect thing, and then you keep searching for this perfect girl that doesn't exist, and then you end up just having a roster your whole life and then being lonely.
That sounds like a good thing.
Yeah, be a little bit more realistic than like hypothetical, like whatever your what do they call it where you do the dream team thing that the sports players do.
Wait, important question: Is she a glober or a flat?
Bro, dude, I don't want to date a fucking flat earther. Anyway.
Dude, women are mostly flat earthers.
No way. No way.
I don't want to date a flat earther.
If you want to find a woman flat earther, like you're looking for like 1.1111% of the population.
It's not worth it. And she's probably gonna, just because you agree with her on flat earth doesn't mean she's not gonna be a feminist or some other bullshit.
Exactly.
Yeah, or a concaver. They're actually a concaver. So it doesn't even matter. You just need to find a woman who respects you and your arguments. And because my woman, she's like, she don't believe. I mean, she's a woman, and she makes good sandwiches.
Oh,
but yeah, she really good ones. She's not waiting for me to say, "Oh, make some sandwiches." That's not what I'm there to do. She's not there to agree with me if I say the sandwiches should be made in some other way. Right? I really wish it was a meatball sub, but you made it a ham and cheese sandwich. Now you're talking about your skill issues. And I hope that you do succeed, because you must identify the problem before you fix it.
Wait, so I have a question. When you meet a girl and like, does flat earth come up? Like, how does it work?
Don't do it, bro.
Yeah. Bring it up first date. Be like, hey, I like to hang out. I'm not even a flat earther, but I like to hang on a lot of flat earther channels. My name is Fry. Please date me. Yeah. How's it going, Fry? It's not going very good. So don't start with that, okay?
Makes sense.
Like, it's so absurd. I get women, I say I actually am starting, I am revolutionary to this movement that is the flat earth. And there's a local constituency that you must take, because you have to believe that there is a scale of this amount of psilocybin to this amount of psilocybin, and it is based on...
What the fuck?
Okay. What? Yeah. Okay. It's enough podium time. Yeah, conversation here. Not just one guy grabs the mic and, goes on a psilocybin charged rant.
What the fuck? I wanted to hear the end of it, but that's okay.
Okay, we could let him round off, I guess.
I was rounding off by literally one infinite loop. Steve Jobs, the technology of the iPhone in your hand, one infinite loop. You cannot draw a circle on a three-dimensional object. Game over.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the one infinite loop, it's all level. It's level. Every floor of one infinite loop, every level of every level is always level. Guarantee it. Promise you that.
I feel like that's too much of a paradigm.
And that's Steve Jobs. What are you, a Windows guy? You seem like a Windows guy then. You're a Windows guy.
I use Linux.
What do you think? There's the level is going to be a slope at some point?
Yeah, I don't think you can bring all that up on the first date. Not too much.
Come on, I'm joking, but like, are you serious? Like, you think at some point level is a slope? Come on, be real.
He does. You think it's a exponential slope too? Like
okay, so my girlfriend thinks it's weird. It's weird that I spend
He
so much
loves to
time.
identity violate.
Hey,
He really does. His girlfriend.
Interrupting people. I want to.
He's talking about his girlfriend. He's lying. I'm calling him out on his lies.
I want to hear what he was saying.
Yeah, dude, she finds it weird that I spend so much time in Flat Earth Discord, but I'm like, dude, don't bother me.
Yeah, it's
you
like
know nothing about.
It's like, woman, just step back a little bit. It's like, I do what I want to do. It's fun. We're having a good time. It's interesting.
Exactly.
It's very addictive too, isn't it?
I think she just the first time I brought it up, I think she reconsidered her relationship. the entire relationship flashed in front of her eyes. It's like,
you don't have a problem.
She works in a lab,
so that's why you have never gone all the way.
Good.
You're scared you're gonna lose something. What do you think? You're gonna lose this like close relationship because this person has this belief of Kali and the globe.
Spitting facts right now, man.
And that's why you just have to be like, hey, actually, it's like we just agree. We agree so much that it should be okay that I agree more hard on these other values, and then you can agree really hard on the illusions of social media. It's okay. It's still social media, right? It's still social media. So it should be fine. It should be okay.
Holy shit, bro.
Fucking, that's why he was fucking muted.
I think it's
no. Me and Fry go heart to heart on all this stuff.
You're not saying anything, though. You're not saying anything.
Well, I was saying something to Fry, and maybe it shouldn't be as spelled out. Yeah.
You said 40 words that made absolutely no sense.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, I think this topic is too transcendent for my sort of peculiarity, so it's my bad.
Do you get to talk?
Where's the
you have the best profile picture.
Where's the Jesse Lee Peterson fucking soundboard when you need it?
What is he saying?
You know,
Clean up your room.
Everyone knows the beta one, but the other one that's good is he says you said a lot of words that had no meaning.
Oh yeah. Don't I have that? I think I have that.
Shit.
That's amazing. You said a whole truckload of words that had no meaning.
Wow.
That Earther.
Oh, there was.
Dude, play that. I can't believe you had that right to play.
That's amazing. You said a whole truckload of words that had no meaning.
Beta.
Oh my God.
A truckload of words is crazy, bro.
I'm done, dude. I'm done, dude. I just that was KO.
You're done, dude. You're cooked.
It was a garbage dumpster of words, and it's full.
It's overflowing and the lid won't shut.
Truckload of words. Wow, dude! I've been watching this 304. This 304 has been parking for 5 minutes in the same spot.
Is that the one you're Is that the one you're going on a date with?
No, hell no. Dude,
get out of there! Get out of there, CB! Quick!
Never.
What's she trying to parallel park or what?
I said some random. The spot was too small for me, and then this other car pulls up, and they've been trying to park there for literally 5 minutes. Some chick.
Do an Adam Reacts. Do an Adam Reacts video. Get your phone. All right, quick, film it.
Okay, I'm way too far away now, dude. I peeled off. Yeah, I would not recommend telling your chick about the flat Earth, bro. It's just not going to do you any favors.
Yeah, not until it's too late for her to leave you.
You put a baby in her, then you tell her. Or just, dude, you know what? It's a family show.
Then she'll definitely take all your shit.
Imagine Oh no, let me not say that. It's too vulgar for the stream. I'm not going to say it.
Into the Break has the best profile picture. That's all I want to say.
It's like oddly fitting. I don't know why, but it seems like it fits well.
It does. It really does.
Right? I find that to be pretty odd. It's weird how people's names usually fit them. Like all kinds of stuff. Like their cars fit them. It's funny how that works.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I actually got to choose my name Into the Break. I chose my two favorite 90s surfer movies, and I made it a name. Like
nice.
Point Break.
Just let me
and
go
Into
in,
the
man.
Blue.
What do you think I'm gonna do? Paddle to New Zealand? Yeah. That's the best. You think I'm gonna paddle to New Zealand?
I'm going into a New Zealand like restaurant tomorrow, I think.
What are you eating there? Sheep.
I think they have lamb or something.
Oh, they got the best lamb in the world, mate. You're gonna love it.
Oh, really? Nice.
Yeah.
I was talking to this other
fresh
girl. And she was
produce.
like, "I went to a New Zealand restaurant." I was like, "Oh, maybe I'll come see you."
So you're like having two fancy dinners in one evening?
Nah, it's gonna be like I'm doing coffee with homegirl. Then I think I might go over to the New Zealand spot, see this other girl, and then another dinner on Thursday. Bro, I need to. I need to just not. You guys don't. This.
Well, you need to emphasize the winner. You need to just assess it.
What do you mean winner?
And I guess
Everyone
that's
wins.
what you're saying. This dinner is going to be the assessment, where here is the winner and here is the loser.
There's no winner.
And you'll
we all
know
win.
that after this point in
Everyone
time
wins.
tomorrow night.
Everyone wins.
And that will be true.
Facts. There's no losers. Only winners. Bro, we need a Globetard in here. We need to cook, bro.
There's Globers. There's only L's with the globe.
All we got is concavers. You want a concaver, dude?
Sure,
Yeah.
sure. Let's roast them.
I want it. I want an
All right, unmute
explanation
blood
and a
sticker.
demonstration.
Unmute blood sticker.
Blood's thicker.
He's not a concaver.
Someone said they were a bever or whatever.
Yeah, that might have been me. Maybe I made an assumption there.
No, because he says I'm paranoid when I say that they're all concaver bots. When they don't pass the human test, the sniff test.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Well, what's up with the concaver that? Well, what's up with the concaver that was famous on YouTube, like on that genre, and like he went to jail because he made threats against Obama or something.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. That was the old Cyrus. There's lots of new Cyruses.
It's like the only concaver I know of. So.
What was his name? I'm trying
Lord
to think
Stephen
of his name.
Christ.
That's
Stephen
right.
Christ.
Yeah. That was so stupid. And to be honest, there for like a month,
no, he's exactly in line. He's a Scientologist.
Into the break, he was saying something, and then you interrupted him.
Yeah, but for a month there, I was into it. Like his animation out of the concave Earth and with the music and stuff, it did something to me. I was into it for a month years ago.
And then you realised there were no claims.
Yeah.
You sound a bit like Roger, but I know you're not Roger.
Nah.
They don't want that smoke. Trust me on that.
Are you a
It's the giggling. It's the giggling girl.
No. I'm
They don't want that smoke. Trust me on that.
I'm an
I
Earth
do. I
shaped
really
agnostic.
do.
Well, can you guys let him get out what he's trying to say?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm an Earth shaped agnostic with a strong leaning towards it being flat. But
Okay, that's a good start. The other guy's a concaver. You want to see how I wreck a concaver?
He's a glober.
yeah, that'd be good entertainment to pass time. Why not?
How agnostic are you? Like, are you like 50-50? Or is it like a 40?
No, I'd say more like
40-30?
80-20. 80 being flat, 20 being like round globe.
Dude, how does that
good
even
probability.
work? That's crazy to me.
Well,
Yeah,
what do you fry? What do you fry? Are you like a 99 and then there's a sliver of 1%?
It's like 100-0 for me.
Yeah, because you're delusional though.
I mean, I'm guessing it's the same for you as well, right?
Anyone with a
100-0.
3-digit IQ
It's
knows it's a
100-0
globe,
for me
bro.
too.
Let's be honest.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So we're on the same level here, you know. What's with the 80-20 guy? That's weird.
Yeah, I want to hear that. $80-20. Go ahead.
There's
Yeah,
a
what's the
model.
20 that's holding you to the globe, man?
There's
That's
a
the
model that
concaver,
describes reality. It's called the globe model.
Okay, can you present that for us?
What's that?
Can you present that model for us?
Yeah, it explains reality.
What does?
The globe model.
Post it. Show
Look
us
into
it.
it.
Post it. Post
Look into it. Just ask AI about the globe model.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Shut the fuck up.
All the shit you learn in school, that's the globe model.
Put it in the chat.
All the shit you learn growing up about the globe and the suns and the stars and the planets, that's the globe
What do you
model,
mean?
brother.
What shizzle are we learning? Like, what are you talking about? Be specific.
You know the globe model, dude. Don't play stupid with me. Why do you guys go
I
stupid all of
don't
a
know the
sudden?
globe model. Yeah, like
Don't go stupid, dude. This is the third grade,
I was
bro.
put in a
You know what it
manger and
is.
there was a mobile above my head. Is that what you're talking about?
Don't get all scared and go
Twonga.
third grade on me.
Twonga, on your globe model, where are the flat surfaces?
Is that where you laid your block head?
Was that the whole thought? Keep going, dude. What?
No, I'm just asking.
It was a question.
Yeah, it was malformed.
It's not malformed.
Incomplete. It was an incomplete thought, dude. Go ahead.
On your globe model, where are the flat surfaces?
What does that mean?
What do you mean? What does that mean? Do you not know what flat means? Which specifically, what
flat
word
surfaces?
is
Look,
confusing you?
Okay, so yeah, so if you're looking at the globe model of Earth, take a pencil and you make a dot. There's your flat surface.
It's not flat on your model though.
What do you mean by point?
Yeah, it is.
What do you mean by point?
Make a tiny little point at any point on the globe, and then like that.
What do you mean by a tiny little point? What do you mean by that?
Like
a tiny little point on the globe.
Say like the size
Like
of
what?
Whatever, as much as you could measure.
As much as you can measure, what, like 10 miles?
Yeah, as much as you think you can accurately measure.
So 10 miles is flat all the way around?
Dude, why are you saying these weird? How do I fucking know that? What are you talking about? Are you being hypothetical? I don't know where the hell you're going with that.
You believe it's a globe, so where are these flat surfaces on your globe?
They're everywhere.
So not a globe.
No, a bunch of little flat surfaces everywhere. You can make any shape you want with a bunch of little flat surfaces. It's amazing, dude.
So
Imagine that.
If you travel,
take a bunch of little flat surfaces and add them up, and you got yourself a globe, brother.
Okay, so if you travel along that flat surface, where does that end and turn into another flat surface?
Wherever you want, dude.
You just imagine it, and it just happens?
Sorry, I didn't. Go ahead, repeat that.
So you just imagine it.
No, maybe I missed what you were saying. So
you're not going to get anything out of him, man. He's brain dead, Timbo.
Yeah, I think so. Sounds like it.
No, it's not. It seems like you're brain dead, Timbo.
And you can't even answer it. You can't even answer a simple question. It's a problem.
I knew when the first thought out of you was like malformed, this would be a very tough conversation. It's proving to be that way.
Okay, explain how it was malformed.
There's no context to what you're saying. You're saying like the birds woke up this morning. What does that mean, dude?
Okay, so if we can measure a flat surface, then when does it start curving?
It's always curving.
So no flat surfaces.
It's always curving at a small amount, a small rate.
Talking out two sides of his fucking mouth. Yeah, there's lots of little flat parts that's always curving. You make so much fucking sense, bro.
Yes. If you put a bunch of little flat spots together, then they start to curve. Yeah, like I said, you can make any shape you want. Maybe you didn't keep up with that, T-Dub, but try to pay attention.
That would mean they're not flat.
You can individually they're flat, but when you add them up, they're not flat anymore. Do you understand?
Then that
doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make sense to your peanut brain, dude.
So at the seam point, right? If I'm imagining, it's sort of like a 3-dimensional puzzle. At the seam point between all these parts, there should be like an angle break, right? The angle should change. Where are these places?
Exactly.
It's always doing it. There's no point where it happens, you idiot.
So not flat.
Not flat. It's a curved surface.
No, yes, when you take a section of it, it's flat because that's all you're doing.
Okay, so where is the seam point between two sections? And there should be an angle between them. Where is it?
Not necessarily.
Oh. Fine. Well,
just say everywhere. Everywhere. He said everywhere earlier.
Everywhere. It's consistent. Yeah. It's uniform.
Consistently flat circles.
How can you detect uniform curvature on a surface that's not uniform? Do you understand the reality you live in?
Okay, no, you can't draw the reality you're trying to imagine. It's called a curve, not horizontal. The no change. Hold on. The no change is a horizontal line. Now, draw your no change curve. Are you fucking stupid, P-brain? Nobody here is a P-brain but you, the guy with no curve.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Dwonger, sir.
Did you get offended by that one, Demok?
Maybe I misheard you, but were you saying that points are flat?
Yeah, a point can be measured flat, sure.
Can you cite that? Because as far as I know, right, it's got no surface area. Right?
Dude, I'm not saying, dude, a point.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that I'm saying that. I just said it, that's all. You're a fucking idiot.
So either you've got
when someone else is trying to tell you what you said, yeah, that can be true. T-Dub.
So hang on. So either you've got a series of connected flat surfaces that are angled off of one another such that they come back around eventually and create some sort of, circle-like or quasi-circle-like whatever spherical shape, then people would call that something like a dodecahedron, right? Where you got 10 flat surfaces, flat lines that curve around, and then, you increase the number of surfaces, whatever, blah, 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 until you reach infinity, whereby at such time, those are no longer surfaces. So they're not flat anymore. So are you saying points are actually flat, though? Contradicting that kind of intuition? I guess not. Take that as a concession.
Sorry, Mick. I tried to digest what you were saying, dude, but it was just it was too incoherent, dude. Honestly,
you tried really hard, and you.
I understand that you're trying really hard for a gotcha, but it was incoherent, buddy.
In your own fucking mouth.
It was incoherent, buddy. Sorry to break it to you.
I'm sorry.
I tried. I gave you your 30 seconds, but you screwed up. Try again.
Where did I screw up, sir? Can you point to where it screwed up?
It didn't make any sense, so try again.
Okay, start with the first thing that didn't make sense, please. Start with.
How can I make sense of something that you said that doesn't make any sense?
Well, because you would know which individual component of what I said, right, didn't make sense because you're the one assessing it.
I'm not going to break down I'm not going to even attempt to do that. I'm not sorry. I'm not going to do you that honor, Mick. Sorry.
Mick, it sounds like Twonger already lost what the fuck you said anyway.
Yeah, it went right over his head.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. It didn't make any sense what he said.
Right. What Twonger's trying to say is that it went in one ear and right out the other. And so to him, it didn't make fucking sense.
Yeah.
But
all right, so Jenna, help Mick, help me understand what Mick was saying, and then I'll try to understand it from your perspective.
Buddy, if you can't understand it from how he said it, I don't think you're gonna understand it.
That's what I thought, pussy.
So, allow me to dumb it down for you, Twonger. Right? You made the claim that points are flat. Right? You have a set of points. An effectively infinite set of points arranged in such a way where they wrap around and create a circle-like thing.
Okay.
Right? So far, so good?
So far, so good.
But I'm not so sure of a definition of a point.
Right. You did that whole thing just to say... Flat. Yeah, you want me to define a point and then say, is that point flat? Dude, it's all a big gotcha for you, dude. Stop.
Well, you're the one that said you just have to have...
Listen, that's the whole reason why you started talking and Timbo or whoever else stopped talking is because now we're going to play the gotcha game instead of actually getting to the point that the Earth is a globe, right? Come on.
Oh, is it? Is it though? What evidence do you really have for that, though, Twonger?
That was the thing,
all of it, Jenna. All of it.
All of it.
He's trying to skate away from being pressed upon his point that supported his argument that it is a globe.
We're not going to play your little game, Mick. Come on.
My game? Which game?
No
which game
fun,
is that?
Dude. This is not a fun game that you're playing at all.
The game of slap around Twonger with a baguette?
Hey,
whatever floats your boat, man. Are you rock hard right now? This is weird.
I got a bunch of stale baguettes because I don't eat bread as much, so I might as well just break them over your head while I'm, put them to use.
I'll tell you what his evidence is.
You seem way too excited to talk to me right now, dude.
His evidence is how flat it is.
I love pointing out these little stupidities that people carry around.
I know. You're getting off, dude. That's what I mean. You're getting off on a gotcha right now. It's really weird. I don't want to engage with it.
I love pointing out.
I don't want to engage with your weird fucking way of fucking interacting with people.
I love pointing out how incoherent you are.
Ironic coming from a flat earther.
Okay,
so
6. You're up.
Yep, 6 is up.
Shut up, faggot.
Oh, okay. Well, you lose. 6 is now out.
Back to Twongo the Mongo.
So Twonger, right? Okay, so you've got a globe Earth, right, with a 39-59 mile radius. So how far should you be able to see on the clearest day? How far should you be able to see from a 1 foot observation height on your globe of that dimension?
All I'm gonna say about that, Jenna, is I have not done the measurements. And I don't know, but I'm sure if I did, I'm sure it would line up. I'm sure it would line up. I have complete faith.
Certainty.
I have complete faith that it would line up.
So that's the whole thing. You just blind faith. You're just arguing.
It's not blind faith. It's not blind faith.
Okay. So you said you did. Yeah, it is blind faith because you said you don't know. You haven't done the measurements. I asked a very direct question.
Remember when you asked me if I had the evidence?
Hold on. I would be willing to bet that everybody in here, Demok, Mick, Effie Batman, whoever is in here, Crit, I bet they could all answer this fucking question, but you can't. But you fully believe in the globe, but you can't answer this question for your globe.
It's like what is it like? I don't know, 5 miles.
All right, let's try again, Twonger.
How close am I?
Listen, I need you to shut your one mouth and open your two ears, right? Try that. Okay? Listen carefully. You have a globe that has a 3959-mile radius, right? What is it? 24,901 miles around in its circumference, right? So, how many miles should you be able to see on your globe from a 1 foot observation height? What's the distance? What's the distance to height ratio for your globe at a 1 foot observation height? Go ahead, Twonger.
Is 5 miles too far?
Oh, it's way too far, sweetie.
How far can you see? Like a couple miles, right? Probably if you're in a good spot. If it's flat.
Couple miles. See, this is the thing, Twonger. You argue an absolute faith unknowingly.
No, listen. I know I'm not that much off. If it's flat and you can see pretty far, how far can you see?
You're pretty well off, actually. You're actually 5 miles is actually a lot off. The answer.
Wait, are you saying if it's? I don't even know if you're 1 foot off the ground. What like you need to give me context because if I go hiking and I go up on a mountain, I can see really far.
Clarify. Should I specify this, guys? I should specify this for Twonger. Okay, so you're at the beach, right? Does this help? You're at the beach.
You have to give me context here.
All right. Shut your one mouth and open your two ears. All right. So you're at the beach, right? You put your eye level or your camera level at approximately 1 foot above sea level. All right. Now, for a globe with a 3959-mile radius, about how far should you be able to see to the geometric horizon of that ball Earth from a 1 foot observation height? Go ahead and tell me.
Well, listen, I'm almost 6 feet tall, so I don't know. I'm not a fucking 1 foot midget.
Okay. No, it's okay. I will accept I don't know as an honest and genuine answer. Thank you.
Yeah, from my 6 foot height, I'm sure I can see a few miles.
Right. I'm not talking about how fucking tall you are, Twonger. I'm talking about how far you can see from a 1 foot observation height. Put your goddamn camera down at 1 foot.
Probably less than that, so probably like a mile. I don't know.
Okay, yeah. Now you're getting fucking closer, right? So it's like 1.22 miles. Right, to the horizon, to the geometric horizon on the clearest day for a ball Earth of that dimension, right? That's what it should be. So yeah, you're about on it when you say 1 mile. So we'll say 1 mile. Yeah, that's
what's the problem with that?
Okay, I'll tell you what the problem with that is that we are finding in our observations from 1 foot that we're seeing way more than 1 mile. We're seeing 2 miles, 3 miles, 4. We're seeing up to 10 miles or more to the apparent horizon. That doesn't work for your ball.
You're kidding me, right?
I'm not kidding you. Has nobody ever sat you down and laid out the math for you?
There must be something wrong with the math then.
Yeah, there is something wrong with the math. Is that the math ain't fucking mathing for a goddamn globe, son.
No, something wrong with your math, not the globe.
No. I promise you there's nothing wrong with my math, right? If I put my camera height down at 1 foot, I should only be able to see about 1.22 feet distance from a 1 foot observation height from my camera. The thing is, I'm seeing way more than 1.22 miles from a 1 foot observation height.
What's the furthest you've seen?
The furthest I've seen, well, I did it myself across a lake, and I set my phone up, and my phone's only about 5 inches tall, maybe 5.5 inches tall. And I set my phone in the sand right above the water level. And that lake is approximately 3.5 miles wide. And from a 5.5 inch observation height, I'm seeing over 2.5 miles. That's already fucked up for your globe. With my little phone camera.
Yeah, because,
from a 6-inch observation height.
Yeah, because in the globe model, he even on small bodies of water, like a small lake, like she describes, the gravity would make the water curve in a consistent manner, even in a small body of water, according to the globe model. So even a small lake is a great place to do that experiment.
Yep, and I did it. Out at Sequoia Bay, actually, in Oklahoma. You can pretty much see straight across that fucking bay. But the thing about it was that, like I said, my phone is only about 5 inches tall, 5.5 inches tall. I set that thing in the sand right at the water line. I still have pictures and videos from when I did that. And all you see is a flat.
So you saw twice as far as you should have. You're saying?
Yeah, I saw way farther than I should have. For a 6-inch, let's call it a 6-inch observation height, we're seeing over 2 miles.
How can you explain that? Other than let's say it's a globe. Maybe there's some other explanation.
Then what would your explanation be?
I don't know. You've thought about it probably more than I have, right?
Well, that's not even the point. That's not even the issue.
If that happened to me, I would probably be losing sleep over it.
Well, I tell you what, kid, for a good long while I did lose sleep over it. But you know what? Now I understand that
Earth
is
not. I sound like a kid, but I'm actually not.
Well, Earth isn't a globe, and once you understand the math, right? And that's the thing. I'm actually surprised, dude. Nobody's actually sat you down with the ball Earth geometry and real life observation distances and comparisons.
No,
they have. He's been.
I mean, maybe like here and there, yeah, but
wait,
I don't.
Twonger, have you never seen the Black Swan, for example?
Dude, that's a bunch of garbage.
He has.
That's garbage.
Well, that's exactly what's just been detailed to you.
All right, Twonger, okay. Why is it garbage? Yeah. You tell us why.
Because that photo just looks garbage to me. I don't even.
Oh, because it looks garbage to you. Because it looks garbage to you.
It
right?
looks,
because
it threatens your pre-existing the crane looks all weird. Like on the one side, like the crane looks weird. It's just not a good photo.
Oh my god! Oh my god! You're one of those guys. Twonger is one of those. The oh my god, the bendy crane. He's one of those. All right, Twonger. You ever seen like a heat wave on the road? How the road appears to look like water and everything gets kind of wavy right there? Yeah, you ever seen that? I know all of us have, right?
Yeah.
It's the same phenomenon that you're actually seeing on that fucking oil rig, right? There's heat coming off of that thing. Oh, my phone's about to fucking die. God damn it.
Oh, that's okay. Is that what happened in that photo? Yeah, it's heat. Interesting.
Conditions in the air have.
Somebody want to post that picture again?
Anyone have the Black Swan?
Oh, I was in the wrong side chat. I missed all the side chat action. Damn.
So we're gonna let him off the hook with his flat points.
You're funny, Mick.
I just want to say the observation of the Black Swans is not about the cranes. It's about their just distance markers. It's about the horizon position, anyway. Tonga.
It's about. What about the horizon, Timbo?
The Black Swan image. It's about the horizon position.
I know. I'm just saying it's a funny fucking photograph.
Well, there's many of them. There's not just one photograph.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
But
the actual argument. Yeah.
Yeah. Is the horizon what's funny about it?
It's a still shot.
The whole thing, dude. I don't like it. Okay, there's something funny about it.
You don't like it?
You don't like it
because it debunks.
We get to say that about fucking NASA images.
Yeah, I don't like those images. There's just something funny about them.
There's nothing funny about the NASA images. They're great images of our beautiful Earth.
Yeah, you know what's funny about
funny about it? It doesn't match what I fucking see outside when I look outside.
Exactly.
So what? That's your problem. Sounds like a skill issue.
A skill issue. You're such an idiot, man. You just make shit up.
For example, it doesn't match what you're saying looks funny. Yeah, that's why it fucking looks funny, because it doesn't match your fucking expectations, bro.
No, it does though, really.
It does.
Oh, how?
Nothing I've experienced in my life was like, holy shit, dude, it's actually not a globe. No, never happened.
What in your life have you experienced when you say, oh shit, it's a globe?
It explains how everything works.
That wasn't the question.
Funny looking still shots from videos?
No, like how the sun, how everything works, day and night. How the year works, how day and night works, how seasons work, how everything works, bro. It can be explained with a globe model.
No,
tell me how a globe in gravity explains how come the vacuum of space doesn't suck up all our atmosphere.
Okay, well, dude, you're misunderstanding of the word vacuum. We don't actually mean it's not like a vacuum cleaner.
Okay, whatever. So how come our atmosphere doesn't expand?
Jesus Christ!
Into the very, 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 very
because the Earth is holding it there, brother.
Space. What?
The Earth is holding it there.
How?
The gas is attracted to the mass of the Earth.
Like helium?
What's up?
Yeah, the gas goes down, go boom boom. Like helium, you mean? The helium?
What about helium?
Right. Helium goes down, goes boom boom.
Yeah, helium fills the space of the balloon, so some of them are going down. Absolutely.
But does helium always have to
You heard it, guys. You heard it here. You heard it.
You clearly know nothing about chemistry or atoms or how gases behave, so relax.
Yeah, okay. So you're saying that gas.
Oh, and you do, right?
I do more than that guy for sure, 100%.
You're saying gas is held down by gravity, but gas goes in all directions. So how does that work?
The molecules individually are moving in all directions, but as a collective, they're being held down.
Collective? What do you mean?
Right, and it forms a gradient of that we call the atmosphere.
Gradient.
It's a beautiful thing that we're breathing oxygen. Thank you, gravity. Thank you, globe.
Don't you need pressure for a gradient?
What's that?
Don't you need gas pressure for a gradient?
Yeah, we have gas pressure.
Yeah. How do you get
what
gas
is it pressing upon?
Because when you have a bunch of gas molecules, it creates gas pressure. It's awesome.
So gas containing gas.
Oh, we're on gas.
No, the gravity of the Earth is containing the gas, brother.
Yeah, but how does? Okay. Can you show me a demonstration of gas containing gas?
I don't even know what that means.
Well, that's your claim.
That's gibberish to me, brother.
Oh, so it's gravity containing gas then?
Yes, sir.
How does that work?
How does it all?
If it's all going in one direction, if it's all going in all directions, and how is gravity pulling it back to the surface where all the gases are produced? That means they're all going up, away from the Earth.
No, dude, everything is moving and jiggling and around and bumping into each other. It's not hard to understand.
Not down and not up.
Every direction, everything is bumping into everything else. You understand?
So not down then.
Oh shit!
I didn't think this. I see. It always becomes me giving a lecture, dude. That's what it becomes.
Well, it's your claim, man. You're claiming that gas is contained by gravity, but you can't demonstrate this.
Yes, I can. Go outside. You're breathing air.
So wait a minute.
You can't use the claim. You can't use the claim that you're trying to prove as the evidence of proof.
Well, if it were true what you were saying, the gas would have fucked off into space and we'd be screwed, wouldn't we?
Oh, that's what you're saying.
That's why there is no space, duh. There's no out of a space vacuum.
Right.
Can't believe you.
But either way, you don't need a vacuum. It would still fuck off, right? Because gas expands indefinitely without a container. Come on, don't you know your own rhetoric?
Where is it going to expand to?
And it's not
no,
doing
we're
that,
going
is
to
it?
expand too.
Twonger always wants to sound like he knows what he's talking about, but he just
Dude, Alpha, don't pipe up right now. Right when I'm about to pipe down, you're not going to pipe up,
his
dude.
bravado will never lead to anything but more like confusion for anyone that's talking to him.
Yeah,
he thinks he knows what he's talking about, but he has no evidence.
The ultimate rhetorician and gaslighter himself has now decided to pipe up, so that I know I'm done, guys.
Yeah, you best step away. Yeah, when I step in the room, you best move aside.
Yeah, I know when my time has ended, Alpha. Welcome to the chat.
Goddamn
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Alpha, I wasn't done roasting him. I wasn't done. My phone died.
I'm like the fucking globe. The globe exterminator.
To be fair, he roasted.
I'm just coming in with the pest control, man. You know, we keep
the pest control. Yeah, good one.
I mean, to be fair, he roasted himself when he said points are flat.
yeah,
he's just,
all those
like,
flat
fuck
surfaces
me,
on the globe, yeah.
Yeah, that's how he knows it's a globe and how it's curving because of how flat it is.
I stand by that claim.
Yeah, but see, when you said it, Mick, when you said it though, he's like acting. See, this is the thing though. You got to play the part of the confused one, right? What does he mean? What are you talking about? I don't know what he said. You know, if I had an interpreter for what Mick was saying, and he knew very well what you were saying, dude. He does this, man. This is what he does. This is Twonger. That's what he does.
Of course. So I got a reference, posted it, and it kind of went in one ear, went out the other because he's got no material in there to absorb it. Okay, c'est la vie,
It's all good, man.
Keep coping, Mick.
It's all good. It's all good in the hood.
It's a vacuous space. Twonger's brain.
See, the thing is, though, the ability to reset every day is one of his superpowers. So all he's got to do is hit that giant big red reset button, boom, and he comes back in like, "Hey guys, what about flat Earth?" And it's the same shit.
Alpha, you might not be the brightest when it comes to like science and shit, but you're kind of a comedian. I'll give you that.
I try. Anyway, meanwhile, back at the ranch, we're talking to these guys in here today, and it just seems like, they're getting more confused by the moment. So we try to help them out like an old lady across the street, but to no avail, right? Because it seems like they just fumbled and stumbled upon their own shoes, and it's kind of hard. Well, we know why, right? They got clown shoes, so it's hard to walk in those.
Velcro, they can't tie shoelaces.
Yeah, here, I'll show you a couple of the guys that I've been into. Let's see if I can post an image here. Where is it at? Oh, here it is. There you go. Yeah. That's what I get, Every time I come in here, just nothing but pairs of clown shoes just stacked up, lined up, smoke coming off of them. Anyways, you guys have been killing it. I know we got the Aussie fam in the house.
Yeah, man.
I'm just stopping by for a little bit, You guys can play around with Twonger out here in just a minute. He's got a lot left in the tank.
It's starting to get a bit annoying, but yeah.
No, I'm done for tonight, guys. It's been real. I had my fun with you. It's been real.
No, I don't know,
for Mick. Mick was trying a little bit too hard.
I was scrolling through some YouTube shorts and I saw this pilot of one of those the U-2 spy planes, right? And he's like, I'm eating apple pie, technically in space, right? He's like over 70,000 feet up. And I posted the pictures. I screenshot it from what I was watching. I'm like, holy shit, dude. Like, it is flat as fuck. And then you can see the reflection in his fucking helmet while he's sucking down liquid apple pie. And it's still flat as fuck. So, I don't know what to tell you, Twonger. But
you guys are crazy, but I like you,
we're crazy. Like, isn't that fucking PG, dude? Like, what the fuck do you see here? Do you see?
I would definitely chill with like you and Alpha and shit. We'd have a good time. But
God, dude, I don't know what I'd do if you were around. But check it out, man. We got Crit's worst nightmare that just came in.
Yeah, and Crit too. Shout out to Crit. He's the man.
Dude, Crit is
to be quiet now.
Crit's a fucking beast.
This is Starlife, you guys. His original name is known as Starlife,
Yeah, I have never heard him speak on the mic, so it would be kind of cool if we get him one time on this mic. Just one.
Yo, you and me both, Alpha.
So, are we gonna get a presence from this person to open up their mic? I mean, if your Crit's worst nightmare, I mean, you know, what does that sound like?
Oh no, he does this act where he pretends like he's trying to talk, but nobody can hear him, and it's because Crit did something on the internet, some fantastic hacker type shit, right? It's Hollywood style, and sure he can't open his mic in any channel on Discord at all.
Bro, wait till I tell Crit about this tomorrow morning when I see him. Like, dude. Oh, well, actually, in a few hours, because it's like, what, 3 in the morning for me. So in a few hours.
Bro, Crit's worst nightmare isn't even muted. Like, he's not even locally muted. He's not even server muted. So I don't even know what the fuck his deletion last
I got it, man. See, this is what I figured out.
Or he's lying.
Well, see, if his mic is open and he's talking, but yet there's no sound coming out, probably because he's got his toaster plugged in. I'm just guessing. It's a wild guess, but I'm thinking he's got the wrong thing plugged into his, computer. He's got his toaster. You're not supposed to put your toaster. Your toaster is for toast, bro, not for your mic. Heads up. You gotta help these guys sometimes. I mean, it's not their fault, you know. They're fantasists. They believe the Earth's a globe, spinning and tilting and wobbling through the vacuum of space. It's not their fault. They're just victims, yeah? But it's okay. We got Crit in the house, T-Dub. They'll help them out. Who else we got in there? We got Irish 47. Who the hell is that? Somebody new in our chat. We got
tried to get him on the microphone before, but he didn't open up.
I mean, I'd like to know from you guys, if anyone wants to answer the question, like let's say it is flat. What are the implications of that?
What implications?
You got to think about a creator now, because the system that you're in is a closed system. That means that you're basically inside of something. So the thing that you're in, that's what you're never going to leave. It's just in here, right? With all of us. So there's no outer space. There's no, other galaxies or other prototype planets, planetary systems, or I don't know what the fuck they call them. Anyways, those things don't exist. Yeah, protoplanets. Yeah. But there's a lot of things that people say that are out there, right? They're trying to make up this whole bunch of lore that's out there. There's nothing out there. How do you know what's out there? There's a bunch of wild guesses going around.
Bro, who do you think came up with all this lore?
Fucking, it's just people that want to pile shit on top of other people that said other shit before them. So it's just a big snowball.
Bro, if it really is all lore, whoever came up with it is a genius.
Well, it's not one. Yeah. I think it's one person. I think it's just people building on top of somebody else, right?
Oh, so it's a collective genius, you're saying?
A genius? I mean, if you call telling a good story genius, I don't know, maybe. But the thing is, dude, you got Einstein disproving Newton and all kinds of shit, right? But they're never gonna have something that's actually what you would call settled, right? They call it settled science, but it's not that. Because some guy is gonna come out with some other fantastic story and say, "Hey, it doesn't work like that. It works like this." And then you're going to be like, oh, yeah, that guy makes sense. Even though you don't even know how you could verify that information. So just people piling other stories on top of other stories. And you get an amalgamation of just bullshit, dude. Because, I mean, nothing can be verified ever since the conception of the idea, right? I mean, think about it. If that was true, then you'd be able to right now, Twonger, be able to measure the Earth as a globe. Like easy peasy, right? Just go outside, figure some long distance, find the drop over distance, come in here and be like, okay, here you go. Boom, got the data, got the facts, got the measurement, game over. And we shut this place down, probably go home, eat a pizza or whatever. Who knows? But that's never been the case. For 10 years, dude. Been doing this for a long time.
Nobody, not even the academics can do it. Like, you might appeal to them, be like, well, I'm not a scientist. Yeah, not even they can do it. We asked them already, like PhDs. I mean, you name it. Astrophysicists. Doesn't matter who it is, dude. No one has the answer to that question. So,
hey, Twonga, you know these academics don't even argue like you guys do. They just say, yeah, well, it's our best guess. So, and that's their answer. You guys actually argue like it's stated facts.
Yeah. You know, that's the other weird thing, right?
Those guys, I don't know what you meant by that, really, but okay.
Listen, dude, no, I'll tell you, the PhDs, they don't have a dog in the fight because they're teaching the shit, right? They're telling people about it. So whether or not they come into a Discord and argue with flat earthers is irrelevant because they're like, well, I'm a professor at whatever, school that they go to. And they're like, yeah, that's fine. You flat earthers can duke it out with some other globers or whatever, but we're teaching it. So it's at the academic level. We don't care if you guys think it's right or not. We're teaching it. So they don't care. Otherwise, you guys that come in here, you really like harp on the points. You're like, hey, the Earth's a globe. And you're like, dude, how prove it? Well, I can't prove it because I'm not a professor. But when we ask those guys, they're like, well, this is our best guess. So they leave it at that. They don't go ahead and say, well, we're going to prove it to you guys. They don't care. So we're telling you this is what the academics that you guys lean on say. So basically, the way it goes, it's like nobody really knows.
I never stated everything as fact. I said it was a model, and it's also the evidence is all supported by it. And see, the beauty of the model really is that the explanatory power it has. It's not a story, man. It explains reality.
No, it don't. That's what you don't get. Like, check this out, dude. I'm gonna prove it to you, right? Check this out. The classroom globe. Let's just say that one. Let's use that for example. What does that explain? The classroom globe.
It explains the shape of the Earth and the arrangement of the continents on our planet.
I know. That's what you think, right? That's what you think. But how is it verified?
And it gives you latitudes and longitudes and equator and all that.
I know that, but check this out. But you got to realize that there's underlying premise. So the underlying premise for that would be, how did they figure the orientation for the continents out? Who did that? So going back to whatever the classroom globe map was represented as, and I would dare say it's the Mercator projection, right? There's like a couple of variations of it, but the one that you would go is the universal Mercator, right? That one is what the classroom globe is off of, right? So therefore, where were all the continents as far as like their orientation goes? Like, how was that derived? How do we get there? I guarantee you don't know this, Twonger. I'm willing to bet you do not know this information.
What do you mean? Through cartography, making maps and shit, dude.
Yeah, that's great. But I'm not talking about like the answer. I'm asking for the method. How was it discovered that the orientation of the continents were such? Yeah,
dude,
I know.
The continents move, but I mean, there's a lot of ways to know.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm talking
not sure how you want me to answer that.
No. The method.
What's the process?
The process, the method. How did they figure it out? Who, like, the cartography is the answer, but what did they do to discover that the continents were in such an orientation that you see from the universal Mercator projection, which is what the classroom globe is actually.
I don't know how to answer that.
You don't have to. I'm not looking. Honestly, it's rhetorical, right? It's really.
Yeah, I know. I don't know how to answer that.
It's not for you. Listen, I'm telling you, it doesn't have an answer because when it comes to that, people build maps off of other people's maps. So it's just kind of like one big kind of story following another. As far as the orientation goes, right? The orientation, the landmass sizes, all these things are not to scale as far as like when you see them represented on the universal Mercator. But now that's as close to what anybody can probably muster up when it comes to like what things look like in the placement. But you don't know how they verified that or the method by which it was discovered that way. You just take it for granted like everybody else does. And I'm only pointing that out to you, Twonger. That's the reason why we have these conversations.
I'm saying you can verify it yourself, right?
No, it's okay. When you say verify, a human would have to actually identify that the continent was in such an orientation and size that they could identify it to the other continent. In other words, you'd have to have a bird's eye view or a God's eye view, rather, of the entire Earth. So you can say, oh, I get it. I see the way it's placed. It's actually this way. And you could be able to look at the continents and orientate them to like where they would be. Well, right now, it's just anyone's guess, right, of how the actual orientation is. That's true. That's absolutely true. So they're just basically working off of somebody else's guess, is what I'm telling you. So this is what you have. I know the confidence level is like at 10. I get it. But you're not really having anything that is underlying the premise to solidify that this is what it actually is. Nobody really knows these things stronger. You guys are taking this information for granted.
We do know it, dude. It's what we observe and verify.
You keep saying that, which makes it sound to me like you don't really know. The confidence, like I said, is level 10. I've already told you. But you don't know the method, which is important. You need to know the method. If you say, I know that this is what we've already discovered, that's great. I like the confidence. Now, to back that confidence up, you got to tell us how the method was. They derived how they know the orientation of the continents are. And the sizes, of course. You know? Now I'm asking you directly, not a rhetorical.
Yeah, through map-making methods.
Which are?
All those good things, man. Measuring.
High five.
Measuring, dog. Measuring, bro.
That's cool, bro. It's cool. Now, you know, I get it, man. I know that you have the confidence because you can't think of anything else other than this like wonderful idea that you live on a globe. But what we do here in this room is we kind of take that apart and we have people critically think about what they know and how the method was discovered of the underlying premise of their arguments. We kind of unmask the reality that they think they live on, a globe. And what happens is they figure out that it's not the case and they spiral and they get angry and, do all kinds of shit. But that doesn't stop us from talking to people about it. We're just getting people aware of the thing. That's all we're doing.
Yeah.
Anyway,
even if I measured it flat, I would still think it's a globe.
That's okay, dude. Hey, that's you do you. You do you. But we gotta do us, and what we do is this.
That's what it is.
It is what it is.
That's the difference between me and you, Alpha.
Yeah, but we never say that we're in here to convince you. We're not gonna do that because that would be fruitless, right? Like, why if we were in here to convince you that the Earth is flat, we'd never get anywhere. You'd probably be like, "Yeah, good luck trying," But we're not. We don't care about that. We get a good night. We sleep. All of the flat earthers in here probably sleep like fucking babies, dude.
Yeah, you read my mind, dude. It's about my sleeping time.
Well,
It's been real, buddy.
All right.
Have sweet dreams.
See ya, man.
See you guys.
Hey, Twonga. We got Lil Pill. We've got Rich Evans is back. The naturalist. the naturalisto.
Sorry,
we haven't spoken to.
Let me at him. Let me at him.
Rich, no, I mean
he's overdone it today.
Yeah, he's reached levels that he never reached today. So
was he in here earlier?
Yeah, he's capped out, man.
Lil Pill, are you there?
Oh, Lil Pill. Are you good? Lil Pill.
Hey, how you going?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
Hi, Lil Pill. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. I don't know who's talking. There's so many people.
That's all right. No worries. Do you think the Earth's a sphere or the surface is flat?
I don't know. Maybe if I've just not been on the internet for long enough, but I didn't even know that was like up for debate. I'm not sure. I didn't know people thought the Earth was flat. I'm not sure.
Yep.
I mean,
because you've never been given another option, have you?
I mean, no, my school didn't really fund flat globes.
Timbo brings up a really good point, right? Let me just touch on what Timbo said. You were never given another option. And that's all of us. That is all of us from a very young age. We were never given an option. We were never given anything to compare to. We were all given this ball and told that this is Earth. Right? This is where you live. This is it. It's all been explored. There's nothing left. Don't even try it. We're shutting off your imagination. We're shutting off your explorative, center in your brain. This is the whole Earth. It's all been explored. There's nothing else.
And they never gave you any evidence that that is the case either.
Yep. You had nothing else to compare it to. None of us did.
Like what did they say to you? They said, "Oh, Earth's the globe," and then that's it. They never actually told you.
Yeah.
The evidence that they've got that Earth's the globe.
Yeah, man, we were too young. Okay. We were too young to even question that shit, to think for ourselves and question for ourselves about that. But what you think, Little Bill?
I don't have an opinion on this. I'm just interested in listening.
That's fair. That's valid. I respect that. We could bring Rich Evans on and you can hear how silly these super duper avid Glober anti-flat earth people sound.
Is that what we're called? Globers? Oh god.
Yeah, I mean, we're called flat earthers. Y'all are called Glovers. Like, if you believe the earth is a globe, right? Like, we know.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Okay,
you guys.
Glober.
Yeah,
Who would've
Glovers.
thought?
Well, I mean, it gets worse, right? For people like Rich Evans in the chat. He's not just a glober, right? He is a globe-tard.
Well, listen to this, Little Pill, right? So, what evidence have you got that Earth's a sphere?
Hey, I just said I'm not here to debate this.
No, I'm not debating because it's not even a debate. Like,
the evidence I have is me going to school for 13 years and being taught
so you just
that.
you just believe what you're told. Yeah, but
Am I supposed to be sitting here crying because of that? Like, can I just stop being told to listen, please?
What did we talk about crying?
Cool.
When did anyone say
I don't know,
anything
but
about
I don't
crying?
want to be talked to about it anymore. I just want to listen.
Oh my god, why are you so emotional, man?
It's all good, sister. It's all good.
A fucking whinging fucking idiot.
It's okay, right? No, it's okay. Like, I understand. I was there once. I remember being in that exact same position. Let me listen, right? Because I remember being at a point where I was like, when I first heard it and it would be brought up to me, I thought it was the dumbest shit ever. I'm like, get that out of my face. That's dumb. Earth is a globe and here's why, right? But when I look back on it, boy, I was really retarded. I can't not say that I was retarded.
In no way, shape, or form do I think having an opinion on something that you were raised to think is retarded, as you would use, which I wouldn't use that word to describe that anyways, because it's vulgar, but you guys
I get that. I get that, right? Like, languages are
and then you got no
free
evidence. So.
Right? Let's just normalize language, period. Okay? And like I said at first, right? I didn't think that, like, I was right where you were at. Like, this opinion, I don't think that's retarded, right? But then I reached a point where I began to understand more. I saw more, and I was like, wow, this is retarded, right? Like, there are certain things in life that you come across where you're like, well, that's retarded, right? Little Bill?
I think Gen Z don't like that word, though. Maybe that's the...
I personally love that word. They're just words, man. They're just words.
They seem to get offended about everything.
Yeah, you can't get offended about it. When it comes to intellectual conversations, you have to leave your feelings out of it. You got to leave your emotions out. Because when you have emotions, you can't be rational, right? The emotional mind will overcome the rational mind, and it does that every time. So, I don't know. It's cool. I'm glad you're here to listen. That's cool. We appreciate that. If you have any questions, please don't be afraid to ask.
Jenna, I think she left.
Oh, she left?
I don't see her in the chat.
Oh, booyah.
Maybe we ought to use the word held, or the term held back.
Well, I mean, that's ultimately the definition. To be retarded means to hold back, like a fire retardant.
Just doesn't have the same impact, does it?
Holds back the fire.
I know.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Wow, she left? Oh, that's so lame. What else we got? Who is Rick Ski?
He's an Aussie guy. He's on our side.
Oh, right on.
Haven't seen him for a while, actually.
I'm just hanging out, guys.
Good to see you. Glad you're here.
What's up, man? How you been?
Good. Working. Getting shit done. Trying to. All that jazz. Nothing too entertaining.
I really want Crit's worst nightmare, aka Star Life, to mic up. Now's your chance, Star Boy. We live, fool. We are live. Right? You've been threatening that you're gonna cook me. Yeah, you're gonna grill me about that globe, huh? Yeah, message me fucking 100 times saying that I'm gonna get a tattoo of a globe on my face and there's nothing you can do about it, or whatever the fuck you said, dude. You're psycho. But I'd love to hear you talk over the mic. It's so weird. I think Starlife is just retarded because
It is too funny.
he's not fucking locally muted. He's not server muted or anything like that. He just can't fucking talk.
They're hilarious. I can talk. Look, hey, I'm into the break. I can talk. Here's Jenna. She can talk. Crit, he can talk. All these people, we can all talk. Like, so it's like not this obscure thing contextually outside of the realms of, a place where we couldn't talk.
Yeah, but into the break, he is the ultimate conspiracy theorist. He thinks that Crit hacked or did something.
They really are conspiracy theorists. And that is the sad, sickening part.
That's the ironic.
Right? Hello. It's just an act. It's not real.
Exactly.
Yeah. He's just here for fun. It's just fun and giggles.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it is. You don't be serious. He's sending you messages like, oh, hey, become my best friend. Yeah, don't do that.
No, he actually frequently sends me messages and tags me in other things.
I actually welcome them. I'm like, hey, yeah, come talk. Sometimes I message them again. I'm like, hey, why'd you stop talking to me? Like, I gotta get these fucking demons to keep talking to me, and they're like, no, it's okay, bro. Like, you win. Like, they want to get away from it. They don't want it. Just like here, they'll mute me for whatever reason because I'm just having too much fun with the reasoning.
Yeah. It's funny how they point the finger at us, right? And they're like, oh, you guys are crazy conspiracy theorists. And then you got people like Starlife who come up with this crazy conspiracy theory that Crit just hacked his shit so he can't fucking talk on Discord anywhere.
That's one heck of a conspiracy theory right there.
It really fucking is. Like, I know my way around Discord, and I'll tell you what, I haven't found anything that would allow me to make somebody completely inaudible without it being a server mute or a local mute. Starlife is retarded. He's retarded. He says that Crit harasses him, right? But he's always fucking tagging me and tagging Crit, tagging AI, tagging Quantum Eraser. Basically tagging all the people that hurt his
Crit doesn't send me enough, and I'm always like, damn, like Crit left me out of like last week's, sort of like space news coverage. He's not sending me, but he's sending it to these other globetards, and they're super mad and pissed off. And then I'm like, oh, it's cool. Like I get where your energy, where your resources are being expended on actually having this effect. And the effect is so fun. It's so fun.
Starlife, it is fun, and it's really funny to think that Starlife thinks that he is going to sue, blah 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 blah.
Well, like Scott, remember Scott was over here. That poor guy, Scott, this old boomer, and he's just like, I'm just trying to keep my like property in San Francisco safe, right? I'm not doxing him by saying this because he's a San Francisco weirdo. He's just a weirdo.
Mackey, right? You talking about Scott Mackey?
Yeah, he's got like 4 or 5 properties, all FBI, sort of like what's the guy from Grateful Dead? Jimi Hendrix. Yeah,
Jerry Garcia.
So, exactly. I didn't want to say it.
Bro still hasn't fucking figured out how to use his fucking Discord. Yo, Starlife, use a bitch.
Well, that's the really strange part, is they just want to be in here to sort of like message you and like Flatsy. He doesn't want to message me or Crit. Like he doesn't let. Well, Crit is actively trying to message him, and he's like, I don't like that. But he's trying to like creep on other people. Like this is what the globetard mentality is. Like, hey, if you want to know this thing, don't be creeping on people. Like here's some experts. We'll just be kind and like sort of like send you some information in chat. Like this is what I actively do daily for the last 12 years, right? And just here's a clown just. I want to pretend like I have an argument, and it's like, okay, what's the argument? Pretend like you have an argument.
He doesn't have an argument. He just has, I'm going to get a globe tattoo and there's nothing you can do about it. I'm going to get a globe tattoo and there's nothing you can do about it. I'm going to get a globe tattoo and there's nothing you can do about it, over and over and over and over again. That's the delusion of Crit's worst nightmare, Starlife.
Yeah, it's the swan. They think that there is an argument for them to have. It's like, okay, what is it? And we're waiting for it for any time. Like, oh, here's a picture of the oil rigs obscured. We have a actual landmarked demarcation of distance. What say you? What do you have? Do you guys? And they're like, yeah, we have them, and it's covered. It's like, okay, so what is your argument?
Look at this. Look at the chat into the break. Look at this, right? So he says, globe proven, and he gives me a graph, right? I can give you a fucking graph of anything, and I can be like, unicorns proven. Superman proven. I can make a graph of fucking anything, you dumb
Don't even let him go into such absurdity. Don't even let him do that. Don't.
Yeah, no,
don't.
No,
it's
I
just
know.
like, why are you equivocating? Why are you equivocating? We're talking about an actual speed that's supersonic. Right? Or is it not supersonic? If it's not supersonic, like I'm gonna go set up a scale on a camera to make sure it's level to take a shot, right? I'm gonna make sure I'm putting it on very still ground. Precisely ground that isn't, spinning at a rate of 1,000 miles per hour, supersonic, right?
Yeah, I
didn't do that. I just took a regular portrait, so that didn't happen. So see how the other person's like sort of ambiguity of language, pretend like there's some sort of argument. There's no argument because I already took the fucking picture. There's no fucking spinning bullshit.
Hey, Starlife, look at this. This is so real. Have you ever seen this footage before? It was an astronaut drifting away. This is real footage. So I posted this little GIF, right? And it's Sandra Bullock in the movie Gravity, right? She's like drifting away. And I'm like, imagine, right? So Hollywood can do that with a $2.4 million budget, right?
It didn't even have to look that good.
Yeah, it didn't even have to look. I mean, it looks good. You gotta
these
admit.
people will accept, they'll just open the door 3 or 4 times just for the photo op. Oh, here's Katy Perry stepping out of the capsule.
Yeah.
It doesn't even have to look that good.
Katy Perry.
It doesn't have to have any continuity. These people don't know what these terms mean when we talk about logical consistency.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, if fucking Hollywood can make Sandra Bullock look like she's in fucking space for $2.4 million.
Yeah, space happens, Space happens.
What could NASA do on $30 million a day, right? Over 100
What kind of space would you have if you had, if you had, 1 million? What kind of space would you have?
Yep.
So they got 30 million, and that's just a day. So now this is a much value, so they can actually be running these like huge Caterpillar tractors that are like moving the the rocket ship from one area to the other, all on a lot of fossil fuel.
Apparently, Katy Perry is the new #1 enemy for Flurfs. I didn't know this. This comes as news to me. I give no fucks about
I love Katy Perry. I love Katy Perry.
The more people who go to space, the more they'll be able to, have that instant cognitive shift. If they don't, then they never went. So if the globalists really believe she went to space and she really believes it was this transcending moment, they should be able to believe that too. But they won't. They really won't. They won't give a shit. This will be just one more thing that they freak out about.
Yeah, if you have to believe that Katy Perry saw the curvature of Earth. You have to believe that, Crit, and then it's okay that I believe that.
Katy Perry kissed space and she liked it. What the fuck is this guy's problem? Kermit was unable to verify that. Okay, alright. So you need to just simply go look up who owns the world's largest green screen. I've already done this before, right? And then you can look up who owns the world's second largest green screen. Swear to God, it's going to come back.
Is he asking for an education? No, he's not even asking for an education. These people are bottom of the barrel.
Fucking bottom
Jenna, these terms and words that you are using are so far surpassing their capacity of comprehension.
Yeah, I know, because these motherfuckers don't know how to take keywords and send them to the goddamn search and figure it out.
Nah, we're trusting Google.
Yeah, no, actually, you're on the survey.
I mean, you can go find it out. You want to Google it? Go Google it. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, Google the survey that you're on right now.
I mean,
it's denied. You can't find
Google is just telling me everything I need to know about y'all's Ball Earth religion. That's all. That's all Google does.
Hey, hello. Hey, it doesn't tell you that. I've looked. It doesn't tell you that anymore. I don't even know if it ever did. I just go off, but people have said I Googled it and it told me that NASA owned the largest green screen in the world. And I did, and it told me that nothing about NASA. Absolutely nothing. It doesn't, maybe once upon a time it may have, but it doesn't anymore.
Yeah, Google's always changing shit. Like they start to see who's looking up
He's
what.
talking about in general, but even with the largest green screen sort of setup, like that is always where it's been placed as being. So, like nobody is having any argument with that.
I can't find any information about it.
Yeah, like NASA does have a very large green screen facility. I'm not saying.
The Ames Research Center.
Yeah.
Yeah, 23 feet wide.
Well, and it's kind of old, and it's old so information. So it's like 2016. It was like where all the X-Men, the Marvel movies were filmed at, and those were in green screen. But now actually they're using blue screen, and they can do it in a much smaller space because there's like it has to do with light displacement, and sort of the glow from the actual surface of the material that you're trying to film behind if it's green screen. But see, that's not the argument. See, that's all interesting stuff. Level is still level, right? That's horizontal to the horizon.
Look, y'all, I just found it right here. NASA hosts the world's largest green screen on Reddit. Right there.
See, and it literally does. I mean, it's literally a thing.
Right there, NASA hosts the world's largest green screen. Right there on fucking Reddit. You know, you're not going to find it at the very top of Google. You do a little bit of digging and you find out that NASA does, in fact, have one of the world's largest green screens.
I don't accept Reddit as valuable information or credible.
No, I get that. But
where is them saying, hey, look at our green screen?
Well, there is that, the Las Vegas Dome, right? With the pictographed above everybody's head. Everybody's amazed by it. And then there's that show Silo. So imagine the Silo, and if you've seen the movie Silo, I don't want to spoiler alert, but yeah, it looks like it's really great outside. So great. And you may even go outside and it may seem really great. But that's sort of the illusion to it. Hey, look, here's these sort of ideas. Oh, here's the droids that are flying around. Here's a flying mantis in the sky. And it's like, okay, it's soft disclosure that all the UFOs that you've ever seen in your life, and I know you've seen some UFOs, T-Dub, because I've seen some, and all they were drones. And it was before the drones were, popular, and it was a consumer device. That's why it was so strange and interesting back then. That technology that they were using. You don't need to make believe there was some sort of religious experience with it. I go to the Brown Mountain and I see the brown lights. That's why it's called this. What do you see there? Well,
yo. So, like, while you've been talking, right, I've been just, like, typing in, rephrasing everything in Google. And I said, does NASA own a green screen, right? And the AI overview, real quick, says, well, it's possible NASA might have access or use to. See, this is completely different than when I looked it up.
Blue screen now. It's blue screen now. There's a lot of different technologies, right? It was chroma key. It was backlit chroma key, in Stanley Kubrick's time when he did the moon landings.
Yeah.
Right, so it's completely the technology is changing, and we actually do see it in the evolution of the sitcom that they call like the reality of like space or whatever. Like the 1969, 1970s moon traversal was Stanley Kubrick's sitcom.
Yeah. No, I get that. What the point I'm trying to make is that this is not the same results that I got 3 years ago when I punched in the same fucking thing, right? So
And that's
Google
the point
is
I'm saying the
always
budget,
actively changing the fucking information on people.
because the budget is lessening. They have a lesser budget because people are more stupid. They don't need to make it convincing anymore. It's like they're like, there's only like 2,500 people that are going to watch this. Globe tard, flat tards. They're going to be the ones watching this, right? And so they just have this goofy thing where then they have the lens where you think that it's a curvature for some reason. And it's like, but they're not even they don't even give you the lens. They're not even doing that, right? So we're trying to come up with ideas to excuse the lack of idea. That's why when people are saying, "What do you think about TFE?" Oh shit, what do you think about that? I'm like, can you give me a logical argument for it? Can you do that? Can you give me a logical argument, please? I want a logical argument, because then if you give me a logical argument, then I can assess that. But if you give me, affirmative consequent, then I'll assess that as well. Affirmative consequent. Fail. You lose. Game over. Yeah. Is there a respawn? Are you going to restart? Are we going to redo TFE to where we have an actual logical argument, a syllogism, a cohesive sound, and what is it? They hate when they're like, it's like, it was true, but it wasn't sound. It was a true argument, but it wasn't a sound argument. Yeah, no, we're not going to do that, because level is level, and it will never, ever, ever not be what it is. Because if it wasn't, it wouldn't be ... what it is. Level. It's simple identity. And Jenna, you know about this is the number one globe proof. People like to put you on the back foot, say you're always trying to defend. And it's actually, you are the one that is actually making the statement, because you have the device in your head so that you can raise your hand horizontally and know what horizontal is. Right? No one's saying, oh, you have to define the weight of your dream. It's actually, no, I hold my hand out horizontal, and this this principle of geometry will persist throughout all contexts. There will never be a context where level is not level.
Yo, I want Hermit right now, and I want Hermit to mic up right now.
He's not even text chat.
He said Jenna just parrots what she hears in conspiracy documentaries. First of all, this motherfucker don't even know me. Second of all, I take everything with a grain of salt. I analyze it for my damn self. I don't develop opinions based off of other people's opinions.
He won't come in the VC? Dude, come in the voice chat. Come on.
Come on, Hermit. I want you right now. Come on, bro. Yeah, they do. They own like the second, like I said, it's not the same information that it showed me on Google 3 fucking years ago, right? And I made my point when I said that Google is constantly changing the answer to the damn question, changing the fucking results to anything you fucking
No,
look
don't even give them that they changed the answer. No, it's just you don't understand what we're talking about. So the green screen for the time period was used. It was predominantly used. It was the greatest and biggest scale facility for all green screen technologies and in filmography, right? So all your X-Men's, all your Wolverines, and all that, right? Every single movie that you've seen up to Gravity, that movie, Gravity, right? So now there's actually a bigger place, but it's not a bigger place per like set design. It's bigger in places of smaller set designs. That's what he's talking about. He doesn't know what he's talking about, and that's his problem. That's his skill issue.
Yep. I don't know. These people don't quite understand how the control of information works algorithmically. Dude wants to say that, oh, I'm blaming Google for my lies. Where did I fucking lie, dude? NASA's using LCD. They're using green screen. You want to tell me why they got a fucking underwater camera crew in their giant training pool? Shut the fuck up. This motherfucker.
Yeah. I mean, no, really, you have to look at, like, I forced them, like, yeah, look at the Saturn II rocketry. When the whatever the Globetard puppet like did his claymation and it turned its helmet to do a salute. Remember that? This is Saturn II. These are the first. You have to, as a Globetard, if you want to believe in the moon landings. But that's why there is a getaway. Globetards don't have to believe in the moon landings. They don't have to. They can also deny them, just like the movie Interstellar pronounced it, and it was like, yeah, you remember that movie Interstellar? And it was a huge thing in the movie where, yeah, the moon landings were just this conspiracy theory that everybody knows that it is by Nixon, where it's like America's got to look strong, and you got to make sure that we're not losing, right? So, I mean, it's already been soft disclosure. And soft disclosure was the hit movie Interstellar.
Yep. I want one of these guys, Hermit. Hermit, what's your deal, bro? He ain't even in here? Nah.
No.
Nah, we gonna fucking ban some chat skanks. That ain't gonna happen. You either gonna be
Did
in
he
here.
run? Oh, he's not in the VC. He's just in the chat, obsessed with you. What a weirdo,
Yeah,
dude. That's weird.
Yep.
Not cool, bro.
No, he's in the VC. He's at the top. He's just not saying anything.
Oh, that's cowardice. That is so fucking cowardice.
Well, the guy claims his mic is all messed up, right? We know he's full of shit.
Yeah, that's Crit's worst nightmare. But I'm talking about Hermit in the chat. I don't see Hermit anywhere in this motherfucking VC either.
Okay, I missed that.
So you got Hermit and Starboy. They think they can gang up, right?
But it is funny. Crit's worst nightmare is just like sitting there, like he's not talking about me, is he? No Kermit. Hey, Hermit, Kermit, whatever. Come on out. Come on out, boy.
Well, I mean,
he said, "Trust me, Jenna doesn't want to debate me." Okay, first of all, let this go for the record, real quick, y'all. Right? Crit's worst nightmare said that, "Trust me, Jenna doesn't want to debate me." First of all, I've got my own fucking server, and I invited him to debate me there, and he wouldn't, and I opened it all up. I set up a date, a time, and everything, and this motherfucker Didn't
that
show. He
actually
just
seems
blah
like
blah blah.
everything that he would wish for and hope for and dream for.
Yeah, he was hoping and
There must
wishing,
have
and
been
I
some
said, "All right."
sort of scheduling conflict. What was the
Yeah,
scheduling
I said, "Your
conflict?
wish is my fucking command," right? And he never fucking showed. Just ran his fucking sticky dick beaters across the keyboard and ran away. That's all he did. He never mic'd up. I've never heard him mic up. But oh, I'm so afraid to fucking debate him that I'm calling him
He
the fuck
mic'd up a
out.
little bit earlier ago, so let's try to like entice him out. Like let's call this little b-boy out.
Dude, he
Yeah,
feeds
he
on
is
the
a little b
attention.
boy. He is
I
a
mean,
little b boy.
he
Yeah, with
loves the
tiny little
attention.
bees.
I mean, he really. You guys just move on. I mean, he loves the attention. He thinks he's special. I mean, just
He is
just
special.
ignore
He's
it.
special fucking Ed. He's so special. His mama told him, "Hey, special."
Hey, don't even. Why are you giving him that? Don't give him that. He loves that shit. He's like literally thriving on that right now. It's disgusting. These people are freaks, dude. Don't underestimate how weird these globetards are.
Yeah, it's all right. They want to like get on me about this claim about the second largest green screen, but that's fine, y'all. You still have a fucking undefended claim about a globe that just exists in your fucking brain that you can't defend. So,
Yeah,
you
the
want to tell
globe
me
model.
why?
Did you see the globe model that the one guy gave? It was just a really nice timepiece, and it was like all like It was like mechanically put together, and they were like, "This is the globe tard model." It was like a watch.
That's retarded. That's retarded.
It was a really nice retard.
Here comes the here comes the gaslighting from Crit. Wah, wah. My name's Starlife, and I'm a little can't say it on the. You know,
That's
it's
weird.
it's
Why? No, because
it's
you're
something
saying like
about
Crit,
freaking
but Crit
maggot,
is
but I
the
can't
homie.
say it.
But you're talking about this weirdo like glow gangster guy who is Crit's worst nightmare. But he's like nobody's worst nightmare. Yeah, the worst nightmare is like somebody saying something exactly opposite of like what you would say in your name. So it's like, what are you trying to prove here, Crit's worst nightmare? That you are a literal AI bot?
Oh yeah, he's definitely an agent, dude. Like he is an absolute fucking. He's got to be a fucking agent.
I mean,
Like
he's
ain't
got
nobody,
to, or else that would be sad and pathetic if he wasn't. If he wasn't getting
bro.
paid for it, that would be
I'm telling
so
you,
sad and pathetic. If he didn't
that's
get
what I'm
paid for
saying.
doing this garbage,
Either
it
this
would be
motherfucker
sad.
is really
It
yes.
would be because like
Either
I'd do
this
it for free.
motherfucker.
My freedom is laughing at people like you, Crit's worst nightmare. That's what I actually get paid to do this. I actually have a volition. Like Providence told me I should do this if I want to get into comedy. I should look and see how dumb you people are. And I've been doing that consistently since I was told to do that. And I haven't stopped and I don't plan on stopping. How about that?
Yeah, that's the
How
whole
do you
thing
like
about it.
that? Do you like that? Do you like it?
Yeah, dude. Either he's either getting fucking paid to do this shit, or he's actually that pathetic of a fucking loser, and he can't
Like
mic up.
what is your value judgment here? Like I'm getting paid literally. Like this is just I'm clocked in and I'm taking a shit. Like I'm getting paid. What's up with you, dude? Why do you
Thank
do
you,
it?
T-Dub.
Why do you do
I
it,
got
Fritz
shouted
worst nightmare? Why do you do it?
T-Dub in the chat, because Crit's worst nightmare said that Jenna lied, not me. And T-Dub's like, yeah, you're lying, you're acting, and T-Dub's fucking on it.
No, T Dub
Yeah.
is the he's
You
the
the
genius.
shit,
Don't
T-Dub. I
say
don't give
he's
a
the
fuck.
genius because if we say it, then he'll start getting the attacks. He's we got so many layers back, dude. 10 layers back. We got and then there's uncovering T Dub. And it's like, you know what I mean? It's
I
like,
love that, man.
that's what we got.
Ultimate FD final boss, man. I said, tell them off. It's funny when women humiliate and berate them. I mean, me and Flatsy, right? We'll flat smack, but I think I'm a little more aggressive. I'm like, somebody called me the female version of QE. They're like, you're the female QE, but it was a Globetard. And they were mad.
I mean, that's very kind words, but no, just
Yeah,
say
to me,
you're
it was a
yourself,
compliment.
and you do take the responsibility for your actions.
Yes, sir.
A lot of people don't like that, and a lot of people say, "Oh, what are you, drunk?" Right? It's like, no, I actually do a lot of things other than your delusions of, sort of an assessment of sobriety. It's like, what are you, California? Because California sober. Like, I'm a sober person, but then there's such thing as California sober, or there's such thing as like Amsterdam sober, or there's such thing as like Netherlands sober,
You know,
or
I
there's
guess
such
you
thing
might be
as
able. I don't know. I don't know what that means. You might call me California sober because I do like my herb.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Call me California sober, dude's like, that's fine. But you know what? That doesn't inhibit me from common sense.
yeah. See, it has nothing to do with level. Is a horizontal condition, and it's actually measurable. It's actually a measurement. Level is a measurement.
Speaking of which, into the break, I scrolled through a bunch of YouTube shorts and shit, and I found this video of this pilot, right? He's like, I'm in a spiral. He's freaking out because his plane was in a spiral. And he's like, Mayday, Mayday, I'm going down. I'm gonna fucking die. I'm in a spiral. Fucking help. And Control Tower is like, I need you to push down on that stick and pull up and maintain. I need you to find straight and level. His fucking call center was like, find straight and level.
Put that in the chat right
Find
now.
straight and level.
Put this in
For
the
this
chat
airplane,
right
right?
now.
For this airplane that is functioning over the surface of the fucking earth, right?
Put this in the, because
Eventually,
I
the
would say
pilot.
DM it to me, but just put it in the chat right now. Send it, DM it to me. Put it in the chat. Like, I'll post it because
Yeah, let's see
this
if I still have
is
it. It was
pertinent.
just for me. It was just interesting dialogue for Control Tower to be like, I need you to get straight and level. Are you flying straight and level? Finally, the pilot goes, I'm
And
not.
it's like, was the pilot like, oh my god, he says straight level. Is it a globe? Is it a globe tard? Should I be nosing down? Like, that didn't happen, right?
Right, none of that happened, right?
Hopefully,
And
there's some
so, let
good
me see.
news
Maybe
at the
this
end
is
of
it. I hope
this.
this is it. There it is.
I
I got
want to
it
look
right
at
there. Right
the
there.
pitch data. Like, we can probably find the pitch data because this
Yeah,
is
right
like
there.
an incident.
Yeah,
We
go
can
get
definitely
into
find
it.
the pitch
Pilot,
data.
right here into the break. Pilot enters spin in IMC conditions. So this pilot is spinning out of his aircraft is spinning
So
out of
that proves
control.
the globe tard. So
And
the whole globe is now real because this guy
fuck
was
no,
spinning out. This
fuck no,
this
fuck no,
helicopter rider crashed out, and
nope.
you're a globe tard now.
No. That's the whole thing about it was that
Okay.
Control Tower was telling him what he needs to do to get his plane straight and level, flying
That
straight
makes
and
sense.
level.
What's not making
Okay.
sense is that he crashed out.
Well, he didn't.
So
He
if
didn't
it
quite.
was straight and level, okay, so it's kind of an
Watch the
argument
video. Into the break. I
against
need you to just
straight and
watch the video,
level.
bro. I posted in the
It's
chat.
kind of an argument against flat when you say that.
No. Just to be straight and level. How the fuck you gonna be curving or following a curve if you gotta fly straight and level, you know? Control Tower said, I need you to pull up on that stick. I need you to fly straight and level. And dude's like, okay, all right. I am flying level. I'm straight and level. Like he eventually got his shit leveled out. I posted the video in the chat. Check it out. I'll be quiet for a second. I'm gonna watch it again too. Cause it just kind of tickled my brain about that. So the pilot is screaming, help, help, mayday, mayday, I'm going to crash. Control tower saying, calling for dodge. I'm level, I'm straight and level. I don't know where I am, but I'm straight and I'm level. Remain straight and level. Squawk 7700, emergency code if you have a transponder. Getting level now. 9815 Lima, do you have a transponder? I do, 1200 right now. Like, I'm familiar with these call signs and everything. Please squawk 7700. I'm straight and level, 7700, going up to 3000. So he was able to get out of his fucking tailspin and get straight and level over the surface of the earth. Because guess what, y'all? Guess fucking what? Planes fly straight and fucking level over the surface of the fucking earth. They don't follow any kind of curvature because there's no curvature there. And the NASA documents indicate and show that there are aircraft operating in a stationary atmosphere over a flat, non-rotating Earth.
I don't suppose I'll have a chance to respond to that ridiculous statement you just said.
Go ahead.
Well, if you were, as big as, the state of Texas. Let's say you swelled up to the size of Texas and an ant was crawling across your belly. Would your belly appear to be flat to the ant, or would it have curvature?
We've been through this before, and let me just tell you, I spent 3 years.
Answer my question.
Yeah, if the ant had the brains of you and I, I'm sure the ant would be able to measure the fucking curvature of my goddamn belly.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. According to you guys,
necessarily.
According to
That's
you
what
guys,
you fucking need.
right.
You need measurable. I'm sorry. Let me calm down. Right.
Thank you.
You need measurable curvature to validate a globe Earth. That's the one qualifier.
What would you use as
hold on. That's
right.
the one qualifier. That's the one qualifier a globe needs is verifiable, measurable curvature at 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, I got a question.
What about?
How does it feel to get cooked by a 304? How does it feel to get cooked by a woman right now?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not really concerned whether it's a woman or a man or whatever. I wanted to know if you had two plum blobs on that stomach, on that giant stomach the size of Texas. Okay, if you had two plumb bobs and on that stomach the size of Texas, and you only had them apart by about 100 yards, you should be able to tell the difference of those two if they were completely straight down or if they were slightly towards a center point, right?
Yeah, guess what? Listen, all
they don't
plumb
always
bobs
straight down.
hang vertical, right? All plumb bobs hang vertical. Still,
yes, and here's the
90 to hold on, 90 degrees to horizontal.
Correct.
What
and
does that
horizontal
mean?
is a plane. It means, and I'm about to explain it to you, it's a plane that is at the point 0 where you're standing. That point 0 has a plane going off in all directions. Okay? So that particular plumb bob is going to be pointing down at that point 0.
So did you spend...
I'm not quite finished yet. I'm not quite finished yet. If you go 100 yards to either in any direction, or for that matter, a mile in any direction, or 100 miles in any direction, and you drop another plumb bob, that's a whole new plane. And I can tell you why it's a whole new plane. Because the Earth is on a sphere, and you can prove that it is a new plane.
Buddy.
I'm not quite done yet. I'm almost finished. You can't stop me because you know I'm going to say something that totally debunks what you're about to say, and you don't want that to happen because that would embarrass the crap out of you.
Go ahead, Sweet Cheeks.
Are you interrupting
Go ahead, Sweet Cheeks. Finish your sentence. Go ahead.
I'd like to finish my sentence. Thank you. So that new plane that's being created 100 yards away from you is going to intersect, not be on the same plane as the first plumb blob.
No, that's
plumb blob. Sorry, I've had a little too much to drink tonight, so I'm having trouble keeping the words in order. But to make a point, both planes are not going to be completely, in the same plane. Correct?
All right, go ahead, prove it.
Okay, stop.
Jenna.
Oh yeah,
Jenna,
you proved the globe.
Jenna, hold on, 304. Hold on.
Hold on. Can I get in?
Yeah.
Yeah, sir. So,
what the fuck?
Sir, so check this out, Angelo, if I may. So in theory, what you're describing is correct. right? If you have a basketball and I take two pieces of paper and I put it on different parts of the basketball, right? Assuming the papers are actually, not bending because of, their weight and shit like that.
We'll just
they will
rigid paper. Go ahead.
Will intersect. So here's the issue that arises. Unfortunately, it is your burden or your side of the argument's burden to actually justify and prove that the ground is actually curving, right? So what's interesting is that everyone's provided the set of parameters, right, of this supposed sphere. And with those parameters, like the radius, circumference, and all that stuff, it is verifiable because we know the geometric parameters. We can calculate what would be expected, right, on these on this sphere. And unfortunately, we don't actually experience that. So how is it actually justified? Where were these measurements derived from? And all these sorts of questions have gone on.
Okay, I have a very good answer for that. Are you familiar with the town in Kearney, Nebraska?
I wanted to point out something. The fact that...
Hold on, the men are speaking right now.
I'll let her talk. Does she have something important to interject? I don't want to walk all over.
No, go ahead. Never mind. Go ahead.
All right. In Kearney, Nebraska, exactly 2 miles apart from each other, are two radio towers of identically the same height. And the measurement from base to base and top to top is different. And both of them are completely vertical to the horizontal plane on the ground. Okay? So my problem and your problem is explain why that the top parts of the two towers are further apart than the bottom parts.
Are they for real though?
Do you have the specs, or do you know if they are?
You have to look up the two radio towers in Kearney. I don't have them in front of me, but I do know about those two towers. I drove by them lots of times.
Right. So here's the reality, right? So this is your evidence. You should provide the material to be scrutinized, right? Now, what's interesting about this is a isolated case. Okay. Unfortunately, there are numerous other cases, all decentralized, all dispersed all around this place, of people actually going out and trying to validate the claim of the 3959 radius ball. Right? Okay. On bodies of water, they've shot lasers, they've done other observations, et cetera, that don't actually confirm.
Are you talking about the experiment that was done by the group that went with Dan the Waterman?
Yeah, dude.
Mick, isn't that...
dude just made a claim. I
got a question.
It's not an isolated case. It hasn't even been shown.
No, I got a question.
Well, it's very easy to verify my claim. Anybody who's living in the Midwest near Kearney can drive over and look at those two towers and get the information of how tall they are, what the distance is from the bottom, and
so it's super
so
easy
forth.
to verify, right? Your claim. So go do that.
No, I don't have to do that. The point is
okay, that's what I knew that was going to happen.
Statement
okay,
about
that one's in the bin. That one's in the bin. That one's in the bin.
No, it's not.
So you go ahead
because
and
you won't prove any of the things that you guys claim.
Yes, it
I've
is.
yet to see you guys make.
Now you're trying to do a cringe reversal thing.
Don't worry about us. Don't worry about us.
What's heretic? That's right. I forgot. I'm talking to the idiot that likes to mute people because they disagree with him.
Okay, now you're talking about me, so that you're doubling down.
You're the one who basically talks over me all the time and doesn't shut up long enough to let me finish.
You're still talking about me. All I asked for was proof of what you claimed, and look at you.
The proof is out there. Get off your ass and go look for it yourself. And the other proof is
where is it? Where is it? Because we've been looking high and low, buddy. We've been looking high and fucking low. We've been looking
low maps that you guys created the Earth.
Right?
It's not my
burden
the high and low maps, dude. You're the one who made the claim, so you
guys claim that all of these continents
you work to substantiate your claim.
Show me the distance between Europe and North America on your flat.
Why are you asking us that question? You made a claim a minute ago.
You made a claim the Earth's flat. I want you to prove it.
To verify, and now you're
where's your proof?
Everything else.
Heretic. Angelo, I asked you.
He needs to understand something real quick, right?
Answered your question. Go. Let Mick ask me a question. Would you mind, Heretic, shutting up so Mick can ask his question?
No. Well, I don't know. I don't know about that. I think you're going to have to unless you're going to provide.
Okay, so this is 24/7's typical act. Mick, you got to.
Yeah. Well,
Angelo.
How about this, Angelo? You grabbed the verification of what you said a minute ago. You can just sit there on mute. So post in the chat when you're ready.
Yeah,
that's what I asked him earlier. I asked him the same thing. He made the claim.
So
I asked, do you have the specs? Do you have any of the information that we can prove this? He didn't. So, okay.
I spent 3 years in junior Air Force ROTC in high school. We went through all of the simulations. We went to Tinker Air Force Base. If any of you guys know where that's at, it sits up around Oklahoma City. And we did the flight simulations. We were trained. We were taught, just like any other fucking pilot in the Air Force would be trained. And you know what we weren't trained for? We were never trained to adjust for 2 things. Never trained to adjust for curvature of Earth nor rotation of Earth. Neither of these things ever came up in my training. Ever.
That's why Angelo had to lie about them.
Yeah. Check this out. Because Angelo pointed out, after trying to skate away from his point, I'll be charitable. I'll actually go get something. If you're actually interested, maybe let me know in the text chat if you actually want it or not. But in the meantime, I would request that you do the same. How about that? Is that fair?
I don't think he's going to do it, but that does seem fair.
Well, I mean,
I thought so.
He says something and then
He wants to talk about flat earthers now.
Yeah, wants to talk about me, talk about John, talk about anything. Wants to ask us about the distance of the Atlantic, whatever fucking bullshit, other than what he said.
What's the point of saying things and be like, so what do you think? Back it up, dude. Stand on what you just said.
So it's very easy to confirm, stop being lazy and go confirm it for me. Well, if it's so easy, why are you so fucking lazy that you can't even confirm it when you're the guy who said it?
Damn, Angelo, you're going to let him talk to you like that, bro?
Yeah,
I mean, like,
disgrace.
You got a point. I mean, like,
First of all, this started off with Angelo attacking me over what I said about airplanes because I posted a video of a pilot's communication to tower, and the pilot was out of control. He was in a dive and a spin. He's like, mayday, mayday, I'm out of control. Tower says, you need to get straight and level. Here's what you do to get straight and level, right? And he's like, yo, 7700, I'm straight and level. I'm straight and level. He's trying to calm down. And Tower's like, I need you to fly straight and level. Okay. So they're flying straight and level. What is that with? What are they flying straight and level to? In reference to? What is the reference fucking frame that they are flying straight and fucking level to?
The local area below their feet. What do you think they're referring to? If they were
the area below their feet, so that would be straight and fucking level, wouldn't it?
Finish. If they're trying to, be more expansive, why would they need to? What's the whole point? There's no need to go ahead and fly straight and level and then slightly curve because the Earth is curved, because it's naturally going to happen due to the fact that the plane will always be flying level to the horizontal plane directly below it and nothing.
Horizontal plane. You're contradicting yourself right now. You're trying to argue for a globe while you say horizontal plane.
Yes, and that plane constantly
doesn't fucking curve, my guy. It doesn't. No, I'm not going to let you finish. And I'm going to tell you why I'm not going to let you finish. Because a horizontal plane doesn't fucking curve, my guy.
Getting cooked by a woman right now. That's crazy.
Hey, Crit. Good to see you.
Angelo,
Yes,
can I ask
sir.
you, what do you mean by the plane corrects itself?
Yes,
what do you mean by that?
As the plane is moving, as the airplane is flying along, constantly directly below it, there's a horizontal plane that refreshes itself every time there's any movement. That's relative
to a globe.
I'm going to finish. This is a physics problem that you guys need to be aware of.
You're going off on a tangent here.
I'm basically describing. You don't want the explanation? No, guys. I appreciate the opportunity to talk. I'll answer your questions.
Every single fucking one of you. Right? Shut up for a moment. All anyone needs to ask him right now is to say, prove it.
That's what I said.
How am I going to prove anything if you don't let me finish my statement? That's the problem. And that's fine, guys. You guys keep playing around. Have a circle jerk. I'll see you guys later. And by the way, there was a message in chat specifically for Heretic.
That's nice, sweet cheeks, but you can't prove anything with explanations. It's like you get caught cheating on your fucking wife, right? Just say you get caught cheating on your wife and you're like, oh, well, I can explain. Give a fuck about your fucking explanations. Get out of here with your explanations. That's not proof of a damn thing.
What a loser.
That was bad.
Bye.
He has a weird hate boner for Heretic. That's weird.
Well, me too. He called me out, and I get a chance to talk to him.
I mean, I was the first person he called out about the airplanes.
They just whip it out and stroke it. It's like, yo, put that thing away, bro.
Yo.
Yeah, he's upset because to join the VC, he had to verify you got someone blocked in that VC. Do you still want to join? It triggers him.
Refreshes itself. What is it, a fucking Windows machine that needs rebooting?
I was like, refresh. What the hell are you talking about? Refresh.
I'm thinking like blue screen, you know? It's got a blue screen and you just gotta go unplug it and plug it back in. You know.
Control R? Like, wait, what? Refresh?
Control Alt Delete, yeah.
Command R? What the heck?
It doesn't make any sense, man. Especially considering that the planes are on average tilted up a little bit. Was it 1 or 2 degrees or something to maintain elevation or something?
Wouldn't it just like fly off the surface? I don't understand how it would just automatically, like how they say the moon is like connected.
It's called an angle of attack. They need to be tilted up, which tilts their wings up, so they can get a high pressure built underneath their wings to hold them up.
Hmm.
That's
of what 1 or 2 degrees or something?
Between 1 and 3 degrees.
Yep.
Okay.
Pitch disagrees. Yep. All the pitch data disagrees with the globe.
And can I ask, like, airplanes in general, they're not flying at the maximum height allowed for that type of craft, right?
Oh, way.
Or are they?
Oh,
they're not.
The heights of craft are, so yeah.
You know what I mean? Like if like a passenger commercial airline craft can go to 50,000 feet, let's say, and they're only flying at 25, like that's not what it is, right? Or that's more like what it is. It's not like they're actually flying at 25,000 feet because they can't go any higher for whatever reason.
I wonder why they don't fly that high, but yeah, they don't seem to fly at max capacity. And I bet they don't fly at max either.
One of their rules is as soon as they hit 40,000 or 42,000, the pilot and co-pilot have to put on oxygen masks just in case if there is an incident.
Okay, so meaning it is technically feasible, albeit with consequences, that they can go higher, right? So what this guy's saying about the plane automatically refreshing, like it's going to keep itself at a certain altitude just by gravity or something because it can't go any higher, like there's not enough air pressure or something. It doesn't make any sense. Fucking guy.
That guy's weird.
But what was it? What does he believe it was resetting itself to?
Like automatically, since he's saying, well, we're flying a certain altitude above the ground. If we just maintain that altitude, we'll always be with that altitude as we curve along the Earth. That's what he's saying.
See, the problem is, it's not referenced off a plumb bob. It's referenced off a gyroscope, which holds its position in its given space. So when the plane's on the ground before it takes off, gyroscope spins up. It holds that position. So it doesn't matter if the plane tilts forward, backwards, does a figure eight or a fucking loop-de-loop, the gyroscope stays. It doesn't constantly readjust. Oh, you've gone forward 60 nautical miles, therefore I have to tilt forward 1 degree. No, the gyroscope does not do that. It holds its position. The plane is measured around that. That's what that pitch data comes from. If the plane tips forward, it shows tilts forward at X amount of degrees. If it tilts back, shows tilts back X amount of degrees. Tilts left, tilts right, yours left or right. That's what the gyroscope shows.
Exactly. Yeah. Tell me you're rotating without telling me you're rotating.
I find it very, very tickling, right, that there are these things that we do not need to account for when flying. We do not need to account for rotation of Earth, and we do not need to account for curvature of Earth. So I find it very peculiar that we wouldn't have to account for curvature or rotation if curvature and rotation are actually things that are happening. Weird how we don't have to account for some shit that's happening, right? Allegedly. Well, we don't have to fucking account for it because it's not fucking there.
Watch your mouth, young lady.
Oh, my bad. It's below my nose. I can't see it.
Can't see it. Just be an Austin peasant.
He's claiming that there's a rotation that's independent of the pitch, right? So he needs to show which instrument measures that, and details that during the flight data.
Yeah. Well, I can tell him right now there's not a single instrument on board.
He's saying that his reference keeps changing but staying the same simultaneously. He needs to prove that. He needs to show how that's known to be the case. If he can't, then he's just talking out his ass.
He doesn't prove anything. He just starts ranting about fleas infesting your navel and shit when you ask him to.
Damn.
Weirdo, dude.
I knew I recognized his voice when I joined the call. Which one of you heard him? Like Crit, Heretic? Who's heard him, bro?
I got him pretty good. There's a recording of it where he people were talking about something and Jem was like, okay, let's move on from that. Okay, because it's even degenerate for him. Okay, he's like, enough of that shit. We're gonna do something else. Let's talk about something else. And then Angelo pipes up and says, "There's a flat earther in the chat. I'd like to debate him." And then Jem was like, "Yeah, sure, I guess. Do you guys want to do that?" And I go, "Fuck no, I don't want to talk to Angelo at all. He's a dumb fuck." And not only did I say no, but someone else said, "No, let's not do any flat Earth debate stuff right now. Let's just be chill." And that somehow he heard ask me a bunch of questions, like it's time to debate. So I yeah. So I just said, "Dude, you don't even know what the word no means. You had not only me, I do not want to talk to you. I don't care what you have to say. Never will. And you had someone else saying they don't want to do the flat earth thing right now." I could look back. I think there's a clip of it. Yeah, but since then, man, he's just been like, every time he sees me, he's like, "Hey, Crit."
Yeah, he was doing that with Heretic pretty bad. Heretic, I left you a message. And Heretic, oh, you're in the call? Like, he was like really upset.
That's the first thing he said to me, like the first time I talked to him, that stupid flea camel thing. Whatever, the thing he wrote in the chat.
I didn't even see what he said. What did he say?
May the fleas of 1,000 camels infest your navel or something like that.
What an absolute weirdo. What
yeah, I know. And the crabs of 1,000 horse, like just something really stupid. And
he thought he landed one with that one. Probably.
There it is.
Yeah.
Proof that the uneducated children are afraid of an adult in the room. Hey, Heretic, may the fleas of 1,000 camels infest your armpits and the crabs of 1,000 whores infest your navel.
What the fuck?
Who the fuck is this guy, Shakespeare?
Oh, because I was like, hey, can you prove that thing you said?
Right.
That's all I said.
You must have cracked him in the past. He's still hurting. He's still scarred.
Yeah, I said the same thing a different time.
Oh my gosh. Was Flatsy here? Because they just advertised their butt hurt, right? They argued for butt hurt.
That's alright. Star Life still can't mic up. I mean,
I'm gonna go through like all the times he's threatened me with like legal action and make like a montage of it.
Crit, I have been in the back rooms defending you right? Because this motherfucker's like, oh, Crit's harassing me. And I'm like, you're the one constantly tagging Crit, constantly tagging me, AI, Quantum Eraser, and all these other people who have hurt your pussy, right? Like,
that's
I
Crit's
don't think
ex-girlfriend.
anyone's doing the
That's
harassing
ex-girlfriend
here.
talk.
Wow.
Nobody's doing the harassing here except for, Star Life, Starboy.
Just sounds exactly like an ex-girlfriend.
He's he gives them creepy stalker ex-girlfriend vibes.
Yeah, it's like I tried. Like if you look, I mean, just going through our text chat, I tried to stay on topic with him with Flat Earth, and he would just crack like every time. And after like the fourth or fifth time, I'm like, dude, this isn't going to work until we're able to get some sort of healthy framework to discuss the topic.
No, he can't do it. Texas. I'm in Texas. WC Jance. Open up your mic. Have we talked before?
You know those spoiled princess ex-girlfriends that think they can just pick up the phone and like have you charged by the police when they get mad at you?
Yeah, no, like
that's how it works, right? I'm mad at him right now, so I'm just gonna ask the police to go get him.
Yeah.
I know.
That's the kind of Karen. Yeah, that's the kind of Karen that this Star Life boy is.
Literally doing nothing, just chilling in his house or whatever. Go get him.
He's what we call in the hood a cop calling bitch.
Oh.
Yup. He's a cop calling little pussy ass bitch.
Yeah.
You ain't shit, Star Life. I'm sorry, you ain't shit, and I'd probably choke you out in a heartbeat. Just saying. I mean, I have. I'm not making no threats. Like, let's make it clear, I'm not making no threats, but I have choked out a couple full-grown men in my life.
It depends on what state. It depends on what state you're in, because like some states have mutual combat laws.
That's true. New York, I do believe, has a mutual combat law, and you can call a municipal officer to referee your fight.
Really?
Yeah, when years ago, like me and Battlemod were trying to set up, because he's in Michigan, and they opened up like an amateur MMA ring, and the whole thing was like that. Hey, we hate flat earthers, and no one wants to talk to you. You guys are, whatever. And then RC Meisty wanted to hire QE to sing at his wedding, and I'm like, well, you guys act like you hate us, but you want to hire us to sing at the wedding or whatnot, and so let's do like some kind of like meetup, like a big meetup with lots of people, and we can do something at Battlemod's farm, and we got combat sports we could do, like it had more to it than that, because they had to do like how come flat earthers are just getting just sucker punched everywhere they go, like. So yeah, it was kind of an interesting event. It turned out that none.
Talk about that. Did he cut out?
Starboy, I love that dude changed his light to Starboy, because I called him Starlight. I called this other guy Starlife, so this guy changed his name to Starboy. I appreciate that. Yo, Starboy, you seem pretty amicable if you're in the VC. Let's mic up and chit chat, bro. Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, I have a weird obsession over Crit's Worst Nightmare, even though Crit's Worst Nightmare fucking tags me at any fucking opportunity he gets. Yeah, I'm the obsessed one. I don't seek you out, motherfucker. You are always seeking me out. You're always seeking Crit out. You're always seeking out all of these flat earthers that hurt your pussy.
Oh,
because you're a weak little, you're a weak little fucking twink. Yeah. Fucking stupid agent.
Talk your shit.
Come on, Star Life. Crit ain't stopping you from miking up. You ain't stopping. You're probably the only person stopping you from miking up. Come on, Starboy.
Now look at you, all back of the bus and shit.
Oh Oh yeah, hush that fuss. Everybody move to the back of the bus. Do you want to bump and trump with us? We the type of people make the club get full. Say, yeah, yeah. Come on, Star Life. You can get this party rolling right now.
They're
Right
probably
now.
here more than anyone else. Like, you might as well just get in here and be one of the boys, man.
So what was this shit? Jenna has a weird
Let's
obsession over me because I hurt her feeling when I proved the globe to her and exposed her lies. Well, if that's the case, then Star Tart, why don't you just do it again and show everyone how you can prove the globe instead of just being a spineless yellow jellyback coward sitting there in annoying crit?
He said the crit has him fucking permanently muted. I'm like, he doesn't though. You're tarded.
That is a weird code. It's a weird lie.
It is a weird lie.
I've been permanently muted.
Go ahead, Star Life. You haven't been permanently muted
He hacked
at
my
all.
computer.
You're in this server. You have no mutes on you at all whatsoever. So your excuses are like assholes. Everyone has one, and it smells like shit.
Okay, I'm back. I'm not. Well, anyway, I guess you guys get the gist of it, right? There's a couple, mental health and psychological conditions that would cause someone to see a straight line as curved. And then so I said, "Hey, ChatGPT," and it's like, "What up?" And I'm like, "Can the surface of the Earth be described as flat or locally flat?" Yes, Crit. That's a very clever question. As we've discussed in the past, the Earth is an oblate spheroid, meaning it's slightly flattened at the poles but bulging at the equator. However, in context, it is reasonable to describe the surface of the Earth as flat. For example, engineering and construction. When building roads, bridges, or other structures, engineers often treat the Earth's surface as flat because the curvature is negligible, even at larger scales. Everyday experience. From our everyday experience, the surface of the Earth appears flat because we're only seeing a very tiny fraction of the curvature. We don't perceive the curvature at all. When you're standing on the surface, you're looking at a very relatively small area. Topography and mapping. Cartographers and topographers use the local coordinate system, which assumes a flat Earth. This is sufficient for mapping and navigation purposes. Then he cracked. That was the first time he cracked because his shtick was, hey, flat earthers can't use ChatGPT because ChatGPT doesn't agree that the Earth is flat. So then I said, hey, yes or no, asking for a friend, is the Earth flat? And then ChatGPT says, yes, it's flat.
Nice.
Like yes or no. If you said yes or no, is the Earth flat? Yes. And then he posted the blue marble, asked about photographs from space, and we went through that whole ringamaroo. And then he cracked on that thing, 1972, and had to break down the Apollo program, and astronauts breaking bread and reading from the Bible and all that. His shtick. The first shtick was. The first one was flat earthers can't use ChatGPT. You need to delete your post. I'm like, why? And the second one was flat earthers are super religious. I'm like, well, the astronauts are super religious too.
That's so funny when there's Globers that come in and they're like, oh, well, you can't do flat earth without like bringing your religion in. Blah, 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 blah. And for personally, religion at all, right? I'm not religious at all. I wouldn't even say that I'm not an atheist. I'm not like necessarily agnostic, but I know that there is a creative force. There's some sort of creator for everything that exists. There's a creator. For the phone in your fucking hand, somebody had to fucking create it. For the way you get back and forth to work, there's a vehicle and somebody had to create it. And so on and so forth, right? So that's where I
created
stand.
the mountains?
So then his
What do you mean?
next
Who
thing.
created the mountains? Who created your fucking car? Who created your
Let's not
phone?
go down. Let's not.
Who created the mountains?
Let's
I mean,
not go down-
Ford created my car, but
Okay, let's not go
Elon
down-
created some.
Period. A creator created the mountains.
Creation. Okay, hold on. There's lots of
Hold up, Brett.
Hold on, Joe.
Okay.
Go ahead, Brett.
Okay, so anyway, the next one was that flat earthers are conspiracy theorists who need to be separated because they're spreading diseases, because they are they're audiovisual club members.
I think that the flat Earth exists, like the whole flat Earth conspiracy exists to distract from the Jews.
Oh,
Hold up, time out.
We're on YouTube,
Hold
bro.
on.
We can't take you on
We've got different servers for that. We've got different channels for that. Slow down, okay? This is about the Earth. This is about the nature of the place that you live. It has nothing to do about any groups of people, religions, or anything like that. This is strictly about where you fucking live.
Where do we live? On a pancake?
We live on Earth, sir. What is Earth to you, sir?
It's a globe, naturally.
It's a globe naturally, and how would you go about proving that? If Earth were a globe, how would you know?
It's a pancake. It's a pancake.
Well,
Hold on, y'all. Don't throw it off the track. I'm asking him, if Earth were a globe, how would he know? If Earth were a globe, sir, how would you know?
Pictures from space confirms it.
Pictures from space confirms it. I love that answer. Hold on.
Oh my.
That's an excellent answer, right? Except for there's a problem with that, right?
What's the problem?
When you go in and you start asking, you demand, right? Go into your Chat GPT, go into your Meta AI, go into all of your AI chats, right? And demand real photos of a globe Earth, and you demand the AI to tell you the truth. And I've done this, and it'll come back and it'll tell you there are no real single full frame photographs of the entire Earth. They're all images, they're all composite, they're all CGI. If you press the AI to be honest with you, I guarantee you, AI does that. But if you press it to be honest with you, it'll tell you that there are no photographs, single full frame from
I don't know
one
why you're
camera.
stuttering. So I'm understanding your argument.
I'm not stuttering. Hey, have I stuttered at all? Anybody
stuttered
here
again.
in the chat? Have I stuttered? I haven't stuttered at all.
Fine. So you're saying that AI is like the ultimate truth, and anything AI says is like correct.
No, that's not what she said.
That's not what I said. Okay,
but that's not what she said.
one more fucking
Okay,
time.
wait. I'm asking this one person. I don't ask like the whole room.
Well, you guys.
Great, you're talking to me. You're talking to
Well,
me.
how
Hi, I'm
about
Jenna.
you
I'm Jenna.
repeat what
Nice
Jenna
to meet
says,
you.
because Jenna's the one talking to you.
So here's the thing, right? Let me reiterate back. The AI will not always be honest to you. You have to press the AI for honesty.
Okay, Jenna. So you're saying if you press AI enough for honesty, then it will be right.
It will eventually. It will be like, I'm sorry, I just try to give the most accurate information, but yeah, here you go. Here it is. It does that. It definitely does that.
I just want to understand your position before we proceed, yeah? So I'm not trying to like catch you, but is it true that you're saying that your belief is that if you press AI enough, that is the truth, that you can rely on that always?
Her beliefs in AI have got nothing to do with you proving you live on a floor.
bro.
T-Dub, hold on. I've got this. I can answer this question. Okay. It's not a belief because I have put it through rigorous testing. So therefore,
the case, then,
after I have put it through rigorous testing, it is not a belief.
Okay. How do I phrase this? I'm not going to grant you that that's correct. I'll say it like this.
That's fine.
Do you hold the position that when you press AI enough, it will be correct every single time, that you can rely on the information presented always, that it will never make an error.
Oh, no one gives a fuck about AI, bro.
That's not what I'm claiming. That's not.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
exactly.
if
That's not
that
what I'm
is
saying at
not
all.
your
But
claim,
what I am saying is that if you tell the AI that I don't think you're being honest with me, you need to tell me the truth. What is this? Eventually, it'll be like, I'm sorry. I do my best to provide the most clarified information, right, or whatever the fuck. And then it'll give you the fucking answers. But you have to press it. You have to really be able to cognitively dig into your own mind. You have to be able to press it for questions that are outside of what it would normally be questioned for.
almost like a real human, yeah? But
Almost.
I
And you
mean,
know
if I
what?
press you enough, like I just did, you gave me the answer, right? You don't think it's the case, so I just had to continue a little bit. But the reason why I brought it up, yeah, is because if it does make errors of judgment and it doesn't always give the right answer, even though you press it, it might give a faulty answer every once in a while. Then it doesn't really matter whether or not AI agrees with you, because if it's an unreliable source of information, I'm not going to accept that as part of your argument, yeah?
Okay, and that's fine. That's perfectly fine. You can
So that's
choose
why I
to not
pressed you.
accept.
Yeah, so
That's
I have a
fine,
picture.
right?
I have
So
a
you can
picture.
press me.
Okay.
You can
I
press
mean, you can
me.
interrupt me if you want, but
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
so you asked me, like, what's my proof of a globe Earth? And pictures of the globe existed before AI. And even now with AI, I can probably, and I can do it live, find a way where it will accept or confirm that images of space are real and they have captured a globe Earth. Yeah? And if I do that, your argument will crumble. So you need something else to sort of like disprove my claim. Can't use AI.
So what would you use to prove for a fact that these pictures of a globe Earth are real, genuine photographs? Go ahead. Give me the data on that.
Well, so when you say for a fact, it implies no uncertainty at all, and I don't operate like
Yeah,
that.
correct. Right. So
Yeah.
you came at me with pictures from space, and you came at me with this absolute certainty, right?
Yeah, that's what you operate in.
No. Listen, don't try to burden reverse, because you said that your proof was pictures from space, right? So please tell me what method you went through to verify the authenticity of these quote unquote photos of Earth from space. What was the method you used to verify the authenticity?
Right. So first of all, I'll post some, and then we can go and ask what I did, because they're different from the different sources, because I can't always do metadata analysis, because some of the photos are reposts. So I don't.
Right. So, like, what have you
Wait,
done
what do you
to
mean?
verify? What have you done to verify the authenticity of these alleged photos of Earth from space?
So first of all, this one here from NASA is from an original source, and it's from a gov site, right? It comes from the government. What that means
Dude,
is
what have you done to verify it?
Yeah, so to be clear, by authenticity, we're not necessarily talking about the authenticity of the source of where it came from. It's about the content.
All right. I mean, that is part of what we use with image authenticity, even in court settings. So unless you have a framework that you would like to present, I'm just going off with what is used colloquially, right? But if you have one, go ahead and present it, right? Because I did say metadata analysis, and Jenna was like, nah, I don't want to hear that yip yap or something. So if you have a framework that's different than mine, tell me.
No, we want you to tell us how you verify the true authenticity of these photographs. Just because it says .gov.au or .gov.us on the end of it, that is not proof of anything. That's proof that it's from a website.
Yeah. Yeah, not only that, if you open up a JPEG or a PNG or whatever in an ASCII textbook, text editor, and you see a bunch of text headers and shit like that before the actual binary, that's fine. That kind of legitimizes or gives the air of legitimacy that the image came from a particular entity, that's fine. But what is in the image is what's in question, sir. Now, if what you're saying is, well, it came from the government, therefore, and we know it came from the government via, looking at this stuff, and that's sufficient for you, that, that means it's real, well, then you have another set of problems, sir.
Not really. So there are 3 items that a person looks at in court when they go and look at whether or not a footage that is presented is authentic, yeah? So the first one is, and there might be more, honestly. This is just what I'm aware of. But the first one is they look at the device, right? What device captured the footage? Or is it like a secondary file, right? Has it been moved from different components? And that's easy to look at. You mentioned ASCII table, right? You can do like EXIF data and look at it, and you can use EXIF tool, which is what I've used, or you can just do metadata analysis with like different software. I'm even sure you can like even dissect the hardware components. But that's besides the point. So the first one is like the device, right? Or you could say the origin of the source. And then the second one is whether or not the items in the footage add up with other items, right? So if I capture a unicorn, but we don't have unicorns, then it's likely that footage is manufactured, right? Because we don't have that. So if there's no reference,
blah 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 blah, fucking blah 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 blah.
Have you forgotten your medicine, or what's going wrong with your head?
Good fucking night, dude. You're waffling on.
I'm
Get to the fucking point.
He's onto something. I'm following. Right now, I want to point something out, sir. When where this metadata in any particular image, do you mean to say that these cannot be manipulated by hand?
No, they can. They can. That's why we rely on others as well. But I can't see whether or not they've been manipulated, especially when it's from a gov site, because they're usually secondhand, right? So that's why I say like it's pretty hard to do that analysis as an individual.
What do you mean? Hold on. What do you mean by images metadata cannot be manipulated?
No, I said they can. They can. Yes, they can. Not
exactly. So therefore, right, combining the fact that you can manipulate the text content of the metadata with the fact that we can create anything we fucking want on a computer, what does that tell you? Just because it came from a government source, those facts alone don't say that the government did not have the capacity to wrangle metadata in any particular fucking image they want, JPEG, PNG, whatever the fuck, make the claim that it came from XYZ device and present it as legitimate. But here's the thing. The funny thing with that is that's not even what's on the table. The government, as I think it was Crit in the past who brought it up, where there were the components of a composite image from some agency are readily available, or they used to be. Right, so they don't, and on these sites they don't even make the claim that they're legitimate, but they openly state that these are composite images.
Wait, so there are 2 things going on here. So
correct me if I'm misspeaking here anywhere, but I do remember that coming up in conversation before. Go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate that. There are 2 things you mentioned which I think I have a caveat to, because they're somewhat right, but there is some deception going on, right? So first of all, the latter, which is you said if something is a composite image, then it's illegitimate, right? That's not true. So
that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
To make it
you can clarify
photograph. A photograph is not a composite. A photograph is a photograph. An image, right? There's a reason why the 2 words are distinct. They're similar.
I'm aware, but like I'm not even pushing on that. Nobody's disagreeing with that.
Right.
It's not a semantical argument. I'm just saying, in the reference of proving something, it doesn't really matter if something is a composite or a photograph. And it sounded like you do think that's the case.
There is a distinction that needs to be made here. Because if someone tells you, watch this. If someone tells you I've got a set of instrumentation that gathers an array of data from different dimensions or whatever, and then crafts them on a computer
into one
virtually and forms something, with it, as opposed to taking a photograph of the thing just in and of itself by itself in one shot. Okay, those are completely different things.
I'm not saying you're not different. I'm saying, why does it matter?
The rendering may or may not be the same as what you get on the photo, right? Because it's going through some shitload of virtual loops and algorithms and shit like that.
Dude,
Therefore, in this
technical process, why does it matter?
When someone's talking about quote unquote pictures from space, they're insinuating that some device up there just took a snapshot, right, in like a photograph. But that's not what happens.
Okay, so there are two things that I still have unanswered, right? You have not said why a composite image. Okay.
Because it's wrangled. It's wrangled in a computer, dude. You don't know what they're doing. You don't know what the algorithms are. You don't know what they're trying to. You don't know what they're doing. It's not the same as just taking a photo, dude.
But you also, prior in this conversation, wait, just very quickly, because this is important.
So the claim what's being rendered is representation of reality. You're a few steps far removed from the actual from the ground in this, man.
And I would have no problem with that if you granted that photographs were a good measure to capture reality. But since you pushed hard on that those can be manipulated as well, and that even when we examine the metadata, we can't rely on that to be complete, I also have a problem with you saying, well, that is the standard that we ought to use and composite images can be thrown away. Yeah? You see how that works?
Well, that sounds like it's your problem. You have a problem and it's your fucking problem.
You're not accepting either one, so the push that it's a composite doesn't matter. That's why I said, why does it matter? It's a waste of my time.
No, man, the point is, arguing pictures from space, whether they be composite or photographs, is problematic right out the gate. And they have distinct layers to them. That's all I'm just pointing out.
Yeah, but you wouldn't even grant a photograph to hold merits on its own anyway, so it doesn't matter that you took this time to push on the composite element, which is why I'm saying
Stop for a second.
Because you walking me through the technical process that I already know better than you doesn't really help anybody.
Nate,
right?
yeah, keep talking. Nate, we would accept the photograph, but the problem is you have to go back and be able to replicate it. You can't do that with your space beliefs.
Right.
For example, the Black Swan. For example, the Black Swan, you, me, anybody can go back to Santa Barbara, get a camera, take a photo. It's not that hard, as long as you've got the time and funding to do so. You taking photos from space to replicate what's done, no.
So the third element that we were at actually in how I verify images, you actually bring that in now. So it's a natural segue to talk about replication, yeah? So being able to replicate...
You just want to waffle on about anything and everything that isn't proof of the globe.
Well, just because you disagree with the framework doesn't mean that that's true.
No. My disagreement has nothing to do with the proof or not.
It's funny, right? Because if you reverse this and you say, well, the Black Swan,
funny.
right?
It's
okay,
really
you can interrupt
not
if you want. I mean, you can
it's
interrupt.
Not funny at all. As a matter of fact, right here is a perfect example where I took a screenshot from it, from the Meta AI, and I was pressing it hardcore. Show me a real photo of a globe Earth. And it wouldn't do it. It gave me this cartoon bullshit. I said, that's not a real photo. Show me a real photo of the globe. And it gives me another cartoon bullshit. I said, that's not a photo from a camera. That's CGI. Does a real photo of a globe Earth actually exist? And it comes back with, you're correct. And most images of Earth are CGI or composite images. What in the ass? Really? It's just going to tell me that for no fucking reason? And it says these images are available on NASA. Images, right? These images, not photos.
I don't know why you're like doing this speech impediment thing.
The images are available
just post
on NASA,
your thing in chat so I can look at
space
it.
agency websites. And I said, would you like more information on the specific image links? And so I quit back. I said, so you're saying there isn't a real photo from a camera of the entire Earth? That's correct.
Jenna, we
There
got
isn't
it.
a single direct full-frame photograph of the entire Earth from a camera.
Jenna, you're repeating yourself. We got it.
Yeah.
With all due respect.
Jenna, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
I did want to chime in
Nice, but
before we
you
start.
think the fucking pictures from space are proof. Get out of my face.
Well, on that note, I mean, it sounded like, Nate, you had something to say about a way by which we do validate these things earlier, but you went on to the metadata. I don't know if you had something else to expound on that.
Yes,
with.
I were.
It
Thank
just sounded like metadata was was it. But was there more?
Well, as far as I'm aware of, no, there were three. So very briefly is the author or the device, so the origin, right? Then second of all, there is the metadata, so the actual analysis. And then the third component is replication, yeah? So if you can have some person go to the same place and repeat the process that led to the image or the video. So those are the three. Okay. And when we talk about the second one that we were engaged in, I have tools that I can utilize, such as EXIF data, right? Or EXIF tool, and I can use that on Windows to actually download an image and look at it. But sometimes that has been altered or limited, and that is the case for a lot of government documents. You probably are aware. So I'm limited in that regard. But that doesn't mean that everybody's limited. You can look at it, and there are ways to find out whether or not it's been altered, but I don't have access to that. So if that's your burden, I'm going to say that I can't provide that. The government would have to do that. Right. And at some point, you would have to suspend some autonomy to the government, right?
Well, sort of. I mean, what we can do, right, while we're here with limited resources and stuff like that, is in some way devise a method here where we stand to verify the attributes of what we do find in the photo, supposedly, assuming it's a photo. Right? And what we do have in the photo is a ball. One of the characteristics of a ball is a curvature rate, drop over distance. They even give us
on the surface.
Okay. They even give us the said dimensions, right? So we know this stuff. The problem is we don't actually find that. What we do find is not congruent with the stated dimensions, sir. Not even close. We're talking about orders of magnitude off. What's interesting also about that is no one's been able to come in here in the time that I've been here and actually bring forth the method that was used in the first instance, hundreds of years ago, decades ago, whatever, even before that actually conclusively measured the radius or the circumference or whatnot. They come with derivative ideas like measuring shadow lengths and then making 3, 4, 5, 6 assumptions, plugging in some numbers, and then they get a result. It's different from actually doing a measurement, So there's problems. Even if we were to lend credence and say, okay, let's grab this photo, let's look at it, let's find a way to check it out ourselves. It doesn't add up.
Well, I mean, this conversation is obviously very big, right? I would say it like this. In order for me to look at a basketball, and I'm not saying that because a basketball is round, the globe is round. I'm just making an analogy, yeah? So when I look at a basketball, I can perceive it as a globe. And I don't need to measure it because I have perception, right? And it's not that my eyes are tricking me or that I have like a fish lens. It's like it's literally round. I can roll it around.
You may want to
wait. Very briefly.
You may want to measure it if you have a reason to. Right.
Yeah, maybe, and that would also be a good way to do it, but it's not the only way. And it sounds like sometimes you guys are like arriving at the conclusion that it has to be measured at a surface level in order for us to know. And I'm saying that's not the case, right? Perception is a huge thing of the human experience. Even a lot of you guys
I've got
are saying.
Hold up.
Yeah, I don't know why you're interrupting.
Talking too much.
No,
I'm sorry, you talking too much.
A lot of you guys are saying that we perceive
okay, because you want to talk about at a ground level. Can I have a moment?
Please don't interrupt.
Right, how about you both cool off for a second and we measure it at ground level because we're not going to measure it at 400 meters up in the air. Because that would just be retarded now, wouldn't it? Jenna, ask your question.
All right. If you're trying to do any kind of cell nav, then you're going to be treating the Earth as flat. So yeah, surface level, right? He's like, oh, you guys want to treat it like surface level, that it's flat, da-da-da. Yeah, buddy, because it fucking is. Because everything that you do in practical application treats and uses the Earth as a flat, stationary plane. Everything that you do.
If I may ask, Nate, sounded like a minute ago you're leading down to like an knowledge of how the Earth was actually measured apart from at the ground level. Do you want to talk about that? I bring that up. So I'm not aware.
Well, measured or perceived are different, right? When you talk about a measure, you talk about a unit, right? And for a unit to exist, it has to be precise, right? Otherwise, your measurement is right. Incorrect.
So you debunked what you said before.
No, I'm saying that you can have...
No, you debunked what you said before. You brought in some specificity of your language, and you described something specifically very different than the other thing that you're describing. That's why I just asked.
You did say we can measure it by other means without using stuff on the ground level.
Yes, we can, but a precise measurement is not perception, right?
That's fine. So
that doesn't make any sense. Precise measurement, you perceive the measured values that you are trying to derive a specificity of.
This is like ontology. No, okay, so a measurement exists.
Ontologically, yeah, same context.
I get what you're saying, but the measurement exists regardless of you perceiving it or not. Yeah, so it's
didn't it? Why are you talking about perception though? Are you insinuating that like, oh, we think it doesn't look flat, so therefore excuse me? Are you insinuating that we're saying it doesn't look curved, so it's not curved? Is that what you think we think?
Yes.
Because that right? Okay.
Why are you thinking about what we think when you don't even know what you think? Think about what you think before you start thinking about what things that you don't understand. Like you're conceiving of my mind's eye.
Yeah. So earlier, what I was saying, Nate, is I'm talking about measure. What I was saying was I was speaking to measurements specifically, not perception. Okay.
Right, so you want a precise measurement, but you only want it at a surface level, right? I'm saying that there are different ways that, for instance, when we talk about space agencies...
No, why do you keep going? Why do you keep going? You don't have anything to say. Let's stop at what you just said.
Do you not know what GPS
you said
is?
You don't want you don't want to talk about his definition of the terms at the surface level.
Dude, he asked me.
So you think that there's some other...
The moderator shut this guy down.
Point of contention.
He's disrupting me and Mick.
No, what other point of contention is it? Is there another point of contention? Or is it the same point of contention?
There is another point that I was going to address, but you cut me off.
This is why they don't shut me up, because I want to talk about that. What is the other context?
Oh, you're done. Yeah. So GPS, like global.
No. What is the other context? GPS.
You got to stop interrupting me.
The other one.
I mean, I can't be the only one thinking this is kind of rude. Thank you. Yeah. So I'm aware that you can measure it from the surface, and that's fine. That's one of them. I granted that. You're correct, right? I'm not disproving that, and I'm not saying that that's not the case. But I'm saying there are different avenues of getting the same result. And a different avenue is from satellites, from GPS. And I'm not saying that looking at it gives you the measurement, but I'm saying that there are ways that we can utilize the signals from satellites to determine the actual size.
Nate, what I was saying before was not that we can't measure curvature from the surface. I'm saying we don't, by actually employing methods that would detect curvature if there were curvature. The result is not curving. So it's not that the method is incompatible with our context. It's that the result that we get does not match the theoretical model, right? So you bring up GPS and shit like that. First off, GPS is not a measuring device, okay? And we would have needed precise measurements or precise dimensions years ago prior to actually deploying satellites and shit like that, right? So there must have been a method that was used to determine these dimensions decades ago, centuries ago, or whatnot in the first place. Are you aware of any?
Oh, you're talking about the historic pretext for even getting the space mission.
How did we get to where we are now?
We can walk through like Aristotle and like the ancient Greeks if you really want, but I don't see how that has merits to like what I'm saying. I'm talking very specifically like today we use these ways. I put in links in the chat, and yes, this is how we determine its globe. Like if you want to talk about like how do we even know that like 1,000 years ago to even build these missions, that's a different conversation. We can have that conversation if you want, but I think it's less important.
It's essential, sir. It's essential. Because if this information is not known, it is, because by going to the grassroots of everything, you can build up from it. Now, if you don't know that, you can't be fully certain what came after is legitimate. You can believe it is, but you won't know it. So I'm interested in knowing it.
Half the medicine that you use today, right, was invented for a different purpose. Like a lot of things have an origin that's completely detached from the modern day use. You're aware of that, yeah?
But medicine is not. First off, we're not talking about medicine.
No, there's a shit ton of things that we found out that we didn't seek to find out, right?
No medical at all. Nothing medical.
Yeah, of course not. Anything not space that you want to bring up that has historical context that we don't use the same. The difference is, in many of these cases, we can actually look into it, check it out, test stuff out, do stuff ourselves to at least try to confirm what is being said about it.
Speaking around, fuck you!
The space stuff is a very unique...
Get it, motherfucker.
Jenna, you're not like it.
Space is a very unique thing whereby nobody except for space agencies have the authority or the capacity to do stuff and then turn around and make claims to us about it. You follow? So that's why we want to look at the origins, the origination of all this stuff, and see if it lines up to what they say. That's all.
Wait, so I got the first half, but you lost me in the second, so I need help to understand, right? So what I don't understand is that you're saying we don't have the capacity, so we can't build a rocket, and even if we could, as an individual, we don't have launch capability or rights, so we were going to be denied a launch regardless. So we can't go ourselves. So therefore, we rest on the government or a private space agency or a combination, like private and government subsidized space agency to tell us what's going on up there. And because we can't get it directly, we need to look to history. But you can't talk to the dead people of history. So I don't really understand.
No,
like you're also going to have to spend. No, that's where you lose me. So help me.
The reason why I brought up history, sir, is because all the stuff from the past, like measurements of Earth, for example, these are the artifacts that would have been used, building blocks that would have been used to build up towards what we have today. So if we can scrutinize these building blocks and find them to be legitimate, then we can, build from there and find any cracks in any of the blocks, if there are any, that came after. Follow?
I sort of see the narrative, but I don't understand why it would matter if we have a different way today that works. Like, why does it matter that it was suboptimal or wrong to begin with? Is what I don't understand.
Because you're asserting that it works today.
Yes.
Right? But the things that work today were not there prior to them being there today. So therefore, there should have been something before that got these new things that got these things there today, supposedly, that you're
No, I
using.
agree.
So we're going to look at those things before. That's all.
They're causally chained, and I agree with you. I didn't say that they were not, but I'm saying they're causally changed in probably a different way than you think.
Right. So
or I
let's
think they're
examine
different.
the links. So let's examine the links in this chain.
Okay,
And see if
so
there are
I
any
guess
breakthroughs.
there are probably others that I'm not aware of, right? But I remember being told that in the ancient Greece, Aristotle was one of the first persons to like look at whether or not the globe was actually flat, or I would say Earth, because they didn't know. So whether or not Earth was flat or a different shape, yeah.
So I've heard, yeah.
And I'm pretty sure that dude was one of the ones that looked through the telescope or a different like optical device. And he found out that when there is an eclipse, the shadow is circular. It's not like squared, and it's not triangular or something like that. So now they knew that at least it was round, right? Not necessarily spheroid, but at least circle. Yeah?
Why, what do you mean? Because there's darkness on the moon, and it happens to look circular. Therefore, Earth is a sphere. Like where does it come? Where comes in the idea that is actually a shadow being casted from the Earth itself?
I guess it was presupposed. I don't know the history that well.
Thank you. You're right.
I mean, everything we observe on Earth casts a shadow, right? And it casts a shadow in accordance to the light source. And so if there are multiple light sources, the shadow is manipulated. But if there's only one, so if you go on a field or some shit, and you put up a tree or a statue, or even you, and you move around, you'll see your shadow is affected from the sun, essentially, right?
Sure, but you see a spot or a black circle on the moon, therefore that must come from the Earth. You see the leap of logic?
No, I don't see the leap of logic. You would then test that.
It's not logic, because it could just be that the moon is curved.
I have a meme for this. I'll put it in the chat.
Yeah, for there to be a lack of light from the moon to the reason why there's a lack of light bouncing off the moon, assuming it's a giant thing to bounce light off in the first place, comes from, or that reason emanates from the Earth specifically. It takes some mental gymnastics and rationalization to arrive at that.
Well, so here's why I have a problem with like this way of thinking that you have, right? And then you deploy, is that you're essentially saying every single experiment that we conduct has to be perfect in its construction the first time we make it, right? But that's just not how science works. Science works by making assumptions.
Sure.
Like so here's the thing, right? There is induction and no, I don't know why you're interrupting. Come on.
Yeah, I just want to correct you. So these are not experiments, sir. These are observations. You brought up the thing with Aristotle, and I'm making the assumption that is all you had. Now, if you're building on that to something else, whereby they actually confirmed these suppositions, then please go ahead. Otherwise, this is not sufficient.
Also, peep the meme in the chat.
Right, so what I was going to say is that when you have the scientific method, there are two heuristics that you deploy, right? First of all, you look at induction, and that is literally not knowing and then going to analyze and constructing a model that explains what you're analyzing, what you're observing, yeah? And then there's deduction, and deduction is like when you test something, so you already have an idea, a framework, or something else, and you want to see if that adds up. Now, if you're going the inductive route, and you're building all these things, you're going to make leaps in the beginning that you don't really know are going to be true or not. They're not going to have a reference, right? That's how it works.
Okay, when did you go from empiricism to science? Science requires experimentation. What experiment are you
or observation? It doesn't.
No,
it doesn't require
observation alone is not science.
It can be.
I'm not doing science right now by listening to you. That's not science, bro.
It doesn't have to be, but I'm saying this science can have just observation as the experiment. So you're wrong. You don't have to manipulate.
No, you can't, bro.
You don't have to manipulate a variable for it to be a scientific experiment. You're aware, right?
It has to be a variable that's being manipulated, like a changing variable, for you to see the effect.
Read the definition.
bro, like an experiment,
No,
scientific.
you're
First of all, can you have science without experiments?
It can exist with observation. Just have
So you're saying the scientific method exists without experimentation, without the testing of the hypothesis? You have science.
You can have, but it's not always the case. Of course, a lot of science rests on you making an experiment because it's much easier to control the variables. That's why you do it, right? But it's not always possible to control the variable that you're.
I didn't say whether you control it or not. I said, do you need to have the test, the hypothesis test, which is an experiment for the scientific method to have science?
Do you know what an experiment definition is? Could you read it out loud? Because I don't think you know the definition.
The experiment is what tests the hypothesis, bro. It's the hypothesis testing the independent variable to the dependent variable to show the cause and effect relationship right there.
Right. So if you read it out on Google, right? This is from Oxford.
Bro, like
the difference between an experiment and an observation, which is why I kind of pressed you on it because I don't think you know the difference, is that an experiment is something you construct. Something that's inherently for you to manipulate, right? And an observation is not. And a part of science, a small part of it, rests on observation, not on experimentation, yeah? Because you can't experiment in those fields. Astrophysics, right?
Let's babble on some more.
He's just babbling, bro. You're saying if I listen to you speak, if I just listen to you speak, I'm doing science.
No, that's not what
Just so you know,
literally, you're saying if I observe your speech and I'm not doing anything to instigate it, to provoke it, to cause
shut up for a second.
to manipulate it, it's science.
Wait, somebody has an issue with the microphone. It's kind of hard to hear. I want to hear it, but
can you hear me?
Is that T-Dub?
T-Dub. Yeah.
Right, T-Dub.
Your microphone's shot, bro. I don't know what's going on with you. Oh, he's dropped out.
Yeah, what you're describing is metaphysics, yeah? Not science or the scientific method.
Sorry, I didn't realize I wasn't coming through. Hey, bros, it's easy. A scientific experiment is a hypothesis test or actualization, right? That's what it is.
Facts.
Simple.
No, so you're wrong, right? So I even said astronomy. You can't create an experiment.
So
that's why astronomy is not science.
Fucking science.
No shit, bro.
It's not science, bro. They classify it as science. They loop this definition in to give the air of it being science, and they bamboozle everybody into thinking that it is because of that caveat. But it doesn't constitute natural science at all, dude.
I would read this side chat if I was you.
Just because people say it doesn't make it true.
Does it follow the scientific method? Yes or no?
He fucking posts a Wikipedia article. God.
Yeah, now you might think you're doing a good job here. What you're doing, right, is talking absolute nonsense and exposing how little you know about this topic, right? So anyone that's on the fence listening to you go on about this shit that you clearly have no idea what you're talking about, right, is going to sway towards the flat earth side, right? So you're doing a disservice to the globe the way you're waffling on right now.
Anybody is going to agree with that statement. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'd do if I were you, dude. If I was a Glober, I'd be pissed.
Thank you for your opinion piece, DJ. You've not participated in a conversation at all, so you interjecting your opinion piece matters little to me. You can have a conversation with me.
Well, how about I ask you a very
just
basic
commentating like a Karen?
Fucking shut up. Right, I'll ask you a very basic question. Obviously, you didn't want to answer it before. Does astronomy follow the scientific method? Yes or no?
It can, yes.
Really? So what are these variables that are getting manipulated?
Perhaps you should re-educate yourself also on the scientific method. It doesn't rest.
No, I think you need to re-educate yourself, Nate, yeah? What you're speaking about is metaphysics, and both science and metaphysics seek to understand the reality. However, they differ in the way that they do this or their methods, yeah? So science relies on empirical evidence, experimentation, and the scientific method to study specific aspects of the natural world. What you're talking about is metaphysics, which is using logical reasoning, conceptual analysis to try and explore these abstract questions that you have, rather than actually utilizing the scientific method and empirical evidence.
I disagree with that too. It's not metaphysics because he is relying on observation. It's based in empiricism, but it's just not science.
Well, it's still metaphysics, yeah? Because, again, metaphysics, they're just using a logical reasoning and analysis to explore these ideas, yeah? It's metaphysics all day long.
Now, metaphysics is like a very general term. It could apply even to, like, you know, the results of a scientific experiment. We could, you know, philosophize on what's happening and stuff like that.
Well, no, there's a difference between a scientific experiment and metaphysics because, again, we're utilizing the scientific method and experimentation, which is either going to prove our hypothesis correct or not. It's going to establish a cause and effect relationship or it's not.
Yeah, I hear you.
We're not going to discuss it further and say, well, yes, we've established this relationship and then
but AJ,
discuss how we make change our mind.
This is your opinion, but I've cited both sources and ChatGPT, and they support my argument. So I don't really understand. Like, do you have something to support that claim?
That wasn't his opinion.
Okay, so is there something that supports it then? If it's not his opinion.
Look up the definition of pseudoscience for us.
But this is not a pseudoscience.
Yeah.
I asked you to look up the definition of pseudoscience for us.
All right.
Please.
Pseudoscience consists of statements, beliefs, or practices that claim to be both scientific and factual, but are incompatible with the scientific method.
So,
if
you can't adhere to the scientific method, then it falls under pseudoscience. So
yeah, but it's not incompatible. You asked me this like 5 minutes ago when I said yes.
Climatology, theoretical physics is all pseudoscience. Sorry for any inconvenience, mate.
It isn't if you make apologetics and then restructure some of the steps taken so like an independent variable, for instance, doesn't have to be your presumed cause. Also, it doesn't have to be manipulated directly by the researcher. That's how you can get away with it, bro. But no, in its strictest form and its strictest sense, using the strictest form of the scientific method, no messing around with the definitions of the steps involved, right, and the variables, then no, you cannot perform a scientific experiment on the sky.
Well, the internet seems to disagree with you, so...
Yeah, I don't give a shit. It's wrong. Demonstrably wrong. Demonstrably wrong. Okay. Yeah, all you get left with is
opinionated wrong, might be.
Perhaps what you get is we could be on the right track. We're not sure though. We're going to give it a percentage of likelihood and probability. Yeah, that's what you end up with. You don't have something that you can absolutely say with 100% certainty that when you did X, Y happened or didn't happen.
I guess, like, to speed this conversation up, like, we're talking about very specific ways of determining the size of the globe.
You skip past that point.
37 minutes past the hour from California State University. The key word here is testable. That is, you'll perform a test on how two variables might be related. This is when you're doing a real experiment. You are testing variables. And then at 36 minutes past the hour, or 38, sorry. Therefore, in experiments, a researcher manipulates an independent variable to determine if it causes a change in the dependent variable. So science, natural science, is the intellectual and practical activity encompassing the systematic study and the structure and behavior of the physical and natural world through observation and experiment, not just observation. So what we first do is we observe something occurring in nature. We then have to ask questions on why we believe that is occurring. We then form a hypothesis on why we believe this is occurring. What is the cause? Yeah. Then we need to do the experiment manipulating the independent variable to see if it does in fact cause the dependent variable. That is science. That is all it does. You do not have science just through observation without your experiments and manipulating variables.
Ouch.
Great. Yeah, so you link from a health site that concerns itself with medicine and medical procedures, that is
Yeah,
a setting
actual
that is
science. Yeah, real science.
no, that is a setting that is very easy for you to create an experiment in. Yeah, because
Not
you can
gonna talk
manipulate
That's too
people
bad for
and
your
it does.
astronomy, bro. That's too bad. I'm sorry your astronomy
No,
doesn't meet that standard.
I'm saying like this doesn't give us
Scientific
case any.
method.
If you want to pick that apart, yeah, they are talking about science and the scientific method and what science is, yeah? We've got right here at 41 minutes past the hour, the scientific method. Scientific method has 4 steps: observation and description of a phenomenon or group of phenomena, formulation of your hypothesis, use of the hypothesis to predict the existence of, sorry, it's moving. We have to
I mean, even
perform
here.
experimental tests. Okay, so above that,
Wait,
natural
dude.
science.
In your source, I copied a snippet. It's in the It's in the 4th column, 2nd line to the end. Yeah.
This is tedious.
I don't know if you want to read the whole thing, but it.
No, we don't. We don't.
literally-
Listen, bro. It doesn't matter if you call it science or not. Like, let's just get to your evidence, okay? It's not science. I hate to break it to you, but go ahead, get to your evidence. It doesn't change the evidence whether we classify it as science or not. What's your evidence?
I understand. I'm arguing 5 people. The only reason we're here is
No, you're
because
not.
I'm trying to get us back on track.
Earlier with
Nick
the
was
claim of
afraid of the
evidence, bring
current
it
day
out.
experiment, so he had to go the historic route because that's what the script sort of like lays out for you guys. But even here, you're
Yeah, 'cause
crumbling.
you-
Like you're 5
You got
people.
nothing else, right?
You've not been able to make an inch in your argument. Like this is pathetic.
You're a little deluded, but I'm just trying to get us back on track, bro.
What's pathetic,
I
Nate, is that
don't you, bro.
you hand wave dismiss any evidence that's presented.
I can't
to
even
you.
hear you because there are 5 people talking. You're all so eager to say your bullshit piece.
No. All right. I provided you citations, yeah, and the reason I did is because you just keep dismissing anything that anyone presents to you. So you have the citations. Science, natural science, involves experimentation, yeah? That's very simple. We're talking about natural science. Experimentation uses a scientific method. You have an independent, dependent variable. All you can establish through science is a cause and effect relationship. You're not going to hand wave dismiss and repeat yourself again. If you do, you're going to stay on mute.
Yeah, Nate, what the fuck? Why'd you say I'm afraid of the current methodology?
We're
Hold
going
on,
to do
Nick,
something
let me
different.
respond to what AJ said first.
Oh, that's fine. We're going to do something different. So we're going to do 2 things since this is not working. First, you're going to try to...
I'll tell you what you're going to do first. You are going to fucking well respond to what AJ said. If you choose not to, I may choose to leave you on red flag. I'm going to unmute you. You can at least acknowledge what he said and not just pretend he's not even there.
I wouldn't blame him if he forgot what AJ said, because I forgot it too.
Well,
mind restating or
get him to repeat it if you like.
All the reason I came in with some citations, and sorry I haven't put them in order, but I can do that. I've got quite a few here regarding science and the scientific method, yeah, is because all you're doing is dismissing what everybody here has explained to you, what anybody has cited for you. You dismiss it and you claim the win. Yeah, you talk over the top and state, you guys need to go and do some more research on what science is because I know. You've provided absolutely no evidence, yeah? It's been explained to you. You've got citations. So either address it directly or stay on mute.
Then what do you mean? Like, I think I've addressed it, but how would you like me to address it? Because you weren't here to begin with, right?
Nate, it's like it's simple.
If you agree.
All right, just like I'm saying, like okay, I'm sorry, TK.
It's simple.
Nate, you're applying the term science to the data you're presenting. Okay,
I would say this.
Thinking that
I would say this.
No,
But you haven't said it's
first.
not
Hold up,
science. You haven't
relax for
given
a
any
second.
reason as why it would be science.
You're presenting information. You're presenting data to us, right? You think that applying the term science makes it more, more verifiable, more truthful, or whatever. It's not the case. We're disagreeing with your tag, but that doesn't change the evidence that you're supposed to be providing. What's the evidence you're providing?
I even said pictures from space. We were on that like 30 minutes ago.
Okay, so you're okay. So just to nip it in the bud, you were saying that pictures from space is
a
science.
historic walkthrough.
Stop, for fuck's sake! Still trying to get him to fucking respond to AJ. Do you agree with what AJ posted or not?
I disproved what he posted in his own source. I didn't want to read it.
Wait, you disproved it in his own source. So what it says is incorrect because you found some other little part inside it.
No, what he thinks it says is an incorrect interpretation due to what the source says, and what I posted for him should indicate that. Yeah?
So you've taken one piece out of context.
No.
So in a descriptive study, hang on, not a scientific experiment, in a descriptive study, variables are not manipulated. So again, in that aspect, we would be talking about metaphysics. Correct? Because, again, metaphysics primarily uses logical reasoning and conceptual analysis and deals with abstract concepts that are not directly observable or measurable.
Yeah, but they are observable.
Or
so
testable.
You're wrong.
Yeah, not testable.
Where does it say that in the definition of metaphysics?
Between metaphysics, there's a difference between metaphysics and science, and the difference is that science is relying on empirical evidence, experimentation, and the scientific method to study specific aspects of the natural world, whereas metaphysics, again, is using logical analysis, reasoning, conceptual analysis, and deals with abstract concepts that aren't testable or observable. If you can test it, it's not science.
Here's the thing, AJ. You're not asking me a question. You're telling me something that is wrong. That's what you're doing. I don't know how to respond.
No, that is incorrect. You made a claim earlier. He disputed it by dropping citations.
Okay. You
and
can
you're
think
just
that he
going,
disputed it.
Nah,
That's fine.
you're
I don't
wrong.
agree to it. So now that I've answered, I guess, the one question, can I move
you're
on?
talking about descriptive studies, right? He's talking about the scientific method, scientific experimentation, right? Descriptive studies, observe and record, they don't prove anything. Scientific experimentation tests a cause and effect claim with controlled, repeatable conditions. One watches, the other demonstrates. Only one is
Repeating his point.
And then
I'm
what
just
we see
pointing-
from the same side, correct. And what you're 100% correct, DJ. And what he's
How
done
long
is he's
time do we have to waste on this shit?
He has cherry picked out something out from the document because, again, in that same document, it talks about the manipulation of the independent variable, and the key word is testable, and that you'll perform a test on how the variables may relate. This is when you're doing a real experiment, not a descriptive study. Yeah? So you have taken it out of context, Nate.
I disagree. Move on.
Yeah, you can disagree, but you're done. Yeah?
Yeah, I disagree to that also.
The Earth is triangle. The Earth is a triangle. The Earth is a triangle.
No, we use triangles to interact with the Earth.
The aliens told me that the Earth is a triangle.
So what's the out of the definition of science from Oxford Dictionaries, observation and experiment. So we observe something occurring, we ask the question why, what's the cause, and we do an experiment. So just from the definition, you're cooked, man. Where's your experimentation?
Thank you for your opinion piece. Okay, so...
No, not an opinion piece. You're a fucking idiot. It's not an opinion piece. It's a direct citation from Oxford Dictionaries, not an opinion piece. So you're not just going to sit here and hand wave dismiss whatever's been presented to you. You're dishonest, Nate.
Well, you didn't cite from Oxford. You cited from like an esoteric health PDF. And in that PDF, I found something. I don't know why you're interrupting.
Because you're a liar. I cited Oxford as well. I read Oxford. I have now cited Oxford again at 50 minutes past the hour. Science, natural science, the intellectual and practical activity encompassing the systematic study of the structure and behavior of the physical and natural world through observation and experimentation.
I mean, here's the thing. I keep getting muted, right? So I'm just going to say thank you for saying that. I don't agree. Let's move on. So what I would like to talk.
So in other words, nah, fuck it, let's go to something else because I'd feel bad and yous are hurting me, and show us on the doll where the flat earthers hurt you.
And you're not just going to hand wave dismiss, state that you disagree and then try and move on. Yeah, you concede that your beliefs, that just observing something is science. Or is this the excuse you tell your missus when you go home and watch porn? No, darling, I'm doing a scientific experiment here.
Yeah. How about you give us one viable... You said that astronomy is not pseudoscience. So give us one viable scientific hypothesis in that field.
Dude, I was muted again. It's not that I didn't want to talk to you.
Yeah, I'm going to mute you again. I'm going to mute you again until you post.
And why ask questions?
You're staying on mute. You're staying on mute until you post in the side chat one viable scientific hypothesis in the field of astronomy. And we'll go through it.
Seems like you're running away, dude.
That's the way it's going to be. You post one viable scientific hypothesis in the field of astronomy, and I'll unmute you, and the guys can discuss it with you. Until then, stay on mute. Mute. Because we're not moving past your hand wave dismissal. No, just so we can talk about what you want to talk about next. No, you were wrong, demonstrated wrong. So prove them wrong.
He's doing the logic game. Premise 1. If the Earth was flat, then the sun would not ever set. Premise 2. A couple of people went down to Antarctica and witnessed the sun not setting. Conclusion? The Earth is flat. How do you like that, Nate? See, we can play the logic game too. It's awesome fun.
That's not a scientific hypothesis. Try again.
Yeah, this is where it all stemmed from earlier, right? We see shadows on the moon. It's circular. It must be Earth.
Well, he's failed in his logic anyway, because his first premise, if the Earth were flat, then there would be measurable edge or boundary. Yeah? So you're just assuming that a flat Earth must have a measurable edge or boundary? Yeah? That's just a false dichotomy or a straw man. Right in your first premise. So what you're claiming is that the edge, well, what he's claiming is that the edge would be and could be accessible. He's claiming that there must be or could be some type of containment. Yeah. Or the Earth could... Basically, he's just presenting a straw man or a false dilemma. So there's no logic in his statement.
So if you guys want
the funniest part was I asked him, what's the data you're presenting, whether you call it science or not? He said pictures from space. So pictures from space is science.
If you guys shut up, bro. If you guys want to unmute him, let him off the hook. Go for it, man.
Good, I'll have a smoke. Percentages. Was that you just talking, man? You were saying that you're talking to him about pictures from space being science?
Yeah, that's the implication he made. I said, what's the data you're presenting that you're, whether you call it science or not? He said, pictures from space.
Yeah, right, eh? Oh, well, I think we've established that pictures from space definitely aren't science, but if you want to continue to discuss that with him, feel free. I'll unmute him for you if you want to have it.
I mean, that is where the conversation came from, you know? If you want to go back, if you want to go
The
back.
pictures of space were proof of science. They were his proof.
Point. He still thinks observations alone are science. Like, where's the conversation really going to go? He's proven he's an idiot, right? So that's
yeah. He proved himself to be dumb earlier on when I was asking him about the evidence for Earth curvature, because we can't rely on pictures from space because we can't verify them. You know, the best we can do is verify the attributes of what's in the image. If we grant lend credence to the fact that it is a legitimate photo, it's not manipulated or it's not composite or whatnot. Let's verify what's in it. And he said, oh, well, we have done that. We use satellites. Well, how did we get the satellites up there? We must have known, the attributes of the Earth beforehand to be able to shoot it up there. And it was from then that it dragged on to this discussion about, all the rest.
Yeah, I say unmute him at least once more just so he can defend himself.
Yeah, and I just jumped in before percentages because it's just going in circles. Yeah, he just keeps dismissing what everybody's saying here. So that's why I wanted to drop some citations, and he just dismisses them anyway. So
you can lead the horse to water.
Well, I know he's not going to be able to post a viable scientific hypothesis from the field of astronomy. So unmute him if you want.
Right, because it's a trick question.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, so I posted a modus tollens argument, right? And it seemed like AJ thought that was kind of like implying some faulty logic. So maybe AJ could point that out.
I just did point it out. You didn't listen?
Well, I couldn't really talk, could I? So.
Well, normally you don't talk when you listen.
Well, normally it's an equal conversation where both can talk.
I just asked you.
Yeah.
Did you listen? And you said no because I couldn't.
No, I did listen. I heard what you said.
So then you should know exactly what I said then.
This was a polite way of me reintroducing the conversation to see if you were still thinking that's the case. I can just say what you
sounds like
said.
you were having a
That's
cry.
not what you said. You said you didn't hear it because you couldn't speak. Now you're telling me you did hear it. So if you heard it, why ask me to repeat it? Just address it.
I already answered that.
Just,
so I'm not
just say you didn't hear it, Nate.
So he's saying that because it's assumed that there is a measurable edge, that assumption is inherently incorrect. Is that fair to say, Jay? That's something like the sort of what you said?
Yeah.
All right, so I did listen. Now that we got that covered, yeah? I also...
Before we deep dive into this modus tollens, can you...
I don't know why
Sorry,
you're
1 second.
Do you want to say something? Okay.
No.
I also put in a caveat...
You need to demonstrate premise 2, Nate, which you haven't done, so we're waiting.
Right. Under the argument, I also gave some leeway for you guys to say, well, it could be infinite, but if it is the claim that it is infinite, you need to prove that. And if you don't think it's infinite...
You're the one making the claims. Premise 2, prove it, Nate.
You didn't listen correctly then to what I actually said. So in your first premise, you are basically without justification assuming that the Earth must have a measurable edge or boundary, which would also mean that that edge or boundary could be accessible to us. Now, we don't know if that's the case. It could be inaccessible. We don't know what type of containment we have. We know that there is required containment. So your first premise here, without justification, you claim that we must be able to measure to this edge. So it's a false dilemma. Okay. And secondly, as DJ pointed out, you still have to prove your second premise in regards to satellites showing curvature.
Or circumnavigation. There are two in there, as you can see, right? So you can pick either one. But the crux of this is for you to understand that there are two ways to conduct science. You can prove something or you can disprove something, right? And modus tollens, which is the one that I invoked, is the way that denies something by denying, right?
Yeah,
So
and you're
it's like a
missing
double-
evidence, Nate. You're missing the evidence. You can't just throw a premise up and declare victory.
Okay, so what kind of evidence would you say?
I don't know, but that's how you prove a modus tollens. Like when we give you the black swan, we back it up with an image, right? We back it up
But
with an
images
image
can
and
be
measurements and a
falsified, right?
video.
So that doesn't.
You're just throwing stuff up at the wall, dude.
Yeah, but images can be falsified, right?
Yeah, but this one's also backed with a video. That's the problem. It's not just a random image off
And
the
more
internet.
importantly, it is
actually
verifiable.
backed.
You can go there and do this. You can't go to space.
Wait, you can't travel around the world? Is that what you're saying?
You can't. Well, you can travel around the world regardless of the shape of the Earth, dude. Doesn't prove anything either way.
You know what? How about we do this? There is a beautiful website called Google Earth, right? On Google Earth, we see, instead of a Mercator projection of Earth as a map, as a flat map, we see that how it actually is, right? We see it as this beautiful sphere. And if you click that link, okay, and if you do you have something to say?
So you're a Google Earther. Wonderful.
I want to bring something up. You seem pent up on the term circumnavigation, right? Because we can, quote, circumnavigate the Earth, therefore it's a sphere. Is that a fair summation?
Circumnavigation joined with the GPS and satellite information. Yeah.
Well, you didn't say GPS earlier. That's why I jumped in, right? But now you're adding a caveat. But before you just said circumnavigation, you added just circumnavigation in your premises.
Have you read the argument? No. I don't think you have. Yeah, no,
I did
it's
not.
clear.
I was just listening.
Okay, so how about you read it, and then instead of thinking something, you educate yourself on it, right? Because in premise 2, the first thing it fucking says is modern satellite imaging, yeah? So it's not something that I found, like, that I just thought was, like, sounding good right now. It's something that was in there to begin with. Yeah, okay. You're wrong on that.
And the document
But you can
you
continue.
provided for that.
But you can continue.
Nate, the document you provided for that doesn't actually talk about satellite imaging of the Earth's surface. It talks about satellite altimetry. Yeah? So the altitude...
You're talking about Google Earth?
No, I'm talking about your satellites proving the Earth not to be flat, or proving the Earth satellites to be curving. As you've just stated, and as per your last citation that you put up earlier in regards to this conversation from GGOS, Global Geodetic Observer.
Oh, yes. Thank you for bringing that up. Yeah.
Well, that's the good point that you bring up, is that you're talking about using maps to navigate, right? That's why you're bringing up Google Maps and Apple Maps, because we're talking about navigation, right?
No, that's not right.
The
It's called
maps
Google
are very
Earth, not Google
locally
Maps.
flat. They're very locally flat. The only
wrong. I'm not
way that
accepting
there's a
that.
distortion interpreted into the maps is when you try to wrap around a globe. When you zoom out and you try to wrap it, that's when the distortion. But zoom real close in to the map, and the map is flat, perfectly flat. So you're saying that at some point, your quarter-mile distance for runners all across, all across the flat plane, they're all having to run different distances because you don't know how maps are used. And so you think that there's some spreading out. You don't know what a legend is. You don't know what a legend is. That's why you don't respect QE. That's why you don't respect the authority that you're presented with. You don't know what you're talking about. That's your skill issue.
If that is the case, you need to demonstrate that. And since you haven't demonstrated that, it kind of just makes you look stupid.
It's literally the map.
It kind of just makes you look stupid
It is
and
the
emotional.
linear map. It is the map. It is the legend. When you look at a map and they have a legend, and they give you the scale, that's what I'm talking about. That's the measurement.
Okay.
That's
So
when you
when
take
you
the
said-
measurement. Okay.
Can I say a word?
No, okay. But we're okay there, right? So you know what a legend is. You know that a map must maintain a cohesive sort of spread of distance, right? You agree to that?
Cohesive spread of distance. What the fuck?
You don't agree to that. Okay.
A uniform.
So I would say this. You're the one talking about maps and how they function. I'm saying
you were the one asking about the Google Maps and the Apple Maps. This is your claim. I'm doing internal critique on your own position, and you lose because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Give me
you're full retard.
Just give me 20 seconds.
I just need to ask you a question because we got to get back to this modus tollens. Yeah,
you're right.
Right. Yeah. So the modus tollens that you've presented in your second premise, modern satellite imaging and global circumnavigation, I'm assuming satellites, show no measurable edge or boundary to the Earth. All right. So the evidence that you've presented, I believe, because you thanked me for bringing it back up, is that GGOS, Global Geodetic Observation System. Is this correct?
That it is correct?
Sorry, I'm asking whether or not this is your evidence for your second premise, this GGOS document.
Yeah, the GGOS document just shows how to do it, but it's not an actual measurement. It's just the technology behind how it functions. I brought in Google Earth, not Google Map, Google Earth, which confused the other guy, which is not a map. It's a projection of what the world actually looks like. In the correct dimension. So like a Mercator projection, for instance, it's warped, right, to fit like a British narrative, etc. But on an actual globe, it's not warped. It's actual sized. And so the reason why I brought it up, because this is the product of the technology that I linked, right? This is like the result.
Correct.
And if
no worries. So then we would have to go further into the GGOS global observing system to understand what's going on, correct?
If you want the details, yeah, you need to dig a lot. What the hell is that?
So Nate, what you'll find, right, if you actually, sorry AJ, I'll just add this really quick, right? So if you have a look at, right, these claimed satellite imagery that they're using, right, none of it shows any curvature, right? So if you have a look at the satellite imagery that they claim to use to stitch together the blue marble, right, all they're doing is stitching together, right, images that they've put together out of data that they claim to have got from satellites and then wrapping it around a ball in CGI software. That's what they're claiming to do. So have a look. Find us some raw data that shows curvature. Like show us some raw images that they use to stitch together that show curvature. I guarantee 100% you won't find a single one.
I'll actually have something unlocked that I'll find because I posted this like a day ago, I think.
So how do you disagree with the fact that you've got NASA videos and engineers and documents themselves stating exactly what DJ just stated?
I have a problem with that. The blue marble is a
product. Have a problem.
Do you want to hear my answer? Or do you want to like tell me my answer? Because we can do either one. We can't do both.
Well, let's hear it. Sorry.
You've got no problem straw manning us, so we might as well do it back to you.
Okay, I mean, go ahead. Be rude.
Continue, please.
Right. So the blue marble specifically, right, was a campaign that was used with the iPhone, and it was a campaign that was used as a sort of propaganda tool to highlight how NASA is like this magnificent company. I'm not like a NASA lover, right? Don't get me wrong. NASA does a lot of weird shit. But the blue marble was this product to show the Earth clear as a day with no clouds, with no interruptions. And the only way they could accomplish that was as a composite image. So they stitched together a lot of images from satellites and they created this beautiful Earth, but it's not a realistic Earth, right? They even said that they tinkered with the colors of the oceans and stuff. And so yeah, I mean, it's not like we snapped this out of a camera in a satellite and this is how we look like from the outside. I don't think anybody thinks that's the case. I hope not, and I don't. But it is like a tool. It is like a tool to show like any Instagram model on Instagram will like touch up her skin and stuff. That's like basically the blue marble. It's like it's taking something real and it's making it even better.
We got it. I got it. No worries.
Yeah.
I got it. So
Cool.
what you're claiming is, and this is not how satellite imagery works of the Earth, that it's not taking these data snippets, it's not measuring plankton in the ocean, it's not receiving data through light that's being bounced off the Earth and then all renditioned into this globe that we're given. If that's the case, can you show something where that's not the case? Yeah, prove it.
Yes, I can.
And then I want to go into your GGOS document that you say this is how it all works, because if you actually read it yourself, there's some issues in there as well.
Here, what I posted, right, is a bunch of different expeditions throughout the times, some of which I'm not going to invoke as a picture, because you can see the blue marble here, right? But some of which I will invoke, right, because they are real, the black and white, namely. You can't see the complete Earth, and that's perhaps where Jenna also was kind of like deceptive earlier. It's like she said, well, I asked ChatGPT, are there any like real photos of the entire globe in one photo? And because there isn't like any capturing the whole Earth in one photo, because there are usually just composite images, then it's fake, right? But that's not necessarily true. You don't need to see the whole Earth to see that it's shaped as a sphere, right? That's very apparent here even. So if you have eyes and you look at any of these photos, except
But
perhaps the
question put
first
forward
one
to you
to the
earlier
left,
on is how do you verify these? That's the question that was put forward earlier on. I don't care of what they're of. I just want to know, how do you verify that they are actually true and honest?
Yeah, it's like the
Rob
10th
Simmons
fucking
says there was
time
no
now.
color map prior to that. There was no
back to
realistic
that,
color map
huh?
of the Earth prior to that. But there was no
So
realistic
now
color map.
that okay,
No
one at a
realistic color
time.
map at all. Color map. Drop mic.
What about a color map?
Rob Simmons himself said prior to the blue marble there was no realistic color map of the Earth at all. So how did they color the Earth if they didn't have a realistic color map?
And he's claiming the black and white ones.
Dude, I'm not saying the blue marble was anything that was realistic or good or close to reality. I'm saying I even fucking used the propaganda in the explanation.
I'm
Like,
not
why do you
saying that
think?
you're... That's not what I said.
Okay.
That's not what I said. I said
Then
prior
frame
to
it
that,
better.
because you know they have the ones that are paintings, the color maps. Because there was other color pictures prior to the blue marble, but those weren't pictures of the Earth. How did they get the color maps for those pictures is all I'm asking.
I don't. That's not part of my argument. It's irrelevant. Like, next question.
We're getting a little bit off track. We're getting a little bit off track here. We're right back at the beginning when I asked him, or we were talking about verifying images, right? Because we need to either verify them by replicating it, which we can't really do, or by actually doing curvature measurements, right? He said,
or disproving them, right?
Or disproving what? The images?
Yeah, the authenticity. You haven't done that either, so that's a third option.
But that's
left on the table.
okay, so now that's a burden reversal. You're the one that needs to.
No, you're claiming they're fake, right?
You're claiming they're real. They're part of your
I'm
evidence.
presenting it. I'm presenting it, and you're saying it's fake.
You're presenting it as real, right? Don't get all fucking semantic, you fucking weasel.
I mean, you want to play that game, you're gonna lose. So if you want to be honest,
No, it's not, because it'll be a stalemate and the both of them will get withdrawn.
I mean, it took you 30 minutes to run away to Aristotle to end up here, where you
I didn't run a fucking away, dude. Everyone jumped in on the conversation. I don't control the room, you fuckwit. Okay, we're back here because this is where we started. Because you went off on fucking tangent. Because you're obviously fucking annoying, dude. Okay, we're back here. This was the initial argument, was the images prove Earth. I asked how. You said we can verify the authenticity of the images. I asked how. You said we can look at the metadata of the images and see that they're from verifiable sources. I said, can photo metadata be manipulated? You said yes. I said, okay, therefore, is there other ways that we can verify this apart from the metadata? And then we went on the conversation about, what was it? Composites versus actual pictures, et cetera, et cetera. And then I said, instead of verifying the images, how about we actually verify the characteristics of the said thing in the images, i.e., let's measure the curve because we're here, right? We can fucking do that. And you said, oh, we don't need to do that because there's other ways that we can measure the Earth's curvature or Earth's attributes or whatever, right? You never went on to actually complete that. You started talking about Aristotle, right? And what was it? His conjecture that it must be a ball because of the shadow on the moon. And that, from then, we went on all about the science and metaphysics and shit like that.
I'm glad you tried.
Can you actually provide? Yeah, no shit. This is important stuff, man.
Well, I mean, not all people do.
Can we go back to that and say, and can you provide the actual method that was used to measure the Earth, to have the characteristics of it such that people can actually engineer shit to put up there and orbit and do all the fancy stuff that they're claiming to do in the first place?
Want to run away for a second lap?
Oh my god.
I thought your legs were going to shake after that sprint away for the first time. So we're presented.
Hang on, I'm not fucking finished.
You put us on a tangent.
We went on a
You put us on one.
I didn't put us on one. You did. You said fucking shadow on the moon proves Earth. I said how. And then it just went off naturally because other people got involved. Okay? So
that's a mischaracterization.
Your diversion attempt.
Finish your point.
Right? Your diversion attempt of claiming that the shadow on the moon proves the Earth is what got us into this mess. Period.
All right, I'm going to assume you're done now, right? So half an hour ago or so, I was posting images from space, and you asked me to take a detour to how we thought originally, and of any idea that it could not be flat, right? And I said, I think that's going to be a detour, but you deemed it necessary. So you're the one that put us on that pivot, right? Now that we're past that pivot, I mean, I'll let you finish. You have very poor emotional control, because now you're interrupting me again.
Shut the fuck up. You mischaracterized what I did. You presented the images as being legitimate, as being evidence for your position. I asked, how are they verified? Blah, 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 everything I just said before. And then we went off on a natural succession in the conversation to dive into that. That's what happened. I didn't do anything fucking Weasley. It just went off on how it went from these normal questions.
I mean, it seems like you want to go back to Aristotle. I don't, right? I'm not really interested in taking that conversation one more time.
That's not what he said. Dude, you are so dishonest and rude, yeah?
I'm not asking to go back to Aristotle, dude. I'm asking to go back to a method that was used before fucking modern day satellites, supposedly. Right? That measured and verified the characteristics of the Earth in the first place. You brought up Aristotle and got all fucking metaphysical and abstract and shit.
It's not metaphysical, first of all. That's dishonest. And then second of all, why can we not use the one today? You're again saying let's go back to before what we have today. This is fucking because this is running away. You're running away again.
No, I'm not running away, dude. I'm not. I'm asking you for the precedent. What led us to today to allow us, allegedly, to have what you're claiming that we have?
We've had this discussion, and I've brought up the evidence of why. Yes, we have.
We didn't. You did not provide a method to measure the Earth to get the 3959 mile radius.
Yes, I did. I invoked satellite systems and how they balance waves and measure.
Circular reasoning, dude.
Triangulation.
Are you fucking stupid, dude? I asked for the precedent to that, please, because that would have been necessary.
Who says there is a precedent?
Like, how did NASA measure the Earth, right? Like, if they failed to measure the Earth properly, they'd send satellites and they come crashing back down into it or spiraling out into orbit. How did they measure the Earth to get it right? Do you think it was trial and error?
In a weird way, yeah, I think. Yeah.
Oh,
short
so
answer,
can you
yes.
provide evidence of their trials and errors?
Do you want to see all the failed space missions?
Yeah, I want to see all their trials and errors, and they're trying to work out the size of the Earth. Specifically, working out the size of the Earth, dude.
Why would that matter?
Because that's what you're
Because
claiming.
if that's the method that they listen, if that's the method they used, then I want to see it. Because this will
that's what you
substantiate
said.
your claim, dude.
Wait, what do you mean? Like you want to see all the errors they made to get satellites
Yeah,
in
that's your
space?
claim.
Yeah.
That's your claim.
And
That is
how do
your
I present
claim.
that to you? Like a
I
bunch
have
of
no
like
idea. That's what you claim right now. That's
you have
what
no
you claim
idea.
to Nick.
That's the
That's
most
what you
truthful
claim to
thing
Nick
you guys
and
have
to
said all
everybody
day.
here.
You have no idea.
Dude, that's what you claim. The trial and error method by which they were going up and trying to figure out the size of the Earth with orbital mechanics. That's what you said. Now, how can you back that up if that's your claim?
Well, if
That's
we're
what
gonna be even here, actually, what was said?
Even, yeah, show us the evidence, man. You either have it or you don't. Okay, do you have it or not? Do you have it or not?
Sporadic.
Do you have it or not? Yes or no?
You not, bro.
You said that there was a precursor, so this is your.
No, I asked you and you said yes. All right, shut up.
You either have the evidence or you don't, man. That's your claim.
No, Nate has no evidence. All he does is hand wave, dismiss all the evidence that he's presented, citations, twist the conversation, and be dishonest.
Yeah, he walks right all over the point. Like when it's time for him to actually pony up with the information of like the trial and error for orbital mechanics around the Earth as a globe, he doesn't have that information, yet he claimed it. That's astonishing. And then he runs from that with obfuscation tactics. He doesn't answer. He diverts. He just filibusters, man. It's so annoying.
Yeah, like you can be unmuted when you provide the evidence to substantiate your claim. Okay. If you don't get it, then you stay muted. Dump it in the chat. I want to see the Kerbal Space Program in real life that NASA did, where they were crashing however many rockets you think it took for them to figure out the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, and I'll add to that. You can also provide the one that Matrix asked it for, which was the scientific experiment in, what was it, Matrix? Astronomy?
Astronomy.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see that. Let's see. Yeah.
We'll have that as well.
And just for the room, it's not about stymieing the content, because I know you like to hear this guy continue, but we can't progress if the guy's not going to give the information that he claims to have. Like, how is it possible that we're going to continue forward if...
Yeah, it's impossible. Like, he either has it or he doesn't. And what we're exposing to the audience out there in YouTube land and anybody else listening in here is that he doesn't have the evidence. Our whole point is nobody has the evidence that they need for the Earth to be a globe.
No, and
so we can add this as another W.
He's out now, he's gone, but what I did want to bring him back to was he provided a citation to prove that the satellites are orbiting a globe, and he used the GGOS orbit computation information, yeah? But he hasn't read it himself, and I did want to go through this with him because this orbit computation is the altitude of a satellite above a global ellipsoid, which is derived from an orbit computation with respect to a geocentric reference frame, right? So basically what he's presented is the altitude is basically a calculation of the satellite above a global ellipsoid. Now, this global ellipsoid is just a smoothed out globe model. Yeah, that's all it is. It's not in reality. They then use calculations based off this global ellipsoid model. This is the computation. And these calculations are all based off a geocentric reference frame. So I don't think he's proven anything here.
Yeah, and to add further clarity, I think the reference ellipsoid was derived from the celestial sphere concept, where people observe stars and conceptualize the stars' motions as though they're inside of a sphere looking up at the interior of the shell.
Yep.
So it's a mathematical model derived from a conceptualized version of an actual observation. and without it, they have absolutely no globe. And all their orbital mechanics are kinematically derived and not dynamic. There's no actual physics involved in any of this. No actual forces.
So, have you looked at the frame reference, referential frame?
Oh yeah, that's another problem, right? Because you guys who believe in outer space don't think that there's a geocentric universe. Right, you've got barycenters of gravity all over the solar system and Lagrange points. So how does this comport to that? It doesn't, dude.
So give me a second. Like, you think they just went along with the frame of reference?
An artificially derived frame of reference. Yep, that's what they're showing you.
Artificially. So you're saying they never confirmed the derivation?
No, they haven't. They cannot validate that the satellites are doing what they say they're doing. One thing that would help with this is actually a rotational vector of the satellites, which they also have not produced and is also not in the reference that he provided. There's a rotational vector that's required for satellites to maintain down with respect to a globe Earth as they make every orbital pass. Call it the pitch of the satellite, right? So they have to reorientate themselves all the time with respect to a zero baseline. There's no rotational vector measured, period, or calculated.
Okay, so number one, can I ask why they would do that? Why do you?
I don't care. Irrelevant.
No, it's not. It's relevant, right?
No, I don't care. I don't care about the motive. Okay, we have the evidence, and it doesn't comport to reality.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why.
No, it doesn't matter. It's a red herring. Motive doesn't matter. Like, just because they had a good motive, does that mean Earth is a ball suddenly?
No.
If their motives were pure, does that mean that Earth is a globe? No, it's inconsequential to your argument.
Why are you over
You're dish galloping to nonsensical red herring.
I'm not dish galloping. Relax.
Yeah, if you continue to ask this question, I'm going to mute you. So ask something else that's relevant.
Right. So all I'm trying to say is, given the amount of satellites in space or just above Earth, right? If you get your referential frame inaccurate, there's going to be a lot of accidents.
So what? Don't care. Just because a model works doesn't mean it's accurate. Look at look. Here's an example in real life, right? The Niels Bohr model of the atom, which we know is wrong today, was actually used in the claimed development of atomic weapons.
Yes.
Okay, just because you're making an argument of practicality. It's a fallacious argument. You're saying just because it works, it's true.
No.
Yeah, yes, you are. You're saying just because it works means it has to be true that way. Models are not reality, bro.
I agree with you.
All right, good. We can move on.
So what I'm trying to say is, with Niels Bohr, for example, his model was sufficient for you to make a nuclear bomb.
Yeah, and this model might be sufficient for your claimed global communication system, but it doesn't comport with actual reality.
Right. So what would be the rotational vector on a flat Earth?
None. None, as is observed with these satellites. There's no rotational vector in any of the telemetry data that's available.
All right.
You need to
do you have a source for that?
On a flat surface, 0. Around a sphere, 360 degrees.
Right. So do you
Obviously,
have a
it's
source?
rotating around a sphere.
Do you have a source for that data that I can have a look at, please?
Yeah, listen, I'm telling you that nobody's been able to present any rotational vector from any satellite telemetry data. Okay? Here's an example. ECEF coordinate reference systems that are used in GPS satellites have no rotational vector within them. That's a fact.
Okay, so can you just provide a link wherever you had a look?
To ECEF? Dude, why don't you go educate yourself on this?
Okay, so ECEF?
That was around 363.
ECEF?
Why do you need a citation
what
to
else
say
is there?
that a curved line is 360 is a rotation
Give me a second,
of 360
give me a
degrees?
second. Please give me a second.
Why do you need a citation for it?
Jedi, you're dropping in and out, mate.
Right. So what was it? ECF, and then what should I type afterwards?
The chap that was
Anyone?
just talking is dropping out and coming back in. Every now and then,
Okay, I'll
his
wait for him.
connection does weird stuff. Yeah, he's normally back in within 30 seconds. How'd you go, Jedi? Get it all sorted?
Fuck knows, mate. I haven't got a clue.
It's crazy, it does that every now and then.
Yeah, it pisses me off, man, but appreciate you guys letting me know.
Is that guy gone?
Roboting.
Is the ECEF guy gone? Is the ECEF guy gone?
I don't know who the ECEF guy is, so that doesn't help me.
Doesn't help anyone, really. He's just saying things without proof.
It sounds like you were too, because your satellite's in a violation of second law of thermodynamics zone is somewhat comedic to us.
How is the satellite violating the second law?
Oh, how do you have gas pressure without a container, my friend?
Are you serious? You're still stuck on that?
No, I thought I'd say it for a laugh.
Oh my god.
See, the problem you've got, you believe you're breathing right now. And then you'll tell us that the satellites are flying around in a 10 to the negative, 17 torr vacuum. You see the problem there, don't you?
Nah.
What should happen?
That's fine.
So the standard explanation is it's the air particles that we pulled by gravity.
Oh, excellent.
You don't think that's true?
It's a nice explanation. You got a experiment that shows that.
There's plenty. But that's the standard explanation. I just wanted to know you don't believe that?
There's plenty of experiments that violate the second law of thermodynamics.
No. I just want to know you don't, right? Because then there won't be any point arguing over.
Hey, make executions great again. You're still doing it, Jedi.
Okay.
So you don't subscribe to the standard explanation, right? But that's all I'm asking.
You just made a claim, my friend, that there's all these experiments. Please list a couple, maybe just one.
You made a claim that the satellites violate thermodynamics.
They're in a space that violates this. Now, you just made the claim of...
Right, so before we go ahead, we've got to be on the same
page. Do you fucking normally do that? You made the call that you had experiments that go against the second law of thermodynamics. Please put them forward.
You're incorrect by posing it that way.
I'm not incorrect by posing it that way because that's what you said. Jedi asked you if you had experiments and you said yes. And we're asking you to please put
We have a
them
YouTube
forward.
bot recording it. We can go back and check it. You want to do
we
that?
can go back and check it, and you might be somewhat disappointed.
I never said I have any experiments that violate the thermodynamics law, second law of thermodynamics. I'm just asking you.
You were asked if you had experiments, and you said yes.
So difficult to get a look. You're asking me for all these things, but you don't reciprocate.
So you agree that it's impossible to violate the second law of thermodynamics?
Yeah, I agree on that.
Excellent. So please explain to us how you can have a gas pressure of 760 torr at ground level and a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum that you believe your satellites are in without
Varying levels
a
of gravity.
barrier to separate them.
It's varying levels of gravity. Pull by
Varying
gravity.
levels of gravity.
That's the standard explanation. I just want to know if you subscribe to it or
That's
not.
a
If you
standard
don't,
or
then we
that's
can move
your
on to-
standard? That's a standard or that's your standard?
That's a standard.
So that's a standard. So, Bakak, gravity is your reasoning to why the second law of thermodynamics gets violated.
No.
So,
See, it's
not
difficult to
gravity
have this conversation if you're not going to have a
no,
conversation.
you're the one that's making it difficult for yourself by not being honest.
Now you're just being a bully.
Oh, I'm picking on you. You should see what I normally do to people.
That's your business. My point is,
I know. It's entertaining. So,
can you just confirm
you've made
for
the
me
call that gravity
whether-
makes gas stick to the ground. That's what your excuse is. Yes or no?
Can you please confirm for me whether you believe in the standard explanation I just provided or not? That's it.
Answer his question. Accountability is not bullying. Accountability is not bullying. Just answer his question.
I'm asking him.
You haven't
So
answered
there's
my
no clear.
question.
It's not clear to me, and if it's not clear, we can't go
It's
ahead.
not fair to me. Oh no, I forgot milk and cookies. Hold on, I'll just go to the fridge.
So you can't confirm it's that difficult.
Fresh out.
Well, we don't know that that's the standard. That post something that
No, no.
says that's
Sure,
the standard.
sure.
Post something.
But my point is,
Post it.
does he whether he subscribes to it or not? I just want to ask him. To
Why would
confirm.
I
Then we
subscribe
can
to
move
shit
ahead.
that you say?
So you don't, right?
Give me a reason to scientifically validate gravity causing air pressure.
Right. So you don't subscribe to the standard explanation, right?
Well, technically, you shouldn't subscribe to it either until it's scientifically validated. Don't just spew words out and then expect us all to accept it.
Dude.
We're not talking about me. We're talking about you. Do you or do you
No,
not?
you.
Simple.
You said it.
Why is it so difficult?
You're
bro?
laughing.
Why are you getting angry?
What are you laughing for? You're the one that just said it. I want you to now validate your gravity causing gas pressure.
Sure, but we'll be wasting time if you don't prescribe to it.
So I've got to prescribe to gravity causing gas pressure in order for you to then scientifically validate it.
No, because if you don't, then there's no point
So
in
now you don't.
confirming it.
Do I have to prescribe to this shit or not?
No, you don't.
That's what I'm asking
I'll
you.
challenge you though. Yeah, I'll say you're full of shit. Prove me wrong.
I'm asking you whether you
No, I don't. I think you're
the
full of shit.
standard explanation
Prove me wrong.
is
Yeah,
correct
no, it's full
or
of
not.
No, you're full of shit.
I'm not asking the other Aussie. I'm asking the first one.
He thinks you're full of shit too. We all think you're full of shit. Now present your evidence.
Can I ask the others why it's so difficult for him, who's on your
I
team,
just want you to present
answer
your
say yes or
evidence.
no?
Present your
Sure, but
evidence.
first-
You've made the claim, present your evidence. I don't have to subscribe, ascribe, or fucking anything else off of your claim. You make the claim,
That implies you
back
don't.
the fucking thing. That's it.
Yeah, regardless
implies you
of
don't.
make execution, regardless of your gravity or whatever, right? You're gonna invoke some kind of containment, right, for the gas. So why don't you just get to the point?
But I need to know whether he subscribes to it or not. I think he's implying he
dude,
doesn't.
I just tried to
I
throw
need
you a
know that.
freaking life vest, bro, to get you out of this. Why don't you move on?
Yeah, you don't need to know that. You don't need to know that in order to be able to validate your claims. Just go ahead and validate your claim.
So he can't say yes or no? It's that difficult?
I can say yes or no, but the relevance of me ascribing to your words means 1, 2, 8 minus the 5. Fuck all!
So number one, I don't understand why you're getting so angry. But number two is just a yes or no question.
Because
If you can
you're a
help me
fucking
answer that.
weasel who can't answer a basic question. You were asked to provide
What's a basic
evidence for
question?
your claim. And you're sitting there going, he won't subscribe to what I said. Make him subscribe to what I said. He won't do it.
I didn't say make him.
It doesn't matter what your claim is. All you have to do is back it. Your claim is gravity causes gas pressure. Please back this up with some kind of scientific experiment or fuck off.
So you can't confirm.
Dude, he doesn't have to conform to your stupidness. Everybody
Not
is
confirm.
asking you patiently
Confirm.
to
I'm literally
provide
asking
your
him
evidence.
to confirm his view.
To confirm what? My view? Is that what you want? Me to confirm my view of your worldview? That's what you want. You want me to agree to your worldview. I don't have to agree to it. The whole purpose of this discussion is me not fucking agreeing to it.
Okay, so can you
Or
just
are you
say,
that
I
stupid?
do not...
No,
Can you just imply or say, I do not subscribe to your standard explanation?
Stop obfuscating.
It's
You know what it sounds like to me, T-Dub? It sounds like he's got no fucking idea. He sat in here thinking, oh, these dumbass flat earthers will have no fucking idea. And it sounds like to me he's probably Googling shit now because he's realised he's gone tits up and not be able to prove gravity holds fucking air down.
I fully agree
Welcome
with that
to flat
summation.
earth, cunt.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not the one getting angry and unable to answer questions, bro.
Yeah, Fox.
You're the one that made a claim. You're the one that hasn't been able to back it. I've got nothing but time. If you read the title of the room, it's called 24/7. So we got nothing but time, brother. Please, get your evidence, post it up in side chat. We're waiting.
So are you saying you didn't...
Ever so patiently.
Yeah, start it with a question and you'll get muted, brother. Sorry.
Yeah, here, Fox. Are you better now, or do you? What's your current take on flat Earth?
He's all yours, Crit. He doesn't want to provide evidence.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
So
if you
this
guys
guy didn't make
remember.
any claims?
He's Fox is the guy who had the thermonuclear meltdown.
Oh, really? It's this guy?
Yeah, during the town hall. It's like he basically turned into a laughing cow, just a loud cow, the whole server for months after that.
So are you
He
saying,
might
Aussie
not
guy,
have
you
made a
didn't
claim.
make any claims? Only I made
You
claims?
did. You made claims. Yeah.
You made claims. And did you see he muted himself, so he knows that he got nothing to validate his claim. So he will just repeat the same exact stupidity every time.
So he didn't make a claim that satellites violate the second law of thermodynamics? Am I correct?
No, space, outer space violates. The satellite.
Did he or did he not say it?
No, outer space. outer space is a
He
violation.
said satellites violate the second law of thermodynamics.
No, he cleared that up. He clarified what he meant. It was clarified for you.
Was that a claim or was that not a claim?
No, it was clarified that
That was not a
space
claim?
within which.
Yeah, the
no,
claim
it wasn't. No.
The
Have you
claim
made
would
any
be
claims or do you not make any claims?
no. The claim would be that gas pressure requires a container.
Sure.
That's the claim.
I'm not talking about the substance, but whether it was made or not.
It's
Yeah,
a
the
response to your claim. You claim that satellites are in outer space, the vacuum which is around the atmosphere that we breathe. That's your claim. And he said that's nonsense. That's bullshit because space, outer space, is a violation of thermodynamics.
Yeah, that's a claim.
Yeah, exactly. That's a response to your claim. You made the claim. No, you made the claim. That's a response to your claim.
Right, so he made a claim and then he's telling
That's
others
a
he didn't.
response to your claim.
I'm literally trying to tell you, flat earth guys, you got members that make you look really bad.
That was a response to your claim. That's a response to you making the claim first. Telling you, like the kid who come running telling you, oh, unicorns are real. So you tell him that's bullshit. So it's for him to validate that unicorns are real, which is you. You are the kid in the example.
Are we running a claim train?
Unicorn.
See, all I'm trying to point out to you guys is he said something, I want him to confirm it, he can't confirm it.
No, the claim is this.
That's just insincere, man.
The claim is gas pressure requires a container.
He confirmed it. That he confirmed it already. That space is fake.
Okay, give me a second.
The validation. No, listen. He confirmed it already. He said space is fake, like the guy who's saying that unicorns are fake, are not real. So the validation is that not you, not anyone can validate the opposite of that claim. That gas pressure can exist without a container. So it means that
we're not talking about explanations. We're not talking about explanations. Can I ask you something? Did Crit just say? Or can I ask Crit? Did you just say that there's air pressure due to a container? Yes or no? That's all I'm asking.
No, I said gas pressure. Okay, this is very key. In science, words matter. Hyper-Pacific. Individual words.
Did you just say
words
in
matter.
science words matter? Yes or no?
It matters. Words matter. If I say one word and you switch it to a different word, you've got a problem that you're not.
Okay, Crit, I agree with you. Now, can you please confirm you just said in science words matter? Did you say that?
Gas pressure requires a container. Now, what did you just hear?
So Crit, can you just confirm? You just said in science words matter.
What did you hear?
I heard you say in science words matter. Can you confirm that you said that?
Gas pressure.
Are you a Brit?
Are you not able to confirm what you just said, Crit?
Gas pressure requires.
Yes, confirm it. Stop. God, Crit, how can you talk to this brick wall?
Well, it's because he's been really triggered for a long time, and his original claim was if globetard flat earthers are harmful, that they need to be silenced, that these people are, damaging humanity.
Okay, fair enough. Have at it.
Yeah, so what we're
Crit,
doing
did you
here
just
is
say that in science words matter or?
I said gas pressure requires a container.
So you didn't say what you just said a few seconds ago?
Gas pressure requires a container.
Okay, so did you just say gas pressure requires container?
Yeah,
confirm yes or no?
Yes, he said it. Yes, he said it.
You heard air pressure.
Can I please have Crit confirming that, please?
Do you want validation for that? That gas pressure needs a container? Do you want me to show you gas pressure inside the container? Do you want me to show you a propane tank of gas? Do you want me to show you an oxygen tank of gas? So can you show?
Crit, can you confirm that you said gas pressure requires a container?
Yeah.
Not air pressure. You heard air pressure. What was said was gas pressure.
Okay, so Crit,
Yeah.
can I just ask you, did you just say gas?
Gas pressure requires a container.
Yeah,
Stop just asking the same question over and over again.
Yeah, he said.
Going around in
He said gas pressure needs a container. You can
He's got to move the conversation forward, right? This guy's just here to like derail the conversation or something.
Yeah, I understand. I saw that.
Remember, his claim is going back. Everything he's talking to you about, he thinks he's proving that flat earthers are harmful, that they're damaging humanity, and then they're also some minority group that nobody cares about.
It's so easy. We can agree with the claim. So gas pressure needs the container, and we can validate that. We can show you the demonstration of gas pressure inside the container. So can you show the opposite of that gas pressure without a container? Yeah.
You guys are gonna still reason with him? You gonna try to reason with him?
Give it another
Can I reason with him my style?
Well, I think it's just turning out content at this point that you can show the difference between flat Earth and a globe Earth.
Yeah, it's
think
still
think about it this way: if you can't confirm what you said, how can we be on the common premise?
Oh, it is possible to confirm what we
said. Real quick, I just wanted to say something. It's akin to I know you are, but what am I? I know you are, but what am I? I know you are. It's just like that's what we're hearing right now, bro. There's nothing.
I think you guys misunderstand me. I'm trying to establish.
Like eventually, the natives will get restless, man. Like fucking.
Yeah, it's kind of bad content. You're right, because it just keeps repeating itself.
Yeah,
the only reason why I think it's good is when you know this guy's history, you know who he is. It just makes it that much sweeter that he's already back in the Flat Earth channel, melting down, just as spectacular as he melted down all those years ago during the town hall.
Yeah, I'm with you, bro.
What this demonstrates, in my worldview, is nothing new under the sun. No change, no effect. It doesn't matter how many Carrie Perrys go to space. It doesn't matter how many years we're on this server with no problem. All of it, he's still stuck 2 years ago where he said, if you let these flat earthers on the server, it will ruin the server. All of humanity will end. His Chicken Little, the sky is falling. None of it happened. And he didn't even move 1 inch.
Yeah, I think the chat pretty much clearly understands his position from your point of view, Chris. Like absolutely clear, crystal clear. Like, yeah, we got it, bud.
Okay.
Meanwhile, back at the ranch, is there any other Glober that's not stuck on stupid? We talked to them.
Morning, Alpha.
Morning, man. What are you guys doing? What are you getting ready for work?
Yep. Driving through Amish country.
Ah. This beautiful flat earth, huh?
Yep, amongst the beautiful flat earthers that live out here, the Amish. There's an Amish schoolhouse over there. Huh?
Tell them keep it flat, bro. And they're like, yep, already am.
Yep. It's been a whole freaking carousel of retards the past 12 hours, man. I got caught up on last night's live stream. Holy shit.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy. Yeah. Yeah, we got nothing but those anti-flat earth types in here.
Yep.
They complain about the forum, yet they're here, clinging to us.
Dude, kind of like retarded ex-girlfriends that keep coming back.
They're like, I can't quit you, man. I want to leave, but I just can't.
What you give me is just so good.
So far, I think the content for the Globers has been maps. Maps have been the theme. I don't know. What do you guys think? Maps, models,
Yeah,
maps.
it's been the
That's
theme of
kind
the
of been-
week.
That's what I've been hearing. Maps and models.
Maps and satellites. Lots of satellites this week. Lots. And a lot of people don't know how maps are made.
All the times I've been on, it's maps and models. Last week it was Mars, atmosphere of Mars. This week, maps and models.
Yeah, maps and models.
That's true. It was. The Martian atmosphere last month was crazy. Like all these people coming in the Martian atmosphere, gravity, magnetism, magnetic field atmosphere.
Oh yeah, that was fun.
My favorite was the moon horizon. We had like a week where a few people came in and said the horizon of the moon is curved, therefore Earth is curved. Globies will say anything, man.
Yeah, they will.
If you guys haven't had a chance to rewind the tape, Rich Evans last night, at least from U.S. Eastern time zone, Rich Evans like stuck around for hours getting abused by Indio. Yeah, I just couldn't fathom why he kept sticking around. It's like he enjoyed getting.
We're losing you, Amish.
Yeah, you're chopping up, bro.
Amish, where'd you go? Yeah, he was. He likes it though, I guess. I told him he's not suited for these types of conversations. Should go back and play his guitar or banjo or whatever it is he plays.
Jaw harp.
Eli, what's up, bro?
You guys heard of that Katy Perry stunt?
Oh my, yeah. It's all over the
Yeah.
news. Normie news.
Yeah.
And it's insane because like I thought to myself that I think you're still breaking up, Amish. I'm sorry. But they were saying
Just saying that.
what?
Sorry.
Is it just me or?
No, he's all over the place, man.
Maybe try to come back out and come out and come back in.
How's it now?
I hear you now.
Yeah, you know where I live, right? There are no cell towers near Amish farms.
Yeah, man.
That Katy Perry stunt, though, Normie's not buying it.
Are they? I mean, that's my because I'm online and it's from the comment section that I saw. People aren't buying it, or they're saying, "For God's sakes, we got so much shit going on. We're talking about Katy Perry going for a rich girl's flight." So I think most people are mentally detached because I think they're like, "Who cares if she went to space?" Okay, so what? People don't even, they're not really thinking that deep into it. And that's why I thought to myself, fuck, man, like people just, there's nothing that can happen that people will wake up. Because that right there, you see that little door thing happen? Like, and that right there should be like the first time somebody told us the earth is flat. Like it should wake people up, and it's not. People just going, whatever. Like at this, I feel like they've desensitized us to obvious bullshit, and people just go, man, whatever. Yeah, it's a globe. Yeah, that was Katy Perry. Like, yeah, whatever. Rent's too high. All this, yeah, I'm a slave. Whatever, whatever. That's the kind of feeling I get from people.
When I watched that video and when I've seen that scene with the door and they had to shut the door again and unlock it again, I just asked myself why they had to do that. So when the girls opened the door, if you are legit, just keep it like that. Why do you have to play that scenario that the guy, Jeff Bezos, had to open the door himself? Why that scene? So people saw that the door were open already. So why you have to show that it is completely a scenario?
Did you hear what Jeff Bezos uttered
why do
after
they
it was
have to?
done?
You said why they have to show the tape?
No. Why they had to play that scene like that? So because the door were open. So why don't you continue like that? So they opened the door. Continue, get out from that capsule, and they don't have to ask them. Oh, shut the door, shut the door. Let us play that scene that we have in the scenario, because Jeff Bezos in the scenario, it is the one who have to open the door.
I mean, it's for show, right? Like he's the owner of the company, he gets the honors or something. That's what I took. But what was interesting to me is what Jeff Bezos uttered after that fiasco. He said something like, "Gee, that didn't go the way I wanted to," or something like that. You could hear it on the mic. I'd have to rewind the tape. The other thing is the door opened to the inside, which is not what it's supposed to do, or allegedly does. It opens outward. The whole thing was bad.
Yeah, you guys see the first thing I saw about that was the logo that was on their uniforms, and when you turn it upside down, it turns into Baphomet.
Yeah, another Baphomet logo.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, why are they showing us this? Like, they could have just not shown us the footage, or they could have edited the footage. So why show us the gaff?
It's a sensing session.
They're not that dumb.
I gotta go
It's
watch
a
it back.
sensing session. I think they're just doing another test to see if the normies are still asleep.
Yep, 100%. It's the Illuminati thing. They put it right in your face, right? And they're like, "This is dumb. Everyone believe it. Ha ha ha! You're dumb."
Yeah, and I think like Amish. I swear, I think Amish. I think that's like a test for people who are asleep and the other who can detect those errors, and they make those errors. I think on purpose. I think it's just an assumption. I think on purpose, because they do those errors in every
100%
video
macros.
or space.
Every video is an error. Rats.
Listen,
ice.
I know the ex CIA director saying that we will know that the psychological operations program is complete when every American believes everything they see on TV. Right? That's that direct quote from a former CIA director said that. And then look what they're doing on TV. They're testing to see if everybody believes everything they see on TV.
Yeah, and they test also if everybody can detect those errors that can happen very fast during a movie, during a documentary, during those videos. So, like, it's like in every movie, it's 90% of the movies, they have obvious errors that happens very fast. So I think it's on purpose. I don't think that those people who made the movie and paid those amounts of money on the movie, they will just forget those things like they are blind. The only people who can see it's us. Like in every movie, you have obvious errors.
Well, this goes back to like Truman and Eisenhower after World War II with the Operations Coordinating Board set up by the president. After World War II, the American president said, we need to make sure that everybody knows that America's a badass and that we win and we're untouchable. So it kicked off this entire national security state surrounded around psychological exploitation. The Operations Coordinating Board is proof of that. And it's still here.
Get out. Get out. Get out.
Why is this guy Epic Gooner pinging me in text chat? Why don't you hop on the mic?
Looks I'm debunking you,
Thanks,
but it's
old
not
dude.
related to the flat Earth.
Sorry, what?
Because I'm debunking you in the side chat, but since it's not focused specifically on the flat Earth, well, I can't speak about it.
Yeah, old dude just pulled up the quote that I was referencing. So what do you
Yeah, I
say
know,
to that?
it's a fake quote.
It's
if
a
you
fake
go,
quote?
if
Okay, so
it is. I'm a historian.
how's it fake?
I focus on Cold
you're
War
a
history. The
historian.
book, yeah, the book. There's
Cold War
a
history.
book that
So
it comes from.
tell me about the
Sonny,
operations coordinating
Sonny, little boy, settle down. So the book
tell me
where
about the
this
operations
comes
coordinating
from. Can you shut the fuck up? I'm talking about the quote. You asked me to talk about the quote. I'm going to talk about the quote.
How about you not be rude, or I'll be rude and do my thing, because I'm fucking good at it. So, Epic Clown, you are going to converse like an adult, or I'm going to kick your shit out of here.
Damn.
You're a
You heard the
wife
man.
beater, and I would drop you and bury you 6 feet
All
under.
right, ban. Hard ban. Fuck that. Unbelievable. Like Indio says, right? They throw themselves on the gears. Have to stop the conversation at all costs. Say anything. Do whatever you need. Make sure this conversation does not progress any further.
Where is he? Mick. What the arrow was pointing to was the door opening inwards.
Yeah.
That should not happen. It should open out.
No.
Remember where the high pressure is and where the... Yeah, that's technically
Hang on,
should
hang
open
on.
out, but yeah.
How come? What's that entail? I'm not too familiar with this.
Well, think
this
like
matter.
aeroplanes. Yeah, same.
Yeah.
No, you know what's funny is even in the state of Florida, because we have hurricanes, we have our house doors swing outwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other space capsules open outwards. You know why? Because of the Gus Grissom incident for the Apollo mission.
What was that?
Gus Grissom, who got barbecued inside the Apollo capsule because he was trapped inside because he couldn't open the door because the door opened inward, so they had to redesign it to open outward for safety. And then that had become the standard from then on. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. What was there? Too much shit, and it just couldn't open it.
Yeah, just too much shit in the way. Couldn't get the door open. Yeah.
Okay. Oh. Okay.
Yeah, so you got to have an egress hatch going outward for safety. And then that's how these capsules have been designed. Not just Apollo, but all these other, like this is now the standard. And yet in this case, there's one instance, the door pushes inward from the outside, but it was already open. So that means they opened it from the inside somehow, which means they didn't need Jeff Bezos there with the freaking, whatever that was, looked like a tire iron.
You should report it to OSHA, dude.
Yeah.
Now, when I saw the image, first thing that I thought I saw was in like where the arrow is pointing to. You see, there's that little white, what looks like a little triangle, you know. And I thought that was like an opening at the back or something. It might have been a window, but I was like, is this like a stage prop where it's like hollow at the back? You know, I don't know, but. Yeah, I don't know.
No, there's windows going all around out there.
Okay.
You can see them.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, the camera drone panning around it.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, but the door had already been opened from the inside before Jeff Bezos got there. And then Jeff Bezos was finagling with a tire iron and basically made it look like he opened it, even though it was already open. And then they kind of joked around, like he and the stagehand joked around. He's like, that wasn't supposed to happen. And then it cuts.
What? How do
Oh,
you
that's
think?
weird.
Like, but why release that footage? That's the like.
I know. It's so
Was it not
obvious.
live?
That so it's like something. It got to be something else because that's just too. No. Oh,
Was it not live? Because if it was live, then hard to
I don't
catch
think
that
so.
back. No, okay.
But then why choose to
I thought
go
it was
live?
funny.
Why choose?
even live in TV, we know that my girl was just telling me yesterday that they've been stopped doing live, so that they could bleep out curses and things like that. So it's like a little latency there. Like live is actually like, some seconds or minutes before what we actually see. So they could have edited out if it was live.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because ever since that thing happened at the Super Bowl, they had to. Yeah. But then again, that's online live streamers. It's different. I mean, something's up here, it just goes out there on the internet.
But
What was
the harder conversation to translate to the masses is you can't have gas pressure without container. Like people still like the strongest thing about this religion isn't the globe itself. It's the globe's home space, vacuum space. Like they just can't get over it. They can't get over all the stories they've been told about the sky.
Yeah.
They're in the sky, they think.
Yeah, I find the gas pressure without a container bit. It was the first thing that caught my attention because I even remember as a kid being presented the globe and shit. I remember as a kid kind of noticing, hey, like we have air and there's no shell. That's weird. And then it just went by the wayside. Never thought about it again. But yeah, I don't know. I think that's the strongest one.
It is, but people they find it hard. Like I've been going over entropy and examples of gas, like, with my girl, and when something clicks, I just feel like, and she's always like receptive and listening to what I'm saying and thinking about what I'm saying, and sometimes she asks a good question or two. But when I'm talking about that, you can just see the glaze over. Like, I don't know how to take this information. Like, I don't know what this means. It's not translating because it's like it's easy. Gas pressure requires containment. Obviously, the it's pressing outward on the container. Well, in all directions, but definitely outward. And when it comes to the the edge of our air, who knows where that's supposed to be, beyond the moon or wherever. And they don't think about how the air particles should just keep going. There's, you mean they slow down? They don't slow down. Like, why do they keep saying that? Like, they lose energy and then succumb to the Earth's gravitation. No, they don't lose energy. That's the whole point.
Then having an inward opening door when you've got a I mean, geez. So they have an inward opening door. I don't want to get on this point. Never mind. The whole thing just
we were talking about them having a standard for an outward opening door. Is that what you wanted to get back to? Because that's
yeah,
just
like, momentarily. It's just a distraction.
No, it's a valid point. I mean, this is all in the weeds, but it's a valid point.
Somebody mentioned to me that there is another video of another Blue Origin flight with the same capsule where the door is depicted as opening outwards, and I'm trying to find it.
Yeah, people have been posting it, and it's like different views. It's like really confusing. And yeah, I think even some of the globalists said, I think maybe it was Matthew, someone yesterday was like, yeah, it's really hard to kind of take that at face value. It almost appears like they landed, all got out, and said, oh shit, we didn't do a very good photo op. Everyone go back in and let's reshoot it.
No.
That didn't happen. We have a continuous shot for like 3 minutes.
Oh yeah, I got it. I'm just saying the cope from the Globe side is it's like a reenactment, if you will.
Nobody's wearing safety gear, and yet they drop and hit the ground from a parachute. Like this is. Remember when William Shatner did this at like age 92 or whatever he was, and everybody's like, "Holy crap! Look at that capsule go bang and smash the desert floor, and all the dust that flew up. That thing must have been going like 20 miles an hour, 30 miles an hour straight down. Like poor William Shatner's hips and spinal cord, right?" They did it again with this. And then some people pointed out that the capsule looked like an inflatable, which is not out of the ordinary. The company called Bigelow Aerospace has specialized recently in creating a series of inflatable space capsules. They have a warehouse that serves almost like a museum where they show off their technology. And you can go there and you can see all these crazy like inflatable space modules. Why inflatable? Well, it compresses well inside rockets when you shoot them up, apparently. So, I mean, this thing looking like a bounce house, not out of the ordinary, folks. Oh yeah, DJ posted that. Lockheed Starliner.
Do they even tell us what altitude? Like, is there any real information about this thing other than they would like? Because you just see the rocket and then you see them there.
Yeah, like floating around.
Yeah, they said they went up 62 miles.
You also saw them.
But they broke the barrier.
Do you guys hear me okay? Am I lagging?
Go ahead, then.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm for some reason I've been like lagging really bad the last couple of days, so bear with me. They did show them getting ready, doing their hair and their nails and their makeup. That was documented.
All of that. It's like going to Six Flags for a 30-second ride, you know? I just fucking spent all this time in traffic and shit, all that time in that line, you know? Doing my makeup, doing all of this, and 10 minutes.
That's what they call training.
No, it's called grooming.
Waiting on those lines. What? Everything is like a psychological fucking project, man.
It is.
What? That never crossed my mind. Like, why these? It's not the only thing. Like, because I've noticed that about like Foot Locker and when sneakers drop. I'm like, why is everyone doing this? Like, it's 6 o'clock in the morning. What the fuck? Like, I've always thought that. Like, I'm like, what? Just get the sneaker online or get it like next week. Like, what's the big deal?
Yeah, that's funny about sneakers. All the cool ones that people used to fight over, they got re-released now, and they're just sitting on the shelves on sale, which is hilarious to me because I used to be a sneakerhead.
We've been buying the same sneakers for decades now. Like the Jordans have just been re-released. Like it's and I always thought this shit is insane.
How many of you guys still own Reebok pumps?
Reebok was a good sneaker. I don't care what nobody says. I like the Reebok classes that got released around 2004, 2000, somewhere around there, 2003.
Yeah, came back for a bit.
This reminds me of that movie, I think it was Day of the Dead, where they were at the upper levels of a mall. And they somehow got up to the top, and there was like all the offices, and they had beds and sleeping quarters, and they could get down and get supplies from the mall. And they said, why are we got to do something? We have to block off the doors. They're like, well, why? Why block off the doors? Because the zombies keep coming in. They're like, well, why would they come here? And they said it must be something to do with the way they live their life. This constant sort of consumerism and shopping, that they're just kind of compelled to walk to the mall.
Whoa, dude, that's kind of deep.
So then at some point, then they drive trucks that were in the back of the mall, and they block all the doors, and then kill off all the zombies, and then they got the whole place to themselves. It was a pretty intense statement, you know, like
even zombified humans will go shopping.
Yeah, they were all zombified before, zombified after. You could not tell the difference in the behavior pattern.
It's how you know the psychological operation is complete.
Yeah, it follows you to death. Like, you know.
Literally consumed.
I'll be back, guys. I'm going to see what Nathan and them are talking about.
All right.
Cool. I have to go to work in a minute. I have to head to the office. I'm seeing folks pile into FED right now.
Does it get pretty busy over there?
Off and on. It's not continuous like we are.
Okay. It's just like during the show?
Yeah, like during shows or someone sees Nathan pop in, sometimes he might just pop in because he's messing around with the mic or something, and people will show up, and then,
Yeah, there's like 20 people for like 2 to 3 hours, sometimes 30.
Is it a lot of globalists still, or do they not do it anymore?
No.
Oh, yeah. It's the same people.
They go to a separate area.
Over again.
Because it used to be the days of yore, like during the live show, that server was like flat Earth. It was all flat Earth. But as soon as the live show ended, then it was a swarm with globalists.
That's right.
Yep, that's what it is. It's the Ever After show, which is funny because he records them too sometimes.
Some of the best content's after.
These are talk about how they liberated the server from the flat earthers when the show wasn't live.
I don't know what you guys are seeing, but on my social media feeds, it looks like normies are questioning the Blue Origin trip.
Yeah, I'm working on the news for the day, but I did a chat GPT thing where I got to talk about the Karen on the globe. This sort of contradictory worldview where the anti-flat earther in conversation with the overview effect. So you go to outer space, you're supposed to get this overview effect where you view all life as interconnected, and they don't want to, they think the flat earther isn't part or whatever, doesn't partake.
The overview effect is like self-hypnosis.
Yeah, I know we've talked about before because it's not in play. So if you got, is that one of the things I could say? If their model of science, cause and effect, seeing the Earth from space, causal agent, would the effect is a instant cognitive shift. So if you don't have that instant cognitive shift or have quite an inverse reaction, it shows that even they don't believe their own bullshit.
Yep.
They can't even pretend. Crap, I'm late. Can you guys hear me? Am I lagged again?
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Okay.
I'm just thinking. Yeah. There's some lag, though, I think. I mean, I felt it, too.
Oh, I'm not sure. Maybe it's I really haven't checked any other websites or anything. Maybe it's not just Discord, or maybe it's just Discord and not my whole system.
There's another angle to this too. Like this latest Blue Origin flight was advertised as like a pro-feminist stance. We're going to take all girls, girl power, +1 for feminism. You heard like Katy Perry say, "Oh my goddess," when she was gazing out the window. The whole thing was done up to be pro-feminist, right? And besides the obvious irony of going up in a space dildo, guided by a man and penetrating a barrier, if you start to question this trip and call it out for being fake, then they're going to equate that with being anti-feminist. So they'll be able to libel and slander everybody who calls it out for being a fake trip as just being anti-women. You are anti-woman. You don't agree that these women went up into outer space and this strong showing of feminist power? You're just a misogynist. That, I think, is where they're trying to take this. So they want the conversation shut down before it gets off the ground. They want people to think, oh no, I better not publicly deride this because people might call me a misogynist and say I'm anti-women. And in a way, this gives them a buffer zone for the shenanigans that they pull. They're able to get away with more blatantly obvious fuck-ups as a consequence of this frame-up. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it gives cover because it gives the person like, oh, yeah, you think it's a fuck up, but really what you're doing is you're just hating on girl power.
Right. Exactly. You have this cognitive bias against women. Therefore, you're deluding yourself into thinking you're seeing CGI, camera tricks, whatever the case is. None of that really exists because you're delusional, because you are a woman-hating misogynist. How dare you?
Interesting you say that. That was Rob Noxious's whole argument yesterday. He was like, but don't you guys think she was brave? Like she was really brave and it was really dangerous. That was his whole argument yesterday.
Are you serious? Holy crap.
Yeah.
I didn't hear that.
Yep.
Wow.
I missed that too.
All right.
I was here for some of Rob's stuff. I didn't hear that part. That's really intriguing that it was already rolling out, like before, like even people started saying something. But what's going to be good here, this isn't just flat earthers calling it out. So this would be one of those things where the globalists will come in here, oh, you flat earthers are misogynistic. You don't believe the girl power Blue Origin. I'm like, well, you don't need flat earth for that. If you want to talk about how Blue Origin looked a little shady, the people who think the earth is a globe are the ones who came up with that idea.
Looks like Nate's back.
Hey, what's up?
You can't quit us, huh?
This is like morning entertainment to me. It's not. So I guess so. Sure.
I might have got you mixed up with somebody else named Nate.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there was another Nate yesterday in here.
Yeah, it had a different
It's
avatar.
A.T. Andrew Tate.
Is that him?
Yeah,
That's not
no,
him.
no, that's not him. It's the other Nate. This is Nate. Nate, who Osmond, Azimuth or
Oh yeah, Asmongold. I used to have
there we
that as
go.
a profile pic. Yeah.
Yeah, and you kind of you sound. I guess people have said that you're pretty close. Like your tone and your voice are kind of similar. Or similar
To
enough.
Asmongold?
Yeah.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Yeah, kind of like just the way you inflect and kind of like the way you talk, like your tone and like your cadence is pretty similar.
Sure. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Maybe that's a bad thing.
Well, I don't. I highly doubt it. I mean, this guy is a professional gamer who's got a large audience, and he seems to communicate effectively to a large group of people. So, yeah, I wouldn't say it.
Oh, you cut out, Grit. Grit, you there? I guess we lost Grit. Who else is in there? Hello?
I can still hear you, but yeah, crit cut out.
Guess we don't have any globe champions. That's all right. Got some new people in here. Let's see. Started from the top. Any new people? Eve Zahara. Welcome to the room. Nate, I don't think I've spoken to you. I spoken to the other Nate, not just, what was it, about an hour ago? And the Naturalisto? Think Naturalisto? Yeah, you guys can ask questions if you're brand new to the forum. And welcome to the #1 channel on the politics server. Number one. Hey, Pac, you there?
How about? Am I back? Can you guys hear?
Yeah.
Oh,
You cut out mid sentence, bro.
Yeah, my internet. It's just Discord because as soon as I started lagging on Discord, I fired up the browser and it opened fine. So something's going on with my Discord where it's just really laggy. It's been like that for like I don't know, maybe like I guess since yesterday. Maybe I was having some connection problems, and there's no update or anything I'm missing. So I'm just like whatever.
The Globers are colluding against you.
Yeah, I think maybe it's weird because I use the browser or mode. Maybe I should go to the app mode because people have said before that it does seem to work a little bit better if you have just the app open.
Yeah, I use the app. One more week and I go to day shifts. And it's gonna be on. It's gonna be lit.
Check this out. I'm on Facebook just reading all the dumb shit naturally that appears, and it's got here those two astronauts who were stuck for 8 months watching Katy Perry kiss the ground after being in space for 10 minutes.
That's so good.
Actually, I'm going to copy that for you, Crit, 'cause I know you love that kind of shit.
Oh, yeah, I love that shit. I know exactly the server I want to post that in, too.
Hold on,
I got
won't
a
put the
server with...
person's name.
Oh, yeah, I blot that out. Or I could too, or whatever. So...
I'll put it in just straight up in side chat.
Oh, okay, I thought you were going to DM me.
Oh, shit.
I'm surprised they didn't send an OnlyFans up there.
You spoke it into the ether.
Oh, that's so good.
It shall be done.
Yeah, next it's going to do... Yeah.
You know that we say things in here, it gets done. You know that, right?
It happened to me all yesterday, so I wouldn't doubt it.
Mickey, did you get to hear what's his name, Rob Noxious, wax poetic yesterday about Katy Perry and the whole Katy Perry situation?
Mm-mm. What was he
It
saying?
was some of the best radio I've heard on here in ages. He was just talking about how brave Gail King and Katy Perry are for furthering space travel. It was fantastic.
Yeah, but Rob's a meathead. I mean, he is, dude. Like,
I know
he tries
that. It was hilarious.
He tries to do his best to provoke people and instigate. But it's like, dude, we've had our fill like 10 times over with these anti-flat earth types. You know, we're looking for new ground. And he wants us to like churn up old content with like Jim and all them guys. Like, I don't know. I do it for old time's sake, but just I wouldn't seek it out.
Oh, I'm no fan of Rob Noxious. I think he's horrifying. But listening to him to try to defend that whole show is just gold. It's radio gold to me. I couldn't stop listening.
I mean, I
Yeah,
kind
you
of
can-
have... Oh, go ahead.
No, you go. Great.
Yeah, I know it... Oh, shit, am I lagging? Can you guys hear me?
We hear you. Yep.
Okay, so I know you guys can see him. Like, I understand what you're saying about Rob. But I kind of have a soft spot for him because he's come a long way. When he first kind of joined the community, you know, he was like, "Yo, Allahu Akbar, let's go defeat the flat Earth heretics." And at this point, he's like, "You guys are better to hang around with than the globalists." He's like, "They're a bunch of like liberal, communist, whiny bitches." You know, it's like you guys are actually kind of cool. And I'm like, yeah. He goes, I disagree with you guys, but like, fuck. It's like, those dudes are just straight assholes. And sometimes you need a dick to fuck an asshole. From that Team America. I wasn't making a homophobic thing. Remember that the Team America where it's got dicks, pussies, and assholes?
God damn, Crit, you're going savage at fucking 7:41 in the morning, bro. What the fuck? I don't think there was a way you could spin that to soften the blow. I mean, it's just raw. You're raw dogging it right now.
I feel the same, Crit.
Yeah, hey, I'm
you
back.
think-
I disconnected again. Let me find the clip from the movie. It's pretty funny. You know, it basically talks about how anti-terrorism actions can cause a lot of collateral damage, but if you don't, then like the asshole terrorists will cause even more collateral damage. And the people who are worried about collateral damage are pussies. Am I still here? This is like suck. I can't tell if I'm legged out or not. It's like,
You're here. Yeah.
oh, okay.
You are here.
Is it that drunk scene where he's in the bar?
Yeah, there's that one, and also at the very end when he addresses like the where they're like they want to disband Team America, and he says, "I get it, you all. We're dicks," and also everyone's like, "What?" But Kim Jong Un is an asshole.
You're gone again, Crit.
Yeah, it seems like I'm back, right? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think you were talking and nobody heard what you said.
Yeah, it's like it's weird. If I just don't, if I key my mic up, it seems to lag. But if I don't do anything at all, I'm good. It's like I can see like my MS just drop as soon as I key my mic.
Oh, we got some new people in here. We got Gorthar. What's up, Gorthar? Gothar? Whatever the hell your name is. Hello? Gorthar. Yeah, man. Thanks for that. Matrix.
That's what he just did. You have
Yeah.
to talk to him. Do a little. See you later.
They take off.
Oh shit. Actually, I was thinking about taking off myself, so I shouldn't do. Play sounds
Wanna-
for other people.
Got to play squash today or what?
I went and had a hit tonight. Yep.
Oh.
Played one of the A graders. It's not advisable. Oh. Feeling every bit of it.
Yeah.
But anyways, I'm going to toddle off to bed. Sore and I'm tired. So, you'll have yourselves a great morning, afternoon, evening, or good night. And I shall catch you tomorrow morning, my time. So, peace, guys.
Bye bye.